the numbers of like childhood friends. Because back in the day, it was obviously like you would write down the phone number, or you would keep it, and it's like that's the way that you still had to call people to communicate with them. And like, I mean, I go back old enough, Peyton. This is really going to blow your socks off. I go back old enough to the most useless phone number I remembered. You can't dial anymore because it was 7 digits. Like, I've got a 7-digit number that I still have memorized from my childhood. Do you know what 7-digit dialing is, Peyton?
No idea.
Do you know what 7-digit dialing is, Sean?
No.
You look very
back
wow.
on landlines, like before.
Local dialing, you didn't need the area code.
When I first moved here, you didn't need it either.
Yeah, and
99, 88, something like that.
98, 99, they ended up adding 10-digit dialing, so you had to put the area code. That's when all those area codes blew up, and so, because the area just started expanding so fast. So, I think there's still some smaller areas of the country that still have 7-digit dialing.
I don't know.
That don't need it.
For me, it's the alphabet backwards.
You cannot do it backwards.
ZYXWVUTSRQPONMLKJIHG.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
That's pretty good.
Uber
I can't
Eats
fact check him, but
That sounded
good.
Hey, remember when
Holy
you used to
crap.
be,
That was
what
very.
it?
That was very good.
I've been prepping for that DUI for a long time, Sean. Okay?
Wow, that was very good. I'm very impressed by that. Peyton, what's the most useless thing you still have memorized?
So in elementary school, we had like school lunch codes that you had to type in, so like they were able to access your account so you could pay for lunch. And I still have mine memorized to this day.
Okay, like how long is it?
It's 6 digits.
All right, what is it?
141609.
Okay.
See, I would read the phone numbers off that I have memorized, but I think there's a potential that you could just throw an area code in front of them. They're still right.
Because I was so worried that because if you don't remember it, they don't give you lunch. You have to call your mom or dad or whatever. And they have to give the code. So I was like practicing over and over again. I cannot forget this code.
I got a lecture from the guidance counselor when I was in school. I think it was early high school. Like, you don't know your social security. You can't function as a human being. At what age do your children know their social security code? Do either your boys know it?
I don't even think they know what a social security number is.
And you don't know theirs.
Because it's not going to be there for them.
I do not know theirs.
Do your girls or Jacob know theirs?
They don't know theirs.
Okay.
I don't think I knew mine till I was an adult.
That's my pop quiz. Like, what age did you memorize your social security code? I'm like, I'm a sophomore. Like,
Can you recite, have you entered in your debit card number enough that you just know it?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. Kristen still can't.
Because you don't let her spend the money.
No, she thinks that
she don't control the cash.
She thinks that she's the only one with a separate bank account. She thinks it's the.
I only know my 3-digit PIN.
She thinks that it's.
Oh, the CCV.
Yeah.
She thinks it's something where she thinks she actually saves money because she's like, if I don't have my wallet near me and I don't she's like, it prevents me from buying stuff. She's like, but she doesn't remember. I by accident will almost immediately remember my debit card number from how often I have to key it in.
Yeah. I know it. I know mine.
Why don't you just have it set in your computer? Every purchase I make, the credit card pops up. I only have to remember the PIN.
So, with Amazon, that's kind of banked in there. But if there are a lot of other websites. I try not to save it. Like energy bills, anything else. I don't store my debit card number on there. I just key it in every time. And so that's
your
what
fault.
One of the answers over on the Twitch Opie World says the names of the 50 states in order is the most useless thing that he still remembers. Over on the fan text.
Like alphabetical order?
Yeah, alphabetical order. 817, the Dallas Times-Herald phone number. My goodness, the Times-Herald, I think, has been defunct since before I was born.
Remember that one.
Yeah, well, find out. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. And, man, I think this is a good one to start with Sean Sharif on. Sean, what's something socially acceptable, not in your eyes, but clearly in society's? What's something socially acceptable for one gender, but not the other?
I told you, taking your shirt off.
Yeah, okay, that's a good one. That is a good one.
I mean, nipples are nipples. Nipples are nipples.
That's a t-shirt. That's a t. You know what?
I disagree. I like certain nipples better than others.
Right now, that is a t-shirt.
What's up? Yeah. These are the Sean and RJ morning snacks on 105.3 The Fan. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Low.
Jake DeGrom, who's still looking for a championship, who's coming back, and the Nate Eovaldi. It's going to be a tough thing to sell to them that you sell.
6.5 back in the wild card now.
It's still a lot, right? It's still quite a bit because there's a lot of teams. But, man, the division's there. Division's there.
877-881-1053. We have not asked you yet on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Small sell? Small buy? Big buy? Or you would understand if they held? May have to put that out as a poll question. And let's fire that up for responses, Peyton, on the Odyssey app with the new feature that we have. Rangers, buy, sell, or hold. How do the Tolos do it in order for us to play their responses on the show?
So it's really easy, Tolos. You can go to the Odyssey app, click on 105.3 The Fan, and then there will be a microphone button right in the middle of your page. Pretty easy. You just tap the button, hit record, and then you can leave a message up to a minute long. You can also leave your name and where you're calling from, just like you are calling into the station, but then you can send it to us as well through the Odyssey app.
Record, hit us up, and we'll play some of them at 6:20 here on your home of the champs. John Gray was outstanding. Josh Smith was clutch. Ornelas with the amazing Jeter-type play at shortstop. And Jared Sandler and Dave Raymond both said, Sandler said it before the game, you could feel how hyped the crowd was. I think Raymond said it was a sellout. A sellout on a Tuesday night against the White Sox. So is DFW starting to feel the momentum?
39,240. Paid to see it. That was the official attendance. I didn't see.
Or they all stood in line for the Adolis Garcia championship ring, which was apparently 1,000 people deep. 1,000 fans deep for this replica ring.
Yeah, I saw Bassick post the picture of the ring. It was very, very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, I mean, look, it's your second half of the season, defending champs, a bad team, no doubt, bad team, the White Sox, but yeah, you get a good crowd out there. And you know what they've done the last couple of games is it's like Bochy's recognized that their offense is not where it needs to be. They got to figure out ways to score.
Bunting.
Well, they're scratching anything across, right?
Double steals,
buntings, a bunting. Like that is they've done, I think, 2 10U, 11U type base running plays in this series. Langford in game 1, the third baseman was playing kind of shifted over, and he just stole third. He just took the base before the pitch even was thrown. And that's something that only happens in like 9-year-old baseball. And then this one where, Adolis steals, they wait for the throw down, Josh Smith goes, and then it's a double steal. I mean, that's a middle school play. That's a younger kid play. You'll see it occasionally in the majors. You can't run that play very often. They'll sniff it out. They're too good. That's one of those things where it's like, hey, we're going to make this 10-year-old make 2 good throws. So, I mean, I love how they're trying anything, and because you have to at this point.
So they got 2 left against Chicago. Eovaldi is on the mound tonight, and Bobby has been doing his trade homework. He's got 3 different teams possibly coming after Eovaldi. We'll tell you about that at 6:20 this morning. Nate with a 3.36 earned run average going up against Chris Flexen, number 77. I already don't like that as a number out there on the mound. He's got a 5.22 ERA. And then after the 2 against Chicago, you have Toronto, who was last place in the American League East. So can you keep it going against them? They are 10 games under 500. And then you have the 53-win St. Louis Cardinals, who people are talking about right now being buyers.
Yeah, they're looking to buy. They need they need a few things to be honest with you, but they're definitely looking to buy. St. Louis is in a good position now. They're 5 back in their division against Milwaukee, but they're still in a good position in terms of getting to the wild card. It now gets tough. After you play Toronto, the schedule tightens up a little bit. Even though they have like one of the easiest schedules in the second half, after this, they play St. Louis, Boston, Houston, Yankees, Boston Twins, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. Those are competitive teams. I think the worst of those would probably be what? Pittsburgh? Those are still competitive teams.
They have 51 wins, 51-50.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Sox are 54-46. Minnesota's 55-45. Cleveland's 60-40. St. Louis 53-48, Pittsburgh 51-50, and the Yankees are 60-43. So that's your best bet. That's your only soft spot for the next 3 weeks.
John Gray retired the last 15 that he faced. The White Sox have lost 9 games in a row and 15 out of 18, just what the doctor ordered, and they are the 12th team in baseball history with 76 losses in their first 103 games, and the first since the 79 Athletics. So they're awful, and it may be fool's gold. It may be fool's gold for Chris Young in trying to decide what to do.
Maybe it is. Maybe you're beating a bad team and you're having to win these games by 1 run, and you're scratching and clawing to get double steals and weird plays to do it. I mean, look, baseball teams generally don't apologize for wins.
Yeah.
Football, you might. It's if you're just a better team and you come out flat. Baseball is you're only as like that. The next day's pitcher is what really kind of sets you apart. And when they were going up against the White Sox 2 best pitchers here.
And props to Sandler. Before the game, he was saying, don't be surprised if Crochet, who leads the American League in strikeouts, is limited. Okay, so he goes, 4 innings? They've limited him, to 10 innings in his 3 July starts, plus a scoreless inning in the All-Star game right here in Arlington a week ago.
Yeah, they're looking to trade him.
Yeah.
He is not. I mean, look, he only pitched 2 innings against Pittsburgh in his start before the All-Star game. Now, they knew he's probably going to pitch in that All-Star game. And then the start before that, he only went 4 innings, and his pitch count was high. It was 93, so they took him out. So he has not thrown more than 130 pitches in his last 3 starts combined.
How sad is that for your fan base? He's 25. He's a freaking stud.
Yep.
And they're trying to make it painfully clear they're dealing it.
Yeah, they're not going to risk anything. They know that they can restock their team off of the backs of Garrett Crochet, and I do think he might be the first one to get traded, just because we don't know what the Rangers are going to do. There's not a whole lot of teams out there, and maybe the Dodgers are the team that goes and gets him. But it's clear what Chicago's looking to do and where he is going to be. He is not long for that city.
Hump Day edition.
Hey.
Coming at you strong here. Before we fly out to California, right after the show, we have a Josh Abbott band ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway. It is a Meet Church Wednesday brought to you by our friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. You gotta be kidding me with the Jerry Jones news that came out yesterday. The State of the Cowboy press conference update may be moved for the second time, and this former Cowboy receiver abruptly retires just out of the blue. We'll update you on all of it on Sean and RJ next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
State of the Cowboys press conference to officially open up the season could be moved again. Good morning, Metroplex, Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, flying out to Oxnard, California today, right after the show for the first show tomorrow, right there outside where the Dallas Cowboys sleep. Yesterday in Texarkana, close to me, the case abruptly ended just out of the blue. Jerry Jones went to lunch with his alleged daughter and her mother, and they came out of that with some type of resolution. I guess Jerry, hugged the mother. This is so weird.
So that's improvement.
It is improvement. It's so bizarre. And then all of a sudden, bam, everything got dropped. Jerry testifying yesterday, which I would have live streamed here on the show. Are you kidding me? I would have gotten the play-by-play of and all the reporters inside the courtroom to give us the feedback on what was happening. Something got worked out, and this thing is finally over. So the press conference supposed to take place today. It got moved to Saturday because Jerry was going to be delayed in this case testifying in court. Now it's over. David Moore says it could take place tomorrow.
They'll let you know. They'll just let you know at some point. It'll be out there. Whenever he gets out there.
What a mess!
It is a mess.
What a mess.
This was kind of stunning. It came kind of out of nowhere. It was probably the smart thing to do. Just get it over with. Just avoid any kind of testimony if you can.
Yeah.
Avoid anything.
And that was probably the plan from him. Push it all the way up. Deadlines make deals.
He does this with everything.
And before I have to go ahead and take the stand, I'll go ahead and drop whatever I have to work this out.
Unbelievable.
And what did you get out of it if you're Jerry? All of us believe that she is his child. At first I thought the argument was, no, you're falsely accusing me of being your father. You're just trying to get money out of me. But Mike Florio has a copy of the document between the two sides from the lawyer who put it together. From the payments to when it expires, what she was after. I thought the initial argument was Jerry trying to disprove, this isn't my kid. I'm not some deadbeat dad. I'm not just ignoring my offspring. Well, that's been proven. So then he wanted to go after her for the money. Jerry, I think, was just trying to win the argument of, you broke the agreement. You broke the agreement. It was supposed to stay hush-hush. This was never supposed to get out. And now I'm going to make you pay for that and pay for my legal fees, which I shouldn't have to incur $1.6 million worth, according to all the documents, because you made this public. That's what it turned into. At first, I thought it was, Jerry Springer, are you the father? Then it turned into, I got to punish you for breaking the agreement.
That's basically what it was. And her contention, the daughter's contention was I never agreed to this with you. My mom did. She doesn't speak for me anymore. So I'm going to go and I'm going to speak out about this, and I'm going to get my piece of that Jerry pie.
Yep.
And that's, look, it's within her right to do that, I suppose, but that's where Jerry was, and he did not want this to get out, and he wanted to make sure that the world knew that he was not the father or whatever. But as that became abundantly clear that the judge was going to make him do a paternity test, which would leave absolutely no doubt, you just say, okay, look, what are we going to do here? Let's just figure this out. We can all go home happy. Maybe the girl just wanted a hug.
Maybe
she just wanted a hug and $500 million. I don't know what you want. Maybe the mom just wanted this or that. And maybe Jerry just wanted not to pay. A lot of things happened here, and they all, thankfully, went to this lunch and avoided a complete mess.
Oh, not thankfully. I wanted it now.
Well, for him.
Yeah.
For them.
Yeah.
The complete mess of him getting on the stand.
Yes. And then yesterday, out of the blue, the news hits that Michael Gallup retires from the National Football League. Props to Bobby. I always like to give Bobby his props while he is tardy and late driving into work. He nailed this with Michael Gallup upstairs. He's been saying it for 2 years that Michael Gallup returning from the injury just was not right. He could not trust himself, and I had to go look up who he was with. It was the Raiders that put him on the retirement list after 6 seasons in the NFL. Oh, we have to retire that now. Retire Michael Gallup.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
This was a,
he just signed for 1 year, worth as much as $3 million with the Raiders on April 30th.
Bobby had mentioned yesterday that the Cowboys have had a number of guys with their ACLs and stuff that didn't always work out the way after the injury. And then when you factor in like Dez's foot and how that surgery was, there's questions about that. I just wondering if there's even more comparisons between the Cowboys and Yankees, and that they are just so old and outdated that they don't even know how to do proper surgeries anymore.
Ooh.
When you got a bunch of guys that just can't get it back from that injury or a injury, surgeries, I don't know. I have no proof of this. I'm just asking.
So Michael Gallup gone. A lot of Tolo's not happy, saying you let Amari Cooper go to keep Michael Gallup. I don't know if that was the obvious
CeeDee. Yes, CeeDee replaced Amari. Gallup replaced CeeDee. The CeeDee was drafted to replace Amari.
Yes.
The moment he was drafted, they did not choose Gallup over Amari. That has nothing to do with it.
President Biden is alive. This just in.
Folks, I was never dead. I was a boy. Scranton, Pennsylvania. We could go weeks without seeing the president. There wasn't TV. We didn't have TVs. We didn't know.
When are you losers going to stop on social media killing people? Damar Hamlin, you got proven wrong. You still didn't shut up. Joe Biden's dead. It's a recording with Kamala Harris when she was, rallying out there on the political trail. You look stupid on that. I know it's not going to stop you because you have other morons that follow your stupid Skip Bayless-esque accounts. But there you are, 0 for 2 with Biden dead trending on social media. And I believe he is going to address the nation tonight.
The hologram. The hologram. Yeah, they don't really believe that. They don't really believe that. They don't really believe that he was dead. It's just they want to create stirs on social media.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. They don't really actually believe this.
Yeah. But, creating stirs in our world is like a trade rumor.
Yeah.
Creating stirs
on social media.
Yeah. Creating stirs in that world is he's dead.
He's dead.
He's not even alive.
Yeah.
His existence is no longer.
It starts on TikTok.
There are levels to this.
Yeah, it starts on TikTok, and it just morphs everywhere, and somebody makes a compelling argument, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, he was always alive. He was always alive. Like, there was... I have a much greater... Like, if you want to tell me there was a conspiracy with the shooter and who put him up to this, I'll buy that. We don't know anything about him.
Yeah.
All right, they've got an amazing way. I mean, watch a JFK documentary if you don't think that the federal government can kill somebody.
There was a zoom in the crowd behind Trump in Pennsylvania where the internet tried to say like this woman was a government official and she was like directing and communicating on like a walkie-talkie to the shooter of this is when you do it. Just wait for this moment.
Yeah, and it could have they could easily let the kid take a shot and then take him out. They could have had a plan. Whatever, man. We don't know. Anyway, that's way more plausible than Joe Biden was dead. He was never dead. He was always alive. He was always alive. You can't, because the same people who said that he was dead are also the same people who said COVID wasn't real. So you couldn't have gotten COVID and it wouldn't have killed him.
Well, I think the fan text is about to get stirred up right there. I know the YouTube and the Twitch is. Good morning to Blake Alexander, Paul Williams. We got Cam on here as well. Chris Brown, thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Paul saying, why aren't you guys in California? Well, I mean, we thought we were going to be there tomorrow to recap the press conference today, and now it looks like we're out there for perfect timing if the Cowboys press conference is moved to tomorrow because of Jerry Jones' paternity case. Just say those sentences out loud. The Cowboys press conference may be moved for a second time because of Jerry Jones' paternity case. 877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Did you get in your Odyssey app takes for us to replay on the air? Because Bobby Bell apparently is still not sold on the Rangers buying or holding even after last night's win over the White Sox. They're 3 games back. Let's talk about the champs making a little run after this.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch to the well-traveled outfielder, swung on, ground ball deep short. Jump throw by Ornelas. He got him! Spectacular play by Jonathan Ornelas. Derek Jeter style, with the leap and the throw and the follow-through that carried him into foul territory. Wow, what a play.
What a play indeed. As your Texas Rangers, y'all are now 3 games back after another win over the Chicago White Sox. Entire morning family is together with the 6 a.m. club for the Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and the wet blanket, Bobby Roberto Belt.
Yeah, look, when you are beating down the worst team in baseball, and I mean handily beating them down with these one-run victories in just by the skin of your teeth, that has to be a reason that you hold on to all these free agents who are going to be gone next year in the name of, no, I don't want a top 50 prospect. I don't want a long-term reliever with, a couple years of control. I don't want any of that for 2025 when we're back healthy and hitting the way we need to. I want to win that damn division title with 85 victories and be able to say, we did it, guys. We won the division. That's all that matters. We made our appearance in the playoffs to get swept by Cleveland or whoever.
Look, I respect you for just being honest and trying to, inject the dose of reality and not being Homer, Bobby fan like maybe you would be for the football team in town.
17-0, baby.
What's 17-0?
That's what the Cowboys are going to be.
That's what they're going to be.
Yeah. Yep.
This to me is not about this year. It's about next year.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fool myself into believing that they're actual legit contenders. And I would respect Chris Young, even if he sold small, for saying, I don't care that we are now 3 games back. We are barely squeaking by the White Sox, and we're not good enough. I'm not going to go ahead and make this mistake and be fooled by crappy Chicago. This, to me, is about next year. I just want us all to be on the same page and believing that the Texas Rangers should try to be still a championship contender next season.
Yes, that is.
Even though you're trying to deal Valdi.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell guys they're all expiring. I don't want to deal anybody that's under control for a while. Evaldi is technically not expiring.
Yeah.
David Robertson is a club option, but David Robertson is almost 40 years old. And he's a reliever, which can be a fickle spot. But yeah, I think they absolutely are going to be one of the contenders in Major League Baseball next year. That's why, to me, it's like, start stocking up some young talent. A lot of your core, Simeon, Seager, those are guys 30 and older.
Yeah.
To me, it's just about being able to sustain this a little bit and replenish talent so that this window can stay open and you can compete again next year.
You could buy and sell. Baltimore's going to do that. Baltimore's going to sell and buy.
How's Baltimore going to sell? What veterans are they going to deal off?
There's talk that Mountcastle and Cedric Mullins are on the block. And Jeff Passett wrote an article yesterday on latest intel on all 30 teams, and they are listed under they are going to buy and sell. That's to me, that is what a lot of teams should be doing. Selling is almost always pretty good. You're, at least like in theory. In theory, you can't control what you get back in terms of how that player progresses, but the idea that not every team has all 9 guys they love. You can upgrade every position, so you can buy and sell at the same time. And like I said, Baltimore is one of the teams being talked about as being sellers and buyers. They're the best team in the American League. They got the best record.
Texas has sold enough in the process of getting to where they got for their championship. You ended up, depending on how things work out with Scherzer. Scherzer was obviously not able to really be part of the playoff run. He was in there very little bit, but I mean, it's not like Scherzer could have missed that entire playoff run and they still win the World Series in all likelihood. Scherzer has come back and we don't have a lot of clarity about how much longer he's going to be able to pitch, or every single day seems to be a thing of like, did his arm fall off last night or not? We don't know. That's a question every single start. And you gave up a top 100 prospect for that in Luis Angel Acuna. So, I mean, you've sold enough parts and you've had enough potential busts. Jack Leiter may not work out the way that you originally thought. Kumar Rocker's having to come back off of Tommy John surgery. Different pitchers have not clicked the way they wanted, like Owen White. They've done enough to pushed guys out of their farm system, had other busts. That to me, it's like I don't want to sell or I don't want to buy anymore right now. So you've spent money, and let's stock the farm back up a little bit.
So give me the names that you're okay with dealing off that fit under your qualifications.
It would be Evaldi, Lorenzen, Heaney. Maybe Gray. Gray's got a couple years left, though. I'm not as eager to sell Gray, but Gray's been mentioned as if the Rangers sell, they would be interested in trading him.
Yeah, because because of the amount of years he has left, he could present some value.
Leclerc, Yates, Robertson, Adolis. Like, I think your peak value on Adolis, you got to get ahead of things a little bit as much as you can, and there's already signs that that's going to. I think your peak value for Adolis is going to be right now.
Oh, for sure. He doesn't have a lot of youth left, if any. And he's going to want a 5-year deal when his contract when he comes up to free agency. He's going to want 4 or 5 years. I don't know that that the Rangers are going to want to give him that.
It's really difficult.
He's 31.
Yeah,
and he's probably going to hit 240 next year. So a bounce back is probably coming. All right, he's a career 237 hitter, but the years before this, 243, 250, 245, and he's all the way down at 206. So is this the peak? Because this has been as big a down year as he's had in 4 seasons.
Peak from the standpoint of all right, he's known as you're getting him for the playoff run. You're a team that's going to get him for the playoffs.
Yeah.
He showed you last year that he is a big-time playoff performer.
Yeah.
And that is a valuable... that's a very valuable intangible that teams, I think, will overpay for.
I just want to be sure that we're okay with getting rid of him when the likelihood is next year he hits 245 with 28 home runs. I just want to make sure I reset what the norm is.
Let me give you a quote from the great band The 1975, who neither of you have heard of. Nope. But it's one of my favorite quotes in a song, and it's, "Don't fall in love with the moment and think you're in love with the girl."
Yes.
Don't fall in love with last year's moment and think you're in love with all these players and that you just can't let them go.
I should have heard of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, man. They touch you deep.
It's
right there in your soul.
It's a great line, and it is a great philosophy. I'm telling you that it's 240 and 28 home runs next year unless injuries chop him down or this is the beginning of the end, but he's 31.
Probably, and while his average hasn't been this low before, we're still talking about a corner outfielder that, because he's a very free swinger in a lot of instances and he does go through these boom or bust moments, we're talking about a corner outfielder that outside of 1 year, his career high OPS was 756. That's not a guy typically that you're going to, especially 31, aging, signs of decline already. Go find a team that says, we're desperate for somebody who can threaten with power, even if they're hitting 200. We need somebody who can threaten with power, pinch hit, do different things for us.
If you're a team I don't know Rosarena's contract situation, but if you're a team out there looking for a big bat, are you trading for a Rosarena or a Adolis?
A Rosarena.
Yeah.
He's starting to come on a little bit as of late as well. Go ahead and trade for him here, add your bat, and have your Luka Joker bro friendship.
Right.
Have your love fest.
So last year, Adolis' barrel percentage was 16%. Every other year of his career, including this one, it's been 13 or lower. So his barrel percentage last year was up. Maybe that was a career year. Now his batting average wasn't necessarily any different or appreciably different last year than in other years. This year, it's much, much lower. I'd have to go deep dive into his batting average on balls in play this year versus the last couple of years and how that's different.
If I told you, for instance, that, hey, all you're going to max out on Adolis Garcia is a reliever. Okay? Like Tim Herron from the Cleveland Guardians. The Guardians are rumored to want an outfielder for the rotation. They want more pop. Adolis would fit those sort of things. Adolis still has a cannon in right field. Like, he can make plays for you defensively. I know that there's issues fielding, but in terms of his ability to get runners out and save you runs, he's a difference maker in that sense. If Cleveland says, hey, we'll unload one of these relievers, and you look at a guy like Tim Herron, who is 6'6" lefty for them, has few more years of control under his belt, is a lefty who can throw 96 out of the bullpen, and has shown really good strikeout numbers and shown good peripheral statistics, would you consider that a loss if all I got for Adolis was a controllable reliever who can throw with a lot of heat from the left side?
I wanted to say yes, I'd consider it a loss, but not if I'm trying to contend next year and I lose Yates and other bullpen pieces. I put up the poll question. The Rangers are now 3 games back in the West. What do you want them to do for the deadline? The options are small buyers, big buyers, sell small, sell big. 26% of the Tolos are saying be small buyers right now. 59% are saying be small buyers. 26% saying buy big. 13% agreeing with Bobby, sell small. 1.6 saying sell big. So, the fan belief is going to say buy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people in the fan text this morning have been saying, like, they're the defending champs, like that. You do not sell when you're this close to winning the division. That's just that's a loser's mentality. If they sell small, I don't have a problem with it. If they buy small, I don't have a problem with it. I don't know about buying big. I don't think you need. Plus, I don't think you can buy big this year. There's not enough.
You can't buy big unless Texas goes on the market.
Right. They're the only ones that can really allow a team to buy big. If I'm going to trade Adolis, I don't want some relief pitcher.
Let's head on over to the Odyssey app, a brand new feature. We asked the Tolos to weigh in on what you want the Rangers to do.
That's right. And Tolos, it's real simple to use. Just go to the Odyssey app, click 105.3 The Fan, click the microphone button. You can leave us up to a minute-long message. And the question was, should the Rangers be buyers or sellers? And we have Thomas and Alito starting us off on the Odyssey app.
Good morning, gentlemen. Safe travels out to Oxnard.
Thank you.
Tolo, baby.
Yeah.
The Rangers should hold. I would hate to be buyers based off of fool's gold. We won a couple games against the White Sox. Very timely that the armpit and Seattle loses as well, but it is what it is. We are where we are. I'd hate to squander minor league talent that could help us in the future off of fool's gold. We have injured players coming back. That's going to give us, late season insurgence of talent at the plate, in the bullpen, and at starting pitching, especially if DeGrom is able to come back. So just hold. Let all of your talent come in, give you that late season insurgence, and this is already a World Series roster. If DeGrom comes back, technically we're a little bit better off than we were last year, so let's just hold strong. Hold the line.
Wow, that will go down in history as the first Odyssey app message ever, and that was a fantastic one. Who else we got, Pepe?
We have Michael in Grapevine with a quick buy or sell answer here for the Rangers.
Hey, guys, it's Mike in Grapevine. I say let's go buy. Rangers going to win it again. Back-to-back pennant, baby. Woo!
Chop.
If they trade Heaney and Lorenzen, I don't consider that like selling. They're selling. I don't think that changes their outlook one bit.
Okay, why not?
Because the presumption would be is that
they're not in the rotation
eventually this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right, now they know the status of DeGrom obviously far better than we do, and they would never tell us. But if they trade those guys and then they also maybe go pick up somebody else, like they're selling and buying, I think it's an indication that DeGrom and Malley are ready, or you're close to being ready.
Yeah,
like close to rehab stuff and everything.
Because if I want to sell all these Heaney type pitchers, Bobby, and I want to be a contender next year, I still need to build a starting rotation, and I'm not counting Max Scherzer a lot in that.
No. But I mean, and
Malley, let's build it.
Malley, DeGrom, John Gray. You've got probably next year you would go. I'm just trying to think which ones they would. You're not going to sell off all of them. So, I mean, Malley, DeGrom, Gray, can't count Scherzer, Dunning, and then whoever your fifth is, free agent acquisition.
Yeah.
Or minor league guy that's available. That's up
there. How great do I feel about that?
I mean, how great do you feel about Heaney repeating what he's done this year? Lorenzen's peripherals are bad. I know he's a bit of a gamer, but Lorenzen is a guy with a FIP of fielding independent pitching. It's 5.2.
Yeah,
it's bad.
You look at it. You name me the team that has 5 good starters. Like that doesn't exist.
The Celtics.
Yeah. You got your top 3: DeGrom, Malley, Gray next year, and then throw Dunning in as your 4. I mean, that's a pretty damn good starting rotation.
We touched on this a little bit, I think, while you were out, Sean. Chop and I talked about it with Eric. I think we've maybe also oversold Malley.
Of course.
Like Malley being grouped in with the Scherzer DeGrom thing, when you look at it, it's like, why are we talking about him as like this is a savior that you're waiting on?
Because but I disagree with what you just said. Of your top 3, a pretty damn good rotation.
I mean,
that's not scary to me.
Okay, but is
John Gray is the 3 and Malley is the 2?
John Gray is the 3 fine. You could also throw Evaldi in there. They could re-sign him.
Yeah, that to me that swings things.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Gray as your 3 or 4, and Malley as your 3 or 4, yeah, because like Malley's not at the top of the rotation guy. But I'm just saying, like, is Baltimore's rotation scary outside of their top 2? Not to me.
Is the CeeDee Lamb holdout official? Michael Gallup is gone, and Dak is getting $60 million or way more inside the Star as we are leaving for California today. Next on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Available in retail now. Scan the QR code on the box to donate today to make a difference.
Go to revolverbrewing.com to learn more. That's revolverbrewing.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
Is the Cowboys opening press conference going to be moved for the second time to tomorrow? Why did Michael Gallup retire? And is the CeeDee Lamb holdout official? Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. I see Robert King, Kid Cowboy, Clifford Keith. I see Darth, I see Cam, all on the YouTube and Twitch. Thank y'all on the Odyssey app for the amazing messages. We still have one more to play later on, and hopefully many more throughout the entire show. And of course, you're appreciated. If you're there for us, as always, listening on the radio. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, as Adam Schefter tweeted out breaking news, RJ, that I know caught you off guard.
Yeah, I felt this was very much an exclusive, to put it lightly. I thought we had already...
To a T.
What's up?
To a T, an exclusive.
Yeah, I thought...
That was his point. Just let it get out there, Bobby. Just let RJ own his phrase.
I thought we had already established this, that CeeDee Lamb was going to be holding out. Was I wrong?
Adam Schefter with the tweet. CeeDee Lamb, who has been unable to land the type of contract extension other wideouts have, is not expected to report to training camp today with the rest of his team, entering the last year of a scheduled contract to pay him $18 million this season. Calvin Watkins has kind of been all over this reporting, and Calvin yesterday said that they have not had substantial contract talks with Lamb. A person with knowledge of the discussions said.
Yeah, just threw me off. Because I was like, we kind of already knew this.
So, Bobby, you thought it was going to be a hold in?
No. I had thought if he showed up, he was practicing. Like, if he shows up, he's not going to play. I had a thought about, if you had asked me 3 months ago, I thought, I don't see him holding out. Just because I thought about how the way that he is in terms of his competitiveness and how he wants to be a leader and things like that. And I don't think that this runs counter to that. Like, I don't think he's not competitive or not a leader because he's holding out here. It's just, I thought he would have more of that approach. But it's clearly played out over the last 3 months where this was the direction he was starting to go with this. And that this is the direction that he was being advised to go with this by his agent.
So someone from fan-sided, Bobby.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it just might be 50-50.
Okay.
Hit me with it.
Someone from fan-sided said, here's the one thing no one is reporting. There's no guaranteed money this season for Lamb. One injury, and that could be it. And to do that without any guaranteed money that you've proven you've earned, yeah, this is smart for all sides in reality. What do you make of that?
I don't, like, does he mean...
I'm asking you what he means because I don't know.
I have no idea what he means. That sounds like something that Fansided would have hired because generally, like I mean, it's not even 50-year options are completely guaranteed. So if he's saying he has no money guaranteed past this season, but he just said he has no guaranteed money this season. Yes, he does. It's fully guaranteed.
By the way, Amari Cooper is getting a $5 million raise, and they're guaranteeing his salary for this season. No years were added to Amari's contract. He was being brought up a lot yesterday over the bitterness of fans thinking that Michael Gallup was kept over Amari Cooper, but Amari still remains on track to hit free agency in March of next year. And he had a career high in receiving yards last season with a revolving cast of quarterbacks. He put up 1,250 still.
It's almost like he's really good.
You think he is?
Yeah.
Think he gets open at a high rate?
Yeah, it's weird.
I think he can run a route or two.
Yeah. It's odd how effective he can be.
He cared with Flacco. He doesn't always care. He cared with Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he just wanted to work harder for Joe. That's what it was. He found football. He found football.
He's also just playing a bunch of immunocompromised guys, and he's not. And so,
where do you want to take it in terms of Jerry lawsuit solved? Cowboy presser maybe tomorrow, or Michael Gallup retiring from the Raiders?
I mean, we can start off with the Gallup thing because, that was something we referenced yesterday when we were talking about Diggs starting on PUP and the ACL injury, and that's something to monitor because how are you going to bounce back from that? Michael was a guy who that knee injury ruined his career. Michael Gallup was a guy on the rise, was one of the better deep ball targets in the NFL. Not in terms of from a speed standpoint, but in the way that he would track the ball, adjust to the ball, be able to make contested catches down the field. He was one of the best in the NFL at it. And that knee injury really, I think, robbed him, athletically, but not just athletically. I think he felt a ton of psychological fatigue and pressure. There were times in 22 when he came back. If you go look at it, there are times Gallup is throwing a hitch route on the first snap of the game, or they're throwing him 3 targets on the first drive. That was a concerted effort from the Cowboys to, hey, let's get Michael's confidence back up. Like let's build Michael up because Michael's having some trouble right now, and he dealt with a lot off the field, a lot of personal turmoil, public and private. Everybody knew the report back 5 years ago that he lost a brother to suicide in the middle of a game, and he's had a lot of personal trouble, a lot of personal grief, and ultimately I think it came down to they looked at it and said, the Cowboys did when they were evaluating things at the end of last year, they looked at it and said, Michael his head's not in football anymore the same way that it was. And I was surprised he even signed anywhere because it felt so much like things had just changed for him. And I saw somebody on Twitter last night trying to say Michael Gallup got paid and then checked out. That is not what happened with Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup did not want to coast. There's a viral clip of after a drop last year, Brandon Cooks telling him, hey, you're great. You're going to be great. Come on, stay with me. And people just look at it as like, oh, that's encouraging. It's like, no, that's a concerted effort from the team the last couple of years to make sure that Michael knew your value. You can still do this. Come on, dude. Like, come on back. You're still there. And it was just, it's a sad ending. I think if that knee injury doesn't happen against the Cardinals, Michael Gallup's career is very different. He might still be here in Dallas.
He was tracking to being a much better player than he turned out to be after the knee injury. There's no doubt. He was over 1,000 yards. I just think it was clear that it was the injury just completely derailed his career, his mental makeup, his mindset, everything. And then, what happens how guys recover from injuries. That's the thing that everybody just assumes, he'll just go have Tommy John, he'll be back. Well, you don't know. Everybody's body rejects things differently. Sometimes you can't get over it. You can't get over it just feels different. It's mental. And it appears that way with Michael Gallup. Do the Cowboys have a higher? Because you mentioned this yesterday, do the Cowboys have a higher rate of injury of ACLs not recovering?
In recent history, it's felt that way. And now, obviously, that's anecdotal. I haven't looked at every other team and seen the narratives about, man, they really struggled the first year after the ACL. But definitely here, the last several ACL injuries they've had trouble bouncing back.
I feel bad if the mental took over, but he was always overrated around here. They should have dealt him while they could. I will take that as a minor small W that I was saying for years, despite some of the homers in town trying to convince me he could possibly be a number one. Didn't see it, never felt it.
Oh, never. No, I don't think anybody ever said he could be number one.
Okay, well,
I mean, there were some fans who tried to say that.
Well, there's some media people too. There were some media people, and like a strong, no doubt number two. I have my doubts over that. I'll even concede that if you want to make him a lockdown number two.
I think he was on the path to being that. I think he was on the path to being a strong number two receiver, and it looked like he was going to achieve it. But I agree. I don't think he was ever fully there.
Yeah, a second-year guy with 1,100 yards and 17 yards per catch. That's pretty good.
Okay,
that's never a number one.
Well, don't forget the rest of the years.
Well, that's the thing. The rest of the years happened.
Yeah. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco, injury attorney, text line. Yesterday, Adam Schefter rocking the morning show when we read on TV his latest on Dak Prescott's money.
That's going to be the one that resets the quarterback market when it gets done, whether that's in season, unlikely, or after the season, more likely. And when that gets done, when that guy's got no conditions attached to his contract and he can't be franchised and he can't be transition tagged and he can leave and he can open up the bidding for his services, Dak Prescott's going to get a deal north of $60 million a year. It might be more, way more.
So I was on the phone with Broadus on the way home, and he goes, "What do I need to know? What's going on?" His Broadus weekly intel.
Boy, he is on edge lately, that man.
Expound.
I don't know. He was just we were recording last night, and he was being a little chippy. And I told him when the recording was done, I was like, "You seemed a little chippy, a little on edge." He's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "I don't know. Everything. You seemed a little testy on some stuff." And Brian goes,
"It's a bad running joke, Bob."
I'm in training camp mode. I'm not in the mood for any BS. I was like, "Oh, okay, all right. The football guy's coming out."
I can't wait to watch him pacing the sidelines with the nosebleed ducklings just following behind, waddling behind.
And they waddled away.
With Mom and the three behind him. But when I told him, I said, "You may want to," did you hear what Schefter said? Because I know Brian is pretty friendly with Adam. And he goes, "Is he saying he's going to get the 60 or way more here or somewhere else?" And I was like, I don't know. But in hearing the clip, and thank y'all for pulling it, it sounds like it could be somewhere else.
Could be.
It's just going to happen. 60 or way more here or with somebody else.
This is why tone, though, is important. I think when I hear the end of that clip, that doesn't to me sound like...
that wasn't a report.
No, it sounds more like it could go way, like, who knows? Who knows what the limit is?
Yes.
It was not like it didn't sound like, hey, we're talking about the negotiations are heading this direction.
Yes.
So I do think that sounds a little more flippant than it originally read.
He cannot get more than 60 without getting to free agency. The Cowboys aren't going to just offer up $62 million when the current market is at 55. In order for him to get to 60, they might get to 60 by the end of camp. But unless we get to March of next year and it's 3 days before the free agency opens and we're already in the legal tampering window or whatever, there's no chance he gets over 60. I don't believe.
Which, I mean, Schefter just said
it's possible.
He could get to 3 days before the tampering period. I think Archer had said something similar to that to G-Bag last week. Like, yeah, we might be looking at it's a day before free agency when his deal gets done.
We have training camp over-unders, not for the team, for the radio station. Who gets in the most trouble? Who will absolutely disappear? Who will party the hardest? We need your predictions on the Odyssey app to play. Next for the 6 a.m. club, we have 105.3 The Fan training camp over and unders for Oxnard next.
Well, you know, boys and girls, that I am going to be taking some Blue Chews to California with me because the lady is coming with us for the first couple of days of the trip, and I did.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nobody has you covered in Oxnard beginning this week, like 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, this
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Another Tolo ticket giveaway for the Josh Abbott Band that's coming up at 7:20 here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We leave for California right after the show. Show number 1 in Oxnard tomorrow morning on DFW Sports Station. And last night, Brian brought us delivered the news that Jerry Jones is giving us the stiff arm for the annual media party.
Yeah, I think I know what happened here.
They were listening to 9 a.m. yesterday?
No, they got the 1942 bill last year from Reuben, and they noticed there was an inordinate amount of Sprite being mixed with it, and they're like, guys, we're not paying for these rubes.
Bro, the
Rubesins.
Rubesins.
Bro, the bill on that party every year is absurd. Like, somebody had communicated to me last year what it was, and I was like, oh, that's even more than I would have thought it was.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
you go to Nobu by yourself, and you can't get out of there for less than $100. And now you got Johnny Walker Blue in 1942.
You're renting the space? Like, you just block that off?
Just the real estate. Just the real estate's going to be $25,000 just to rent, or more just to rent the space.
I will admit, and I was dreading Bobby's reaction here. When I saw the text from Brian, I wasn't crushed or that disappointed.
Me neither.
Really?
No.
We're gonna unite on this?
Yeah, I'm not crushed. I've done it. I'm sorry. I hate this to sound. I've done it a million times. Like, I hate to sound.
I've been on the beach eating sushi a million times right over the ocean.
At that, yeah, like
with Troy Aikman and Paris Hilton in the next room.
The Chiefs just want to have fun.
Yeah.
Like, we won 3 Super Bowls. I just want to have fun at this point.
I'm not crushed that we're not going.
No, it's a long night.
It's too far of a drive.
Yep.
We don't get enough out of it. Now, again, if you give us the midday or the afternoon show,
absolutely, totally
different. But a bunch of people, it's overcrowded. Standing in line for drinks, watching everyone, block the path to the bar because they want to talk to Steven and Jerry. I mean, I hate doing this because Bobby, I think, was finally going to go. But I was like, this is too far of a drive. This is too much work for too little payoff.
Yeah.
And nothing will beat the first ever one that I ever went to there.
Nothing ever beats it.
I mean, I've made up celebrities in my mind that were there. I was like, was Ashton Kutcher there? Like, McEnroe was there.
McEnroe, Cindy Crawford, Vince Vaughn.
Was Cindy Crawford there? Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Al Michaels is always there. But I know it sounds a little bit spoiled, but I'd rather just go out near the hotel. And less of a drive, don't have to dress up. Corey hit the nail on the head. One less outfit to pack.
Right.
And I don't have to worry about ironing my own shirt.
Can you blame me for hearing you guys talk like this, and at least me feeling like y'all are trying to be a little like, well, I didn't want to go anyway. You can't invite me. I didn't want to go. I feel a little bit like y'all have sold to me how great the party is for several years, and like, you have to go. And now that the invite's not coming through, y'all are a little like, yeah, we don't really want to go anyway.
Well,
we're a little too
you've
cool
never been
for
there. You've never been. Like, when it was at Scott.
I started feeling this way last year where I'm like, okay, I'm sitting here for some hors d'oeuvres and one trip. I mean, Shai Anderson, Shai Jr. was probably the highlight of the party, talking to him for 20 minutes and BSing about Peyton. That was it.
That's it.
We're not getting any one-on-one time with Jerry with Clarence Hill there.
No, he's gonna monopolize the entire conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, the first year I went to it was at Sky Bar in like downtown, more downtown. That was fun. Nobu was way better. I don't even remember where it was in San Antonio. I don't even remember. But yeah, it's a great time. But I'm not crushed.
And
I'm with you.
And how much are they saving on the bill? Why are they doing it when we're not? Is this a direct shot at 105 through the fan? Wait for them to leave town.
Has it ever not been the first full Tuesday or the first Tuesday of the full week that everybody's there?
Not since I've been there.
Yeah, no, because ever since they moved camp to start on like Wednesday or Thursday, because it used to start like on a Monday or Friday. You would go out there on a Saturday or whatever.
Yep.
So then it was the second week, but it's never been beyond 10 days or so after everybody gets there, or a week after everybody gets there.
Two theories.
Were you going to go, and are you disappointed at all?
I was not anticipating I was going to go, but I had enough people with the Cowboys say something to me in the last couple months. No, I'm dead serious. No. As somebody, I'm serious.
The Cowboys are like, but it's not a true party, Bobby, unless you're there.
No.
You really need to show face. Jerry's been looking around left, right, like, where's the guy with the huge forehead?
Y'all done? Okay. All right. So, no,
it's not the same.
No, not in that sense. It was more just when it had come up that you don't go to the party. Well, why don't you go to the party? And then we've talked about it, and as somebody had said to me, they're like, guys, when Jerry does this is like, it's a genuine like, hey, I'm appreciative of what you guys do in the media, and I want to say thank you to you. So he's like, even if he doesn't have an awareness that you didn't go or whatever else, he's like, you're basically rejecting the annual gift he tries to give to you guys. And it's like, in a way, you got to think about it, it's kind of rude.
And you still weren't going to go.
I was contemplating. But I think this is two theories. One,
they're out there longer this year than normal.
Everything getting pushed back because of the initial pushback was affected by that, and so they moved back. Or Jerry, obviously, I've never witnessed it. Jerry at these parties will hold court and talk about a lot of different issues. Does he think, I don't know, maybe he's like, I think that there's a better shot that the Lamb deal will be done by then, and I don't have to take a bunch of questions about it until after it's finished.
No. Has nothing to do with it.
They
don't even remember what they say to us in those moments.
They don't.
Everything flowing, I don't think.
It's probably nothing more than Nobu was already booked on that Tuesday.
877-881-1053. So no stories from the media party with the news that came out last night.
Except Broadus will still be in Oxnard, and Broadus says he's going. So Broadus said he'll...
I know. Broadus sent the text with the sad emoji face. I'm like, what do you care?
Yeah.
There's a 70% chance you were... Although... Broadus has been my DD on the way home for one of the last 2 years. So I can't crap on him too much. We know that Hagelin, I don't think, was ever going to go. Dawson has already reserved his flight back home for one of the days. So none of that is taking place. And we have a goodbye song for Peyton Russell.
So what we have here is there is our boss man, Gavin Spittle, had just recently discovered a website. It's called Sonu or Suno. I don't know. It's an AI website, okay? And basically what it is that they generate...
I thought you were going to say just discovered Chat GPT.
No. We've had discussions about this recently. There's been stuff in our prep about the idea of, AI can now... It's Suno. AI can now write headlines just as funny as Onion editors, according to research, and... there's this and that, but there's still a little bit of a lack of a human touch and a little bit of human spirit. So we decided to put this to the test. We've got 3 songs today, actually. We've got a song for RJ Choppy, a little bit of a bass-driven trap banger, which I think is right up your alley.
Like it.
We got a song for Sean Sharif that's a little bit more like an emotional piano-driven ballad. But then AI decided to generate, this is AI wrote it, produced it, and recorded the vocals for a funk pop love letter to Peyton Russell from an AI lady. And this song is called Wispy Love.
They name it too?
Wispy Love, yep.
Wispy Love.
Yeah.
Producer man.
You work so sharp, but your touch just right.
Oh.
On air you a menace, off air you a tease. With that wispy mustache, you're the man who can please. Wispy love, caught in the sparkle of that stash above. Wispy love, he's a little bit naughty, but I'm feeling that love. He's got flash of rebellion, a flare in the air.
Life hacks.
He's inappropriate.
Yep.
Drives me to despair. But that little wispy mustache, oh, it's beyond compare. Peyton, oh Peyton, you're tough to defend.
Look at Peyton.
But honey, that stash is my perfect blend.
Woo!
I know it's crazy, might be a sin, but falling deep for the mustache on your skin.
Wow!
That was
tremendous.
impressive.
Wait, so how does AI know about his mustache?
You just key in like you get 200 characters on this thing to just key in like, I want a song about this guy, this is his job, make it in this style, and here are some facts about him.
So AI wrote that, sang it, and put the music behind it?
Yep, and generated.
You didn't mess with it?
Nope. Took about, 45 seconds to generate the song.
It is.
That's.
I hate it.
It's scary.
I hate AI so much. It is so dangerous.
So
dangerous.
So when you key in, it's like, yeah, he's got a
funny.
trashy little thin mustache, and he says stuff really inappropriately
And
on
he's
the air.
naughty.
Yeah,
You're a little bit naughty. A little bit naughty.
Well, I didn't say
Not
that. That was
full
the
naughty.
AI lady just felt that
I
way.
think my
naughty.
favorite verse was, producer man, you drive me crazy at night. Your words so sharp, but your touch just right. On air, you a menace. Off air, you a tease. With that wispy mustache, you're the man who can please.
I've heard about it.
Man, play that to Mackenzie.
Oh, yeah.
Getting your own song written about you. He's got that swagger, that charm so rare, touch of rebellion, a flare in the air. He's inappropriate.
Yes, he
Drives me to despair, but that little wispy mustache, oh, it's beyond compare. So that's song number 1. We will play song number 2 in Chopping It Up, 740 in the Expressway.
Oh, yours is the best one. Yours is the best one. We're going to save that one for last, and it's the best one by far.
Why didn't you put one in about yourself?
Because I'm doing all the work, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
45 seconds.
Look.
Typing 4 words in.
I'm generating things and, putting commands in. That's a lot of work, guys.
All right. It sounds like the Nathan Eovaldi market is heating up. How many teams are coming after him? And are you willing to entertain? Are you willing to listen now that the Rangers are 3 games back? Next on the Home of the Champs, plus another Tolo ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on next. But let me hook you up, as always, with the Tolo team of attorneys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Next to the bag, and there's a swing, and there's a drive hit well to right field. Into the corner goes Sheets, and the ball falls in fair territory. Simeon scores. Josh Smith goes to second with a double, and the Rangers lead 3-1.
Nadell with the call. Josh Smith got avoided the night before. They did not avoid his clutch hit yesterday. We're stealing home, double steals. Adolis Garcia shining a little bit with his name in the trade deadline headlines. You got amazing Derek Jeter plays at shortstop, and John Gray stepping up as the Texas Rangers are now 3 games back after the armpit and the Mariners both lost.
Oh, baby. That's it. Nobody wants to win this division, so the Rangers might just sneak up and grab it. And to be 3 back with as badly and as inconsistently as they've played this year, that's you find yourself in a pretty good spot right now. All things considered, and yes, they did not handle the White Sox the way you would want to see them handle the White Sox in 2 games. This is, I think,
and we benefited from them innings managing their stud.
Yep, but Crochet was not like unhittable. He was still good.
Yeah.
He still had like 7 strikeouts, right, in 4 innings. But it wasn't unhittable. That's it. I do think we tend to look at baseball through a football lens a little bit too much. Like, baseball guy doesn't style point wins in baseball the way we do in football.
You know what?
Just take the win.
There is one.
You always say that during football season,
Yeah.
take the win.
Right. But you still style point. You style point them at home, especially.
There's one area where you absolutely style point in baseball, though. What is it? It's the one-run victory. Over the course of a season, one-run victories, they tell you that's the least sustainable thing in baseball. How many one-run games in a row have the Rangers won?
3, 4?
6.
Oh, I'm talking about in the streak. They've won 3 games. Okay,
They've won 6 one-run games in a row of their last 6 one-run games. Of their last 8 victories, 6 of them are one-run victories.
Right, but also like a game like last night, they had a 2-run lead going to the 9th. That's not like how we would normally look at. To me, that's not how I normally look at a one-run victory. Well, I look at a one-run win as like you're tied like
which they were.
They were tied the 7th or 8th inning, whatever. But no, they weren't. They were not tied.
No, they're up 1.
They were up
Then
1
the
going
insurance.
into the 7th or 8th. So like to me, a one-run victory is it's when you're up 2 going to the 9th and you win by a run. I don't know, that to me is a little bit flawed with the stat.
What are the Eovaldi rumors that are out there now?
So there's a market already developing for Nathan Eovaldi. Not a surprise, just because people around this time of year, they want big game October pitchers. That's the type of performance that they look for when they're out there on the deadline. So there's already a market being established for Nathan Eovaldi even before they've officially put him on the trade block. So Jeff Passan says that if Nathan Eovaldi is made available, that'll be a target for the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to be in on Nathan Eovaldi. We heard the other day that the Cardinals, that was their top target if they were to go and make him available. And then the other one that was thrown out there by The Athletic yesterday was the Guardians. That if the Guardians start looking for starting pitching, Eovaldi would be on their short list of guys that they want to go get. So you're already talking about Guardians, Dodgers, Cardinals, like 3 contenders that have said, we need pitching and Eovaldi needs to be one of our first calls. So if you're talking about a market being established or generated before they've even put him on the block, you're going to be able to start getting competitive offers and have a selection to where holding on to Nathan Eovaldi might cost you a top 50 prospect in baseball potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know what the market is for him because he's an essentially expiring guy because he's going to hit his 300 innings and he's going to have a player option. He's going to decline it.
Well, I mean, and obviously we're talking about different teams. Different teams have different standards for things, but Cliff Lee was an expiring deal that the Rangers traded for, and they traded Justin Smoke, who was like a top 5 prospect in baseball at the time for him.
Yes, but let's not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying Eovaldi's Cliff Lee, but I'm just saying there's almost no history of, it's not the same as in other sports. There's no history of, in general, well, we're going to ding you a little bit because it's expiring. It helps that there's a year and a half left, but if it's expiring, still teams are going like, that's fine, I want to win now. It's like this addict feeling of just like, come on, I now. We need to do this now.
Updated poll question on what you want the Rangers to do on my Twitter account at 1053SS. 57% of the Tolos say be small buyers. 19% say be big buyers. 18% say sell small. And 4% say sell big. The Odyssey app. What is KMC calling this now?
The Tolo phone.
The Tolo phone, like the telephone. The Tolo phone. The Odyssey app weighing in on what they want the Rangers to do.
Yeah, we have a couple left here. We have a guy in Flower Mound and a guy in Dallas. We have Alex in Dallas. We'll start us off here.
Yeah, I think Adolis is the juice of the team. You guys keep forgetting that majority of the team is bland. When anything happens, they're like, oh, yeah, let's go, guy. When something exciting happens, Adolis juices the stadium and he juices the team. And go look at interviews how the team talks about how Adolis juices them during the playoffs. If we lose that, who's going to replace Adolis' energy and juice? Nobody. Oh, Seager, Langford. Come on now.
I thought that was Donovan Lewis. I thought that was Donnie calling in.
Did he just call Adolis Garcia a juicer? Is that what he was telling us?
Did not.
Wow.
These have been 3 for 3 so far on the app with the Tolos hitting the record button.
Well, let's go one more. I think this one's pretty good. You know, he gets a little chippy in here, but this is Robert in Flower Mound.
Hey, this is Bobby in Flower Mound driving into work. And I just wanted to say,
what RJ Choppy just had to say about it's tough to sell is stupid. All right?
Yeah.
You had to steal home just to manufacture a third run against the Chicago White Sox. Trade them all. Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford, Jacob deGrom.
That was the worst one, but we had to play it.
I don't know. He made some really strong points.
Let's hit the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
We got SMU Ryan Day videos and the Pole Assassin.
Oh, man, the Pole Assassin. Let's start with SMU.
That is one of the greatest nicknames of all time.
Yeah.
It's way up there.
Yeah, you know, screw it. We're going to start there. Texas assistant Jeff Banks married the Pole Assassin. But poor Brett McMurphy, how his career has gone. I mean, he goes from being at ESPN to being part of the Cuts, goes to the Action Network, and is now tweeting breaking news: Jeff Banks marries a Pole Assassin. But that was it. That was the tweet that he had talking about the wedding vows that were exchanged between.
So is this guy current Longhorn assistant still?
Yeah. Texas assistant Jeff Banks and Danielle Thomas.
And she was a dancer on the Jerry Springer Show?
She was the pole dancer on the Jerry Springer Show. A 2021 lawsuit, you remember, alleged.
I explained my show prep last night as I was...
looking at the video? Yeah.
She's like, why are you researching an upside-down person?
Oh, don't worry. My memories from 9 years old are strong. I don't need to look up her videos.
Yeah. You know what you can also say is that, because it is supposed to be a great workout. You were thinking of getting into pole dancing as your next workout.
Yeah.
A 2021 lawsuit alleged that Thomas's pet monkey bit a child in Banks's backyard on Halloween. In the suit, Thomas was ID'd as the Pole Assassin, her stage name, as a dancer. So they have wed. Love is not dead. Here we go. Love is alive.
Now, there's a picture of this on Barstool, and I thought I saw Sark in it. I think he was giving horns up, which would not be surprising.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's right there.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
There he is, representing for his assistants. So, got the Pole Assassin.
Got the Pole Assassin. So, in tow, there we go. Very nice. Congratulations to Jeff Banks. How about this for SMU? Their lives they've changed forever, and this is how. There was a nice article written on ESPN about Cal, Stanford, and SMU, and how everything has changed for them, or at least especially in the case of SMU, because they just moved over to the ACC on July 1st. They were official members of the ACC on July 1st. They're having their media days, and as we've talked about, toughest non-conference schedule in the country is what the conference has boasted on their banner. Well, Cal and Stanford were members of the Pac-12 for more than 100 years. SMU has been in 4 conferences since 1996. They have gone to, the Big East for a hot minute. They were in the AAC. I mean, they've been all over the place, right? So this is a team that has won 43 games over the past 5 years, including 11 last year. They returned 15 starters. And they raised $159 million since it was announced that they were moving to the ACC.
Damn, Kamala numbers.
Right.
Kamala.
So,
sure.
To gain acceptance, they agreed to forego television revenue for the first 9 years in the league. So they have to get all this money. And they've improved their football facilities. Their recruiting is up. They have signed 3 top 300 players on ESPN's list. So ESPN is their ESPN 300. For the class of 2025, so starting next year, these people will all officially sign in December. They've signed 3 top 100 commits. They've never had more than 1 in a single class. And the simple move to the ACC has already garnered them triple their amount of top 300 recruits. They're getting more 3 and 4-star players than they ever have before.
Pony up!
Yep. They always had the ability with the players in their backyard to never leave the state. They don't need to get on an airplane. There are very few schools out there. Texas, Texas A&M, SMU, TCU, Texas Tech, Florida, Florida State, Miami. They don't have to get on an airplane. UCF, there are always advantages there. And SMU has one of those advantages. And now they've got the money, they got the backing, they got the conference to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, and they've done, what was it? We had the I'm trying to remember if it was Brett McMurphy's list or there was about a month ago we were reading a list of the top quarterback rooms in college football, and SMU was in the top 10. Like, I mean, they've got Preston Stone there, who was a big-time high school player here at Parish Episcopal, and they've really done they finally, honestly, in the last 5-6 years, maybe a little bit longer, have finally come back around from the death penalty.
More unlikable, Dabo or Ryan Day?
Oh, man.
Bizarro Zach Wolchuk, as I like to call him.
I think Dabo.
Happy birthday, Wolchuk.
Just different.
What he wants to pop out of his cake.
They're so different. I think I could tolerate. Dabo
Dabo's more like fake, more sanctimonious.
Yes.
Ryan Day. Look, I'm convinced he dyes the beard. Nobody that's that age has a perfectly dark beard.
Dark Wolchuk features, man.
I know. And he can't beat Michigan.
Dabo. I think I would prefer Dabo. That's where I would be on that.
I can't do either one. But I don't have the Ryan Day story. That's not me.
Jack Sawyer, the Ohio State defensive end, who was one of their top recruits. In fact, I think he was their top recruit from 2-3 classes ago, was doing an interview.
Tom's brother.
He was doing an interview at Big Ten Media Days, and he told this writer that he was talking to that Ryan Day has told the team to play the new College Football 25 video game in an effort to help learn their opponents.
Okay.
Now, there's two ways you can look at this. One, Ryan Day is trying to engage his guys in a fun way of like, hey, yeah, play this game. Like, he's just trying to be fun and creative and other things. Then there's the second and correct way to look at it, which is this is Ryan Day. And so, in all likelihood, this is not just a fun, motivating tool. This is that moron thinking like, this is dumb football guy thinking he's being Belichick. Like, ooh, I've got this angle, and I'm going to get the guy. Because if his team was playing Colorado this year, they would way overrate Colorado, and they'd think the guys that they were playing over there were great because college football 25 has completely overrated them. So I don't know how accurate that is. We always used to laugh at kids growing up whenever we'd talk about football when I was growing up. Whenever anybody would be like, well, they're a 94 and mad. People was like, shut up. You're an idiot. Okay, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Ryan Day has ascended to one of the most prominent jobs in college football, apparently with the philosophy of they're a 94 in Madden. That's Ryan Day, as he's told Jack Sawyer and the rest of Ohio State. Play more time on the video games. You guys got to learn your opponents, baby.
I've heard some credible people say that the simulation on like Madden and stuff is realistic.
I don't hate it.
That they're studying X's and O's through it.
I don't hate it. Now, is it the aspect you're talking about with are they overrating the other teams? Is that true? Yes. But I think, if you're watching film, you could say, 84 looks like a good player. I think you can maybe take that.
We need your CeeDee Lamb predictions. Will we see him in California, plus Todd Archer and Nick Eatman? Preview all the Cowboy training camp storylines. The commercial-free expressway with a concert ticket Tolo giveaway is next.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Res Way, RJ Choppy fan special. It's not National Carpet Cleaning Month. That's what July is. Did you know that? Well, you do now. July is National Carpet.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan Bowl 2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
We are commercial free every single morning at this time through the rest of the hour. We also have a Tolo ticket giveaway for you to go see the Josh Abbott Band. That is coming up. We will also chop it up. Jared Sandler, getting me in trouble with Facebook, will join us at 8 o'clock on your home of the World Series champs and the Dallas Cowboys, as Michael Gallup retired from the NFL yesterday from the Raiders. And all the reports have CeeDee Lamb not showing up to Oxnard with us later on today when we fly out. I want everyone's prediction on how this ends with Lamb on the Franco the Franco Injury Attorney text line, 881-1053, 877-881-1053. I think Ed Werder was the one yesterday who reminded us what happens when the Cowboys take this stance. Zeke held out in 2019 and won a contract that made him the highest paid running back in the NFL. Zach Martin held out from training camp last year and won a contract, making him one of the highest paid guards in the league. Precedent and performance on CeeDee Lamb's side after leading the NFL in receiving. Justin Jefferson deal pays him nearly twice Lamb's salary. And have we reached the point overall with holdouts, or is it this particular one where we're not as mad at the player? Because I feel like there's no anger directed towards CeeDee. I don't have anger towards CeeDee Lamb, but there was a time way back when holdouts first started. T.O., kind of like the poster child and the face of it for me. Yo, man, you're under a contract. You sign the contract. You show up for work. You honor your word. Those days are long gone. Have we kind of shifted our overall philosophy towards the holdout, or we really evaluate it and say, nah, he's justified in his stance like we think Lamb is?
Oh, yeah, I think that, over time we've realized, I always wonder, why are fans pro-owner and not pro-player? Like, why is that?
Because they're pro-team and the owner's done an effective job at basically saying, do you want resources for your team?
They've convinced us to be pro ugly Walmart as opposed to the employees. So, we've always, same thing at our company, your company, right? It's like,
go ahead. I might stop with the analogies now.
You want everybody at your company to make more money. Who cares how much money the company makes? You want your compadres to make more money. So yeah, I don't care. I love when players hold out. Screw the owners.
I think that
I hate salary caps anyway, so I want them to get rid of it.
In this case, it's a CD specific situation. I think if Dak's holding out, there's not a lot of people, I think, giving him a lot of grace.
Yeah.
So I think it's specific to CD's situation, and people are recognizing this should have been done a year ago. This should have been an easy one, and it's not been. What was the? I'm trying to think the language that was used. I can't remember where I'd seen it yesterday. Some writer had talked about, when talking about CD, had said, if you get this, and if you get CeeDee Lamb to accept a new deal. And I thought that the wording of it was interesting, where it was almost positioned like CD's the one being difficult here. He's just got to accept it. He's got to accept this deal that's out there for him.
Am I the only one who's just not really worried about this too much? Am I not worrying enough about this? That may also play into how used to holdouts we've become in sports.
I think the reason so many of us aren't worried is probably because it seems so easy. We're like, surely they wouldn't screw this up, because there's nothing.
The only thing I'm worried about are his hamstrings. That's it.
Yeah.
Because of the holdout.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, could this get ugly enough that he's requesting a trade in 3 weeks? I don't know. I mean, I guess we should consider that as a possibility. Could he feel that disrespected? I suppose. I don't. It feels like such an easy, obvious move that I think we've all just shrugged our shoulders and got, all right, this is posturing from the Cowboys. They're going to have to pay it, and they know it, and they're just being a little dumb with it right now.
Can I be more upset with him if he's requesting 35 or 36 to match or surpass Jefferson? I'd be a little more irritated with him if that was the case.
I mean, Jefferson's what, 35 and a half? So would 35 be an issue? Would you care if he was wanting to be 500,000 less than Jefferson?
It wouldn't. I wouldn't get worked up.
To me, I think we're talking negligible, because you may be looking at it and saying Tyreek Hill wants a new deal, and maybe Lamb's side is saying, yeah, that's the market now, but Tyreek is going to go above Jefferson here soon. And yeah. I need to make sure that I'm not immediately kicked down to the fourth highest paid receiver and locked in for the next 5 years. It may be a situation like that. I know, though, that their floor has been for a long time for them on their side, on CD's side, has been 32. And that should be easy, because that's A.J. Brown. That should be an easy move.
How does this end? Do we see him in California?
Yeah, I'm going to guess, and this is not a report or anything, I'm going to guess he's there next week.
I think this goes as long as Zach's did. I don't know that When Zach was, I don't know how many. I would bet CeeDee does not take part in 6 practices in Oxnard.
Okay.
Which would be however much that is. It would cost him $240,000 until they decide to waive it, I
Did
suppose.
Zach show up in California?
Zach did show up in California. He was a couple days late.
Okay. I'm going to guess that we do end up seeing him there. What does Todd Archer have to say about that and other things?
So Todd Archer has his roster projection, and he does have CeeDee Lamb on the 53-man roster, so I assume he doesn't think this is last in as a holdout into the regular season. Couple notes that may be a little unsettling for you guys. I don't know. First off...
Now, who had the note on Lamb and the makeup money?
That was Joe Hoyt over at Lone Star Live had written about that. Joe Hoyt wrote a really good article breaking down what the CBA has to say about CeeDee Lamb's potential fines. CeeDee Lamb, for missing all of training camp, would be fined as much as $3.68 million. He's due 18 this year. So basically, you are fined if you're on a rookie deal, $40,000 a day that you miss camp. If you're on a veteran deal, it's $50,000 a day. And veteran or rookie, for every preseason game you miss, they fine you the equivalent of a game check. So 1/18 of your salary, which would be $1 million. So he could get fined $1 million per game for missing the preseason. But the note that was in here was that the way the CBA is structured is you can't waive fines anymore. We talked about that last year with Zach Martin.
Just bake it in.
They had to bake it in. They had to do that. They don't have that same potential pressure point or question with CeeDee Lamb, because the loophole is if you are on a rookie deal, the CBA says you can still waive fines. So because CeeDee is in his 5th-year option, the Cowboys don't have to bake anything in. They can just discard the fines when he shows up to camp.
Zach signed on August 14th last year.
That's good.
Oh, well, it said July 26th when I Googled, so.
Really
But
good.
the CeeDee Lamb.
The NFL.com has the article from August 14th.
But waiving that is good.
Good in the sense that, okay, that's not going to be a sticking point. That's not something you have to work in there. Bad in the sense that if you're looking for that to be used as a deadlines make deal kind of pressure point on the Cowboys and Lamb to get it done, because CeeDee, you don't want to have to worry about trying to work this in and get the fines taken care of. You just want to go out there and play football. Or Dallas, you don't want to have to worry about having to pay this on the backside.
Yeah.
That's gone, and that pressure point for both sides is not there.
877-881-1053. That is going to be the phone number to win the Josh Abbott Band tickets. We're going to chop it up here as well. Back to Archer.
3 quarterbacks make the roster, according to Todd Archer, and the number 2 quarterback on the depth chart for him is Trey Lance. He says that if Trey Lance plays well in training camp, maybe he becomes their quarterback of the future with Prescott in the final year of his deal, or it's trade bait. Trey Lance is auditioning for his next job regardless this preseason, whether it's as a starter next year or somewhere else as a trade chip.
I cannot wait to watch Lance.
I can't either.
I'm going to be right next to Choppy with the QB play-by-play on the videos.
Is that going to be your biggest focus?
Oh.
Is just watching Lance throw?
Tomorrow,
I'm not sure I watch a single other player.
Tomorrow we'll do our on the field preview of what you want. I'm trying to think of a number 2. I really am. I don't know what's close.
Yeah.
Because offensive line, tough to focus on with Guyton. Yep. It's Trey Lance.
It's Lance and then everything else. Maybe you're looking at how are the receivers practicing behind, without Lamb being there, who's taking hold of third. But I mean, even still, you're probably watching, as you are every practice and every game, you're probably watching, what's Micah doing? Just in general.
Yeah.
How's he look today, on the field and otherwise. Running backs, he has 5 making it if you include the fullback, and he has Ezekiel Elliott as the starter. And he says the Cowboys will have a committee approach at running back. Who leads the committee? Probably Elliott because of his nose for the goal line and terrific pass protection. Deuce Vaughn is on the bubble, but the coaches are looking at different ways to get him involved in the offense, so he has Deuce Vaughn on the team here.
Thank God you guys didn't have the balls to bet me all that money when it was all crosstalk in here, because I would be paying out a lot. I still contend that someone will get cut on one of the rosters throughout the league, and the Cowboys add that person to have a new running back,
or they
new starter,
or even they trade for one.
Yeah,
like they get through camp, they're like, we got to add somebody because this group is not going to work here. On the offensive line, he has them going heavy, carrying 10, and that includes Tyler Guyton starting at left tackle. So Archer thinks that Guyton will have the job by week 1. In fact, and I think a lot of people look, we could get out here at practice, and like I said, I think Udoka's going to be out there with the first team on the first day of practice. It's not outside the realm of possibility that Guyton could be. And if they go out there, I'm not going to be shocked and be like, okay, they felt comfortable with it. Yeah. I just know this team's thought process on veteran players versus rookie ones, especially on the offensive line.
But where he is on day one, I mean, does that even matter? I mean, how many quarterbacks that are first-round draft picks start as the third or fourth of the depth chart just because that's what they start? J.J. McCarthy's doing that. He's starting at like third or fourth of the depth chart.
Yeah, well, but it didn't matter last year, right? You kept pointing out to me
a couple years ago, Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
Tyler Smith, if Tyron doesn't get hurt, Tyler Smith was not starting with the offensive line to begin the season that year. They just didn't trust him as a rookie.
Right.
And it took him getting hurt before they would put him out there consistently. The other job up for grabs here, and we've talked about this, starting center Archer right now has Brock Hoffman, not Cooper Beebe, their third-round pick. So that's the way that one is set up. The defensive line, he's got a couple interesting notes here. He's got him taking 9 guys with them. He mentions here, or let me jump back up to receiver really quickly, because he does say he thinks that the Cowboys believe Jalen Tolbert is ready to be their third receiver. They think he's ready for it. He's going to start camp as the third receiver. I still think Brooks has shown he's a tougher player. He's a more consistent player. If things change during camp, great. But I'm still saying I think by the end of camp, we're talking about Brooks ahead of Jalen Tolbert. But on the defensive line, he mentions that the Cowboys are still looking for, or that they could still be looking for veteran defensive tackle help, which is why Carl Davis gets the last spot on their defensive line rotation here. But he mentions Junior Fehoko, who was a 4th-round pick last year and a guy that Dan Quinn was really excited about. He says Junior Fehoko is entering camp as possible trade bait for teams, and that he missed all of last season being injured. That was a Quinn guy. If he's not a new coaching staff guy, it's easy to see really quickly how things can flip, and they adjust things. 5 linebackers make the roster, including friend of the show, Willie Harvey.
Yeah.
He's got Willie Harvey projected on the roster. In fact, he says they could carry 6 linebackers and include Damian Wilson. So I think Damone Clark, if you're asking me for who's the potential veteran surprise cut, I'm not saying it's likely, but if you're asking me who could find themselves out if they don't have a good training camp, Damone Clark is the one for me that I could see them moving on from him. The cornerbacks, he's got him keeping 5. The note that's in here that would be of interest, I think, to you guys is he says it's a bit up in the air after the top 3 with Diggs, Bland, and Jordan Lewis, which means a return of Stephon Gilmore can't be ruled out.
The forgotten man that no one brings up anymore this offseason.
I was on Atlanta radio last night.
Whoa! For what? Cowboys preview?
They wanted to preview the Cowboys-Falcons November 3rd game with me.
Timely.
Very timely.
Timely.
And they were like, they said every day they do a "Where's Stephon Gilmore?" Like, why is he not signed? Like, segment. And what's going on with him?
Dallas, when he...
A lot of things happening in Atlanta, apparently.
Yeah, by the way.
Daily Gilmore segment.
They did ask about, like, McCarthy's job and, like, like, how the fans like him. And I was like, man, there was a time where over the last 2 years, everybody wanted Dan Quinn. They were, like, laughing.
Really?
Laughing. They go, oh, you mean you wanted Sergeant Slogan to be your head coach? That's his nickname. That's his nickname in Atlanta, Sergeant Slogan.
Oh, my God.
How do we,
That's amazing.
It's amazing. They just hate him there. They can't stand him. They're like, be thankful you didn't get him.
Yeah, they hate him because that's just a historic loser city there in Atlanta.
It is.
Where
it is.
The
It's
Atlanta,
a bad franchise.
the Atlanta Braves, like with the 3 best pitchers of the 90s, arguably couldn't win more than one World Series.
They're like the Packers.
They are. That's exactly what I was about to say. They're like the Packers. Stephon Gilmore, though, that was the guy that when the season ended last year, the Cowboys had no ill will towards him. They really appreciated what he brought to the locker room. They liked the idea of him coming back under certain terms and under certain costs that I don't think Gilmore felt the same way in terms of money. Gilmore, again, would have loved to come back. I think he liked his time in Dallas. They were just so far apart on the money. Do they get deeper into training camp and that changes?
Right.
Price changes. Both sides are willing to move a little bit more on something because of desperation.
Diggs starting on PUP.
Yeah, Diggs starting on PUP could put him behind. How do the corners look when they're out there? Does Jordan Lewis look a little slower? He's a year older. Archer has both of their UFL signings making the roster. Willie Harvey at linebacker and Garyon Conley at corner. And so that shows that they weren't totally sold on their depth at the end of minicamp at those 2 positions. The safeties, he has Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, Marquise Bell, and Wanye Thomas. He mentions that Thomas is a guy who, like, he can play corner, safety. He can come up in the box. He can do different things as a special teamer. They like him a lot. But Malik Hooker is going to be so key, and we'll talk about this a little bit more at 8:40. Malik Hooker is going to be so key to how well the secondary plays this year because of everything that Mike Zimmer asks of his secondary to do. Malik Hooker is going to have to kind of be the quarterback and the high IQ player back there directing everything. So he's going to be absolutely critical this year. And then your 4 specialists, Brandon Aubrey at kicker, Brian Anger, Trent Sieg, and of course, the reliable 53rd spot to CJ Goodwin as your special teamer running around the field.
Thank you, Bob. Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We're about to chop it up. We have a brand new RJ song as we get ready to leave the Metroplex for 10 days. But first, let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Josh Abbott Band at Legacy Hall this Saturday night, July 27th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What happened?
It's a raunchy song, Payne. I'm surprised.
I thought you had heartburn right there.
No, it's like there's a line coming up that, man, I don't know about that one.
Fade down. Fade down.
Great song, but ooh.
I was going to say, I don't even know this song.
It's one of his, like, early ones that never really gets played, but it's, like, on Spotify, like, it's high up.
Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Just when I throw all of my eggs in the Gen Z bucket, they punch me in the stomach. This is the most frustrating and enigmatic, is that right, enigmatic? Generations I've ever come across.
Tell me English minor.
They have these things. They're changing the world, and then on the other side,
Enigmatic was used properly.
Thank you.
Well done.
Changing the world on one side, and on the other side, they're like making a very confusing gesture. So this is the generation that is going to get a 4-day work week for us. This is the generation that is saying, you know what? I'm not giving you 2 weeks notice because I don't have to give you 2 weeks. You're lucky I called you.
No more non-competes.
Right.
Did they get us? Did they get non-competes canceled?
No, that was the Jurassic era. That was Biden did that.
And we're out of that now?
We're out of that now.
Yeah, we're moving into the Ice Age.
Man, Bobby slowly just, I watch him lean more right by the hour.
By the hour.
Why don't you I take equal opportunity shots, thank you.
What pocket your wallet in just keeps like getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So, like, they're going to, they're getting rid of, like, 2 weeks notice. You're lucky I even texted you to let you know I'm not coming into work. They're getting rid of loyalty to the company. No, I'm sorry. I'm on vacation, but if you're a recruiter, give me a call. Now, so they do all that. Yet now they want a return to work.
In the office.
In the office. Gen Z is glamorizing office culture now. Everything for the gram. Everything for TikTok.
Yeah.
So they're like only 11% of Gen Z workers say they want to be fully remote. Meanwhile, 34% of everybody else wants to be remote.
Yeah.
11%. They want more office settings.
And what is that going to do for the gram or social media?
Well, because they're glamorizing office. They want to take their videos of them in their office with their cool little exposed brick backgrounds and their fancy desks that stand up so I can stand up with my Apple computer in the foreground with the curved screen and the very sleek keyboard.
Where's the Stanley fit into that?
The Stanley, there you go. Got to be there.
So we're going to have the 4-day work week, but in the office.
I mean, that's a fair trade, I think. If I'm a company, I'd be like, if a corporation does some research and says I get more production out of my people at the office, which there's still competing studies on that. If they find, they'll be like, all right, look, you can work remote for 5 days or come in the office for 4. Take your pick.
Now, is Gen Z supposed to be like fragile emotionally, needing interaction?
They need,
because that's what I was like, wow, I'm surprised Gen Z wants to work so much at home if they need to be around people.
They need the interaction, because I remember a lot of Gen Z was in school during COVID, and we still don't know like the effects of how COVID and being like remote while you're 14, 15, 16, how that really impacted you when you need, friends the most. But yeah, like what Gen Z craves is not necessarily attention, but pats on the back.
Yeah.
And Gen X, who's a lot of that's a lot of the bosses. Those are older. They're not. I mean, we're not patting the back.
No, Gen X was very.
Suck it up, buttercup.
Gen X was very.
Because we were left alone by our parents.
Well, Gen X was like punk rock and like rebellion and like more attitude. Like Gen Z would get their feelings hurt by Gen X very easily.
Yes.
Like if you're just stacking up like young Gen X versus young Gen Z. Gen Z is just. I think there's a little bit too much of a catch-all. There's a lot about this era or this generation that I think is oversold their issues.
But did the generations above us think of us the exact same way we talk about Gen Z?
Probably.
Or do you believe that this is worse?
I think
this is worse than we were to those older than us.
Yeah, I mean, I think that every generation thinks that the one below them is softer and going to ruin the world.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, every generation says kids these days. They all say it. But the thing is that I think...
But there's no way that we were this bad in terms of our approach to work. Of like, no, I don't have to give you notice. Like, I'm just not coming in.
No.
No way.
A lot of us were pre-internet at times, and it was just...
Dude, they invented the term time blindness.
What's that mean?
Where it's just like, Choppy played that clip once a couple months ago of just the, they don't make work accommodations for people with time blindness, which is they have trouble showing up on time and they lose track of time. And they're talking about, like, I asked him, like, how do you, like, make concessions?
You just diagnosed my mother-in-law. She's time blind.
To make concessions for my disability. So, I don't know. I guess that's what Bill Jake about yesterday.
Is this not the most New Jersey headline ever?
Oh, yeah.
New Jersey man arrested for decapitating a seagull over stolen French fries. So this guy in Jersey was enjoying his lunch. No idea where he got the lunch from, but he's on the Jersey shore.
Thrashers. Do they have a Thrashers out there like I got on the boardwalk in Maryland?
Yeah, this is on the boardwalk in North Wildwood by the Maurice Pier. And he is eating lunch, French fry, burger and French fries, and a seagull comes by and steals some of his French fries. So what does this guy do? He's a 29-year-old.
This is like when I slapped Bobby Jones in middle school for taking my tater tot.
Oh.
In front of the whole cafeteria.
Ooh, man, you got to set the bar.
Took the tater tots right off my tray.
Bet nobody took your tater tots again.
Yeah.
I bet you that didn't happen.
Even with my hands, it hurt him.
Back then, they may have been normal size. You're 6 years old, sixth grade. You never know.
Stunted growth, yeah.
Stunted growth. So 29-year-old Franklin Ziegler grabbed the seagull.
Bobby, a cafeteria is where you sit with your friends and eat amongst your peers.
I gotcha.
And then he subsequently
homeschool shot
cut the seagull's head off. He decapitated the seagull.
Cut?
Yeah.
I thought, so he didn't grab and rip. Not that it matters. He cut the head off?
It said he decapitated it. It didn't say if he had a knife or he just ripped it off.
Yeah.
I assume.
Well, you just put a knife into the story.
Well, my assumption is that you're not gonna. This isn't Dumb and Dumber where you just pull the
you're like the old LAPD, like planting evidence.
Yeah.
Like you put a knife in this guy's hand.
My assumption is that you can't just rip a head off of a seagull. Maybe you can. They did it in Dumb and Dumber. Who knows? But he goes and kills the animal, and he was absolutely charged with animal cruelty after a humane law enforcement official examined the evidence that was collected.
Is this guy's first time at the age of 29 on the boardwalk? You never seen the seagulls fly to get the food?
They always do this.
Never seen it?
That's all they do.
Yeah.
I also like the line in there about somebody came in and examined the evidence. So he just walked up and went, yeah, that's a headless seagull.
Yeah.
That head has clearly been ripped off.
Ben Affleck tells sources, according to the New York Post, that Jennifer was his dream woman, but she's drama all the time. And that is the reason why this rumored split is happening. It was drama all the time. He's feeling down about it. He's upset. He's depressed that it didn't work out. He knows ending it is the right thing to do. She has a big entourage, follows her around, glam squad, videographers, assistants, trainers. She's tried to make Ben understand that being Jennifer Lopez is a 24/7 job. She's a brand. She lives and breathes it. Ben can leave his work at the door if he chooses to. And it all came to a head on this, and you've talked about this, where they were in Times Square, they had to park and then walk like a couple of blocks, and she was like, all right, if you want to, man.
Yeah.
He just doesn't like the attention, and he has apparently had it. My question is, you were married to her before.
Exactly.
You
I don't
knew.
want no tears for Affleck.
No.
You were already in it.
You knew.
Yeah.
You knew what Jennifer Lopez was like and being married to her and all the entourage.
Exactly.
Maybe he thought she was older and less relevant now, and he wouldn't have to deal with all of it. Maybe
He's like, oh, your tours are getting canceled? Yeah, let's go out on the street. No one will care.
Let's be honest. Nobody follows Ben Affleck around like they did 15 years ago. So maybe he thought nobody follows Jennifer around the way they do 15 years ago. And then he realized, oh, no, like she had sustainability that I don't.
And he said that's why he's always miserable smoking his cigarettes because, which I can't even believe like J-Lo would allow him to smoke cigarettes. But he says it's because of the entourage. The paparazzi, always just following them around. That's why he's always looking grouchy and done with the world. All right, we got a little surprise here.
Okay.
As you heard the first one at 6:40. Bobby Bell, what did you kind of go into the lab and do as we are leaving today for California?
Yeah, I put in a lot of work typing out 200 characters on this one. This was Suno.com. We played the first one at 6:40. It was
Suno?
Peyton, it was Suno.
By the way, we weren't saying goodbye to Peyton like he's leaving the show. We're saying goodbye that he'll be stuck here in the 100-degree weather.
Yeah, well, we're partying and having a good time, and then he's just back here, like, beaten down by all of his audio that he has to pull. So I went to Suno.com at the behest of Gavin Spittle, who's like, hey, see if you can get some AI-generated songs here about the guys before you head off to camp. So this is AI writing lyrics, producing the music, and then also getting the vocals out. You just type in a couple words like, give me a song about Peyton Russell and his crappy mustache. And they spit it all out there for you in 40 seconds. They nailed the
first one.
They did. So this is our next song. And this one is a little bit a different tone. I went with a different production concept for all of them, or AI did. So on this one, we went more for something that fit Chop's personality, which is a rap song. Okay. A bass-heavy trap banger called Choppy's World.
Oh.
Choppy on the mic, sports talk dynamite, impressive physique, biceps out of sight, bench pressing hot takes, making waves without a break, listeners all wait, Choppy never fake. Eyes on the game, but brain might wander, sometimes zoned out like he's yonder. Stats flying by, no need for a reminder, but when he's locked in, he's sharper than a grinder. RJ Choppy, the king of the airwaves, discussing all the plays while lifting weights like a craze. Got the body of a warrior, mind sometimes in a daze, but tune in to Choppy and you're bound to be amazed. Big man in the studio, flexing on the mic. Take so hot, they gotta be right. Even when he's lost in thoughts, mid-flight, still slicing through debates, sharp as a knight. Pauses in the chatter, he might drift on a clatter. Listeners hang tight, waiting for the next splatter. Muscle sculpted like a Greek disaster, but his knowledge runs deep. He's the sportcaster master. RJ Choppy, the king of the airwaves. Discussing all the plays while lifting weights like a craze. Got the body of a warrior, mind sometimes in a daze. But tune in to Choppy and you're bound to be amazed.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that
This is scary
This
good.
is scary. This is scary.
I think that AI is in love with you. It's talking about how you're sculpted like a warrior. You look like a Greek god. It just, sometimes, your mind wanders a little bit.
My mind's not there.
You forget where your take was
I
going.
mean, look, I have to mention the family, so what can you expect?
Oh, gosh.
Amanda's been getting on me about this non-stop. Like, you don't listen to me. I have to repeat myself. I am finding, I contend that she talks too low, but I may have a hearing issue. Maybe. Because 8 times out of 10, I'm like, huh? What'd you say? What'd you say? And I swear I am looking at her half the time. But she's like, you're just not paying attention. If I say it, it's just going in one ear and out the other.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my brain is I definitely have dad brain right now, but I feel like my brain is fried. I'm also home with her from 10:30 to 10:30 every single day. And I'm like,
communication.
And I'm like, you should be appreciative. The number of guys that would be just totally, completely tuning you out. I'm here with you 12 hours a day as soon as I get home.
I've noticed, maybe not my hearing's going, but
But I swear she's a low talker. I really do. Like
we ran into that when we were over at your house, and Kristen was doing the same thing. We were talking about how I don't hear Kristen ever, and they're both like, "We talk so loud. What are you talking about?"
Right. Have you? Now, I'm a overly loud talker, especially on the phone. I acknowledge that, but she doesn't raise her voice. If I'm in the living room and she's in the kitchen, back turned, she talks at the same volume. I feel like, and doesn't turn it up or project for her back being turned and being in the other room.
There's a test you could do and see if it's a higher pitch or lower tone, whatever. And they say people like over 40 generally can't hear this. So like
I need to do it.
Sarah and I did it. This was like a year ago, and she heard it loud and clear. I had nothing, and I'm like, well, "Why don't you play it? Like play it. Let's go." I don't hear it.
Play it. And y'all think I'm hard of hearing anyway because of my headphone volume. So that is the Hump Day Expressway, where we chop it up, hook you up with Tolo tickets as well. Our next song will be later on in the show as we say goodbye to the Metroplex and hello to Cowboys camp in Oxnard, California. How did Jared Sandler get me in trouble with Facebook? Are they starting to believe inside the globe? And we turn the Sandman into Rangers GM Chris Young. Is he going to say don't sell with the Rangers 3-game back? Jared Sandler, Rangers insider and play-by-play, joins us next. But I want you to tap into the...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
In her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Lowe. There goes the runner from first. The pitch is taken. The throw is through. Breaking for the plate and diving in safely at home plate is Josh Smith as the double steal works and the Rangers lead 2-0.
And then the Astros lost, and then Seattle lost, and your Texas Rangers, y'all, are 3 games back. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the home of the World Series champs as they hang on to beat the White Sox again. Is it altering your minds when it comes to the trade deadline? Let's bring in the man, Jared Sandler, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. You say it was feeling a little electric last night for a Tuesday night against the White Sox inside the Globe?
Well, they had the Adolis Garcia World Series ring giveaway, and so it was a sellout. Nearly 40,000 people there, and yeah, there was some like early game energy. You know, it's one thing when you hit a couple home runs early and you have these obvious moments that will get the crowd on their feet, but other than that highlight you played with the double steal and then the Adolis Garcia single that preceded that got the Rangers on the board, it wasn't like you had all these fireworks type moments, but you kind of felt a little extra juice in the building last night, which was kind of cool.
Jared, is this series altering your mind in any way when it comes to what the Rangers should do trade-wise?
Well, I said right before the second half started, I thought they needed to go 5-2 over this homestand, and losing the first 2 to Baltimore meant they needed to win 5 straight, and they've won 3 in a row since then. So, I think if they win tonight and tomorrow, I mean, not that you have to submit your position at that point. Things can change, but I think it maybe pushes them a little bit more to buying. Now, let's make something clear here as far as what that means. The Rangers are not in a position this year like they were last year, where at this time last year, even though they did almost find their way out of the playoffs, we felt like, all right, this is a team, they're in the playoffs. Now it's about strengthening their position towards the playoffs and maybe even strengthening their position to hold the division. And we know that didn't end up happening. But, there's a big difference when you're sitting there leading up to the trade deadline and you are, pretty confident you're a playoff team with what you are able or willing to spend versus if you're on the outside looking in and you're just trying to get in the playoffs, right? Because the last thing you want to do is, make a big move and then you come up short in the playoffs and it's like, well, all that for nothing. Or, in terms of making the playoffs. It's not about, World Series or bust. But you don't want to make a big trade to buy for a rental and then not end up making the playoffs. So I think the Rangers obviously would be interested in guys with control, but they also could be interested in some, cheaper moves, not in terms of production, but think about a depth reliever or two or a left-handed reliever who's not necessarily a closing option or not thought of as that, but someone who can make a big difference in, stretching your bullpen. Those guys aren't going to be super expensive. What about a guy like Yandy Diaz of the Rays? He's not going to be, a cash considerations deal, but he's also not going to be someone who's going to cost you one of your top prospects. So, and he would probably fill in as a DH mostly, and every once in a while get out there in the field, but strengthen your lineup. So those are the types of moves I think they would be willing to make. And there is a scenario, guys, because of the depth they have on the mound, where they can maybe trade a piece or two from a selling standpoint, with the idea that these guys coming back will help replace them, and then also maybe make another move or two as a buyer and kind of play both sides of the fence.
Jared Sandler joins us here, 105 through the Fan. I think a lot of times, like we kind of look at this through, our football eye. We're worried about how they're winning versus just the fact that they won. Like, do you look at the first 2 games of this series and style point it, or because it's baseball and any bad team could sweep any team at any point, you don't worry about that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I do think over a large sample size, and we saw this with the Rangers last year, that a separator for really good teams versus just good teams is that really good teams will blow other teams out from time to time, right? I do believe that run differential tells you something, and I think that there's a strategic advantage to that because you are able to better protect and rest your bullpen when you blow teams out, and maybe you save a few innings of energy expenditure a little more often for your everyday players. I just think that there's there is a benefit to that. But I'll say this: the White Sox are awful. They're terrible. They threw their two best starting pitchers though the first two games of this series, and they've been pitching the ball really well. They just don't hit. What you have seen these first two nights is probably a perfect illustration of why the White Sox suck. They can't hit. Like, they're just not a good hitting team at all. You watch their at-bats. You just watch the way that Rangers pitchers are able to pick them apart, and they don't do the things you need to do to win games. Whether it's that double steal in the first inning and just totally feeling so ill-prepared for that, whether it's what happened in the first game of the series with the Rangers coming back in the ninth because the White Sox bullpen isn't particularly strong, right? That's, how about this? The White Sox have lost 20 games this year, 20, when they have not been trailing after 8 innings. So either leading or tied after 8 innings. They have lost 20 times this year. That is an absurd amount. So to answer your question, RJ, yeah, we would obviously feel a lot better if the Rangers won games 11-1 and 13-2 or something. And I think it's a fair question to ask because the big question is, do you think this lineup is going to click? Are they going to get it together? But I think to some degree at this time of the year right now, the style points aren't as important as just getting wins and getting back in the race, especially, as the Mariners and Astros have dropped their first two games against bad teams. The Mariners have obviously lost their first two against the Angels, and the Astros have lost their first two against the A's. And style points or not, the Rangers have gained 2 games of ground on both those teams.
The guys are debating a little bit over what an Eovaldi return could be. What could entice you, Jared, to deal Nate? And to me, this whole thing is not really about this year. It's about next year. Like, no matter what happens, I want to make sure that the Rangers are a contender next year. Eovaldi, to me, is a big factor in that, and counting on Mahle and Scherzer and DeGrom and the health of a staff for next season. What would entice you to pull the trigger on an Eovaldi deal?
Well, so first of all, let's understand the situation with Eovaldi contractually. Yep. If he reaches 300 combined innings from last year and this year, he has a vesting player option, an option that he will likely decline and become a free agent. He is almost certainly going to become a free agent because if he doesn't hit that vesting option, then he'll be a free agent. I never know. I know we always like to play this game. We'll trade the guy and then sign him back. And RJ, maybe it was you yesterday talking about the Chapman deal when the Yankees traded Chapman to the Cubs and got Gleyber Torres, and then they signed him back. And
the Lester deal that didn't work. Yeah.
Right, yeah, and for every Chapman example, there's 10 of those Lester examples, right? Where you think so. I don't know. I do know at this point in Nate's career, I think he values the fact that he's like a less than an hour flight away from home, and because he lives in the Alvin, Houston area, and maybe there would be incentive for him to come back. I know he loves it here. I don't know how much trading a guy versus keeping him impacts that. Sean, I'm with you. I want this guy back next year. I think that Nathan Eovaldi is one of those guys who has an impact on your team far greater than just what he does on the mound. He is this team's, in my opinion, biggest leader, most important leader, most important player in that clubhouse. Because he has had big-time success in the postseason, not just once but multiple times, that adds to the potential return. If the Rangers were in full seller mode and they decided, hey, we're going to pair Kirby Yates and Nathan Eovaldi together, and you take a team like the Orioles, you take a team maybe even like the Phillies, not that the Phillies necessarily need starting help, but maybe what if the Dodgers go and make a big move? Heck, I mean, what about the Dodgers, right? What if they decide Evan Phillips has struggled and they certainly need some pitching help? You can get I think maybe not a team's best prospect, but you can get a really good prospect. Now, with all that said, every year the personality of the trade deadline is different. I mean, there's so many variables in play. What you get for a guy or for a package one year might not be the same or might not be anywhere close to it the next year. So, I could sit here and try and sound smart and tell you that I know exactly what these guys are going to be worth at the 2024 trade deadline, but we really don't. Every year there's surprises. You think, wow, I can't believe this guy got you this much, or man, I thought this guy would get you more. I do think that Nathan Eovaldi has a chance to either headline a package or be a individual trade chip that gets you a really appealing prospect or package return. And then the other thing too, guys, narratives play a role in this too, right? What if you're looking at the Orioles and the Yankees go and make a big move? That's going to maybe incentivize Mike Elias to do something. Maybe the Phillies go and make a big move, and the Dodgers are like, hey, that's our chief rival in the National League. I'm now willing to give you a little bit extra because, if the Dodgers too, think about this. They've won one World Series during this, 10-plus year run of dominance being World Series contenders. The Phillies lost the World Series the other year. Last year, they were shocked in the NLCS, thought they were going to get to the World Series. There's a little extra motivation for them, right? That the narratives all play a part in who you're dealing with, what the market is. All these things impact your return, but I think that an Eovaldi and Yates package could get you a very exciting return if the Rangers wanted to go that route. But with these wins here the last few days and creeping closer into the division, I think it's less appealing to them to maybe go that route.
Jared, and I'm the one who wants to purge everyone. I just trade Seager, trade everyone, Jared. That's where I'm at. Not legitimately. But for a team that so soberly and unemotionally evaluated Jordan Montgomery over the offseason, doesn't it at least feel a little emotionally held to the moment to judge things just by was it a W or an L in the column instead of just soberly looking at what is our baseball team right now and are they good enough? Because everything we've seen at this point looks like right now they're not necessarily good enough to really contend for a World Series.
That's a fair question. The Mariners right now look lost. The Astros, I think there's a belief, not just, my bias against the Astros. I think industry-wide, there's a belief that they're good, but they're not that great. The Rangers are 3 games back, Bobby. So let's just say the Rangers would have won these 2 games, but the Astros and Mariners won their first 2 games of their respective series, and the Rangers are 5 games back. Calculus might be a little bit different, right? Let's say the Mariners didn't just put Julio Rodriguez and J.P. Crawford. They're typically 1 and 2 hitters, even though Julio's been bumped down because he's been bad this year. But let's say they didn't just put those guys on the IL. Maybe it feels a little bit different. The Rangers have Josh Young coming back. They have Evan Carter coming back. They have Cody Bradford coming back. They got Tyler Mahle, who is coming back from injury, set to, here in the next couple of weeks, make his Rangers debut. And then there's some guy named Jacob deGrom a month later. And even if Jacob deGrom is not a guy who this year they're going to unleash 5, 6, 7 innings, if I get 3 innings every 5 days from Jacob deGrom, I feel like I just need to win 6 innings in that game, right? So they've got – I hear you. They've got guys coming back, though. So you can – I think both sides are fair, Bobby. If you were to tell me, hey, they're still an under 500 team, let's punt because of X, Y, and Z reason, I think you could put together a really strong argument. But you can also put together a really strong argument that, hey, you know what? They haven't had a great 100-game start to the season. They've also missed some really key players. They're right there in the division. Neither team has run away with it. And they're the defending World Series champions. And they, whether – I always thought it was bogus that people thought the Mavs had this God-given right to try and defend their title in 2012 when it was clear that their team was about to be in a retirement home and they weren't going to run it back. I don't think you have a God-given right, but that's not what this team is. This team has a lot of those guys, and hopefully they're going to be as healthy as they've ever been here in the next couple weeks. And again, they're not 7 games back of the division. They're 3 games back of the division. So and you can address – the other thing, too, I'll say is you can address their biggest needs with the return of injured players and – acquisitions of the deadline that could be on the cheaper side, right? It's not like this team needs a frontline starter.
Yeah.
It's not like, yes, could this team use a big bopper in the middle of the order? Sure, but they don't necessarily need to go and get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or Luis Robert Jr. They can go and, like I mentioned earlier, a Yandy Diaz or a Taylor Ward. So they can make some moves without compromising anything about next year and still give themselves a fighting chance within reason to try and win the division in a division that is weak and right now have teams that look a little bit like the Rangers did at this time last year, where they were holding on for dear life in the division.
Good luck at the dentist. Thank you for the time, brother. We'll be hitting you up soon.
Thanks. The dentist sucks.
What are you getting done?
Dude, I have this tooth thing in the back of my right side on the top where anything cold is so painful to eat or drink right now, and I'm really nervous. What they're
Frozen
about.
grapes.
Dentist sucks unless you're going to Kissable Dental. Kissable Dental's great.
Thank you, Sam, man.
See you guys.
The man, Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How do you cook that lesser brisket? It's a meat church hump day. Brought to you by our friends at Mr. Electric. Let's get on the grill with Matt Pittman next. But first, there's another person you can ask about those brisket tips as well. And I've seen it live in person at one of his barbecues.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Parody.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is a Meet Church Wednesday, brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, as we get set to fly out to Oxnard, California, right after the show for Cowboys show #1 in Cali tomorrow morning on The Fan. And joining us, I believe, from Destin, Florida, the site of hundreds of Facebook and social media responses I got when I was inquiring what Destin is like as a vacation spot. He might be the king of Destin, Matt Pittman on 105.3 The Fan and the Zoom. Are you in Destin right now?
Yeah, just down the street, Miramar Beach, but yeah, pretty much Destin.
Okay, what is so great about this place that everyone, including you, have been telling me about?
Well, we started coming to Florida. I did Ironman Florida in 2010, and it was in Panama City. And
Ironman, you did a marathon contest?
Yeah. That was before I got really good at barbecue.
Wow.
What
a flex. Little known fact.
What was your specialty? Was it the swimming, the biking, or the running?
My specialty was finishing.
There you Mine go. Too.
Bobby.
So we stayed down here in Panama City that next year because that's where the race was. And then everybody's like, man, you got to go to Destin. It's better for family. So we ended up finding this spot on Miramar Beach and just rented in this neighborhood for a long time. There's just so much to do. I grew up in the South, and everybody in the South comes to Florida for vacation. So it's kind of used to it, but it's just super pretty. The beaches are undefeated, man. 60 miles of like white sand beach and gorgeous water and tons of stuff for the kids to do, like I said, and a lot of good food. And yeah, I mean, we had a private sandcastle class yesterday for our kids. So there's always, every day there's something.
Private sandcastle class? Is they have those?
Oh yeah. That's how you know you've made it when you can find that. Yeah, no, this random guy I saw him doing it like a year ago, and I thought that looks pretty cool. And my kids were scoping it out, and he just happened to walk by me a couple days ago. So I hit him up. And he's like, yeah, man, I got a spot next week. And we got a bunch of families in town visiting this week. So they did it yesterday. It's pretty cool.
But has Destin now become overrun with tourism? And because people were telling me, like, no, you got to stay at Area B or Area C or whatever the hell these 51 hotel rooms are called.
Yeah. So right after COVID, this whole area like exploded. But it has slowed down a little. Like we were fishing a couple days ago, and the boat captain told me that his fishing revenue is off nearly 40%. So he said, there's people here, but due to the economy, people aren't spending their money. But there are people that go down towards Seaside and 38. It's more expensive. There's a lot less to do, in my opinion. So, I mean, they're all cool. They're all great. Nothing wrong with any of them. Just a personal thing, I guess.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, during a Mr. Electric Wednesday here on The Fan. So are you going to cook at Cowboys camp in Oxnard or not?
Yeah, I'm going to go out there in about late August. So, yeah, I'll be out there.
What are you making, and how do you decide, and where are you cooking? How do you get the grill and the meat shipped over there? What are you making?
Well, it's still kind of up in the air, but we're leaning towards not doing barbecue. We're leaning towards actually grilling and doing steak. And so there's a guy, Randy Lamb, that's done this for a long time, and I know he's going to be doing a steak night. So we're talking about I might jump in and kind of help him. It's kind of still up in the air, but since I do a lot of barbecue here, and it'd be really difficult for me to get my smokers all the way out there. A guy named Kevin Bloodsoe, pretty well known, he's got a TV show. He's got a barbecue joint out there. I believe he's going to be doing barbecue one day. A lot easier for him to get all of his gear out there. But the Cowboys have a big trailer rig that has a grill on it and smoker and things like that. So I probably will not be hauling all of my stuff all the way to California.
Ribeyes?
That's going to be my vote for sure. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's my favorite steak. It's a way to impress, get them cut the thickness you want. And so anytime I'm cooking steak for anybody, it's absolutely going to be a ribeye if the choice is mine.
Now, when you are making ribeyes for a football team, how are you dividing up medium rare, and please don't say medium well?
That's a good question. I mean, I'd cook them all medium rare if it were my choice, but it's pretty tough to cook. Honestly, it's not easy to cook steaks for a couple hundred people. That quickly. I understand they do come in for lunch over like a 2-hour period, so it's not like everybody's sitting down to eat once. So I think my game plan would be probably shooting for medium, knowing you're going to overcook a little, so that way you have options for people. Because I'm always kind of shocked when I run into people that like really good steaks cooked, more done than I think they should be. But I always say taste is personal. I don't get to tell you what you like. So if you want it done more, so be it, I guess.
Well, Matt, I will tell people that they're wrong about their tastes all the time, and particularly Californians, because when you go out there to California, if you were to go stop into a restaurant, Matt, and you were to say, hey, I'd like an order of queso, then they don't bring you out like the wonderful melted, appetizer that we have here in Texas. They will bring you out what is essentially baked cheese. They put cheese in a skillet, bake it, and then it's just this like stringy mess. It's not like a dip. And I know that your smoked queso is one of the more like popular items of yours that I've seen people rave about on the internet. So please correct Californians while you're out there, and even right here, right now, on what queso is actually supposed to be like.
I mean, it's probably like the official appetizer of the state of Texas. So, I definitely think you're right. In fact, we made some here 2 days ago. Like I said, we got a bunch of people over. And we were doing hamburger. We're actually making smash burgers for everybody. And I was like, you know what? Let's throw down the queso. And I hadn't made it in quite a while. It's on meatchurch.com. It's very easy, store-bought ingredients. And it was a gigantic hit. And as soon as I did it, I was like, why am I not doing this more often? But every single time you have a crowd, it's less than $15 worth of ingredients. And it's a massive hit.
I'm going to delay the brisket talk since we're in the spirit of California for camp. Because the brisket of California, RJ Choppy, is?
Brisket of California.
Overcooked.
I have no idea. What is the brisket of California?
Matt?
Tri-tip.
Okay. What is tri-tip? Is it worth subbing out, a brisket here and there? I see it in the store. I heard it's a pain in the ass to slice. Why is tri-tip so popular? Because I will see it in the Costco's here and there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. So So people, you can cook it two ways, but let's focus on cooking it like a steak to start, which was how it was popularized. So I believe around the 50s became popular in California, grilled directly over a red oak fire and, seasoned pretty simply. And like I said, cook it like a steak. So the meat is actually from the bottom sirloin, but none of that really matters. And the grain runs two different directions. So when you have it raw and you look at it, usually it's kind of triangular shaped, sometimes almost like not quite like a boomerang, but anyway, right in the crease, the grain changes direction and you want to slice it when it's done against the grain, cut those muscle fibers up so that when you take a bite, it's tender. It's kind of like fajitas cut the wrong way. If you ever get a fajita and you take a bite of a taco and you're chewing the meat forever, it was usually sliced with the grain. So you want to take a look at it when it's raw, because after it's cooked, sometimes it's a little more difficult to see the direction of the grain. And that way, when you're done with it, I usually will slice it in half right at that point and slice it against both grains. The other thing that has come up in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is cooking a tri-tip like a brisket. So instead of cooking it to say 130 degrees internal temperature, just literally season it and pretend it's a brisket, wrap it and cook it all the way to probe tender. So over 200 degrees, pretty polarizing on social media. I did it for a video on Meat Church, I think the year before last. I had never done it. And I was like, it does taste like brisket. And the pros of it is you can buy it for $25. If like maybe you have one, it's just you or you and your wife, and you don't want to spend, $65 to $125 on a brisket. It's a way to get something that tastes like a brisket that's a lot more economical and cooks way quicker.
So is that the one meal that California does well then, or is there another one?
Fish tacos, maybe?
Fish tacos, yeah, any kind of fish, right?
Spencer McKenzie.
You guys trying to get me lynched when I get out there? Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, though. So, yeah, you definitely got it. Get them at Costco. The couple in a pack, totally worth it. I love it.
I always, in my series of who discovered this first in the world. Like, oh, this moldy cheese be good as blue
Right,
cheese.
yeah.
Let's do that. We can eat this raw. This is poisonous. That isn't poisonous. Whoever freaking cutting the fibers. Like, I'm glad I was
proper
not.
way, yeah.
I'm glad I was not an early,
Settler.
early settler. Figuring this out as I'm serving the toughest, stringiest food out there instead of, let me slice this against the fiber and against the grain for the better bite.
He's right. There's nothing worse than trying to bite into a fajita that's cut the wrong way. That's homemade.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Sorry we're going to miss you, but we'll catch up to preview you cooking for the Cowboys and enjoy your private sandcastle classes out there in Destin. Thank you, Matt.
See you, boys.
There he is, Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better every other Wednesday here on Sean and RJ. All right, it is the final step in our Bobby Belt series of previewing America's team before we are out there training camp later on today. Do the Cowboys have the necessary pieces to run Mike Zimmer's complex schemes? Bobby wraps up the roster inventory after this.
After we get you over to sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com, hit that request a nutritionist call.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nobody has you covered in Oxnard beginning this week, like 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Malik Hooker might be the most important player on defense this year. There's a decent chance of it. More on that specifically in just a second. We're doing a Cowboys roster inventory as we head off to Oxnard right after the show. Sean making the bold choice to go home first instead of go straight to the airport for what time's our flight?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. I legitimately just found out all the details of our trip last night at like 9 o'clock. Our flight, our
Pretty sure it was emailed
hotel.
to you like 6 months ago.
I know it was, but I lost it.
I'll get home at 10:30, wrap up whatever final packing, eat early lunch, leave the house at 11, get to DFW Airport at 11:30, maybe 11:40.
Ooh, yeah, and then you got to go through security, though. You're trusting that it's going to be a light line?
If it's not, I'll just Gavin Dawson it.
Or you'll
just go back another day whenever I feel like it.
You could choppy it. You could buy your Clear Pass or your TSA pre-check or whatever you got there. So,
should I be expecting? I know it's a dumb question. Craziness at DFW Airport.
DFW generally, they're secure. They got because like most, they've got like 3 or 4 security checkpoints per terminal. You're not looking usually. Of course, it's going to happen today.
Yeah,
but usually it's not that bad.
I know Delta is still like
at DFW.
Hey, no, just I don't know where it was. I saw Charles Barkley like being interviewed, like waiting for his bags. Like Delta's still haywire.
I typically.
What time are you getting there, Mr. Preach to everyone else?
I'm not preaching. I'm just saying it's a bold choice.
Okay, so when are you getting there?
I'll be there probably 11:10, something like that.
Okay.
So, because I'm gonna go book it straight home, and then Kristen's dropping me off because I didn't want to leave the car over here. But yeah, and we got to figure out checking bags and where we're gonna go drinking tonight until 2 o'clock in the morning, and we got a lot of decisions.
You guys
to
are
make.
gonna make fun of me when we get there.
You checked a bunch of bags.
Because you're bringing your girlfriend on the guys trip.
It's not really a guy's trip; it's a work trip. Bringing her because
fiance, not girlfriend.
She says, "I don't understand how their girls can go 10 days without their guys." That's what she said. So I took that as a compliment. But no, we are bringing an extra suitcase, empty one.
She just knows she's going to be closer to Bonte when she goes
for all the edibles.
Well, for some, but no, for the liquor to bring home because you can't. There's certain types of liquor are just very, very difficult to find here. They're just very difficult. In California, you can get them in CVS's. So we bought bought a wine suitcase that we're going to be bringing it home.
Man, yeah, you're matching rompers too.
So for wine or liquor bottles, or they fit both?
They fit both. They're shaped like it's got the cutout of the styrofoam. It's shaped like a wine bottle, but I mean you can fit really anything in there.
One size fits all. Yeah.
That's right, baby.
Love that. All right, so we're taking a look at the secondary here. We, of course, know Trayvon Diggs is opening training camp on...
And the answer to that, Sarah, is children. You'll know if you force RJ into it. That's how they can be away from us for 10 days.
Twist his arm.
And they'll just pack up the 2-month-old and say, sit in the Holiday Inn in Oxnard. Children.
The Trayvon Diggs is going to start training camp on PUP. Not a lot of clarity about exactly how quickly he'll be ready to go. I would imagine we're going to get some clarity of that whenever Mike McCarthy starts speaking. Or, well, never mind, not when McCarthy starts speaking. Whenever Jerry speaks, I guess we'll get clarity on that. We'll have timelines. And so you've got a setup with the cornerback group right now where there's a lot of guys who are, it's kind of a make it or break it time for them. So you've got their corner safety combo, Israel Mukwamu. You've got Nashawn Wright, who has just not progressed at all the way that they had wanted him to, the way they anticipated he would. He's been banged up a lot, hurt a lot. I think this is probably end of the road for Nashawn Wright this year. Eric Scott Jr., who they drafted last year in the 5th round, and they actually traded a future pick to go up and get him. That's another guy that could be on the trading block or could be on the bubble. Two guys, we heard earlier, Archer mentioning Junior Fehoko, the defensive lineman who could go. Eric Scott and Junior Fehoko are two examples right there of what happens when the coach who was here, when you were picked, how that can shift things for you pretty quickly. Because Eric Scott and Junior Fehoko were two guys that Dan Quinn was a big fan of. And to be fair, Al Harris is still a big fan of Eric Scott whenever you hear him talk about him. But that's two guys that they were really excited about after last year's draft that could be traded or released or completely moved on from now because things are just different. It's a different scheme. It's a different philosophy, different outlook. But with Diggs out, this is going to be a big opportunity for Kalen Carson, who they picked in the 5th round this year, the cornerback out of Wake Forest. He's a guy who I think they had him graded probably closer to like the 3rd, 4th round. And is a guy that they think they got really great value on. Is somebody I think they have in their future is that's going to be the guy starting alongside Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs whenever Jordan Lewis is out of here. That's going to be our trio of corners. But behind that, there's just a lot of questions about Jordan Lewis, 1 year older, being a little injury prone at this point in his career, undersized. What are you going to get out of him totally? How quickly is Kalen Carson going to be ready? Is Garyon Conley, the UFL corner you signed, is he going to be a big contributor to this? So you end up with a lot of questions back there that lead to things like Archer talking about earlier that Stephon Gilmore could potentially still be on their radar if they get to camp and go, this is not working. That could be your Anthony Barr type signing where you get into camp and go, we got to flesh this out a little bit more.
So Gilmore's just sitting there waiting.
Yep.
Has he had offers and he's just being picky?
Publicly flirted with Carolina a little bit, but that's kind of just been it that we've heard about publicly. I think there was communication between Dallas and Gilmore's side, and it was clear they just weren't close early in the offseason. But other than that, I think it's just been largely quiet. It's been quiet for a lot of these veteran corners this year in the free agent market. It's not paid off the same sort of way. Before we go to the safety group, you talked earlier about Trey Lance's number one storyline for you. Like, that's where you're going to be focused.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And I think everybody's keeping an eye out on that. Would number 2 be, depending on how quickly it comes back, just overall during the course of training camp, whether they're here or back in Oxnard, is number 2 at this point, what does Trayvon Diggs look like? Because there have been so many questions about ACL players in recent years.
How many times does he curse out Dak? Call him the B word.
Yeah. I mean, Dak
you weird for that.
Yeah, Dak, I missed no training camp time.
That's it.
Coming off my injury, I missed no training camp time, Diggs. That's what he'll tell him. But they've had a lot of issues with guys rehabbing from ACLs. We've talked about that over the course of the last 2 days, especially with Michael Gallup's retirement from the Raiders yesterday.
Say it.
And
say it.
Say what part?
Call them out.
Call out who?
Call out the people doing the surgeries.
I don't know that it's a surgery issue. Like that's
Or
what I'm saying.
Call out their training staff then.
But that's what I don't know. It's the training staff either. That's what I'm saying. Like, I legitimately have. There's a question of, is this bad luck that they've run into with Jabril Cox, Michael Gallup, and Terrence Steele? Those three. Is it specific to the positions they're playing and what they're being asked to do? Is Diggs, a guy who's got to cut and move laterally a lot, is that going to be impacted by it? He's up on the list of things I'm watching to figure out, okay, are you going to be able to legitimately count him? And if you can't, how big a difference does it make for them if you're getting 70% of what you've come to expect from Trayvon Diggs? That's going to be really difficult on their secondary.
It's huge.
Over in the safety group, you've got Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson solidified as your 2 starters after J-Ron Kearse departed this offseason. They've had that 3 safety rotation a lot. Marquise Bell, who spent a lot of time in the linebacker room last year, out of necessity, is now back to his natural position at safety. And you've also got Wanye Thomas there who can play nickel, can play some corner, can play in the box, can play free, strong. He's a really versatile player, and so they like him, and I think they'll have him around here a lot. But Malik Hooker specifically as the free safety, the quarterback, the kind of 10,000-foot view of what the defense has set up and kind of directing everybody is going to be so critical to the Cowboys' success on defense this year. Because
Are you done?
Yeah, sure.
You wrapped up?
Yep, I'm done.
Good.
Malik Hooker, he's important.
Because we have a little surprise here.
Are you done?
Below.
I knew I shouldn't.
The belt over to Peyton Phillip Russell.
Oh, I know what you did.
Oh, Bobby. Well, you got to know, I'm a producer too.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Okay, play your dumb
You
song.
said the website, and so here we go. This is Obnoxious Bobby and his big forehead.
Yo, Bobby in the crib, forehead like a satellite. Mom gone, left him solo in the twilight.
Oh, no!
Neighbors peeping, whispering how much they despise. Squabbling over nothing, he's the reason for the flies. Boy, blocking out the sun, eclipse on the rise. Apartment shaking Bobby's voice like a bad surprise. Think they hate him? Oh, that's just the starting line. Bobby ain't no quitter, he just sipping on that wine. Obnoxious Bobby got a body nobody's wanting. Forehead shining brighter than the morning. People hating, ain't no debating. He just blaming on the world, perpetually frustrating. Lost his mom young, bitter soul, always prowling. Forehead beam illuminating past he's falling. Neighbors can't stand the noise he be bringing, but Bobby's gone too strong, ain't no silencing. He got that Stephen King grin, lead like a villain. In the old department, sense of cold and a chillin'. Annoying but determined, a king in his mind. Stubborn as a mule, forever unrefined. Obnoxious Bobby got a body nobody's wanting. Forehead shining brighter than the morning. People hating, ain't no debating. He just blaming on the world, perpetually frustrating. He got that Stephen King grin, lead like
Stephen
a villain.
King grin.
In the old department, sense of cold and a chillin'. Annoying but determined, a king in his mind. Stubborn as a mule, forever unrefined. Obnoxious Bobby got a body nobody's wanting. Forehead shining brighter than the morning. People hating, ain't no debating. He just blaming on the world, perpetually frustrating.
Thank you, AI, for that. Genius.
Good. Wow. There's only one problem with the song, Peyton. There's the line in there. It's not accurate. It says like Bobby got no bodies or whatever. I got bodies.
Well, hopefully just one.
No, but remember there was the girl on Snapchat who tried to blackmail me.
That one was a little.
Oh no, wait, that was you.
A little dark.
That one was a little harder to understand, but Bobby's been.
I caught all of it.
Did you?
Yeah, every line.
Bobby's been putting in AI songs for everyone as we are leaving for Oxnard, and that was Pay behind the. I just want
second line, man.
I just want to know what you typed in. Forehead, annoying.
Yeah, how'd you have that many characters?
Mom, apartment. What else did you put in?
I think that was it. Maybe loud in there too.
Loud in there too.
Or they just assumed that.
What was your line that you liked?
The second line, like something about
his mom left him.
Yeah, the mom left him.
She doesn't leave me. She was taken by, it was an acute respiratory distress syndrome. It basically hardened her lungs and like she had a hole like blown out in them.
Okay.
And her lungs couldn't recover. So she basically spent a month on a ventilator.
That's old news.
Couldn't
Bobby.
breathe.
Let's move on. We move forward.
Ventilators are very relevant in this day and age. I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
old news. So there's
Or 4 years ago.
Pepe's revenge on Roberto in his very own segment here on Sean and RJ. All right, we need you to hit the microphone on the Odyssey app to record your predictions for training camp, not for the Cowboys, but for the radio station. Training camp over-unders for 105.3 The Fan and the entire staff. That kicks off the final hour of the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Next.
Let's get you over to A Number One Air and get that brand new heated and AC sensor from A Number One Air. And when you do, you're going to get 0% APR for 6.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
And I think we're ready to get out of town, judging by the commercial break and the testosterone that is being built up. Especially Mike Bassett.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Son of a bitch. Coming in here with his fist pump.
Yeah, he's not going. He gets to go sit there and fake like a below 500 team as a shot at a World Series.
Hey, you know what? I give Mike props. Yesterday, I think what you said to him landed with your Cowboys-Giants analogy, because not only did we talk about it in crosstalk and he didn't strangle you, I texted you during their show when he's like, you know what, Bobby has a point and I understand it, and he absorbed it. I'm very proud of Mikey's growth.
I'm very proud too. Do you think he absorbs it the same way if I hadn't 3 weeks ago he heard me talk about how he's incredibly talented at radio?
No.
Like if he hadn't heard
Yeah,
that.
you softened it.
I built
Quite frankly, a genius.
I built up some cachet there.
Just ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you set the table.
So
no doubt about it. But when I talked about Mike, when I asked him the other day, do you ever say anything nice about us? And he was like, I think I had Tolo Eric hit me up and say, Sharif, he compliments you a lot during KMC. So he couldn't just say it to me.
Mm-hmm.
That was too sensitive of a moment. But
was that pastry chef Eric?
Yeah.
Oh, so it was more like, Sharif, he compliments you a lot.
Whoa.
Are you mocking pastry people?
No, I'm mocking pastry chef Eric because I know he's listening.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right.
Wow,
You want to go there?
Bobby's getting a little spicy, man.
Yeah. See, he knows he's getting on a plane. He
Yeah.
can't catch him.
Exactly. Yeah, he would run me down otherwise if I wasn't leaving town.
You got 10 days for him to cool off.
8-7. Was that a baking reference? No. Is that a pastry reference?
He's gonna dip the Q-tip in.
Whoa.
He's gonna dip the what is it called? The toothpick. He's gonna dip the toothpick in and see if it still sticks.
Let's get to training camp.
That went awry.
Man.
All right, that's just a preview
There
of
we
what's
go.
going to happen when we are let out of the cage.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on your nerves this trip. I'm documenting all this, so you're gonna have my camera in your face at the airport, on the car ride,
documenting everything. Oh,
I'm documenting like I'm gonna make a journal, basically a video journal that we can share with the listeners.
Till you have your 2 random days of just I don't feel good.
Yeah.
I'm staying in the room,
Yeah.
which should be an over/under on here.
And
My
matter of
Gen
fact,
Z
it is.
days. My
Matter of
Gen
fact,
Z
it
days.
is.
What's that?
It is an over-under on here.
Okay, let's start off with training camp over/unders for 105 through the fan and the staff heading out.
All right, so originally I had this posed as the number of reasons Bobby gives us for why he skips the Jerry party.
Okay.
But this is going to be the number of evenings Bobby leaves us hanging.
Because Jerry shut us down for the party. The Jerry Jones media party is taking place after we leave.
After we leave.
Not happening.
So the over-under is going to be set at 2.5. 2.5 times Bobby says, I'm not into it. I'm not going to go out tonight. I'm just doing it. 2.5 is the over-under.
I'll take the under, but it'll be, I'm at 2. I think you set it a little high. If you set it at 1.5, I'd have a very, very hard time.
Okay.
My nascolitis is flared up. I ran out of pills. I'm just not feeling it.
Here's the thing. I will grant you that I have more of those than you guys do on the 2 previous trips. But I'll also say this. While I have more of those, there are more nights where I'm actively going out and staying out late than you guys.
You have more ragers.
Yes.
Yes.
And
you
so,
have more bailouts and more ragers.
So like
it's 100 or nothing.
Yeah, I'm on polar ends. Like so I go so hard that there's some nights where then I need the recharge.
We go out every night, but we're also very responsible.
I don't go out every night. I'm a big fan of hotel room delivery by myself.
Yes.
I'm away from 2 children. That's why I was hoping Sarah came next week. Because early on, Friday, Saturday will be easy to go out. But then I wanted her there during the weekdays to keep you busy, so I didn't feel the pressure to go out to dinner every single night, and I could just sit in my room, watch TV, and enjoy 60-degree air conditioning with hotel room delivery. So.
Yeah, I mean, I love it because it is like people don't understand. Whenever we're on the road trips for the Cowboys, I always hear like Christy Scales she's a busy bee. She gets into town. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to see
what concerts are in Los Angeles."
Like, I mean, Christy,
you were researching.
Christy, I wanted to see if there was one. Like, if there was one around there that I would have been interested in, because I was like, all right, that'll take up a night. But
let's go to a Dodger game.
Christy will go on the road. She wants to go see a show or like go see a movie or whatever.
Hell no.
When we're on the road for the Cowboys, I'm like, I'm going to bed at 6:00. And I'm going to turn the AC down to 62.
Yep.
And it's going to be cold. And I'm going to sleep for 12 hours. And it's going to be great. That's how I want to spend my night.
Me too.
All right. So I've got my first over-under 4.5. And that's 4.5 references to Peyton just bitterly and whinily referencing that he's not there.
Well, to be fair to Peyton, he doesn't. I don't think he does it on his own. He reacts to us asking him if he's miserable and sweating and hot. I don't think he doesn't volunteer the whine.
I think he does throw out it's not aggressive, but it's definitely, I'd like to remind you I'm not there. Where it's like, well, I'm back here. Y'all aren't sitting here in studio.
4.5 is also set too high. I will take the under.
I see with Carter there now, it's going to be Ruben and Carter. It's got to be over now.
I'm taking the over.
You guys are going to be best friends with Carter by the time this thing is
You know
done.
what?
That's
You're probably
worst,
right.
That's
No,
my
you're
worst
definitely
nightmare.
wrong.
Yeah.
That's my
You
worst
should
nightmare.
set an over/under for. I'm predicting 1.5 blowouts with Carter from me.
Oh, for you specifically.
I'm predicting a blow up at Carter. With me not participating in something.
I can see it.
We got the Carter Combine.
Oh, yeah. We're all Marvin Harrison Jr.ing that. We're not participating in the Combine. That's not happening.
What was the category Carter sent that you had never seen before in history?
He wanted to see how tight we were.
Best spirals. And I'm like, all the throwing contests I've ever seen, I don't think I've ever judged some of the best
best spiral.
Tightest.
What?
Tightest
spiral.
How many evolutions?
Yeah, is he going to be slow-mo camera in this thing like it's NFL Films 1976?
Best spin rate. Who's got the best spin rate?
Not target, not distance.
No.
The tightest and
Tightest
best spiral.
Never seen that combination
Yes. So under for Peyton, whining and crying.
It's already over in the commercial break talking to him.
I'm going to go over. All right. Number of times we see Dawson just with our eyes, not like actually physically interact with him, just see him with our eyes outside of actually at camp.
Oh, I think I'll see him more in the lobby than I will at camp. That's the only time I plan on seeing him.
Because I assume we'll see him when we go back to practice. He'll be there at camp. Right?
Well, he has to be sitting at the broadcast
absolutely.
table. Okay.
So, outside of that, I'm sitting at 1.5.
No.
For the amount of times we see Dawson just with our eyes. We don't have to interact with him at all.
Over. Because we will see him walking into the hotel in the morning, then he's going out to get, like, well, I'm going to get something to eat. Like, I feel like we do pass him a lot there. Now, if you're saying how much do we see him after the end of their show through to, like, midnight, 0. I don't think we see him the whole
I'll
trip.
see you in Oxnard, sir.
I think I'll see him twice. I don't know. He's not going to be there for team dinner. I think he's doing some things back here family-wise in the Metroplex for like 24 hours. So we're not going to see him during the Saturday show, which we're going to be broadcasting. Like I said, I think I'll see him twice in the hotel lobby, and that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe at the Continental Breakfast.
We don't have one.
Maybe at the Continental Breakfast.
We don't have one.
We don't?
Oh, that's right. We don't. Yeah, we don't have a Continental Breakfast. We're on our own. Yeah, we're on our own.
No, but our rooms are stocked nice. Like, we could get a freezer and, like,
microwave.
It's, like, set up pretty nice. So we'll be
so
able
was
to
the
do it.
last one. Had a fridge and a microwave.
I don't know. I'm trying to be positive. What do you for me?
Okay, so no Continental Breakfast. All right. I'm taking the under.
Okay.
Boy, here's the best one. Number of times Sean complains. Number of shows Sean doesn't complain about travel accommodations, 2.5.
You're such an ungrateful bastard.
See, I said Sean.
You really are.
No,
you really are. I take the bullets for this.
That's not fair.
I take the bullets for this whole staff, and you backstabbing rat bastard.
That's not
you
fair.
backstabbing rat bastard. You want to sit there and come up with that prop bet?
Hey, a bastard is fatherless. I'm motherless. Let's get it right.
Bastard.
I had a different one. Mine was going to be, because Bastard's not there, most likely to complain. That's all you had to say, Bobby.
All right, well,
you could have just said it like that. Most likely to complain
I'll answer
about the hotel accommodations.
I'll answer for you right now. About travel accommodations. What's the over-under set at?
Well, it's not an over-under. It's just who's most likely.
Okay. What time are we landing in Los Angeles today?
About 2-ish.
2 their time?
Yes.
Do we all have our own rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And what time are we leaving next Friday? What time's our
12:55?
What time is our flight out of LAX?
It is at I'll find it.
I think it's 12:55 because we land in Dallas at like 6.
So then 0 complaints.
Okay.
That's it.
1:30. 1:30 out. We land at 6:45.
Who's what's that?
We leave at 1:30, land at 6:45 in DFW.
Whose credit cards have paid for the room?
They're already they're set up by the company.
No complaints.
No complaints.
All right.
That's all I complain about.
All right.
Are we going to land, right before G-Bag does?
That's a Boeing complaint.
That's an issue for me. Rental car? What car do we have?
I got a car.
And RJ Chop is in charge of it. I know there will be 0 complaints there.
I forgot I am going to need to get a second rental car while we're out there on my own because I'm just not letting Choppy drive me around Oxnard. I forgot that was a hill I was going to die on.
Well, there's a rental place right next to the hotel.
Great. I'll get it.
We have
Go ahead.
Odyssey audio message coming in from the Tolos.
Yeah, this is Michael and Grapevine who tuned in back in the 540 segment as well about the Rangers question you had, Sean, and he has his over-under predictions for the show.
Hey, guys, it's Mike and Grapevine, and I'm going to take the over for you guys in Oxnard, man. You guys always knock it out of the park, do a great job, and yeah, Bobby is pretty obnoxious. Anyways, later, dudes.
He's got over on everything.
Over on everything.
The over on everything. So most likely to complain then, I'll say Hageland.
I was thinking Hageland too.
Ooh, that's a dark horse.
He'll be undercover about it. He won't tell everybody. He'll tell certain people.
That was just a stupid question.
I mean, he might say he's super passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Sometimes aggressive on the air. I'll say it's Kevin Hageland since Bassick is not there.
That's not a bad dark horse candidate. I could see Broadus maybe being a little crusty because he's been a little chippy already heading into camp. I could see Broadus being a little chippy about something. But
training camp over and unders for the radio station in Oxnard.
Number of times we were told directly by Cowboys staff that we're too loud. 1.5.
Over.
I don't think it'll take a second time. I think a second time they'll say we're moving you.
Move us.
And so that's why.
Hey, let me just send out the warning shot right now. We're not going to whisper during our show because we're next to the players. You want to move us? Move us. We're not going to change the whole show up because someone decided to put us out there 4 o'clock in the morning locally. It is what it is. Now, do we need to go over the top with our crazy
laughing? It's probably the laughing, right? It's the laughing that does it.
Yeah, and
we laugh. I'm sorry, we laugh.
And that's the way it is. I'm not changing. We're not changing. So if you need to move us, move us.
I was going back to I was listening to the CeeDee Lamb interview a couple weeks ago, and leading into it, we were talking about being told to quiet down. And as I recall, it was your live reads. That's what we had determined they were, because you go.
Very energetic in my live reads.
But like that's where
the players are hearing your Blue Chew references.
The players are hearing my Blue Chew references. Listen, if you want to listen to Charlie Rose Radio, there's another place, another station's going to be out there. You can listen to them.
Charlie Rose, what a reference.
Yeah, they are used to that hushed NPR tone on that side.
My dad will be so proud of you for that reference. But no, I guessed twice, but if our show was a 12 out of 10 in terms of streaming back here in DFW, then that's what it would need to be there. I'm not going to sit there and whisper. My loyalty is to the person who listens, gives us the ratings, invests their time.
Amen,
it's not to anyone else. I'm worried about kissing their ass in my Rolodex, like other people on the radio around here.
I co-sign. Will I take anyone's chair during this camp?
Nope. You learned your harsh lesson.
I've learned my harsh lesson.
You learned your harsh lesson. Will that chair be in our tent?
No, but I did find out that Eric and Broadus sent a chair with the Cowboys for them. They sent a chair with DJ.
Gave it to Ruben, and then Ruben loaded it up with our stuff.
Ruben. They're bringing their own chairs out there.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, and I'm going to use one of them. Absolutely.
Broadus I didn't know that before I answered your prop bet.
Well,
Eric and Brian sent their own chairs?
Because Eric always says he can't sit in the fold-out chairs, that it hurts his back, and he can't do it. So
wow, what divas!
Yeah,
what divas! Okay, so then you will be using someone else's chair, and so will I now.
But I was not referring to those chairs. I was referring to another chair. And I was I just want to say I was referring to another chair. Oh. I don't think that chair will be around for us to find.
I don't either. And
how many more prop bets do you guys have?
I got one. He has. A
I got another one over here. On-air G-bag fights.
We'll continue them and go around the NFL. Bill Belichick has already turned down a job in the NFC. And the highlights from Hard Knocks as well. We'll continue with that. The rest of your Odyssey app messages for training camp, 105 through the fan station predictions after this. And this is
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Quote, I threw it out to him. He loves football so much, you never know. I can't believe he's not a head coach of a team right now. I know what I would do if I was an owner, so that shocks me. And the last thing you want to do is insult someone like Bill Belichick, but I know he just loves ball in its simplest form, so I threw it all out to him, whatever he wanted to do. That included their defensive coordinator position. And he said, would you be interested? He was very nice and appreciative, but he politely turned me down. I love when people think like this, though. I don't know how capable the Cowboys are of it, but I love, it seems like Philadelphia kind of does this stuff. Vic Fangio, advisor, and here's Kyle Shanahan doing it as well, offering up a spot to Belichick.
Take a chance, right? Maybe he says yes.
Where did Vrabel, is he in Cleveland?
Where? Yeah, I don't remember where he went.
Oh, there it is. Personnel consultant for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, so there was a couple avenues Bill could have taken. He could have gone the media route. He could have retired. He could have semi-retired. He could have taken a year off. He could have gone and coached. He had tons of options. Vrabel took
or he could be enlightened even more from his new girlfriend.
Absolutely. Vrabel obviously took the I want to make some money by doing nothing approach, which is going to be a consultant. I think that's the goal. The goal is to become an
team
advisor.
Team
advisor.
Give me a break.
Make
Jeff Van Gundy, when I hit him up during the finals, he's like, sorry, advising the Boston Celtics.
Too busy advising.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. What do? You sleep till noon?
Dirk, advising.
Yeah.
All those two advisors were in the NBA finals?
They were in the NBA. They could probably get, here's $500,000 a year. Why don't you go and shake hands at Whataburger? And there's your payment for that.
Speaking of San Francisco.
Okay, so speaking of the Niners, there's a little bit of a controversy, as they would say across the pond. Kyle Shanahan, who, Bobby, I'm told, is the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, supposed to be a pretty good one.
That is him.
He mocked a reporter from Sports Illustrated Fan Nation site, SI's All 49ers. Okay? Exclusives coming in hot from there, from what I'm told. Shanahan mocked this guy named Grant Cohn.
I was just about to ask you if this is Grant Cohn.
You know him?
Yes.
All right, so.
Worthy of being mocked is what I know about him.
Okay. Grant has a history with the team of engaging a bit of controversy. He had a back and forth with some current and former players.
Javon Kinlaw, he got into it bad with.
So, Javon Kinlaw, by the way, is 6'5", 320. Ahead of the 2022 season.
Calvin Watkins wouldn't care.
No, he would not. Ahead of the 2022 season, Cohn called out Kinlaw for having, quote, 80-year-old knees and immaturity. Kinlaw goes back and says that his cojones were larger, yada, yada, yada. They make amends. The reporter celebrated his feud, though. I'm sorry, they did not make amends. And Cohn celebrates his feud. Eric Armstead posts a tweet with this video in it. This is the comments that Grant Cohn made. This is the tweet, though. This is the type of lowlife we let in our building. He would rather antagonize and provoke players into hitting him so he can retire instead of doing his job of journalism. These are Grant Cohn's comments that he posted on a video live stream about the Javon Kinlaw incident in 2022.
Because, look, my dad was in the industry. He put me up on game when I was very young. Because, honestly, if he had touched me, if he pushed me, dude, I could have retired today. That's what went through my mind. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm about to retire. I'm about to be out of the game. I'm about to be a multimillionaire thanks to Javon Kinlaw. But no, I got to keep working. Oh, well.
So punchable.
Oh, so punchable.
Watching him talk and say it, too, even more punchable.
So punchable.
And his dad had a bit of a bad reputation, too. Not like this, but his dad wrote for the San Francisco Chronicle for years. And a lot of people view him as like he's a Nepo baby. He was basically gifted a spot because of who his dad was.
Okay. So now Grant Cohn is in the media press room, and there's Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the podium. And Cohn asks about Brandon Ayuk's contract.
Because he showed up to camp. Ayuk did.
Ayuk did show up, yes. So he asks about contract stuff and how that's going to hinder everything, yada, yada, yada.
Kyle, when Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago, you were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Ayuk if things get lumpy?
I mean, I don't remember exactly. And knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that, but I don't remember. But, I have a personal relationship with all our players. And you like to be able to talk with those guys, and usually when it does get close, it can work out. And I would feel the same with Brandon. I've known Brandon here for 4 years. I'm going in our 5th year together, and got a lot of love for BA. I think I'm close with them, and hopefully that can help, but it only can help so much. There's also a business side to it, but when you do have relationships with people, it helps.
So what is a little dig Kyle had in there?
Coming from you, I'm not sure how accurate that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little dig.
Well, look at how he asked it.
Exactly.
You said you had a personal relationship and you haven't spoken.
You hadn't spoken to him, so you're kind of lying to us there.
Yeah.
The guy's a weasel. The guy is a weasel. He's exactly why people hate the media. Sorry, Bobby.
Right.
And he's not even real media. He's a writer. Okay, he's not even real media. It's fake media. We're the real media, right? No. Yeah. So no, it's weasel, awful. What happened with Kinlaw, very, very punchable. Man, I could have retired, dude. I was hoping you would punch me.
Yes.
Man, what a loser.
His dad got into it with Jed York about 15 years ago in San Francisco because he wrote like an entire article saying that Jed York is not a bright individual. He's basically writing his argument for Jed York being a stupid person. And it's like, okay, there's criticism and then there's just like outright being unfair. For you to write and go off in the San Francisco Chronicle or the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, I think is what he was relegated to at that point, to go on there and start talking about like, yeah, I think Jed York he's a dumb guy, then you're kind of asking for it. And you can see why his kid ended up the way he did.
All right, let's finish up our 105 through the fan over-under predictions for training camp in Oxnard, which we will be flying to after the show.
Number of times I'm the last one in the lobby before we leave, 3.5.
Well, you disproved this at the Super Bowl, I believe. I think you were always the first one.
There was a concerted effort there. I'm not going to have as much of a concerted effort. I mean, I'm going to be, I'll wake up, I'll be there on time, but there's always the threat of me sleeping in too late or trying to milk every last second out of sleeping.
I'm going to predict that it ends up on average RJ 1 because he gets the car usually. But Bobby's now got to get his own car. He's going to get a second car. I'll be 2 on average. Bobby 3.
I would. So you said the over-under is what? 2.5 or 3?
3.5.
Oh man, that means you would be late for
not late.
Last for almost 70% of the shows. No.
Hagelin, get in here and help.
Yeah. I'll take the.
So you're saying that you were first at the Super Bowl just to try to prove a point? It wasn't just like natural.
No, like it was one of those things where you said you're going to sleep in late every time. I was like, well, I'll show him. I'll be up early and I'll be at it.
That's the thing, because Bobby will dig in on something and just make sure it happens. So if he wants to be the first one down there, he will.
Yeah,
he'll just get down there at 2 a.m.
Right. That's right.
And then
he'll sleep down there and just say, "Well, see, I was here first."
I'll say, all right, then we're going to do 7 shows, and the over/under is what?
3.5. So a little over half the time I would be the last one there.
Oh, that's a good over/under.
That's a good over/under.
I'll take the over. I'll take the over if you party as hard as you say you're going to do.
Right.
I party hard, damn it. Number of G-Bag fights on the air, because they have, the last couple years, had blow-ups. I'm not talking about chippiness.
Does G-Bag fight more than we do?
On Oxnard, yes. Because you're getting training camp Broadus.
Yeah, and they got to wake up so early. Their tempers, they're fragile.
They're up before noon.
You're getting training camp Broadus. You're getting just the element of they're a little frazzled by people just getting walked up on them in the middle of their segments and walked off, or like those stop downs for different things that they have to do.
They must not be able to travel. They must not be traveling with the vape pens to chill out. In Oxford.
Yeah.
Well, you should be able to get them there.
You'll be able to get it very, very easily there. You have to worry about Delta 9. You got to just get the real stuff.
Last year, this was
a little of the ganja.
This was the last year in Oxnard was the best station fight that's happened during my entire time working here.
Which one?
Which was Eric and Brian going at it over Sean Payton. That was far and away the best fight, where Brian's throwing it at him like, you're just this sensitive guy that needs to be coddled and told everything's all right.
Whoa.
And then him saying, you've never lived this life, Eric. And he goes, you're right. I have no idea what it's like to tank an organization for 3 years in the draft, Brian.
So what's the over-under?
1.5. Real big blow-ups that we kind of want to play the next morning.
What's your answer for it?
I'm going to go over, because I think the stars are out of the eyes for Eric and Zach. Like, they're wanting to go, but it's not like we're just happy to be here. Like, nothing can get us worked up, and Brian's already a little chippy. And so I think
I'll go over as well.
I think we could have 2 fights we play.
I'll go over.
So,
number of times Bobby will talk about Eric.
His man crush.
I said
you should have set the over/under on where Bobby touches Eric on his back.
Oh yeah,
but the all-time dinner photo that was so weird.
So I set the over/under at 27.5. The number of times Bobby will say
on the air, right?
Just in general about Cheech and I, Cheech.
I'm gonna be sounding like RJ the week that you were off, Sean. That's what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna say over. Because I hang out with Eric a lot. He's my buddy.
Yeah, over.
over.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
That's all mine. I got all my over-unders. We do have your song, though.
All right.
All right. So, unlike you guys, I went for nice balanced songs that took little digs, but also built you up. And I think Sean's song really drives that one home more.
And you're making these AI-created songs for everyone.
On Suno. I can't remember which one it was. But that's where we're creating these AI songs. AI generates the music, writes the lyrics, and then records the vocals. So this is an emotional, piano-driven ballad for Sean Sharif.
Sharp words cutting through the air. He talks sports with a fiery glare. Freakishly small hands, they say.
Necessary.
Quick to temper night and day. But beneath that fiery show, there's a man most folks don't know. Heart of gold, the softy deep. In his laughter, joy does sleep.
Joy sleep.
Small hands, big heart. Shan, you tear the play apart.
Shan.
But in your eyes, I see a love for the world quietly. Talks of games with passion bright. Speaks his mind both day and night. But in shadows lingers warm, a heart that breaks the storm. Beneath the fire, gentleness. In every win and every mess. Behind the mic, the softer tone. The love for sports he proudly owns. Small hands,
come on.
Big heart.
That's a banger.
Can you tear the play apart? But in your eyes I see a love for the world quietly.
I think that's
Small hands, big hearts.
that is
It sounds like it's a real name.
that is a Delilah request sent out to a lost love.
That was a feel good. That's well done. Well done. All of them on the Sean and RJ Facebook page if you want to hopefully laugh and enjoy. Let's crosstalk with the fellas with the KMC masterpiece. Let's have them answer the Texas Rangers poll question on buy, sell, hold after being 3 games back in this series and in the American League West. Crosstalk with KMC after this. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue. You know that they're...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Party all night with you. It's Fan Bowl 2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And the pitch to the well-traveled outfielder, swung on, ground ball deep short. Jump throw by Ornelas. He got him! Spectacular play by Jonathan Ornelas. Derek Jeter style, with the leap and the throw and the follow-through that carried him into foul territory. Wow, what a play.
Bobby, what do you think Mike Bassick said last night on TV after the Rangers won this one?
Probably something. I mean, just thank God, breathing a sigh of relief that he wasn't, embarrassed yet by this baseball team is what I would guess he was doing.
I was expecting more from you.
That play could be the spark that
look,
leads them to
I was focused
all the championships.
I was not set. You didn't set me up for what I asked you to set me up on, so I was thrown off. I asked you to set me up on the Newsweek story that I was sharing with the guys.
Critiquing.
He's trying to, as the boss walks by,
That's not what I just said.
He's trying to flirt with dangerous territory throughout the entire show.
How does that make you feel knowing y'all are about to be stuck together?
Stuck
on you.
It's really a problem for him.
Oh?
It's not a problem for me. He's the one that's going to get in trouble.
How so?
Mm-hmm. He'll be reprimanded.
By you?
No, by the boss.
Okay.
No, not by me.
My paperwork signed.
Yeah. and people have been fired while their paperwork have been signed.
It's a joke. Relax. Oxnard, we're all happy.
Corey Majors, what's
I
coming
did
up?
make sure to seat you guys set very, very apart.
I need Bobby or one of you next to me on the plane. I cannot just I can't just sit there and watch movies. I have to talk to
Are
someone.
y'all flying first class on the way back?
Are you?
On the way back?
Are you?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah.
Who how'd that happen?
Well, guys, we're the favorite show at the station. It's pretty clear. So
There's no way we would pay for that.
Not according to the last ratings.
hey,
man.
I didn't say the listeners. I said higher up. David Fields is like, I love you guys.
Yeah.
No,
Corey Mahorse.
yeah. At 10 o'clock, do the Cowboys have...
No. How are you
They
flying
saw the
back
thing because it's like you could pay like $92 and it will upgrade you.
to first class?
Hell
Depends
yeah.
depends on the flight. Like ours is like $600 today to upgrade.
See, on the way there, it was $900. But on the way back, they're like, what if it was way, way, way cheaper?
Yeah.
And I was
And
like,
so Kevin said, hey, Corey, what do you think? And I was like, you're the best. Thanks, buddy.
Oh,
So
you paid for him.
That's right.
He said, hey, all
Wow.
those times that I'm a jerk, just can you give me some space? And I was like, deal.
So first class on the way back.
Yeah,
That's-
thanks a lot. And
that's
if Mike
sweet.
would have gone with us, we'd have gotten him on there too. But
Well, he already flies first class with the
that's
Rangers.
all. Yeah, he's always on the charter
Yes.
flights now. At 10 o'clock, do the Cowboys have a reputation of being a team that folds? And we'll discuss that right out of the
playoffs.
Yes.
Not against the Giants. I think it's more than that,
And
though.
we-
I'm
But
hoping,
you're right about the
and I'm
playoffs.
hoping that in baseball nuggets, we will have the question that Mike asked on TV last night. Who would you take a baseball off the head for so you could get their autograph? Mike, when I heard you say that, I was like, that is from him working with us for all these years. That question right there is a K&C question like none other. I loved it, man. That was great.
Thank you.
Did you have an answer for yourself?
Well, what time is that at?
I-
10:45.
Okay.
Baseball Nuggets.
Yeah.
That's a tease.
Poll question. What do you want the Rangers to do for the deadline? Be small buyers, big buyers, sell small, sell big.
You didn't have Mike's answer in there. Stand pat. They're already the best team in baseball, baby.
There you go. That's what I was expecting from you.
I don't want them to do anything. I want them to do zero things. Maybe if they want to sell off a piece, I'm fine with that because they do have a ton of pitching at hand. I think they can sell off a piece. But I would rather them stick with this team, try to finish it out and see how it goes. And if you get Josh Young back and he brings that energy back to Adolis' life, because I think we can all see Adolis is not right in any way, shape, or form.
Adolis.
Yeah, okay. Maybe that's what it is. We're all calling him the wrong name. But yeah, I want them to stay where they are. I think they have a good team.
57% say be small buyers.
I can see that. Would you count getting a controllable reliever as a small buy?
Yes.
I figure. Yeah, that's what I would go with then.
Is that tops on your list?
I think so, just because you see some of the perils of the bullpen every time it's not one of your main two, and neither one of them are under contract next year. And I know you just pick them up for little to nothing, but I would like to have some idea of who might be in the bullpen next year.
Corey, your reaction to the news of Jerry Jones basically kicking us out of the media party this year?
Yeah, what was up with that, dude?
No 105.3 The Fan at the media party, Mike. Did you hear about this?
No.
We're not
love it. He's not on the group
totally,
chat.
We're not banned.
Yeah, he's not on
banned,
the group
but
chat this year.
They're
so.
doing the media party after we leave.
You love to hear.
Why?
Okay.
Did we get an explanation of this? Is it because we drank so many bottles?
I think it's Ruben.
Makes
Ruben
sense.
ordered like 11 1942 and Sprites. And Jerry was like, we can't have this. We can't. It's not even the bottles of 1942.
It's the Sprite.
It's the Sprite.
Yeah, he
Jerry's
mixed
like,
it.
we can't have this. They're upcharging you just for the extra Sprite.
Yeah.
They said
It'd be like Bobby eating the sushi with a spoon.
Yeah.
You know,
We saw
it's
one of
what's
them
wrong
eat
with that?
sushi with a spoon and order a 1942 and Sprite. And we said we just can't have them
Look,
here anymore.
once it was clear I wasn't going, they were like, okay, well, I'm not going to hand out these courtesy invites. Just
No, they
schedule the
heard
party
you
next
were
week.
possibly
No,
going,
no.
and they shut it down. Why are you applauding?
I think the media party is a giant waste of time.
Whoa!
And this time I don't have to make up excuses for why I won't be there or pretend that I'm
Oh, the Cirque
considering.
du Soleil in Oxnard.
Oh man, I would do that. But yeah, every year
There's
it's
a
like,
Broadway show in Oxnard, and just
Hey!
this year.
are you gonna go to the media party? No. Yeah, you really should be there. Oh, okay, maybe. It's just a whole bunch of reporters who think they're better than they are, kind of I guess, third basing each other. I don't know how to totally say that on radio, but that's pretty much what the whole party is, and that's not for me.
You know what?
Third?
Maybe second and a half. I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
I agree with you. Yesterday when I saw the text, I had a small fist pump, and I was feeling
Hell
this.
yeah.
Every fist bump of yours is small.
Wow.
Damn.
I mean, it's a clever, quick line,
Come
but
on.
also
Come on, that's
unnecessary.
good. Mike, come on.
It is.
This
It is.
guy.
I'm telling you, he's
No, man, you're taking shots at the Rangers. You're obviously an Astros fan.
he's flirting with danger. But Corey,
He's mad the Astros are losing to the A's.
you said it. You're like one less outfit to pack. We don't have to get all
Right.
dressed up, drive all the way there, all the way
Now
back.
I can just
you know
be
what?
tank top and swimsuit the whole trip, man.
I do still take issue with one other thing in that group text while we're at it. Because Kevin messed up the tip last year. Here's what happened last year. We went to some restaurant and they decided at the last minute that it was impossible for them to split checks.
Which they did the year before.
Yeah, never happened in the history of the world except for the year before.
Yeah.
So we passed the receipt around and I was like, everyone just put your initials by what you bought. A lot of empty spaces when it made it around the table. I was like, hey, we're missing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Send it back around again. Still like 5 things missing on there. And I'm like, we need to figure this out. So no one could even agree on what they actually ordered.
Which, how cheap are you if we're all in the same room, you've ordered, and you still won't mark down what you ordered?
Yeah.
Like, we saw what you
Yes.
ate. We know. We know who it is.
Lies.
Right?
The lies.
So now RJ will be organizing the group dinner last year. This year, after last year. And we still can't come up with a day, Friday or Saturday.
I think we're going to go Friday.
Okay.
It was the main reason I didn't go last year. I didn't have to deal with this.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I don't go to 15 people
What do you
meals.
mean? We had a flawless experience the year before when you were there.
Yeah, it was
the year you were
amazing.
recording RJ. So nothing about the year
was the
before
best.
could have turned you off to that.
Aside from how loud it was, you said it was the best.
Yeah. But that was when I was teasing RJ about his girlfriend. That was fun.
You were recording him.
You were recording the whole
And
time.
now your fiance, your lover.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
Lover.
My lover.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I mean, that is what a wife is or a fiance.
Yeah.
It's your lover. You're
Kevin
loving
married
them.
his lover?
No. That's my wife. That's weird.
I
Yeah,
hate
we're all
that
married to our
term.
lovers.
I hate that term.
Yo.
All right, give him some of the over-unders for training camp, Choppy, that we covered at 9. Let's see what KMC has to say about it.
All right. So I said one of them was the number of times we will see Dawson outside of camp, outside of like the tennis courts,
The broadcast
work area.
setup.
Like at a
Broadcast
poker game down at the hotel
Just
lobby?
in general.
That counts.
In
Okay.
general.
3.
Not even interact with him.
Yeah.
Just visually see him with
3.
your eyes.
3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
That feels high.
did you say?
Especially given the news that we got in the group text.
Oh, yeah, good point.
1.5 would probably be my over-under.
I said it at 1.5.
Yeah, that is a good.
I'll probably end up playing a poker. I took a lot of his money last year, so he's going to want it back. So.
Okay.
With Bassick not there, most likely, and this is a fill in the blank, most likely to complain about the accommodations.
You guys aren't staying with the military this year?
No, we're staying in
We're
a
not.
really cool place,
No, we're
actually.
the Marriott.
They tried to suggest me,
I was
and
gonna
I
say
threw it
Sean.
to you. I
It's
said
not- it's not.
maybe
No,
Kevin.
doesn't
it's not
complain
me.
about stuff like this. Sean or brought us.
My accommodation thing is just like when we land. I just don't want to get to the hotel at 9 and do the show at 3:30.
Oh, I get that. I get it.
And I don't want to lay down my credit card to pay for everyone.
I've already got the car set up. I've got it all set up on the board, so we don't even have to go. We don't have to stop in.
Yeah.
I've selected
That's
the vehicle.
huge at LAX.
Are y'all preferred?
Yes.
Y'all are preferred?
Of course.
Yeah.
Come
Kevin
on.
signed
Who
up
we're talking to?
He's,
Who we're talking
Kevin
to?
signed up for preferred. Smart guys.
How early you guys get to the airport these days?
About 2 hours.
2?
Yeah, that feels about right.
Today we'd leave here at 2, and we'll
And
go.
our flight's at 4:30.
Yeah,
so
we're going straight over there.
Now it is a Mike Bassick tradition to have you guys usually stop at like an LA Staple when you land to eat somewhere. So you're just blowing through that.
Do you
Are
think
you going to Pinkies?
Well, I guess the question is, how necessary do you think that's going to be? We land at about 5:35, so that probably doesn't feel good. To
LA
be
rush
driving
hour
back.
traffic, and that just seems like it's going to be chaos. I have no clue though. We'll have to look it up.
Next one is number of times Bobby will talk about Eric, just in general. Just talk
140.
About, yeah.
Yeah.
Did
Probably.
you put an over/under for how many fights with Brad Sham over the chair?
Well, I did say whose chair will I steal this
He
year?
anonymously referenced the chair because I don't think he's ever specifically said the name.
We need to go. We got to go to the store. and buy chairs and bring them to camp. Then we can take them back at the end of the week.
What about how many over under 1.5 heart-to-hearts, one-on-one conversations between you and Wilchuk?
I'll take the under on that.
I was standing there for the last one. It was great.
Yeah, well, you were standing
I was very proud of you, man. I was very proud of you.
There, so.
Yeah,
we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Right.
All right, so that's face-to-face with
Holy
no two.
God,
We'll see you
man.
tomorrow morning in Cali. The KFC masterpiece is next. Happy birthday, Zach.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ?
he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
RJ Chop here, my good friends over at A1 Air. Right now, when you buy that new heated and AC system, you get free whole home surge protection. And how about this? 0% APR financing for 60 months available with that new AC system with approved credit. Some restrictions apply. They are the company you trust for all your heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. No overtime charges on weekends, holidays, after hours. 1-800-NEW-COOL, 1-800-NEW-COOLER, A1AIR.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, alongside Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen,
Kevin,
welcome to the show.
On the YouTube, Tejano Boy has said world famous Mike Bassick. So
okay,
in the world famous.
I don't know about.
I've been to Cuba,
so I don't know if who. If you're listening across the world, please.
I'm going to Italy in October.
Text in or YouTube in or Twitch in, or you can even go to the Odyssey app and hit that little button, and we'll all listen to the world famous where you're from and how you listen to the show, so that we know that Mike is world famous.
Definitely do that, but also, I don't know why it gets under my skin that you keep doing that, like you're actually going to listen to it, but it does.
We're a show, and when we play it on air, that's when I hear it.
Yeah,
so.
What are you going to do, Reggie? Leave?
Yeah, where are you going?
I don't think so.
Sucker.
Now, let's...
Just got an email. Rangers press conference, 5 p.m.
o'clock.
For what?
For their draft picks.
Oh, okay.
They signed Malcolm Moore, the Stanford.
Hell yeah.
The first round
Good
pick.
for us.
We're lookout. Here
you know what?
We come.
Well, I'm excited. We're winning, guys. We'll talk more baseball, but we're winning baseball games.
Yes, I definitely care about that. I'm
just the White Sox. Ask the Astros about just the Athletics.
I don't care. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Ask the Mariners about just the Angels.
I appreciate the Mariners and the Astros doing their part to make sure this division race is as close as humanly possible. But I actually want to start off with the with the Dallas Cowboys, if we can. Give me a little bit of that cut number 8.
Big 2nd and 2. Prescott in the gun, fakes the inside handoff. Slant's picked off. At the 50, this might be a house call. To the 30, it's Darnell Savage. All the way in, 50-yard plus return. That does not help.
Help Green Bay.
Thanks, Brad.
What a great call from Brad Sham right there. That does not help.
No, it doesn't.
Now, I was actually reading this for another team. Jordan Poyer was talking about his experience and thoughts about the Dolphins. And one of the things that he said is, I think just sharing the experience, like I said, playing against this team over the past few years, you kind of get a sense of, okay, if you get on top of that team, they might fold. And there are some teams that are, this is just being honest, so what is it that happens in those moments we get hit in the mouth? And so I know RJ made a joke he's right, in the crosstalk about the Cowboys fold in the playoffs. And I get that, and I'm not here to ever dispute that. But what I really wanted to talk about is, even in the regular season, on a game-by-game basis, do you think that the Cowboys have the reputation of this team will fold, or if you punch them in the mouth, they will back down?
Yeah. The tough teams think that. The San Francisco 49ers, I'm watching receiver right now. When I watched in the first episode, I believe, they play the Cowboys, and Deebo Samuel walks out there, and he's talking to all his guys, and he's like, they think this is a Super Bowl. It's just another game for us. This is how we play. And I was like, crap, that's the mentality they have. Cowboys were like, that's probably when they broke. That's probably when they became fragile last year, was they went up against San Francisco and knew they couldn't win against them. And we're like, but against every team that says we're going to be tougher than you today, they do have that propensity to do it. And whenever Tony Romo was the quarterback, Jesse Holley told us this. This was the MO around the league. Everybody knew late in the game, if the game's on the line, Tony's going to put one up there for you to take. And so they knew, just like a hitter goes up to the plate knowing that guy's going to give me a meaty fastball at some point. I just got to wait for it. And so that was the MO for Tony Romo. And so since then, there's always been something that you knew you could take advantage of with the Cowboys that would help you at some point in the game.
I think, unfortunately, the answer is yes, because it's backed up by fact. It's backed up by you can run the ball down their throats and they will eventually quit. They will get tired of it and just say, we don't want to play anymore. This isn't fun. We want it to be a fast finesse game.
Yes.
And because when it becomes not a fast finesse game and it becomes on who's going to have more strength, the Cowboys will usually fold. And the other thing, too, is I've said this, like the Cleveland Browns, I don't know if Cleveland's good or not. I lean towards they're not good. They're just okay. But the Cowboys are the measuring stick on if you're a good team or not most of the time. If you're good, you'll always beat the Cowboys. If you're just average or not good, you will lose to the Cowboys. They are really good. It's Dak is going to be a billionaire, and he is literally going to be a billionaire based off of beating the below average to average teams, and good for him. But if you're a good team or a great team, usually you will beat the Cowboys.
That line of Dak is interesting because, like Broadus has said consistently over Dak's career, I think when he gets hit is whenever he kind of wakes up and starts playing better. Whenever he runs and then goes and makes a play like that, he starts getting going. That's, again, going back to receiver here, the most physical team I can think of in the NFL for a while has been the Niners, just the way that they play. And that's something that Kittle talks about. This is not a game for people that are just going for you're going out there and putting your body in harm's way the whole time anyway. You're going out there and you're attempting not to take out somebody's career, but to level them and be the one that impresses that kind of physical play on them. So they're already in that mindset. If you aren't in that mindset, if you're like, hey, we're going to slip by guys and we're going to do this stuff, that's not the game for you unless you're playing inferior opponents. The best teams are the most physical teams.
You know, I looked up some stats for this because, Mike, you said the numbers back it up. It was amazing how much it backs it up. Don't use that. I shouldn't have said it like that.
Yep.
But I get it. If you're losing after the first quarter, like clearly the odds are probably not in your favor in terms of winning the game. But it was astonishing to me how it broke down. So in the last 3 years, the Cowboys are 1-3 in the playoffs. The one playoff game that they won, they were winning after the first quarter. The 3 that they lost, they were losing after the first quarter. But look at the regular season. This is wild to me. The Cowboys had 2 games in which they were tied at the end of just the first quarter. So this feeds a lot into the, hey, if we don't got it, we'll just back off. In those 2 games, they're 1-1. When they led after the first quarter, they went 11-1. And when they trailed after the first quarter, they went 0-3. I'm not saying the third quarter, the first quarter. They were 11-1 when they had the lead and 0-3 when they didn't. So I really do think, to your point about the numbers back it up, this feeds amazingly into the idea that if you can just get off to a hot start against the Cowboys, they're not in it for the fight. And that is concerning. And I realize the roster changes every single year, but it didn't change so much that you're like, this is a completely different team. Like, there are a lot of the same faces still here. And you worry that a lot of those same faces are the ones who are still not there for the fight.
So you're saying that they're the kind of team that'll back out of a game if they get killed early in the game?
Yes.
And because their KD is going to go down and they're like, oh, I'm out of here. I don't want to.
This is
a Call of Duty reference. Yeah, this is a gamer reference right now.
Yeah, I was
but
like, what does Kevin Durant have to do with any of this?
That happens. That does happen. And Mike's said this a lot of times. Baseball is not a sport where you can just go out there and will yourself to a victory or a positive play. Although it does feel like Seager sometimes when he wants to do it, he can. Like, hey, I'm going to go hit a home run in the World Series to do whatever I want. And Adolis could for a little bit. But football is that kind of game. Football is the kind of game where you are like, I'm going to physically over consume you. I don't know. I'm using a word.
Overmatch, overpower.
Overpower. That sounds good.
I like overconsume.
I feel like you just you're eating the person in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to eat you. And
overconsumed.
Yeah, you're going to overconsume them. And so overwhelm you. I'm going to physically overwhelm you. That's the word. And in football, you can do it. Basketball, sometimes you're just like, we're going to the freaking basket every time. All right. We decided we're just going to go to the basket, draw fouls, or finish on you. And so football is that sport, though, where you're like, and even hockey, you know what? We're going to be a more physical team. We saw it with the Stars. They couldn't keep up physically, and they ended up having to just say, you know what? We cede everything to you.
I'm just going to add the stat you brought up, Kevin, and then what Corey just said. It feels like they know that they're not great. And so with adversity becomes the belief of let's pack it up.
And to your point, I realize you're right. It is split a lot of times among the haves and have-nots of the NFL. But I think even further, if the Cowboys get out to a big lead, you might be more doomed against them than any team. Like, and I really mean that, because you see those players light up and they're like, it's go time. Like, especially defensively, they're like, the reins are off and we can go wild now once we have like a decent sized lead.
Yeah, and I think that there's a belief from the other side, which you're bringing up. I mean, think about it. I hate saying this, Cowboy fans, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings right now. I'm really not. I'm just giving you my honest opinion. If you're the other team, and I know I'm skipping all the way to January, and the Cowboys win this division and you're a wild card team, how great do you feel that you drew the Cowboys?
It's hard to argue against that. And even Steven made allusions to that, I guess, on Monday.
It doesn't mean you're going to win, but think of in the building on that Monday, you see that you got matched up. It's the 3 versus, is it 6 matchup? Because, 2-7.
Yes.
It's a 3 versus 6 matchup in this situation, and you got the Cowboys. Well, obviously, you snuck into the playoffs, or you fought your butt off to make the playoffs one of the last spots. But you look at it and go, guys, have you seen the Cowboys the last 4 or 5 times they've been in the playoffs? Like, they are going to want to lose this game. They are going to do things to lose this game. We have to take advantage of those situations. Dak is going to play bad football. We have to take advantage of him playing bad football. And the defense, which you just brought up the physicality of it and everything, they are going to back down. If we will ourselves in that first part of the game, our first 2 possessions, they are not going to want to be in the fight. So the mentality that the Cowboys have of they want to not believe because of the factual stuff that and the other team wants to really believe, and they really do going into the game, and they just need a little bit of backup in that first quarter, and then both sides like, well, we're going to lose again, and their team's like, we are going to beat this team because they're not going to play good football.
And for the record, Corey, sorry, I'm the one who brought this idea up.
Wow.
So I know.
What a hater.
I just didn't want people to hate on Mike for this, because when I read that quote from Jordan Poyer, I immediately was like, that's the Cowboys. Like, immediately.
Yeah,
and how do you the only way you overcome it is by winning, but like
leadership.
Yeah.
I mean, quite honestly, when your leadership walks out and afterwards and says, we were burnt out, that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Your leadership is the one that will get everybody else on that team on the same page. It doesn't have to be the coach. It's the leaders within that locker room. Just like any organization, just like any baseball team, any company that you work for, you see, if you have really good, strong leadership, everybody goes through with it. They push through with it. And that's what the Cowboys lack. Dak Prescott's a quarterback that's going to say all the right things, right? He's never going to step out. He's never going to go out there and take a shot at an opponent and say all the right things right down the company line. Everything's going to be perfect, but he's never going to give himself the team the edge. He's going to be like, hey, look, we're going to go out there and put our best foot forward. What? Man, how did that fire me up? I'm putting my best foot forward today. Yeah. You don't have that from the other guys either. And when they do try to say it, they can't back it up.
Boy, for another topic, the Cowboys aren't committed to Dak, and Dak's not committed to the Cowboys. So this is really a year where we can talk about that while y'all are in training camp. But I just thought of what you just said. All of that happened, and now this year, the Cowboys have no commitment to Dak in the future, and Dak has no commitment to the Cowboys in the future. So where's the sacrifice going to be there?
Or Micah. A few more days. Give that part a few more days.
Oh, you think Dak's
once the trial's over?
Okay, and so there started to be rumblings, and I just saw somebody text this in too, and like, I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm just going to explain what I believe the team philosophy is. From the 5-6-1, Dak at $40 million? Yes. Dak at $60 million? You got to be effing kidding me. Let the guy walk. Here's the issue, and I just really want to make this clear. If he walks, you still take a $40 million hit on the cap next year.
You have a chance to move on and get another quarterback, though.
Yes, you do.
And that's what you really want.
But that would require a lot more other work.
Yeah.
From the Cowboys that I just don't know.
They're
if they have
hardworking.
the
They're
stomach for
hardworking
it.
bunch.
Yeah, look, we've talked about it. I don't believe that. We had a conversation with Steven about that a couple of times where I was just like, it doesn't feel like it. That's not where he said, that's not what I said. That was a whole different deal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. I just get really tired of people like, oh, you don't challenge them. They're like, we could find
That's a
lots
damn lie.
and lots of audio where they're like,
lie.
bull crap. Coming up next, let's talk about the Rangers getting another win real quick. Also, the business of sport and how all the other leagues are trying to match this specific aspect from the NFL deals. Next on The Fan.
Men's Tea Clinic, guys. They have...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
To you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Lowe. There goes the runner from first. The pitch is taken. The throw is through. Breaking for the plate and diving in safely at home plate is Josh Smith as the double steal works, and the Rangers lead 2-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. To get this factoid from Jared Sandler, who got it from Sports Radar. The last time, hey, he gives credit.
What is Sports Radar?
It's like when you can't find something sports related, and then you're like, oh, now it's on my sports.
How many other radar things have you ever come up with that were not just sports? Like, where would I find a radar gun for like pitching? Like, do I just call up like?
I think if you go to like if you type in Google Stalker radar gun.
Stalker radar.
Yes, that's the main. That's the main brand.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And then now those are expensive.
Okay.
They have different levels. But then you can also type in Google Pocket Rocket. And that's what a lot of people use.
Is that gonna come up with some?
Just for the
adverse
record,
results?
it's really important that you put the Google part on that.
Google Pocket
probably
Rocket.
more than anything else. So
yeah, the first thing that'll pop up will be the handheld little radar gun.
The first thing that pops up is a tiny little motorcycle.
Awesome.
All right. Sorry.
The Rangers won 3 straight games by 1 run. July 21st, 22nd, 23rd. We're now on the 24th.
I was there for all of them.
You need to keep going then.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We're the one-run wizards.
Exactly. The last time the Rangers won 3 straight games by 1 run every single time. July 21st, 22nd, 23rd of 2017. So exactly
Bannister.
7 years to the day.
Then we traded for Willie Calhoun 7 days later.
And everything was awesome after that. Don't ask any more follow-up questions. The point is, the Rangers win, Astros and Mariners lose. The division gap is down to 3.
What I say yesterday, guys. I mean, look at the division. When we left for the break, we were down by 4. Now we're down by, how many did you say?
No, we were down for I don't know.
5.
Yeah, down by 5 to Seattle, 4 to Houston.
Yeah.
And now it's 3 for, this is amazing.
This is fun.
It really is.
Yes.
It starts getting to the point where you start thinking to yourself, is just playing 82 and 80 baseball going to ultimately win this division?
It might.
For me, the thing is, when we've talked with Bochy, and we'll have him on today as well. But when we
what time?
12:20 today. But when we've talked with Bochy, he's a lot of times when it comes to hitters, he's talking about confidence, gaining confidence. When they're confident, making sure they're maintaining that confidence. And right now, what's their confidence hitting home runs or driving balls? It's not really good. So what are they good confident about whenever it's late in the game? We can lay a bunt down and get a runner over and score a run. Like they did it. They've done it 2 nights in a row now where they've gotten the right play out of Leote.
Yeah, Leote has not looked comfortable his whole career bunting, but the last 2 attempts he's looked good.
And so their confidence is, we know we can manufacture a run late if we need to, especially against the White Sox. I get it. but we know we can do that right now. If you can grow that against the bad teams and then start feeling more confident and just winning, getting some wins under your belt, then you start feeling like I got my stroke back. All these things can build into something, and that's something that Bochy's really big on is confidence. It's just, can you get them to play at this level and continue to ascend? That's where we got to find that.
Now, I want to switch gears if we can, and this is something that Corey brought up, and it felt more particularly relevant than ever because of the NBA contract drama. You know, TNT or Warner Brothers Discovery decided to match the Amazon offer, but that's probably just the beginning in this case, and this very well might end up in court. And so we were looking at a couple of breakdowns, and Mike, this is why not just Jerry, but everybody in the NFL talks about how much they love the TV contracts and how little work you have to do outside of that. So we've got NHL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NFL in terms of breakdown of revenue and everything like that. I have to admit, I was surprised to see that the NHL is as close to the NBA and Major League Baseball as it was. $6.8 billion for the NHL, and then
for their national TV deal,
for all of their revenue.
Gotcha.
And then $10.9 billion for both NBA and Major League Baseball. I realize that it's still an enormous gap, but it was a lot higher than
I'm with you.
than I thought it would be. Ticket sales for the NHL make up 44% of their revenue.
And who wrote this? This is interesting.
It's I got it off of Spotrac and Sports Business Journal. Sportico and Sports Business Journal.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm like, this is stuff that I would love to know.
44% of their
for
money
NHL.
For NHL comes from ticket sales. You know how much it is for the NFL? 17%. For the NBA, it's 26%. For Major League Baseball, it's 31%. So,
I mean, there's only 8 to 9 games. I mean, I know they make you pay to go to the crap games, the preseason things, but
very true.
But I mean, there's you just look at the event. You're just like, we literally only have 8 or 9 events that are going to get us revenue through tickets.
It just feels like it feels like the NHL has to kind of go like door to door in terms of like, hey, we got to sell every person, every game, and everything like that. Whereas TV is 19% of national TV and local media. 19% of the NHL's revenue comes in by TV. 66% for the NFL. That is staggering. So 2/3 of their money comes with a pen. You know, like I realize they still have to do other things, and they've put themselves in that. They damn sure have put themselves in that position with a quality product with great ratings, which takes precedent above everything. But 2/3 of their money comes in by here. We're going to give you a product.
What's the NBA and the Major League Baseball?
Which one do you think is more?
For they get more money through television.
Yes.
I would say recently, the NBA would have taken over Major
National
League
or
Baseball.
local?
Well, I guess it's all combined,
Okay,
but I
gotcha,
would say national. I feel like more national money has come in the NBA in the last 3 years.
And it's actually, I should break it down further with national and local because the NFL has very little local money. Like
Right,
almost,
there's no such thing
exactly.
as a local televised game besides the preseasons.
Exactly. So just about 50% of both of their revenue come in the same way. But let's talk about the Rangers. This will be relevant for the Rangers in 1 second. For the NBA, 41% of their money comes via national TV and other media deals. 13% from local TV and media. So while we're talking about all this Diamond Sports, Bally, everything, and you're like, well, how come the Mavericks aren't having to, deal with this as much? Well, here's what it is for baseball. National TV and media, 26%. Local TV and media, 23% for baseball. That is by far the most. Do you realize the local money made via media from baseball is almost equal, just percentage-wise, to football, basketball, and hockey combined?
It kind of makes sense, though, right? Like
because of the inventory?
It's the most inventory possible for a local regional network or what have you.
Yeah, Bally's gets this year 150 games.
You're
from the
absolutely
Rangers.
right about that. But if people ever wonder, hey, you guys talk about the Diamond Sports Group stuff all the time, how come we haven't talked about it as much with the Stars and with the Mavs, and you see it right there. Stars and Mavs, percentage of money they get through local combined, 24%. Just for the Rangers, 23%.
Well, it does make sense, too, because I've heard, because you add up the 26% and 23%, I think you said, for the Rangers, because they say 50% of their revenue comes in through television. So
and that's 49% right there.
This television situation that they're dealing with, the unknown of television, is really, I don't know behind the scenes, but has to be making up a lot of these trade decisions, and the future of the Rangers is they have no clue what the 26% is going to be next year.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you can figure that out when you're talking about a little bit more than or about a fourth of your income, and you're like, yeah, I don't know. We'll know the day after the trade deadline.
Could be $100 million. Yeah. It could be $1 million. I know those are both extremes, but like literally right now, there's nothing guaranteed for next year for the Rangers on that side.
Yeah, and so that does show you how big of a difference it is. Is there, Mike, you said you were interested in this. I just wanted to start with, if there's anything in particular that you want to know, I'll try to help with this. But this is why I wanted to talk about how all other sports leagues are envious of what the NFL does, because two-thirds of their money is done by providing a product, whereas hockey makes almost half their money through ticket sales. Like, we got to get people in there. We've got to get the local partnerships. We've got to get the marketing deals done and everything like that.
Well, in the 50s and 60s, the NFL was like, we're screwed because we only play 12 games.
Yep.
And we can't put it on radio, and television was a newer thing. And so it was like, this is the worst. Now it's really the worst to have 162 games. The best thing to do is just to have,
production.
For the NFL, I do think they're going to get to 20 pretty soon here. But like, they know that the limited amount, because of all the entertainment we have in our life now and world that is available to us, the best thing for your product to have is very limited availability.
Definitely the marketing to create their product to be that valuable was the big factor.
Yeah.
To get it to be the thing that everybody was coming after was the big factor, and that's something that definitely baseball has to figure out.
The amount of national media revenue that comes in right now for the NFL is $12.4 billion per year. That's amazing. That's more than the entirety of Major League Baseball makes. That's more than the entirety of the NHL makes. And it's wild to take a look at these graphics because you see how different it is sport by sport. Now, as you can probably guess, Major League Baseball and the NBA are the closest to similar. They have the exact same revenue. They're probably closer on revenue things than a lot of things. Hockey and the NFL are so vastly different in terms of how their money comes in. I'm not saying the amount of money they get. Everybody knows that. But in terms of how their money comes in. For example, 12% of NHL money comes in via concessions and parking. That is the highest of any of the major North American sports
I'm
leagues.
super excited to hear the other side of this, because I wonder how much does the NFL actually care about how many hot dogs or beers that you're actually buying.
I was shocked. It was higher than I thought, 6%.
Okay.
Which is not, obviously, especially when the money we're talking about. But so the NHL makes twice as much percentage of its money off of parking and concessions.
Wow.
And then per tickets, 2.5 times as much their percentage of income is from tickets, where the NFL's like, good for you.
Well, that's what Frank Provenzano told us. Remember, we sat down and we were like, hey, what does that money look like? And he was like, season ticket holders, you have to get first. That's the most important factor.
And
that
for hockey, that makes
specifically,
sense.
That was definitely the thing.
And another interesting note, how much do you think, like I told you, here's the numbers for the leagues. 18.7, we'll say 19 billion for the NFL, 11 for MLB, 11 for NBA, about 7 for the NHL. What do you think MLS is at?
For what's the percentage here on the
just how much money do you think they generate?
MLS?
Yeah.
Less than $1 billion.
$2 billion.
And I imagine a lot of that is with the Apple TV deal, where
Yes.
they took all of their inventory and threw it right at Apple to get that streaming.
That
money.
is true, but that helped. That's a chunk of about $300 million right there.
Wow.
But the vast majority of their money comes via seats, tickets, suites, and team sponsorships. The percentage
And the
of
Soccer Hall of Fame in Dallas, yeah. Frisco.
Not so much that, I think, as much as like
shirt
stuff
sponsors
on your kit and
because
everything.
I mean it's a sport that's a lot more amenable to having those types of sponsorships. We've seen people get really mad at seeing a sponsor on a baseball jersey, where MLS that's kind of in soccer that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that, but that makes sense.
And local media for MLS, they registered at $0.
Well, yeah, because they got rid of the local media.
Exactly. But $1.4 billion is what they get from ticketing and team sponsorships. That's where the majority of their money comes from.
They should be proud of that, because when you put it in that, they really are. There's no difference between the Frisco Rough Riders and the
FC Dallas.
FC Dallas. Like,
just in terms of like
they're
your
both
tier
double A
in the
products.
world.
Yeah, your tiers of the players you're getting for MLS are considered like double A players for baseball, and for them to generate over $1 billion, for such a, and I'm not trying to take a shot, but it is what it is. It's facts. For such a low tier of soccer, is pretty darn good.
And especially when you compare it to the rest of the, I know we got to go. Let me just throw this out there real quick. From team sponsorships, $600 million for MLS. For the NHL, $930 million. For basketball, $1.2 billion. For baseball, $1.3. Think about how close that is when Mike was making, look, I like FC Dallas a lot, but we've seen it time and again. The dream is to go play in, the Premier League or any number of other, exactly, besides the MLS. And you see that is the tightest window of competitiveness for the NFL for the MLS, is it when it comes to team sponsorship. So they have done an incredible job with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
If you had to wear one in the head to meet somebody, who you wearing it for?
KNC here with Milo Insulation's Todd Hayes, and we've talked about how installing natural, plant-based Milo insulation can save you 10 to 50%.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, tomorrow we will be in Oxnard doing the show live from Dallas Cowboys training camp. But don't worry, you'll still get excellent segments. Maybe not tomorrow. Like Mike Bassick with Baseball Nuggets.
Well, tomorrow
You'll get excellent segments tomorrow, just maybe not this segment tomorrow.
Rangers have a day game tomorrow.
That's right. That is right.
Okay, so if you're watching the game last night, Emily Jones had a cut-in, a report, and there was a lady, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember this moment, but in the playoffs, Jonah Heim hits a home run. The ball hits this lady in the head, gives her a big knot on her head. She gets the baseball, and yesterday before the game, she meets Jonah Heim. They have a conversation. It's awesome. Jonah Heim signs the baseball for her, and she said it was all worth it getting hit in the head by the baseball. And because of getting hit in the head, she gets to meet Jonah Heim and get Jonah Heim's autograph on a baseball. So my question to you in Baseball Nuggets is, I will, even if I need to expand it to not baseball, fine. But let's start with baseball. Who would you take a ball off of the head that's going to knot you up? Like, it is not going to be like just toss it and it hits your head. It is going to hurt, and you're going to need to be checked for concussion and all kinds of things and have a knot and a bruise on your head for a while.
Current baseballer?
Yeah.
Oh,
how about
that's
alive?
going to change my answer.
How about alive?
Okay, that's going to change my answer then.
Interesting.
So like Willie Mays or Babe Ruth or, that
They're
Mickey
dead.
Mantle,
They
they're all
died.
dead.
True.
Give me
So
Ricky.
I'll go with, you guys can take it any way you want, but after wearing it off the head.
Did you hear Reggie's answer?
Ricky Henderson, man. That's one of the most eccentric dudes that has played this game. I imagine stories for days. Like, I want to talk to Ricky Henderson.
I realized this was kind of the option 1B.
The tough thing is you're not really meeting Ricky Henderson. It's Ricky Henderson talking about Ricky Henderson.
Hey,
that works.
There's something amazing
And
to
that
be
character-
said about
that
that as
character's pretty
well.
awesome.
I would pick Frank Thomas.
All right.
I understand a very logical
big hurt.
Yes, a very logical selection is Ken Griffey Jr., but I was always a Frank Thomas guy ahead of Griffey for the time. And then I would also want to be like, hey, did you bang any of those ladies at the gym?
What are you doing right now?
The new Gen
Oh,
X?
Frank Thomas.
Yeah. Because every lady perks up and she's like, oh, the big hurt. You've seen those commercials.
Yeah, but my son Carter just texted me and he's listening right now.
Nugenics.
What up, Carter?
What's up, Carter?
How do you think you got here, Carter?
Nugenics?
The big hurt.
Oh, God.
All right, so
Yeah.
I put a lot
The
of
women aren't as excited about Doug Flutie.
They are not.
Just to let you know, Flutie and Frank are on the same commercial. Women more excited about Frank.
Fact.
Frank. Anytime, and because we've had chances to actually talk to him on the show, it's Will Clark for me. Like, I would love the opportunity to be like, all right, Will, now I got you for about 10 minutes.
Okay, that's interesting.
Let's have some fun.
God, I wonder how much you guys would. I mean, this is so fun. How much would you guys? You're in the outfield. You see the ball coming, and you're like, I have to intentionally miss this and make sure it hits me in the head.
Here's what's going to happen. It's going to hit me in the head via a last-second indecision mistake because I'm going to be like, here we go. Here's my chance. I'm going to meet Ronald Acuna or whatever it is. And then I'm like, oh, my God, it's going to hurt. I'm going to do it. No. And then I'm going to get hit because I'm going to be stuck in indecision because I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt. I'd like
it's going to hurt.
It is going to hurt.
In the head with a baseball at approximately, by the time it hit her, I'm going to assume, this is only an assumption, it's probably at somewhere between 80 to 95 miles an hour, somewhere in that realm. Because he probably hit it at 105, I'm guessing, for a home run.
Yeah.
And it's going to lose speed. So I'm guessing in the 80s is where that ball is at that point. Now, this is a rocket line drive home run, those ones that you see. Yesterday, off the bat, there was a foul ball down the left field line, which would have been a home run with the new rules of widening and it was foul by a mile, but it would have been a home run where the stadium is.
Hey, we talked about it.
Is that ball was hit, I think it was Simeon, hit it 105.9 miles an hour off the bat, and you're about 250 feet away from that ball. That ball probably still has mid-90s on it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not okay with that.
There's nobody then?
Well, I mean, I have to, Kevin, for the segment. I'm willing to do it. Again, Will Clark as the all-time for me gives personality. And that's really what I'm basing this off more than anything, because I wanted to say Seager. Because, that dude he's the player right now for the Rangers. He gave us the World Series. But I know personality-wise, it's kind of dry, so I'm kind of backing off that. I feel like an Acuna or a Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman's a super nice guy. He has a great personality. He seems fun to talk to. So a Freddie Freeman might be it. But somebody from the 325 said Nick Castellanos.
Oh, what about? Hey, can people do that app thing right now?
Yes, they can.
And we'll listen to them and play them back.
I feel like you should at least know it's the Odyssey app.
We call it the Tolo phone, I think, is what we're.
Yeah, you like that?
Now.
It sounds awesome. I was driving to home when I heard you guys do that, and it was cool. I liked it, Tolo phone, but it's the Odyssey app, and you press a button, and everything records.
That's how it works. I'm going to do it myself.
More or less. Hey, look, if you're doing a workshop, that's a good cheat sheet for it all.
From the 3-2-1 wild pitch to the head from Derek Holland, from the 4-6-9 Josh Hamilton. That would be interesting to talk with Josh Hamilton for a minute.
Does anybody bring up Shohei? Because I think it'd be really cool to meet him. He seems to be you're not going to really get to meet him.
Yeah.
But you're not also going to have a conversation with him because you're going to have a translator for the whole thing.
Yeah, you're not taking any betting advice.
Are you sure
from
about
him.
that, though? I realize that is the public persona.
I mean, I know Yu Darvish speaks English and understands it perfectly, but he will always... And I get it. I would think it'd be very tough if somehow we went to Japan and we kind of learned Japanese and we felt like I get what you're saying and I can respond to you in Japanese, but I'm not maybe going to feel comfortable not knowing you very well, and you're going to put a microphone in front of me and I'm going to sound like a moron talking in Japanese, even though I kind of know it in a broken way. So I think that they're like, hey, with my teammates, I'm fine. I understand everything you're saying. I can respond back to you in English. But if you put a microphone in front of me, I don't want hundreds of thousands of people listening to me speak horrible. For them, they would consider it horrible English, where I think we're we're more impressed that you figured this out. English is tough.
It's so hard.
Which is, You hear that all of the time. And it's so weird because like when you're trying to learn other languages, you're like, this feels like the most difficult language. And then people from there will be like, no.
Yeah, like
English is
I'm always amazed when we get mad about Spanish because Spanish is like largely follows the rules. English is like these are the rules except these are all the exceptions except these other instances and there's idioms that don't make any.
And
it's
you're
such
like,
a
why?
stupid language.
Because
that's the old rule from our boss was look at once you know the rules, then you can break the rules.
Now, I will say
And
this.
English has broken the rules and then broken those rules. and
true.
I don't know how fun this conversation would be, but mine was I would let Michael Jordan hit me in the head.
Ah, yes. Birmingham Baron legend.
I had
Michael Jordan.
There have been a number
Really
of texts
thought
coming
about
in. A number of texts have said Michael Jordan, by the way, and that makes a lot of sense. What's your? Is it so you can have the autographed Michael Jordan baseball?
No, I want that.
You think he'd autograph a baseball
Out of
for
all
you?
the athletes in the world that are alive today, I would want to. Now, I don't know how. Like what I'm saying is how smiley, fun, storytelling. I don't know all of that. Obviously, I would be very nervous. And it feels like Michael can get irritated very quickly.
Yeah, yeah, very much so.
Okay, somebody
And dismissive.
Yes. Somebody said Wade Boggs because we need to discuss his drinking habits on cross-country trips. Let me just tell you something. Trust me, if you ever get the opportunity to meet Wade Boggs, and we've had discussions about this, ask him about that. Also, just ask him about hunting. Just ask him about hunting the Deadly Seven or whatever. He'll know.
The Deadly Seven?
He
Oh,
knows.
yeah.
Tattoo of all of them.
Like
He knows what it
lions
is. He will tell you a story
hippos,
with a
rhinos,
hippo.
yeah.
Ask him about hunting a hippo.
Oh yeah, didn't he kill one and the whole tribe was
Yes,
like across the thing?
that's what
cheering
he
him
told
on?
us. You need to hear that story though. It's freaking amazing.
So that's Nuggets.
Excellent
That's
baseball
fun.
nuggets, Mike. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the teams and individual NFL players who need to have a productive training camp. Not just Cowboys. Let's go across the league. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
A KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping we might just get a little bit of Olympic talk in here as well. But first, which... You seem very...
I am excited. No, I'm dead serious.
Are you excited about the Olympics?
I'm pumped for the Olympics.
Okay.
My son is as excited about the Olympics as he ever been. Unfortunately, it starts while we're out of town, but he said, hey, can we FaceTime and watch the Olympics together? And I was like, yes, let's do it.
That's nice.
Where are you going?
Huh?
Where are you going?
I'm going to Oxnard, California for Dallas Cowboys training camp.
We'll see you there, Mike.
All right, let's go, Ventura.
Who are the...
There's not as many gangs in Ventura as there are in Oxnard.
Who are the individual players and or teams that you feel like might have the most work to get done in training camp? Like, for example, I immediately think about the Chargers. Obviously, a new head coach in place.
Oh, yeah. But he is a head coach he has the experience in the NFL.
True.
And he knows how to organize it pretty quickly. So we've seen that, but that team has to get on board very fast.
They made changes at tight end, offensive line. Obviously, we had this conversation about Herbert maybe yesterday or the day before. like everybody seems to think Harbaugh is maybe going to take Herbert to even that next level. It feels like the Chargers have a lot of stuff to go over.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I agree with you on the Chargers. I kind of think the Steelers have a lot to accomplish here.
And not just because of Justin Fields as a kick returner.
No, it's because of like their quarterback situation. They got to decide which one of those quarterbacks is the guy for one.
Sure.
And then they got to figure out like how to implement them into that team. And I think the defense is kind of squared away, but the rest of it, that offense has been kind of putrid for a bit.
I have another one.
Okay.
And it's weird because I think it's going to be a weird camp. And that is the Atlanta Falcons.
Yes.
How many reps does Michael Penix just sit there and watch all the first team reps? Do they?
I guess I'm going to assume
camp has to be the time where he actually gets some reps because I imagine the season he not getting none.
Yeah,
but you got to get some with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins has never played with these guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, Man, and the other thing is, like, this is just, I get it. We're part of the media. This is the way the media works sometimes. If you do a split, are people going to be, is the quarterback controversy already alive and well in Atlanta? And you're like, no, Kirk Cousins is our starter. We just wanted to even it out in training camp.
I mean, hell, we just did the same thing with the Steelers where they've been pretty adamant that Russell Wilson's going to be their starter.
Yes, but
do we believe them?
See, and that's a product of what do you think about that presumptive starter? Like, so that might have something
until they
to do.
get Russell Wilson, and then they're like, "Oh my god!"
What do you think about Russell Wilson? What do you think about Kirk Cousins? That probably impacts how much of a quarterback competition you think.
Yeah,
that's probably it's kind of the same thing we do with running back, right? Because some people are like, "Oh, y'all got Zeke," and we're like, "Yeah, who's a running back?"
We know what we're doing here.
Yeah,
we got Zeke. It happened. I would also add, give me the Patriots.
Oh.
Yesterday here in Mayo say Jacoby Brissett is the most pro-ready quarterback we have right now. He didn't say that's our dude. He said he's the most pro-ready, signifying that Drake May is not pro-ready at the moment. So, like, that's what it tells me.
I mean, I would hope Jacoby Brissett is pro-ready. He's been in the pros for how many years now?
Yeah.
Like 7 or something?
Yeah, and still, like, nobody really wants him to be their quarterback. They just accept him as their quarterback.
I think they've just been listening to
which is
too
disappointed
much.
because I like him.
It's too much Mike Bassick slander.
What?
About Drake May and how nobody could possibly ever play productive quarterback.
Did you call
out
him
of
Drake
North Carolina. May.
Yeah, nobody even knows his name at this point.
It's like, Drake May. That's definitely his name.
Is it
Drake
Sadiq May, the pick that we thought the Mavericks were going to make, but they took Josh Green? Like, nobody knows. Drake May, I still am amazed that he got drafted that high. I get he has some talent, but
he went to UNC.
Yeah, he went to UNC.
It's not his fault.
Chapel Hill, baby.
I mean, if you're a defensive end, you have a chance at UNC.
The team that came to mind for me was the Chicago Bears. They just got number 1 overall pick, Caleb Wilson. Williams. They threw a whole bunch of assets at getting him talent around him. They've got to figure out a way for all that to congeal with a new offensive coordinator and a head coach that I thought was going to get fired last year and it is now in a place where he probably is on the hot seat immediately. You've got a lot of moving parts to get this thing together really quickly. And so they've got to be productive early, getting that quarterback up to speed with the stakes that's on the quarterback and the offensive coordinator that really shouldn't be there for a rookie quarterback.
Is he so speaking of that, do you feel like Caleb is one of the more maybe divisive number 1 choices in a while, specifically because there are people who are like, no, this is the guy, and you're going to see it. And there are other people, and I certainly understand why, who's like, man, I think he's soft. Like, he might have all the physical tools, but mentally, I think he is soft, and this is not going to work.
Does it matter if that division is coming outside of his football? Because it feels like most everybody's cool with his football. You've seen something within his play in college where you're like, yeah, no, that could absolutely work. It seems like it's the other stuff. It's the, crying after losing the game. It's the pain in the fingernails. It's a lot of those things. And maybe even not having an agent and kind of trying to get equity in different ways where it seems like you might not fit into the nature of football and the authoritative structure,
I understand.
I don't know, Kevin, as I'm looking back at number 1 overall picks here, Bryce Young, Mike always did not like that.
That's true.
Trayvon Walker, you hated that as the number 1 overall pick.
I mean, and Hutchinson looks really good. Is that just the nature of being number 1 pick?
Trevor Lawrence, I think we all kind of agreed.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow was one of those like, what? Like, he just vaulted himself in one season.
Because that was the tank for 2 a year, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, obviously you have to take
he had to leave Ohio State because they didn't think he was good enough to be a quarterback.
Kyler Murray was kind of one of those that you accepted it. Baker Mayfield was a surprise.
Maybe you're right. Maybe that's just the nature of the number 1 pick. Some people are like, it's brilliant. Other people are like, that's stupid.
Sam Bradford was the dumbest.
I have a question about another team and another individual player for you.
Washington is the other team for me.
That is the team, the Washington Commanders. The player I'm going to throw out for y'all to consider as well is Xavier Worthy. Because, we were just talking off air about the Kansas City Chiefs, and I know we'll get more into that later, but man, it feels like a lot is going to be put on Xavier Worthy's shoulders just because of, like legal issues and everything like that. So Xavier Worthy as an individual player, and then I think you're spot on about the Commanders. Feels like they got a lot of stuff to get done in training.
Xavier Worthy, because I didn't love his percentages, his catch percentages.
Gotcha.
It was like about 50%, and a lot of it was deep balls, and deep balls are tough to have 100% on. But he's got to find other routes that he can do. But he does have the speed to just for Patrick Mahomes say, I can throw that far, buddy. Let's go see if we can try and out throw everybody. So that does exist for it, and that's a team that really, again, Mike has pointed out, like Patrick Mahomes didn't have a lot of assets last year, but he was able to still convert it into something special. So individual player, that's a good individual player right there, and that's where Washington kind of falls in line because Dan Quinn knows how to do it. Again, he's been in this situation before where he's taken on as a head coach of a team that wasn't that great.
And he brought most of his defense with him.
He knows how to get people together. And then, on the front of quarterback and Daniels, like that's how fast can he get him working because they've been bad at that position with lots of talent at receiver. So can they get that going real fast? I think that's the Washington's a really good because that could decide is the NFC, the question I have that I've kind of been waiting to ask is the NFC East good?
And no. I want to see how Washington does. I think they're one of the more interesting teams. Not that I want them to succeed because I do not for selfish Cowboys reasons, but with the new coach, with several, obviously from the Cowboys, with several former Cowboys defenders, with a highly drafted quarterback, this is a team with a lot of intrigue, and I'm excited to see what they do.
Intrigue, yes. Expectation, no. Like
expectation, low.
Yeah, I was like, and that's what kind of hit me. I understand what you're saying with both the Xavier Worthy and the Commanders. I do wonder if the framework kind of makes it so that, yes, they need to be productive, but I don't know if it's comparable because with the Commanders, we're not expecting them to win necessarily. We're just expecting them to be competent, right? Like, I think that the past years and the ways that they have been just really bad makes it so that they got a little bit of time, and it's somewhat similar with Xavier Worthy because they didn't have dudes that looked like they had dudes in the wide receiving core that looked like they didn't have hands before. Like how good does he actually have to be for it to be, oh, this is relatively successful as a pick. You know what I mean?
But I do know what you mean. I think about it from the flip side is how much more terrifying do they become if like that one highlight you saw from minicamp or whatever, where Mahomes connected on a bomb to Xavier Worthy. How much more terrifying does that team become if you're like, yeah, he's ready to go now?
Yeah.
More terrifying. I guess not more. You're already kind of
that is fair.
Accepting that that's what they do. Can I name a player?
Sure.
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen has work to do this year.
A lot of different folks around him. No Diggs.
He has Dalton Kincaid, who became a very reliable target for him. I think Dalton Knox as well, or Dawson Knox.
Dawson, yeah.
And so like he has those tight ends to work with, but his wide receiver group is that's changed, and they actually created a run game for him. So and with their offensive coordinator situation, so there's a lot of work to be done with Josh Allen and getting everybody on the same page. And you saw that a while back with Aaron Rodgers at Green Bay when he was like, all right, I need all these new receivers because we just moved on from Devontae. I need all these new receivers to get on the same page. And they couldn't. And he was like, no, I don't want to even be here anymore.
Do me a quick favor, Mike. Type in Bryce Young training camp backpack into your Google search if you could. My quick question before we shift to the Olympics. Did you think this was an adorable look for Bryce Young, or did you think it fed into all the stereotypes that people are like, bro, you look like a little kid, and I don't know.
Is that little black backpack that he's walking across the street with?
He looks
How's
like
he supposed to carry his stuff?
He looks like, because everyone was like, he looks adorable, like he's going to his first day of school. And I said, A, agreed. B, is that what you want for your starting quarterback?
Well, Kevin, again, like Reggie said, how is he supposed to carry his stuff? If he carries it in a purse, everybody's going to be like, oh, look at that guy carrying his purse.
And he
satchel?
Can't grow anymore.
I know. That's why I wanted to ask you specifically about this picture, because that picture encapsulated every joke I feel like you've ever made about his height. All into one picture.
And this isn't a joke, but he worked out with C.J. Stroud. I'm forgetting the other quarterback and somebody else, and they took like a picture of the three, and he looked like the slot receiver.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, that's a quarterback. That is a slot receiver. I'm not saying that's what he throws the ball great and everything, but he looks like a slot receiver that they've put at quarterback.
Now, Corey, I know you said you're excited. It's time to talk some about the Olympics.
And not just sex stuff, right?
What?
Like yesterday, whenever you were talking about all the...
That is, you know what? That's a fair question. This was actually not about sex stuff.
All right.
I did want to tell you that you've got the Los Angeles Olympics, of course, but the 2034 Salt Lake Olympics were announced today officially.
Yeah, that's cool.
Now, you might have been like, I already knew that because they were the only bid. Now, some people will argue that they had an exclusive bidding window with the IOC. Other people will argue it was exclusive because they were the only ones who bid on that Olympics. But the Olympics will be in Salt Lake City for the 2034 Winter Olympics. So I just wanted to give you another heads up that there's going to be another Olympics here.
That's really cool. I appreciate that, man.
The Lesser Olympics. That's cool.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
Can I just tell you one aspect of that I do disagree with? I love watching the Summer Olympics. One thing I do think is superior about the Winter Olympics is I get to see people do things that I would never really see where I live. You know, like I can see people run at the track and swim in the pool. There's nowhere around here I'm gonna go watch some moguls today. You know, and that is one thing I do like about the Winter Olympics is I get to see like a little bit more of something that maybe Texas is not.
Let's go look at some canoe slalom.
Yeah.
What? Where did that come from?
I don't always.
We can even slalom at here.
Now,
The Guadalupe.
When was the first Olympics?
1904. Like,
oh, really?
Like modern Olympics. I know there's other Olympics that go back.
Because I was thinking about the javelin throw. Because I was thinking a long time ago, they're like, hey, who's the dude killing all our people throwing this thing so far? Like,
let's make that a sport.
Yeah, and they're like, who's the dude on your side killing all of us from like 100-something yards away? And they didn't have yards back then. Meters.
Well, most places still use meters now.
Yeah. And then they're like, let's just, instead of killing each other with these things, let's just see which guy can throw it further and more accurate.
So the first modern Olympic Games held in Athens, Greece, April 6th, 1896.
Oh, in your face.
The games
that was not too far
The
off.
games were a revival of the ancient Greek tradition, which had been banned by Roman Emperor Theodosius I in 393 AD to promote Christianity.
Oh.
So I guess even like way before that, before 393.
Okay, well, you know what, Corey, that's great that you're all jazzed up about the Olympics, but guess what? There's a dark side to the Olympics, too.
Oh, no.
Did you know there have already been multiple penalties and the Olympics haven't even started yet? New Zealand women's soccer team was caught, they caught Canada using a drone to spy on their practice ahead of the Paris Olympics. And you might be like, I don't care for that. But if that's as bad as it gets, I'm okay. Well, guess what?
Oh, Did you see them kicking the soccer ball to each other? They're going to pass it this year.
Equestrian gold medalist Charlotte Dujardin has withdrawn. I stand by that pronunciation. Has withdrawn from the Olympics. Now, yesterday, she said she withdrew because of a, quote, error in judgment that was caught on video. Now, that obviously led to a lot of speculation. The video came out, and it was from 4 years ago during a coaching session and she was mistreating a horse.
Mistreating a horse?
A horse. Because it's
Of course,
equestrian
of
and yeah,
course.
oh my God. That was well done. So while you love your Olympics, there's already drone and horse scandals.
This is why I love the Olympics.
That's why you love the
Where else
Olympics.
do you get scandal
There's
like this, Kevin?
poop rivers.
How do these guys overcome all
gals.
the stressors that they have off the field and off the track by getting onto the track and competing? That's
You know
what I love.
Tomorrow I'll answer another one of those questions about these surfers at the Olympics who live in a cruise ship.
Love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's switch things up just a little bit. It's time for Masterpiece Theater. Which animated kids movie hits you in the feels? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from you on the YouTube, on the Twitch. We'll do it next on The Fan.
All right, guys, if you feel like you don't have the energy anymore and you want to feel unstuck,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by America. It's time for some Masterpiece Theater, 877-881-1053. Here's my question for you today. What animated movie, it hits you in the feels?
Welcome.
I should say animated kids movie because I'm sure there's some more like animated adult movies. Sorry, Waddle, I'm going to talk over you. But movies that are animated and geared towards kids that really, they get you in the feelings, man.
If you haven't seen the movie If, that just recently came out with Ryan Reynolds,
John Krasinski.
John Krasinski, who directed it. I think he wrote it too. That thing was intentionally set up to make you cry the whole time. Like you could tell the whole time, and they did. They did a good job of getting you. So that one will be from now on one of those that always hits for me.
Somebody said immediately Inside Out, and they gave a breakdown. Inside Out 2. They gave a breakdown of the scene. I don't want to spoil that quite yet,
dude,
because I haven't seen the second one. But
my answer was going to be from Inside Out 1, especially because I know some of your answers. I think that you guys hit on a couple of ones I would have thought of. But I just recently watched Inside Out for the very first time.
Did you love it?
Great movie.
It's very good. It's a very good movie. Because I mean, like, also I think there's a lot of people who are adults that watch it and were like, oh, okay. This is such a good way of like expressing some of the emotions and like understanding them.
Yeah.
And so they did a fantastic job at that, but then also like they really just draw it out of you when it comes to like some of the final moments of the film, where seeing the way that like the reconciliation happens in it without trying to get too in depth. If you want to see it really catches you off guard. It hits you in the chest.
And the little girl is Andy's mom in Toy Story.
What?
Oh yeah, I'll set you guys up on that at some point.
Okay.
The way that these worlds are all connected, man.
Man, if you've ever looked up, is it Pixar theory or whatever, that all these happen in the exact same world is really neat. By the way, that was Jess's answer as well. And she goes, my gosh.
I can absolutely see Jess loving that movie.
She said she was bawling.
That would be Adrian's answer as well.
Okay, that's
right
a
now.
good one.
And the kids want to see too, like all of them. Even though my 16-year-old wants to see the second one.
From the 432, Chicken Little. From the 940, Lion King. From the 972, The Prince of Egypt. From the 214, the first SpongeBob movie. From the 469,
when he almost dies at the
yes!
end?
It's traumatic.
I got you.
Go back and watch that first SpongeBob movie where he's drunk.
I'm all right.
Except it's ice cream, but that dude has a hangover.
I don't remember that.
That's
film.
a fact. He has like a 5 o'clock shadow. He's talking slower. His head hurts. He has a hangover. And a lot of votes, I understand why, Up. Specifically the first 10 minutes of Up, which is like one of the saddest things you're going to see in a movie.
mean, they drag you into the depths.
No.
And I mean, I think that in some ways that juxtaposition makes like the heights that you come to that much better. And like obviously the idea is dealing with grief and all those things, but oh boy.
It made me mad too that they made me feel like that.
Yeah, they want kids to feel the fear of losing their parents immediately. I mean, just think about
Bambi.
Bambi
Finding Nemo.
Oh
yeah.
my God! I just thought of the right answer is The Fox and the Hound for me.
Little Mermaid doesn't have a mom.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
What's the story with that? It's been a while since I've seen
Nemo lost his mom.
Yeah, that's true.
Have you heard the theory that Nemo's little fin is because his mom tried to eat him?
What?
Yeah, those
clownfish will eat their babies.
Yeah, so maybe it wasn't the barracuda the whole time. It was probably the mom.
Oh my gosh.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. Corey, I think your answer has popped up a couple of times, so
Okay.
I want you to play the cut.
I will play it in just a minute, but I need to set this up for everybody to understand what you're about to listen to. Burt Reynolds was the dog in All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Oh, okay.
And Judith Barcy was the 10-year-old girl that played opposite the little girl. Judith Barcy had a Very traumatic life, alcoholic father, murder-suicide that ended her life in 1988.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And after finding out like all this, they had her lines, but Burt Reynolds had not done his lines yet.
Right.
So he goes in to tell, in the movie, he's telling the girl goodbye.
Oh my God,
and in
like
real
for
life,
real?
he broke down so many times. He said, I just want the engineer in there. Because he broke down. You can hear him actually in this clip right here.
Oh.
I'm actually kind of getting chills from it. This is the moment.
Yeah, it's me. How you feeling, kid?
Okay, how are you?
Well, I come to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
Just on a little trip. Listen, Squeaker, I want you to do something for me, all right?
Uh-huh.
I want you to take care of Itchy. You know, just while I'm gone. You got a home now, and he doesn't have anybody.
Don't worry, Charlie, I will.
Great. Well, goodbye, little buddy.
Oh, Charlie, I'll miss you.
Yeah, I'll miss you too, Squeaker.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad.
I was always, as a kid, when I watched that movie, I was
crap.
already sad because this dog's going to heaven, I guess, because this title of the movie. And then as an adult, when I found that out, it just made it like now every time, dude. You can hear him just going through it emotionally. That's tough, man. That is tough.
Man.
So that one always gets me now. And I mean, like same thing with Turner and Hooch. I thought that dog died, but Tom Hanks was like, nah, they had babies.
Okay, from the 469, didn't think this was the direction we were going to go. Judith Barcy was also the voice of Ducky in Land Before Time, and Yep is on her headstone.
Oh, wow.
And there are multiple people who referenced the Land Before Time. Does his mom die in that?
I think so.
I remember thinking that was crushingly sad as a kid. Obviously, the Transformers movie, when Optimus Prime dies, that caused a huge problem.
Yeah.
Do you know how big of a problem that caused?
No.
Like, Optimus Prime dies in the movie. Kids are bawling. Multiple kids. There's one report of some kid who like ran up to his room and refused to leave. They got bombarded with all of this like angry stuff that they were going to kill off a main character in the G.I. Joe movie too. And they just add in a bit of dialogue at the end. He's like, hey, he woke up from his coma. He's all right. And everyone's like, yes, because they're like, hey, we can't do that again. Now, this one is one that hits me in the feels as an adult. And it feels like it takes a damn robot not to cry at the end of Monsters, Inc.
Be bear.
Yeah, there's this.
Nothing's coming out of your closet to scare you anymore, right? Yeah. Goodbye, Boo.
Kitty.
Kitty has to go.
Oh my God, that makes me sad even hearing it again. And at the very end, like as a birthday present or whatever, they recreate all the fragments from a door and he gets put in the last piece and then he sees her and she goes, Kitty.
Yeah.
It is.
Then she grows up.
It is.
Goes to college.
Oh no, and becomes Andy's mom.
No.
Oh my gosh, I really,
She
I don't
is-
know where he's going with this.
I think she might grow up to be the daycare lady at Andy's, like the other place. It's dude. She's in the universe somewhere.
Now,
we all are.
We all are in the universe somewhere. Reggie, do you
What?
have one? And I don't want to step on your toes.
I don't have audio, but I
Okay.
did come around to Fox and the Hound.
Okay.
Was
It's my sister's favorite.
Yeah, that's. I mean, and it's so. I mean, it's an older one, but like seeing the ways in which being from different worlds, not being able to come together. I think that that story in and of itself is really touching. But I haven't watched that in a while. Oh God, someone came up with another good answer from the 214. Coco.
Coco's fantastic.
I cried. I definitely cried. I might have bawled, in fact.
Coco is on there. Like you just said, Fox and the Hound. The most votes I've seen so far is Toy Story 3. Now,
when they're all about to melt and die?
Incinerator?
Or is that 4?
No.
Incinerator was the terrifying sad
That
scene.
really was.
It's after that when Andy He's grown up.
Oh.
He's going off to college, and he goes to drop all his toys off. I went to go see that when we were at the paper, and I was doing a review for the paper. And, like, all the critics get to sit, like, in the middle 2 rows. But there was other people in there. People in the critics' rows were bawling at the end of that. And then I remember there's a website called Men Who Cried at ToyStory3.com or something like that. Like, and because when that movie came out, like, a lot of us might have been younger, and then you were to a stage of life where you're like, oh my God, I have to be an adult and I have to say goodbye to my toys and all this stuff. It was so sad.
Would you ever get an Andy tattoo on your foot?
I probably wouldn't. Did people do that?
I've seen it before.
Do you think it hurts or do you think it tickles?
It probably hurts.
Yeah, that feels like a part of your body where that
For
hurts.
sure.
But it'd be kind of a cool tattoo, you know?
Okay.
Would it?
Nobody would see it.
Maybe
Unless
at the
you wanted them
beach.
to.
Yeah.
Your feet are in the water.
What if you
Or
married
they're
an
in
Andy,
the
you know?
or they're in the sand.
True.
Or they're up on a chair.
With flippies on.
Don't say
He
it.
makes
My
good
flippies
points.
off!
Don't
I put the
say-
flippies on the ground under the chair.
Don't say flippies, please.
Why not?
Because you're a grown up.
I mean, it's short for flippy floppies.
Yeah.
But it is flippies if you want to shorten it.
So
From the 817, I'm the same age and have the same name. Toy Story killed me. Big Hero
no.
6. Yes.
That
Big Hero
was-
6 got me.
That was Brandon's favorite movie.
I love that
for
movie.
the longest time. I get that. If you have the same name, like I always really loved the show The Wonder Years because we were like the same age. His name was Kevin. He had a crush on the girl. I was like, I totally get that. But the 2 movies that seem to stand out on here are the first 10 minutes of Up and the end of Toy Story 3. I
that's
see
it.
that again and again and again, as well as the Iron Giant. We didn't mention the Iron
Yeah.
Giant. I didn't want to
That's
leave
good.
that one out. There are so many people voting for that from the 214. The Iron Giant, once he says, you stay, I go, I balled up. And just like, you can feel all these people's emotions when they're talking about
Why
some
do all
of
these kids'
movies.
movies do this to us?
Yeah, I got to mess with those kids early, you know, get them all wired up wrong.
I don't.
That's what Disney's done to them. Us. Think about it. Think about how emotionally broken we are because of Disney movies.
Disney's what? Okay, all right.
From the 469, Boo from Monsters, Inc. is in Toy Story 4. She's confirmed to be in it by a Disney rep. She's in the class with Bonnie. Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty, like, there's some really good stuff out there, man.
And don't worry, folks, voting for The Land Before Time. We definitely talked about that. And then from the 817, Kevin. Everyone knows they're called Flippy Flops.
Everybody knows that.
Like you call that to other people. You call it that to other people.
And then to shorten it even more, it's flip flops. But yes, flippy floppies has always been the way it goes.
Okay.
Or your flippies.
Okay.
Boy, if you don't like showing your legs, you definitely don't like showing your feet, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever worn flippies?
Yeah, like when I was a kid.
I don't like the way they dig in between your big toe and other big toe, your long toe.
All right.
Is everyone picturing Mike as having a foot that has big toes on either end? Like that big toe, and he's got the little two.
They don't have 4 things.
in the middle.
They just have one
3
thing
toes
that goes in between your toes.
Okay, it was just I'm picturing you as one big toe on the left, one big toe on the right, and 3 little toes.
It
in the
rubs
middle.
my skin the wrong way.
We're the
Right.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you imagining horns up feet?
Kind of, yes. And that's a great way to put it. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Lots of former Cowboys in the news. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville hot chicken sandwich a destination dish. Make Palmer's your destination.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
snap to Prescott. Well protected, deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of former Cowboys in the news as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with the news that Michael Gallup retired, just 28 years old. Now, obviously, we understand the injury concerns that he's had. Career stats, 266 receptions, 3,744 yards, 21 touchdowns. But given how he started, surely for him...
We thought he was a 1B.
Yeah, this has to be a disappointment, right?
Yeah, we thought he was a 1B with Amari Cooper. This is, I know Mark Cuban recently tweeted it out, but Mike said it for many years. Father Time, undefeated. When it comes to, he just decides whenever. You don't get to decide a lot of times in sports. Your body tells you, hey, you're done. So I loved watching him play. He turned out to be a lot of the things that I saw in college. I don't think we ever fully maximized it, but his body just couldn't hold up, man. It's sad, but dude got to play in the league for a while and collected $29 million. So that's nice.
Oh, I did not know that. So that
made some money in his career.
That makes sense.
After he got hurt, we paid him.
That is true. That is an MO for the Cowboys that I don't love. Amari Cooper, since you mentioned him, he and the Browns agreed to a restructure of the final year of his 5-year, $100 million deal to guarantee the $20 million remaining on its contract, and it looks like an additional $5 million to his salary. So the idea was that, obviously get another extension, but instead they're like, let's go and guarantee all this money, kick in a little bit of extra. So it looks like Amari Cooper is going to be good to go for their training camp.
Good for him,
well.
Man. Good for him. That's important. Have your number one receiver there for training camp.
That is true. Then we get to the saga of Randy Gregory, which, I don't know. I feel like we've talked about this a disproportionate amount of times, but here we go.
I feel like he played with Troy Aikman at this point. I feel
know.
like that's how far back he goes.
I could definitely see that. So, Randy Gregory, he signed with Tampa Bay.
The Buccaneers.
Yes. And then he had 3 days of unexcused absences at the team's mandatory minicamp. He did not participate in the volunteer workouts. And now he didn't report for training camp on time.
Oh, man. It's almost like there were some red flags on him.
Yeah. And Todd Bowles said, look, what do you think he said? You could probably guess
deal with it internally
exactly.
or something like that. Yeah.
That is exactly what he said. Todd Bowles said that we will deal with the Randy Gregory absence internally, and then said, we're going to talk about the players that are here. That's the other key phrase. You're right, Corey. We're going to talk about it internally, but also let's talk about the players who are here. And that was one of the things we talked about with Randy Gregory when he's like, hey, I think these marijuana rules were unfair, and I'm not saying that he's wrong, but when you get all this garbage too,
rules are the rules.
For somebody who's not good enough to get away with that, then I'm just like, why do you continually sabotage yourself and your career?
Yeah, I have no clue. Self-destructive, but that isn't that the case of self-destructive people?
Sure,
like they can't find their way of not doing it.
Yeah, that is a really.
He's made enough money that he doesn't have to work. Am I correct?
So
his career earnings are like $34 million.
So that's a lot.
I would imagine, yes.
Should be in good shape there.
And
as long as he took care of his money.
And he, I don't know about that. He signed a 1-year, $3 million deal. And then it was like, no,
I don't even want that.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't even want that, man.
Which
it's not worth it for me.
I don't know, weird. So there is the ongoing saga with Randy Gregory. Take that for
good guy,
what you will.
From what we know.
This story I threw in just for Mike. The Pittsburgh Steelers are working out your favorite quarterback in the entire NFL, Ben DiNucci, entrepreneur extraordinaire.
Has it gone that bad already with Russell Wilson?
Is it Pitt or Pittsburgh's upside down?
I don't
Do you feel like that's too many letters? Pittsburgh upside down?
What about just Berg?
I don't think people know what you're talking
What
about.
do they call it? What do they call it in Pittsburgh?
I'm not sure. I've been there a couple times, but I didn't ask people.
Three Rivers.
That is true. There's 3 rivers there.
That is true.
They used to have a stadium called Three Rivers Stadium.
But
They couldn't
got
get
a
a
lot of
sponsor,
bridges.
so they're like, how many rivers do we have?
Is that why they have
Okay,
so
but
much
you can't-
steel? Is that why they're the Steel City? Because
Yeah, to
they have
build all
those
the bridges. Yeah.
That's where they created steel, I thought.
Steel was invented in Pittsburgh. Okay.
Good to know.
Nobody could know the answer to that.
Couple of training camp updates for you. Brandon Ayuk surprised a lot of people and will report to training camp. This will be kind of it feels like maybe kind of more of a sit-in situation than sit-out situation. And Mike McDaniel, your
Do you think
guy.
you could just do the show with CeeDee Lamb while you're on because he's not going to practice, but he has to be there?
I don't think he is going to be
Yeah, I don't
there.
think he's reporting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not even
So
going.
he's going to go the opposite direction. Like
This
Zach, that's
season's
what Zach
over.
Martin did.
He's like, I'm not staying in
No.
What happened?
Okay, what? Man,
Zach never showed up.
he did. That's
The
what we should do.
Cowboys stood their ground.
What day they will not? What day will CeeDee Lamb sign? That's
August 7th.
It's like a baby pool right now.
What's I think 2 days after their first preseason game.
Okay. All
Whatever
right.
day that is.
Now, in other training camp news, Mike McDaniel has said that Tua's participation in practice is fluid and, quote, we'll take it day by day, because that's another person who is waiting on a contract extension right there.
Well, at least he's hydrated.
That is a great point, I guess. I mean, I get what you're doing there.
Because you said fluid.
Yes, no, it's not that I don't understand what.
They more than anything, they need their defense. Like I think that he understands the offense. I think he understands how that works.
Are you still laughing at the fluid joke?
I think I nailed that one.
I'm sorry, Corey. He's just still laughing
At his
over
own
there.
joke?
I think, you know what? Mark that one. Send it around the country. That's a Marconi.
Around the world.
Yeah, around the world. I
'Cause
forgot
he's
about
world
the world.
famous
I've been
Mike
to Cuba.
Bassett, you know.
I feel like that would be the most defeating part if we ever won a Marconi. It's going to be some dumb thing that Bassick said that gets played as like our highlight reel.
Then we do a show trip to Cuba, and it's like all hail Mike, the famous.
Yeah, you're not
Mike
even going to show up because you're going to be upset because Steve Marconi, the former coach of the San Francisco 49ers.
That was Mariucci.
I thought you were going to say Steve DeBerg, and that was going to just make it perfect.
Well, that's what he wants on a hat in Pittsburgh. He wants Steve DeBerg to be on a hat.
That'd be awesome.
Christian Darrisaw signed a 4-year, $113 million extension with the Vikings. That's true, which includes $77 million in guaranteed money. And then there's this. Is it the team? Is it Cooper? Or is it the people who posted this that are at fault for this specific wording? Tell me what comes to mind. Eagles defensive back Cooper DeJean will begin camp on the non-football injury list and will be sidelined for 3 weeks with a hamstring injury suffered when he was caught in an awkward position during off-season training.
What kind of awkward position?
'Cause you think,
like the
like-
back of a Volkswagen?
Yeah, that is also kind of what I thought. And I'm sure, and they were like, it's unrelated to any prior injury. We're positive he'll get a quick recovery and contribute this season. But it's just the verbiage of he got hurt when he got caught in an awkward position.
Yeah, that
I mean,
verbiage
who
is-
amongst us, you know?
That's fair. But you don't want your press department telling people, like if you had a Reggie press department, you don't want them being like, push it out to the front pages, boys. Reggie in an awkward position. Like, that's not what you want. Fair?
Like Warrior 2.
If you're caught in an awkward position, isn't the first thing you're supposed to say is it's not what it looks like?
Which I've never understood.
Like it looks I can see how this looks bad. However,
not
how I got here
I
is not
tripped and fell
Yeah.
and land. Yeah.
Look, that's not how it happened. But here we are.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Heck yeah.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. He takes the mound tonight, but bigger picture. How important is Nathan Eovaldi to all of this? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
insurance.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hello, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. During the hot Texas weather, nothing's more aggravating than waiting for days, even weeks to get service on a broken air conditioner. And that's why we recommend the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are there to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com to set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
The Auto Award season is here, and our friends at D&M Leasing have some exciting news to share. Cars.com named D&M the top leasing company in the United States for the 10th year in a row, and we're so grateful for our clients. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States, regardless of vehicle make, for client experience. Call today or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com and start saving.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. He takes the mound tonight, but bigger picture, how important is Nathan Eovaldi to all of this? Plus, in about 20 minutes, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Now, Corey, I know this was an idea of yours for a variety of reasons. This felt like a great time to get into it since he is the pitcher for today. Because I think Nathan Eovaldi is, I mean, no matter where how you slice it, he's important to the Rangers today. He's important to the Rangers, hopefully, for the rest of the season. And if not, he's important on the trade market. And if not that, he could be important for the Rangers next year.
The guy that sets the tone in the clubhouse is usually, I think, one of those dudes that's very important. Leadership. I go to the Cowboys. Lack of leadership shows whenever you go get beat by Green Bay. I think his leadership in that clubhouse last year, rookies buying them Rolexes, introducing them to the league, being a kind leader along the way, but also being the dude that you were like, he's going on the mound today. Everybody has more swagger because we know that dude's on the mound today. It made you feel more comfortable. When he started against Baltimore, I felt awesome. I was like, here we go, baby. This is the time to make the run. And then he gave up 4 quick runs, and I was very sad. So like that moment was it changed very quickly on me, but it's Baltimore. But you're right. If you want to make a run here, Eovaldi's an essential piece for it. If you want to make a big move, Eovaldi could be a piece for it. So there's lots of different ways of his importance to this team right now.
I think a lot of teams want Eovaldi.
Yes.
He's probably, in a way, the most wanted pitcher on your team if the Rangers decide to go down that path.
Why is that?
He's a big game pitcher.
Yeah,
if you're
he
a World
pitched
Series
great for Boston,
team.
and in 2018 was a major reason why they won. There are obviously others, just like last year. There were other reasons why the Rangers won, but he was a major reason. And then the other thing too, which Corey brings up, is I wasn't thinking about this in the trade situation, and maybe it's overblown. I don't know, but he goes down and he watches a lot of his teammates' bullpens. He watches a lot of the stuff on the iPad with his pitchers, and he says, hey, this is what I think. If you want my opinion, I'll help you out here on this. He's not forcing it on you. He's a very positive influence. You just talked about the rookies that come up and how he tries to make a connection with them early to make them feel part of the team. And sometimes those things, and I can just remember early on here at the Fan, people didn't understand the value of Michael Young besides, well, he doesn't have a position anymore and he's not a 300 hitter. So get rid of him. And I'm like, I'm telling you, there's way more to it, and he's not that bad. His numbers are still good offensive numbers, but we were being fed Michael Young is an issue, and he shouldn't be here anymore. And Ron Washington is fighting his tail off to keep Michael Young in the lineup every day, and they're like, we have to get him off the team because he won't bench him.
Yeah.
And so we have to get rid of him. And they did. And you saw the next year. Now, there was a lot that went into it, but the Rangers had the fourth worst record in all of baseball. And I'm not saying that would happen to the Rangers if Nathan Eovaldi was traded or they don't re-sign Nathan Eovaldi in the offseason. Because I'd say at this point, I think the Rangers believe there's a 90% chance Eovaldi's going to be a free agent by one way or the other. Either he doesn't opt in to the option that is there, possibly because of the innings pitched, or he doesn't get there because he is a somewhat injury-prone pitcher and doesn't get to it, so then he becomes a free agent anyways. So he just seems to be valuable most as a pitcher on the mound, but also there's a lot of value to him off the mound too.
So I just wanted to run through the numbers on that real quick about the vesting option. He needs 57 more innings pitched. He could start theoretically as many as 13 more times. Now, I realize there could be a couple of different reasons why that doesn't happen, but it feels like he could miss up to 3 starts and probably still get there. But as we've talked about, I mean, he might look at himself in a position where he's like, that was a goal and that was what I wanted, but now it's not really what I want anymore because I think I can maybe get a multi-year deal at least that price or something like that on the free agent market.
Like right now on television on MLB Network is the Reds and the Braves. Right now, both of those teams. Now, the Reds are still building towards something, but in the offseason, the Reds don't have a lot of money committed to players.
Yeah.
They might go, gosh, how great would it be to get a veteran in Nathan Eovaldi to help out our staff, yes, in one way on the mound, and then in another way, we've heard so many great things about him in coming in and being a leader of the staff and making sure the guys are watching pens together and they're studying together and they're, kind of becoming a unit together. And
what's that value?
Like, I don't know, like the financial value. That's the tough thing.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Is that $2 million? Is it? I know we're trying to arbitrarily figure this out, but I think that's important too.
I think it's different to different teams.
Okay.
Because I don't know how much value that brings to the Dodgers.
Right.
Like, they're going after the World Series. They have so many veteran guys.
Yeah,
it's like, does it matter that Nathan Eovaldi's here doing that? But to like a team like the Reds, it might matter a lot more because they're a young and upcoming team trying to build towards something. They're like, how great would it be to have a veteran here to really help these guys out? I don't think Pittsburgh's never going to have money. And Paul Skeens, he lost last night, so he didn't have a good game. He went 8 1/3 innings and dominated.
That was the first loss of his career.
Yeah, but I mean, it was amazing. But you look at certain teams that feel like they're getting close to making the playoffs or believe they can make the playoffs in 2025, but they're young. Their staff is young. A team like the Baltimore Orioles, who, from what we understand, Burns is going to become a free agent and probably not sign back with Baltimore. Now, that's right now.
You wouldn't send him to Baltimore.
No, I'm not saying you. Well, you know what? That's interesting. I don't think so, but I don't know. So if they have such a loaded farm system. If they're giving you the best offer,
I get
that's
it.
always a tough thing. We've had this conversation
Go
before.
win your World Series. We'll take your prospect.
Houston doesn't have a good farm system, but let's put it in that. That would be really tough because you still could make the playoffs this year. You could trade a couple of pitchers and still make the playoffs in this division. But if you trade whoever it is, if you end up trading, but you trade them to Seattle or you trade them to Houston, that hurts doubly because then you're like, well, we still might make it. But then you're like, well, why do we want to help them out?
Yeah, exactly.
But then if they're giving you the best offer, that's the best prospect who you think is going to make you better in 25 and 26.
With Baltimore, it feels way easier for me to be like, okay, they gave me the best offer. I can make it happen. Even with Seattle, I don't think it hurts as much because I'm like, you'll figure out a way to Mariner this up. But with the Astros, I understand why you should still take it, but I do think, we've talked about this before, I do think I would have a difficult time accepting that.
All right, so then I guess let's go back to the other side of this. If you want to make a run here, if the Rangers really want to make a run here, how important is Evaldi to all that, and what do you like? What do you see? What would you see as that's exactly what we needed in order to get to the place where we have that confidence back?
So the way I take a look at it, and I think if I did this correctly, not only does he start today, but Nathan Evaldi would be in line to start your finale on September 29th against the Angels. Now, I realize there's a lot of space in between, but this does feel like maybe a thing that if you make it, it's going to come down to the wire. And Mike brought it up for leadership purposes, but there's just that sense of, even if you didn't win the last one, there is that sense of confidence when he takes the hill that you're like, that's our guy. Like,
I'm with you.
It's hard to quantify, but you're like, when we talk to Boch, I'm sure he's going to be like, what's your sense of confidence when Evaldi takes the mound? He's like, yeah, it's huge.
And from here on, again, I was talking about earlier, like now you just have to continue ascending. Like you can't fall flat anymore. The feels like the games will only get bigger as they go along, as you're trying to chase this thing, and having that guy in your group, you know he's a big game pitcher. So when those moments come up and he's taking the mound, you're like, oh, we have a chance tonight no matter who the team is.
Okay, Mike, I want to see if this makes sense because we keep talking about, like, obviously that Monday game you won. It felt like one you needed to win because if you start off, you got smoked by Baltimore, you lose that first game, then you win again last night. Now I look at it tonight, to Corey's point, and I was like, you have your dude on the hill against a pitcher who has not been very good at all.
But it's a big game
year.
For your team.
Exactly. And so now it feels like every game you win makes the next game more important. I realize you could say that for every game you lose, but it feels like the more you win, the more I'm like, maybe now you can sweep this series. All of a sudden you saw it drop from 5 games to 3 games. Could you get down to 2? Could you get down to 1 as you head off to Toronto? And so I agree with you that the games will continue to get bigger, and that's why Evaldi feels like a must.
Yeah, and for me, my opinion, if I was running the organization, which I am not, Evaldi's a must to keep in my organization the next 2 years.
Yeah.
I feel that strongly about him. The reason I correlated it to Michael Young, I played with Michael Young for a second. I didn't play with Evaldi, but it feels like from a pitching standpoint, pitchers can't really have a major effect on position players. It's kind of like, can Micah Parsons have an effect on the offense? Not really. You're on the same team, but you're doing totally different things, offense, defense, pitching, and playing. But he is such a leader and well-liked that I just don't think – I think losing Evaldi, you have that, what is it financially, but then you also have – I do think you take a hit in the clubhouse if Evaldi's not on this team.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's on the team the rest of this season, but if you lose Evaldi and he goes somewhere else, and there's going to be a lot of people that want him on a short-term deal. So it's not like you have to commit long-term to him because of his age, because of his injury history. It won't be a long-term deal. I really think you need to keep him. I get that if healthy, I'm not taking a shot here at Evaldi. If healthy, DeGrom is way better.
Sure.
In fact,
yes.
If healthy, DeGrom, I don't know who's better than him. I guess Paul Skeens is, to be honest. He is. That's how great Paul Skeens is.
He's already the 3rd favorite for NL Cy Young now.
Yeah,
he started the All-Star game as a rookie.
It'll be interesting on how much they want to push him in September, and they have a good chance to make the playoffs.
That's
they put themselves in a playoff situation, but I just think Evaldi needs to be. Hopefully the option works out and you almost get to push it down the road another year, but most likely it's not. We just went over why it probably won't be. But I think Evaldi means a lot to the culture of the Texas Rangers, not only how good he is pitching. If you get into a race in September, if you get into the playoffs in a do-or-die game, you want Nathan Evaldi on your side.
I mean, you still have the chance, too, to have DeGrom and Evaldi in playoffs, to run and say, hey, we got those 2 guys to rock with. But like John Gray was electric last night. I don't anticipate every night that he steps on the mound, though, that I feel that way about him. Andrew Heaney, I feel like I'm getting everything out of him, but we can't score runs for him and can't get him a win. So he's the only guy on the team that I feel like when he steps on, I have that kind of confidence with. That's what an ace is. And Kevin, I think whenever what comes to the importance here is without him, you don't really have an ace in this group right now.
Fair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Let's talk to the Texas Rangers manager, Bruce Bochy, right here on The Fan.
All right, before we do that, I want to talk about men's team.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. You know, if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, you should reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold and also brings to you this interview with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir. Oh, no. We just lost him.
Okay, all right.
Is it because he was like, I don't have time for your nonsensical
I'm busy winning damn
sponsor
games
read.
right now.
Yeah,
Reggie and him are just having a fun conversation.
Yeah.
on the
He's
phone,
chatting it
man.
up.
Yeah, they're like,
Reggie's trying to consume all. He's trying to over-consume all the Bochy,
Yeah.
you know?
Still don't know if that is the word that we should go with. However, now we have Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy on the line. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How we doing today?
We're doing fantastic. Hope you are as well. We were just having an in-depth conversation about Nathan Eovaldi, and outside of the stats and everything like that, I'm just kind of hoping you can give us an insight. How do you feel? How does the club feel every day that you know he's going to take the mound for y'all?
Well, you have to feel good when he takes the mound. There's no getting around that. I mean, he's one of the best pitchers in the game. We saw what he did last year for us, especially in those huge games, including the last game of the World Series. So, Nate brings so much confidence to the ball club, and I know guys love playing behind him. They see how intense he is, and he's all about winning. You won't find a better teammate, too. He's there for everybody. We've talked about it probably a few times here on the show where, even spring training, he's trying to help the young pitchers. He's watching them. He's just such a tremendous human being, along with a great talent. And that's, and so when he takes them out, there's probably even a little added appeal to winning the game.
How tough is it to find players like that or pitchers like that go out of their way to help out the young players, and then you see everyone's like, I will do whatever I can for that guy?
Well, yeah, it's There's guys out there, I guess, but it's not a rare deal, but it's somewhat because guys are focused on what they're trying to get done, and we're lucky that we have a great staff here that support each other. Andrew Henney, for example, he's right there too. As far as one of the guys is always trying to help young pitchers, really all of them. They're involved. The bullpen. You look at the guys down there. Leclerc, he's great, especially with the young Latin players, the pitchers, and but Yates, Robertson, those guys do a tremendous job. And I think that comes with experience and being comfortable, trying to, provide some leadership for young pitchers.
Boch, I'm probably going to mention confidence multiple times throughout this conversation, but last night, John Gray looked like he had that confidence, that kind of swagger. And I was kind of curious, like, when do you notice, or when do you see it in the bullpen? Do you see it when a guy walks into the clubhouse? When do you know, that guy's got that confidence today?
I think it shows pretty early in the game. And most of them are going to show it. Some days they just don't have quite the stuff that they're accustomed to pitching with, and that's when you got to really try to figure it out. But that's usually not confidence. But I will say when you haven't had some success, it's going to wane a little bit, waver. It's just going to happen to any player. I don't care if it's a hitter or a pitcher. And John was, he was struggling there a little bit with his command, and he was getting up the long ball. And I mentioned this last night. Sometimes it's just good to find a way to reset, and that's whether take a break, from the start or go to the bullpen, which he did, and just gives you a chance to, to reflect or work on some things or, as I said, reset. So it was good to see him have that kind of command with both the slider and the fastball last night.
You mentioned Andrew Henney and the teammate he is. I thought it was interesting when you went out to talk to Andrew Henney. We're 99% sure if you're going out to the mound, you're changing pitchers. You didn't. And when you got to the mound, Jonah Heim laughed. And then after the final out was made, you and Maddox maybe said just a quick something and kind of smiled. Did you have a joke that you went to the mound with in that situation, or what made you guys kind of smile and laugh?
No, I didn't have a joke. So anyway, I think Jonah might have been laughing when I was out there just to get the second. I'm good from Andrew Henney. The first one, he kind of looked at Jonah Heim, and I want to make sure he was fine because his pitch count was up there. 90-something pitches and 4 2/3. That's a lot of work, and so anyway, that's probably, unless Andrew told a joke that I didn't hear out there. So I think that was it more than anything.
When it comes to, I'm going back to confidence real quick here, Boch, the getting these kinds of wins, these wins that you're winning late in the game, or even being able to like lay down a bunt and get the run that you needed, does that kind of help you guys start ascending into what you've been before? And maybe we have to scrap these out every once in a while, but we can be that team that we know we actually are.
Right. When you win a lot of tight ball games, it's great experience for the guys, and they've been through it. And not that they need it, but still, when the offense isn't quite clicking, you need your pitching to come through, and you need to play good fundamental baseball, and that's executing it. Whether it's making your pitches on the mound, getting a bunt down. The guys couldn't have worked a better double steal last night. I just thought Dolly did a great job stopping there. And, of course, Smee, what a great jump he had. And these are little things that you have to do to win these tight games and find ways to score when, you're not slugging like you normally do. But it does a lot for the club. I will say that when you can win games late, it just breeds confidence late in the game. You just feel like you're going to win that game. When you lose a lot of those games, you feel like you're going to lose those games, and so it's good that they've gotten on the roll here with some good low-scoring games and just coming away with wins.
I know we've unfortunately had to ask kind of a variation of this question multiple times this year, and I hope you understand why. But you're talking about the offense, and we go back to Josh Young again. He said that the biggest thing is continuing with no pain, and he didn't feel any pain after facing live pitching yesterday. Can you walk us through it all, like what the process might look like after that, and what are the next steps as he continues to hopefully make his way back to the big club?
Yeah, well, today he's going to face some live pitching again at 3 o'clock, so he'll get out there and probably get, 20, 30 swings somewhere in there today. If he comes out of that, well, he will not go to Toronto with us, and so we'll wait a day to see how he recovers. And so once you do that a couple of times, you're looking at a rehab. If we think he needs one more time at facing live pitching, then we'll do that. But I could see him, hitting the rehab games here real soon. And I'm talking about in a few days. And once you do that, then we have to monitor, how it goes down there as far as how the hand feels, but also how he's seeing the ball. We have to remember this guy's missed a lot of baseball, including spring training. So we don't want to bring him up too early because he's got to get on time with, the fastball and all the pitches. And he even said yesterday, the first 10 pitches, he goes, I just wasn't on time there. But you can see it get better. And that's only going to get better with game pitching now.
Do you have to ever talk to him about the mental aspect in terms of we want you back because you're a quality player. We don't need you to save this team or anything like that, because I'm sure he wants to make up for lost time and help the offense. And do you ever have to talk to him about hey, don't put too much pressure on yourself mentally?
Yeah, we've had conversations. In fact, quite a few. Josh, in fact, I just saw him. We both were in the cold tub, and he's always wanting to kind of pick your brain a little bit on what his situation and what you think. But that's the biggest message we can get across to him, to make sure you're ready, make sure you feel good, and don't feel like you have to carry the day. Sure, we'd love to have him back. We need him. But at the same time, you got to do what's fair to him. And like I said, he's missed so many games. It's going to be important that we give him some time. And so when he comes up here, he's ready. It's hard to hit major league pitching. And when you haven't seen it for pretty much a whole year, now it's going to take some at-bats down there. How many, I can't tell you, but I just want to let him know that, hey, don't rush this thing. Let's make sure we're ready.
I have so many more questions about being in the cold tub now.
Oh,
Boach.
Lord.
When are you in the cold tub first and then they get in? Or are they in the cold tub first and you get in and they're like, oh, no, Boach is getting in? How does this go down?
We're both here pretty early. He beat me to it today. I had a couple of things I had to do. We're leaving tomorrow, but he was in there first, and we're going about the same amount of time, 3 minutes, and but he has the music so loud, the country music going, so we're just sitting there,
just vibing,
doing our 3 minute cold deal, and then get out, but. And that's part of his process to get ready for today. He'll get loose. He'll go in the training room. They'll make sure the wrist is good and loose, and then he'll get some swings down in the cage. And in a couple hours, he'll be facing live pitching.
Is there one particular player on the team that you have the best bond with over music? Like, if you're going to sit with them, you're like, I'm glad it's you because we have the same taste in music.
Oh, JJ would be there, Josh. Yeah. That's a definite. Some of his music, I'll be honest, I don't know it. Sometimes in hitters' meetings, when they're playing the music as the guys walk in, I have no idea what that is. But no, he's got the country going, and that's right down my lane.
So, Boach, I know us pitchers, we're not crazy about doing PFPs, especially during the season, but you guys have been doing PFPs pretty consistently at home and sometimes on the road too. And I feel like it's paying off. Michael Lorenzen covering home. Guys are getting over to first base in plenty of time. There's been a couple of slow rollers that, whether it's Leclerc or Jonathan Hernandez, have made really nice plays. I guess we might not like it, but I feel like watching the Rangers, that practice is paying off.
I agree. And I think it's important, to do it, so many times a year. And I used to go 4 or 5 times a year, but we've ramped it up now. We, do it, every homestand or on every trip. We try to get them all out there, especially the relievers. As you know, a lot of times they don't get a lot of action there on the mound. So, to get them fielding bunts, covering first, pickoffs, things like that, now it becomes second nature when it happens out on the field. When you haven't done it for 3-4 months, and now you got one hopper and a big double play to make, and that throw to second, you just don't do that a lot. So guys have been great about it, and that's part of our routine now, and they've gotten used to it. But it's important for the starters too. Like I said, you just don't get a lot of that action during the game. So when it does happen, you want it to just come natural to them.
And then the last one from me is Ornelas last night. That was a spectacular play at short. Yeah. And then Josh Smith just a few days ago makes the Willie Mays play at third base. Like, you guys defensively have been pretty awesome lately.
I agree, man. It's been fun to watch. I just love great defense. If I go to a game, that I'm not part of, I love to watch it. It's just so important, to the game itself. I mean, you can have a great game without getting a hit by making plays like Johnny did last night. I'm talking about Ornelas and Smitty. What a job he's done at third and short. Guys have done a terrific job. Through the ups and downs, that's what I'm probably most proud of, is how consistent we've been on defense and how focused they've stayed.
Rangers have won 3 straight, 10 of their last 14. Chris Young was on our station on Monday. He talked pretty openly about the kind of fine line the Rangers were kind of straddling when it comes to being buyers or sellers at the trade deadline. Does that make managing the locker room any tougher, knowing that it's probably on some guys' minds about, hey, am I still going to be here next week?
Yeah, I'll tell you this: these guys haven't mentioned it. Now sure they're aware of it, but they're not talking about it. And so on that side of it, I haven't had to talk to anybody. There really hasn't been any rumors, and as far as names in particular. But I do, realize it's part of the game, and as a player, you have to deal with it. But the best way to deal with it is not think about it, because really, what can you do? You have no control over it. So the only thing you can control is go out there and do your thing. And these guys have kept that focus. Now we want to make it tough on everybody by going out there playing good baseball and staying in this thing, and because we believe we can win this, and that's not going to ever leave us. It won't ever leave me, and we're going to keep fighting.
I'm with you. Just keep winning. The standings will take care of themselves.
Right, and that's all you can do. And so, I was asked yesterday, we're watching, the standings, but hey, it doesn't matter if we don't win.
I love it. Thank you very much, good sir. Appreciate it. The team's on a roll. Always thank you for the time. We'll catch you next week.
Hi, guys. Great talking with you.
Go get Rangers.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're an ass for that.
So cheap. Yeah.
Right here.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you said.
Because I'm terrified he's going to pick the phone back up and he's going to be like, now, you just said that, and last week, a couple weeks ago, one of the other fellas said that.
Go get Rangers.
What is that? And I'm going to be like, I don't know.
You can explain and then be like, look, everybody's using it as a rallying cry. And he'll go, you know what? That's probably a damn good rallying cry.
Go get Rangers.
You can use in the clubhouse.
Okay.
Then we'll give him the audio, and he can play it every time it's time to go get Rangers.
The rallying cry I like better is that the Rangers know how big wins come from bold plays, and that's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold, always brings you that Bruce Bochy interview on Wednesdays where sometimes I say really stupid things. Go get Rangers.
I know what I said.
Thank you. Hold on. What the hell? Why do we have that? Oh, my gosh.
You play that one again, Reggie? That was really funny.
Thank you.
I'm bad at this job. Now.
No, you're great at
it's time for Mike Likes It.
Oh, yeah, girl.
All right. So I want to change the topic to football as the station leaves to go to Oxnard today. The shows will be doing their shows tomorrow.
Are you going to miss us?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Lies.
That did not sound convincing.
Yeah. I don't know how much I care about humans at this point.
Oh, wow. I want to dig into that.
Yeah, that's a real life alert.
Yeah. So let's talk about Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback in the NFL. My favorite quarterback. And I would say for most people, no matter how big of a Cowboy fan you are, watching Patrick Mahomes play is special. You know you're watching something special when you watch him play. You don't have to root for him, but...
Can I give you a little... and I don't want to take you off track here, but it's about Patrick Mahomes. Did you see that ESPN put out their top 25 players of this century for football?
I did not.
Where do you think Mahomes would fit in that?
I'm going to guess 1 is Tom Brady.
Correct.
2?
Got him ahead of Aaron Donald.
3?
Got him ahead of Peyton Manning.
Wow. 3?
Okay.
Ooh, spicy.
Those are great. I tell you what, those are really good candidates.
He is number 2 on the list.
I mean, Aaron Donald and
Peyton.
I think Peyton Manning, in a weird way, Peyton Manning doesn't get the respect he deserves. I'm not saying he's better than Joe Montana. I know that would upset you, and I'm not trying to, but
no, I get it.
I think he's in the conversation of
he's one
greatest
of the most
quarterback of all time.
He's one of the most MVPs of all time. He's a 7-time first-team All-Pro. I don't know if we'll dive into this list any more later, but I just wanted to give you a heads up about that. Yeah, Brady 1, Mahomes 2nd, ahead of Aaron Donald and Peyton Manning, and that just shows you already he's 28. I know he's going to turn 29 at the start of the season, but that's amazing.
Where's Dak?
You can think about this if we want to bring it up again. There is no Dallas Cowboy in the top 25 or in the top 5 honorable mentions.
Where's Zeke?
There is no.
Yeah, but he's also a Patriot. You can't forget
there's
that.
no player.
Yeah, Dak's only a Cowboy.
Dak is not on the list.
For now.
Romo is not on the list. I didn't make the list.
DeMarcus Ware?
Is he going to be in Oxnard today?
I believe that is the mandatory.
He's not in Mexico?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, but where's Sean Lee, though?
No, Sean.
All right.
If Jason Witten is not on the list, why would Sean Lee be on the list?
He was a good linebacker. They needed some
we've
linebacker
had the best players.
representation.
Patrick Mahomes. He's my number 1. Okay, so Patrick Mahomes. Last year, serious conversation here. 27 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, regular season. 4,183 yards in 16 games played. I honestly can't remember why he didn't play maybe the last game didn't mean anything. I can't remember why he missed a game last year, but 16 games played. 67.2% completion percentage. Now this last year, by far, it's not even close, was his worst regular season ever. And it's not even close. Just to give you an idea, in his rookie year, I shouldn't say rookie year, in his first year as starting quarterback, because his rookie year he sat behind Alex Smith. He threw 50 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, threw for 5,097 yards.
Is that
just
good?
to give you an idea of his first ever season as a quarterback in the NFL, and lost in overtime to Tom Brady in the AFC Championship game. Now, when you get to the playoffs, he threw, I believe, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, and won it all in his worst season ever. So when you watched Patrick Mahomes last year, you're like, oh, he's maybe not as good as we thought. Oh, maybe his team really stinks. But whatever. They're not good. He's not good. I mean, you'll hear Stephen Jones 74 times is my over-under in Oxnard say that Dak Prescott was second in MVP voting. On Saturday in the press conference, he will say it at least 5 times. In the press conference, Stephen and Jerry will say it maybe once, and McCarthy will say it at least once. And it's going to be, to me, I'm going to want to throw up in my mouth.
Because they're going to be like, you can't get too much better than that.
Yeah. But when you look at Patrick Mahomes, the year before he threw for 5,250 yards. He threw for over 1,000 yards less last year. He threw for 41 touchdowns in 2022. If that was the worst Patrick Mahomes, what are we in for in 2024?
Maybe a worse one. Maybe a worse version.
Yeah, and then still who turns it on in the playoffs, and you're like, oh, so all of that was irrelevant.
Yeah. The leadership on that team's strong. Travis Kelce's one of the leaders on that team. Chris Jones, one of the leaders on that team. Andy Reid's a very good coach. They all understand, and they all understand very, like we're talking about Evaldi, they have that dude whenever it's big game time.
Yeah.
Like they struggled. They wanted to perform better in certain games earlier in the season. They still struggled to find things, but it took them the year to find the pieces that were going to help them win.
I get it. The likelihood of a three-peat is unlikely. It's just so tough. But how scared does the rest of the NFL really have to be if they're like I'm saying Patrick Mahomes in Patrick Mahomes' world. Patrick Mahomes stunk last year in the regular season based off a lot of things. He had horrible wide receivers. I get there's a lot of real excuses on why he had such a bad year. Hell, I hate saying this, but Dak had a better regular season than Patrick Mahomes. In fact, they weren't even that close. And then it wasn't even close when you got to do or die games. Dak Prescott became the worst quarterback in the NFL, and Patrick Mahomes became the best with a team. And you watch him play for 16 games, you go, there's no way Kansas City's going to make a run. Did you see how bad he was? Did you see how bad their offense was?
Yeah.
Did you see how stupid their wide receiver is, that he doesn't even know where the line of scrimmage is? And luckily they didn't play him in the postseason. But I just think of this, and I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes, and I'm like, he was horrible last year to Patrick Mahomes' standards, and yet he defeated all the best teams in the AFC on the road. And then everybody felt like for the whole season, I would say Baltimore and San Francisco were the debate on who's the best team in the NFL.
That's what I thought.
And he beat them both.
I will also, you got to give a lot of credit to the fact that that defense was stout last year.
Incredible.
They were about,
and especially in that championship game,
yeah,
right?
they were about as balanced as I've ever seen that team be. When you look at Mahomes' stats, you look at the way they ran the ball, and then you look at how much and how often they leaned on their defense. But Mike, like you're saying, whenever it was time to be big, he still had, I mean, the game against Baltimore, as you're talking about, the game against Baltimore, he has to have that defense played well too.
39 for 241 yards and a touchdown. Like, he knows how to lead a team to a victory. It's not fantasy football. A lot of people now have grown up in fantasy football world where they don't understand real football. It's like, it's not, playoff football isn't fantasy football. And you go, well, look at how many yards he threw for. Like, I don't give a crap how many yards Dak threw for. He was the worst quarterback in all of the NFL last year in the playoffs, and it's not even close. I don't care about his stats.
You want to hear a little stat though that you think will matter. He did throw an interception in the Super Bowl. Before that, Patrick Mahomes didn't throw an interception for 6 straight playoff games.
Holy moly.
His career in the playoffs, numbers wise, 41-8 touchdowns to interceptions. He doesn't give you the football.
Sure.
He's not going to turn the football over. He's going to score on you,
Except
but he's not
in the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, that
seems to be where the vast majority of his turnovers are.
He's thrown 2 interceptions in the Super Bowl, 3 interceptions in the Super Bowl so far. All right. What are you doing that for?
I'm just kidding.
So when it comes to what Bruce Bochy just said, did you hear him mention, hey, when you kind of win these games like this, you can be gain more confidence. If not, you lose confidence and you don't believe.
Yes.
Now think of the Dallas Cowboys, which were headed to training camp tomorrow. Now think of what their confidence is in big game situations and in do-or-die games. Bochy just laid it out for you. I know that you're going to hear lies, and you have to say the lies. Every team, it's not just the Cowboys, you have to say these lies of, we're fine. It doesn't matter. Last year was last year. This is a new year. All of that crap that they're going to lie to you about. Bruce Bochy just laid it out. The more you win those games throughout the time, the more you're going to believe. The more you lose them, the more you're going to believe you're going to lose. That's what the Cowboys, to me, their biggest storyline is, and they can't overcome it tomorrow, and they can't overcome it in August or September. You can build some things in September, October, November.
Yeah.
But the thing is Bochy just laid it out for you, Dallas Cowboy fans. They kind of believe they're losers for Dallas. They are somehow going to have to overcome that in 2024, the Dallas Cowboys. And I think that's, to me, the most interesting storyline, which is almost impossible to answer for 17 games in the regular season. You have to make the playoffs. You have to win enough games to put yourself in that situation. But Bochy just laid it out for you. That's the biggest issue with the Dallas Cowboys is they have established, and you had a segment earlier that had nothing to do with, they've established they're losers in situations like this.
Yeah.
And they have to try to figure out, with all the same people there and less talent on the team, can we be winners when we've always been losers?
That's a great
question. Because Patrick Mahomes is the opposite. Now I correlate it. They were somewhat losers in the regular season, played bad football, and that team all looked at Patrick Mahomes and said, I think he can just make us winners.
Yeah.
And then he did. And so now their belief is, hey, if we get in the playoffs, if Patrick Mahomes throws 14 interceptions and 27 touchdowns and 4,000 yards, I don't know, he's just going to be the best player in the whole wide world when it's do or die time.
Look, I would not be in a position to bet against him by any means.
Against Mahomes?
Yes. Against the Cowboys, I hate it, but I could see what
Somebody pointed out Dak doesn't have any interceptions in the Super Bowl either.
that is a
your face.
That is a great point. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We got a song that was sent to us from one of our Tolos. And also, Kevin and I had an experience that I'm not very used to yesterday.
Oh, are we going to talk about that?
We're going to have that conversation today. Next in the Fan.
All right, before we do, guys, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. If you're lacking energy, focus, drive, your mood isn't where it is, well, maybe your testosterone's gone down with age. It happens to a lot of us. Over 10 years ago, I went to Men's T Clinic when they started up. They had one location in Addison. They still have that location. They have 4 more locations now in the DFW area. They also have 5 locations in the Houston area. So if you're ever down there for vacation and you need your testosterone, or if you need your terzerpatide, right, there's certain words that I've been learning from Men's T Clinic. I have no clue what they are, but they're awesome therapies. You need to go to menstclinic.com to see all the therapies that they have on their website, because it's not just testosterone, but they started off with testosterone. They want to be a one-stop shop for every man. They want to give you individualized treatment. So whatever you're dealing with, whether it's an injury, whether it's lack of motivation, whether it's working out, whether it's at nighttime, they can help you out. Men's T Clinic was developed by Bobby and Derek. They wanted to make sure that you get individualized treatment, and they've been doing it now for over a decade. Hey, give them a call, 972-GO-MEN'S-T, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Say Mike Bassick sent you, and get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
It's camp time. We're packing up a suitcase of...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where our official Twitter account lied to you. It is not the G-Bag Nation yet. They will start in about an hour. It is
They
still...
can come in if they want. Start
That's
talking.
true.
That's fine.
Come on down.
Always down.
It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. We are heading out today. You and I will get onto an airplane in just mere moments.
Leaving on a jet plane?
Yeah.
Well, I do want to return again.
Oh,
Is that okay? Can I do that? We're heading out. We're going to Oxnard, California.
Homest?
Oxnard. And we're going to be there doing our thing, as Mike calls it, the Nard. And we're going to do our thing. I'm really excited because this is, I go back to this. When I was in IT, found out that wasn't for me. I was listening to the Bill Parcells press conferences, and I was like, this is so entertaining. I was, all wrapped up in Cowboys stuff, and I left that and went back to college because I wanted to be at Cowboys training camp. Like, that was really the whole goal. How do I get to Cowboys training camp? And so I went to Richland College, met a ton of awesome people there, and then along the way got to go to UNT, interned at DallasCowboys.com with Mickey, and then we got the show, and I'm sitting there watching G-Bag run around doing 3 live mics. I'm watching all these other shows go out there, and I was so jealous the whole time. I was like, they're going out to camp. That's all I want to do. And then finally, we got our opportunity to do it. It was everything I expected. And personally, I know Mike's not a huge fan of it, but personally, it's still my favorite trip. I love going to Arizona. It's a great experience. Oxnard is a lot of fun for me because, again, I'm still part of what I was pursuing whenever I left the IT world to get to where I am right now. And it's a lot of fun. While I was at Richland College, I made multiple friends, Kevin, that I was able to bring to the newspaper.
Right.
I would probably say about 6 people that I worked with, 6 or 7 people that I worked with at Richland ended up getting jobs with us at the newspaper.
Hold on. So the paper was the Cowboys, and you were Jay Glazer?
I'm the greatest scout you've ever seen.
And you're just like, I'm just going to tell you.
I knew talent. I knew talent when I saw it. And there were some very talented people at that newspaper at Richland because we had an exceptional teacher, an exceptional professor, and she put in a great, she was the first woman to cover the Cowboys.
Oh.
When Tony Dorsett's kid was first born, she was right there, like outside the room talking with him.
Wow.
She had great conversations with him, and she made great relationships along the way. And she's the one that connected me with Mickey to get me to be there for it. One of those people that I knew then, and then Kevin, you ultimately got to meet, and then you and me and him got to share many trips down to Austin and Waco and stuff like that,
right,
so that we could cover Plano West baseball or whatever was going on while we were working at the other newspaper together. We found out had colon cancer, and you called me 2 nights ago and said, "Hey man, it sounds like he's very close."
Right.
And it hit me really hard whenever you said that, because my first thought was, man, I haven't kept in touch with him the way I should have.
Right.
And then the more like having this job that we have, we've made a lot of different friends, a lot of people that I've been connected to that I didn't know. Like before I did this, I had like 5 friends, like 5 legitimate friends. And now I've made so many more friends along the way. It's the journey, right?
Right.
And so the, I was kind of like, man, I haven't kept up with him the way I know I should have. But he's in hospice, and you said, I'm going to go visit him. And I was like, well, my schedule's pretty tight. I better figure out a chance to go visit him. Yesterday when I walked in, Kevin, I was by myself. I had about 10, 15 minutes alone with him before you and a few of our other friends from the newspaper showed up.
Because just to your point about the timing thing, it was pretty much yesterday, because
the only day.
Look, I hope.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yeah, but his brother said sooner is better than later. You know what I'm saying? And so it felt like yesterday we had to get there.
And so, because Adrian was coming back in town from Cleveland with Lucy, and my schedule's a little tight, I had a window I needed to get into. I get in there and I sit down with him, and he didn't look like the same guy.
Right.
But then when I started talking to him, I saw the same guy. And I'll be very honest, this is my first experience with having to see a friend in this situation. I've seen my grandfather in hospice before.
Yeah.
I've seen grandmother in that situation. Never seen a friend, somebody my age, in this situation. And I told him. We talked. We shared a couple jokes that that were things that from our past that we could laugh about.
And his attitude it's amazingly upbeat.
And I told him, I said, "Hey man, I'm sorry, but I don't have much experience here, and I'm not quite sure what to say."
Yeah.
And that's when he stopped me and he said, "Okay, Corey, I need you to know this." And he gave me the speech, and then he gave you guys the speech, and I was still in the room, and he said, "Some people make it to 80, some people make it to 40, some people only make it to 10. But the thing for me that I find so important is the love that I shared, the love that I put out into the world, the vibes that I put out into the world. I'm seeing them come back to me in droves right now."
Yeah.
Because so many people have come by to say something to me. So many people have come by to share some time with me. And so I know that I did something right by what I was putting out into the world because I'm seeing it coming back to me right now. Then somebody just said, who are we talking about? This is a mutual friend of Kevin's and mine, somebody I met in college.
His name is Zach.
His name is Zach. And he is he's a dude that loves a good joke. And Kevin, I want to tell you this because you organized everything yesterday. You got all those guys in that room. Now, I did think it was very weird that all y'all had shaved heads and I had hair, but and
then Bill showed up.
Then Bill showed up. He did have hair.
Yeah.
But whenever we were in there for that 45 minutes, 45 minutes that I was in there with all of you guys, we're sharing stories and laughing, and I saw his spirit go from what it was before when I went in there alone. Yeah. He was tired. He needed rest. And I saw everything in him light up. And we're sitting there every one of us had a joke, a story to tell. Yes, he's the one. I stole his steak and salmon out of the fridge one day because I didn't want to be at work and I needed some food. I took his food and Kevin's always hated me for it. So I finally admitted to him.
You chose yesterday to admit that to him?
In hospice to tell him that. And he was like, I knew it was you the whole time. But Kevin, I think every single...
Did you hear what he said after that, though? He goes, there's not a lot of things that bother me, but food stealers is really high on the list.
But I made up for it. There's just a different story I can't tell on here right now.
That is true.
But all of us had great stories, and Kevin, it was the best, for me, it was the best. I was stressed all day leading up to it. I was even stressed after it.
Yep.
But for those 45 minutes... I felt like I was just hanging out with my friends having a good time. And I hope he felt the same. And if you ever are afraid of going to see somebody because of that, you can find that relief and that joy in celebrating somebody's life.
You know, when I walked out, his brother's like, okay, what are y'all gonna do now? And I just kind of looked at him and I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So we actually just kind of stood around there for like 10 or 15 minutes. And then we all decided, let's go grab some food, grab a drink together. But,
you got a drink, huh?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not get a drink.
That was my shot.
Yesterday would have been a good time. But I want to tell the tie-in specifically for this show, outside of the fact that just both you and I know Zach very, very well. It was in 2008. We're driving down to Houston to watch Allen play in the state championship game. Now, Allen the week prior had defeated Round Rock Stony Point because they just couldn't hang like that. Sorry, Reggie. And so we're driving down there, and, you know, if you're familiar with the UIL football state championships, they're really close to Christmas. And he is just rocking out Christmas music nonstop. He knows every Christmas song ever. And, like, I've never even heard of several of these songs. And then Baby It's Cold Outside comes on. About halfway through, he looks at me and goes, you know what this song's about, right? And I was like, I don't know, Christmas? And he goes, no, it's about date rape. And at that moment, my whole worldview on that song came crumbling down. I listened to the rest of the song. He walked me through, and we figured out this whole thing, which would then become something on our show. I eventually wrote a blog about it, and it became a segment that people were very divided about at first. And then eventually it won them over. And now some people to this day are still mad we don't do that segment at Christmas. But that song eventually got canceled.
We got credited for canceling it.
I cannot tell you, and Corey, I have no doubt, is absolutely the same. He got so many social media messages when society had determined that song was inappropriate. And Zach is not the Zach y'all know here at the station, but Zach is the one who helped inspire that. And he's a great, great, great person. And I know lots of people have felt impacts like this. It feels unfair. I told him, I was like,
you're pissed.
I'm mad. And he, you know, in his very delicate voice at the time said, it's okay. He's not going to tell me how to feel or anything like that. But Corey's right. I've described it because my wife wanted to know how it went. And I said it was awful and amazing all in one. And so, Corey, you said something that like really, really, really hits home. I'm
sorry for stealing the stuff out of the fridge.
That true.
Oh, yeah.
That too. It's going to be hard, but it's worth it. And if you find yourself in that situation, it's worth it. That's my main takeaway.
Yeah, I came away, and like even with his perspective of things, I came away feeling better. And I know where he's going with things, and I know it's been a tough road for him and the people around him, the people that love him so much.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to know him. Definitely am. All right, so I want to.
Oh, thanks, Captain Bringdown.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I did want to. Reggie, did you get that song I sent earlier to you? The one from. No. Oh no, I guess not. So okay, we got it. This is Aaron Malloy, one of our Tolos out there. He heard Sean and RJ's and Bobby's and Peyton's song this morning. And so he was like, hey, I went ahead and made an AI ChatGPT song about KNC Masterpiece. So this is his song. And I always encourage Tolos out there. If you have something, send it our way. We'd love to hear it. We'd love to play it. We got support for all the Tolos out there. So if you have something, go ahead and send it our way. This is from our Tolo, Aaron.
Tune into the morning light so bright. Corey, Kevin, Mike, they got it right.
Oh, that's nice.
Laughing loud, they clear my mind. KNC, they're one of a kind. Batman, Superman, they take flight.
Batman doesn't fly.
With every joke, they ignite the night. Driving in, I feel alive. With the show, I thrive, I thrive. KNC, through my soul. Masterpiece makes me whole. Every day they bring the cheer. Got my favorite heroes near.
So there you go. That is a little bit of Aaron Malloy's song that he sent along to us about the KNC Masterpiece and
It's
how
like
it
the
makes.
Gap is having an ad.
It does feel like
Or a
it feels
sale.
like there is a Gap.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a Gap song or an Old Navy or maybe a Target commercial
Ooh,
happening
yeah.
right now.
Nice.
But that's AI making the music. They decided based on what he input into it.
Allen Iverson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Dude, can you imagine if Allen Iverson was like, you know what, I'm doing what Childish Gambino did, and I'm going to go alt rock. I'm going to go on this. Let's do it.
Surely somebody has gone
With
to
Lithonia, never.
artificial intelligence and said, can you give me like some thoughts about skipping practice and the relevancy of it so we can get AI trying to replicate the AI practice
Oh, that would be
speech?
so good in a song.
Surely that's got to be around.
You can make
there
that happen.
somewhere. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do one thing, but now I'm about to change it.
What?
The greatest United States Summer Olympians ever, plus why no Cowboys made the top 25 of this century.
Or the Olympians list.
I guess that.
Or did they?
Oh,
Bob Hayes?
now that's a tease. Next on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes Gray with the 2-2, and that's hit right through Gray's legs, but fielded by Ornelas in shallow center, and he throws him out. Nice job by Jonathan Ornelas. By the time he got to that ball, he was a couple of steps onto the turf.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers have won 3 straight, and they have won 3 straight by 1 run for the first time in exactly 7 years. They've also won 10 of their last 14 and moved to within 3 games of first place in the AL West. We're actually going to talk about something entirely different here, but I felt like you needed to know that going into, well, the rest of the segment. All right, top 25 NFL players since 2000. ESPN has been rolling out since their much critiqued top 100 athletes of the 2000s. So then they've been breaking it down by sport. We went over the top 5 earlier. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Donald, Peyton Manning, and Randy Moss. Or Randy Moss is 5th, sorry. What I want to do real quick is quick hit the rest of the list. And tell me if there's any Cowboy that you think got jobbed out or anybody that you're like, really?
Okay.
That person? All right, 6 through 10 goes like this. Calvin Johnson, J.J. Watt, Ray Lewis, Aaron Rodgers, and Darrelle Revis.
Those are all really good.
Agreed.
I mean, Calvin Johnson's arguably one of the greatest receivers, aside from the greatest receivers. Like an unstoppable
right
force.
Moss, yeah.
Darrelle Revis during his time.
Lockdown.
Yeah.
Revis Island, right?
There's a reason it was called that.
Yeah.
I think, was it Nnamdi Asomugha was the only other one that you were like, that dude's locked down for like this long?
Yeah.
A very short period of time is what I meant by this long. And then he fell apart when he became an Eagle. Maybe it was Kerry Washington.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know. Women do things.
feel like
I mean,
that
he
would
did
just
become an
make you
actor, though.
better.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Changed his life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a really that's Aaron Rodgers is right up there in the mix too, man.
11 through 15. Ed Reed, Charles Woodson, Gronk, Travis Kelce, and Drew Brees.
Okay. I mean, you haven't named a quarterback that Romo or Dak is better than.
And this is still since the turn of the century.
Since 2000.
And Ed Reed was one of the best.
Ed Reed was phenomenal, wasn't he?
Jason Witten, though, I don't know, man. When it comes to Gronk, like Kelce, I think is even better. I don't know, man.
I got Gronk as the best tight end I've ever seen.
I disagree. I disagree with you.
Who are you going with?
It's fine. We can disagree.
No,
you don't have to act like that.
Yeah, it's not an argument. I just wanted to know.
I don't know. Sometimes if you disagree with the Patriots tight end, it's problematic.
Okay. All right.
He's talking about Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, I realized that's what he meant.
Yeah, I think that's legitimate still. Keep going.
16 through 20. Troy Polamalu, Brett Favre, I know, Adrian Peterson, Michael Strahan, and LaDainian Tomlinson.
Wow.
It's a tough list, man.
LaDainian Tomlinson's one of my favorite running
century
backs.
for good quarter century for football.
Tomlinson's one of my favorite running backs of all time.
Yeah, it's a tough bar when Tomlinson is 20 on your list.
Right.
You're like, ooh.
Yeah, Polamalu's hair by itself stands out.
Yeah.
And then just all I can think of whenever I see him is
Jumping over the offensive line?
Either him diving for jumping over the offensive line or diving for a tipped ball. Like, that's all I think about with Polamalu. So, yeah. And Adrian Peterson.
And shampoo commercials.
Adrian Peterson was bad, dude.
He was.
Just bad. Yeah, at OU, I was like, this dude's going to destroy the NFL.
You think Michael Strahan got any extra credit for going on to host a morning show?
I think he got extra credit for the Super Bowls.
Okay. Makes sense.
Bowl. And the
morning show.
The record.
Oh, yeah.
The single season sack record. That obvious. I mean, you just said Brett Favre.
That's right. He helped. 21 through 25. Marshall Faulk, Warren Sapp, Joe Thomas, Tony Gonzalez, and Derek Brooks. Now, Marshall Faulk is obviously he's in a tough spot because he started in 94. And so this just takes into account your accomplishments in 2000 going forward.
Yeah, otherwise this would be disrespectful.
Yeah, 2000's maybe his best season. I think you could probably argue that was his best season stats-wise, but that's why he is where he is on the list.
And you said Joe Thomas, the first ever offensive lineman.
That's facts.
Look,
I saw it on TV, Kevin.
If you don't get that, the NFL Network, when they were broadcasting a game, it was supposed to be, I think, Joe Thomas first to get to 10,000 consecutive snaps for an offensive lineman, and it just said, Joe Thomas, first NFL offensive lineman. He took a picture, quote tweeted it, and said #blessed.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought that was a great reaction to that.
Sapp, maybe the craziest interview we've ever had at Super Bowl history.
Yes. It's a good thing that was a pre-record.
I had no clue what to expect out of that man's mouth.
Incredible football player.
Yes.
Wild human. Wild human being in multiple ways. Go look up what he gave some of his coworkers when he was working at NFL Network. Wild boy.
Why can't you just tell us?
I didn't think you were going to say coworkers. I actually thought you were going to go down a different
Why can't you just tell us what he gave them?
They were toys, but not for children.
Oh.
Okay.
Ditos.
You didn't like that, Reggie?
I mean, I got exactly what you meant, so you handled that well.
All right, here's
the clap.
What the
Why
hell,
would you
dude?
say it out loud?
Like the thing that the
clapper.
clapper. The
Yeah,
clapper.
that's what
I'm
you meant,
sorry.
yeah.
I thought that.
Top 5 honorable mentions. You know, of all the people that I would think would get us canceled, you would not be at the top of the list.
That's not
He'd be
going to be the
close.
thing.
He'd be close to the top of the list.
Everybody can understand that.
Honorable mentions.
Easy
Jonathan
mistake.
Ogden, Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Orlando Pace.
Why did you say it like that?
Yeah, that feels low.
Oh, low.
Okay. Yeah.
No,
I thought
not
he was hating on Larry Fitzgerald.
No. That feels very
Okay.
low to me.
There's a lot of really good
You're right.
players on this list, though.
Orlando Pace, Marvin Harrison, and Terrell Owens. Now, Terrell Owens is another person that
Interesting.
there's a few of them like this that they have some years in the 90s, but they're only factoring in what you did 2000 going forward. So no like real Cowboys on the list. I know T.O. played for the Cowboys, but I'm saying like players you identify as Cowboys. Do you have any?
What do you identify T.O. as?
I still think of him as a 49er.
Okay.
Maybe that's off
I don't-
base.
Not a Bengal?
Yeah, he's just kind of nebulous to me. Like, I don't really view
He
him
just
as
had
the
he has
NFL
the stupid
logo, like Rob
All-Star
Lowe.
jersey on that we saw in Arlington.
He just has it's a jersey with 81 on it.
That's
it.
right.
Or did you say Rob Lowe's hat?
Yeah.
That's like DeMarcus Ware, I feel belongs in the conversation. Jason Witten, I think, belongs in the conversation. But
We didn't really throw that many defensive players in there in general, did we?
I mean, Orlando Pace is in the honorable mention category. That's. I mean, I know he was an offensive lineman,
I was like,
not
I
a
have no
defensive
clue
lineman,
what
but
that is.
I'm just saying, like, away from skill position players, it's tough.
But I mean, again, take into consideration, Kevin, this stretch here.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of names. I just named 2 of them. And some people can fight with me about Romo, but you're going to be very far down on this list in quarterbacks before you get to Romo.
And then the name, I've seen Witten's name come up a couple times, but it feels like people are like, yeah, I guess. Now,
if he'd have won a championship, that could have changed everything.
I could see that. Are you ready to transition back to the Olympics?
I love the Olympics.
Always.
The greatest United States Summer Olympians of all time. Now, for some reason, the Sporting News and Apple gave us an awkward top 33.
Okay.
I'm not going to go through all 33.
Where do you want to start?
Who do you think is the greatest Summer Olympian of all time?
Oh, we're going number 1.
For the United States. Or I can just I'll give you a couple big names that didn't win.
Okay.
All right. Number 31. Then known as Bruce Jenner.
Bruce Jenner?
Yes.
Elite.
Number 29, Carrie Walsh Jennings.
She's amazing.
Agreed. 28.
I was in
Misty May.
Misty May. I was in
Trainer?
the elevator with her.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
I
always
was-
forgot. They dominated the beach
I was
volleyball,
like,
man.
so you like gold, huh? And she kind of giggled at it.
Nice.
I was in love with her for a little while. So.
Number 28, Ryan Lochte, who one time was asked to describe himself, and he said,
Ryan Lochte.
Ryan Lochte. That's a real thing.
I love that as a response.
We need to have that as a drop. Number 26, Cassius Clay.
Who's that?
He eventually was better known.
Respect his wishes and call him by his name.
Cassius Clay at the time, much like we went over with Bruce Jenner just a second ago, became Muhammad Ali.
Correct.
All right. And so Mia Hamm is number 20. So I've given you some people who did not go higher than 20. Oh, let me tell you one more. Number 19, Karch Karai. If we're talking about volleyball, I know it's men's volleyball, but for a time, I'm pretty sure that was the only men's volleyball player's name I knew.
Not gonna lie, don't know who that is.
Okay. No, he's really good.
Lisa Leslie and Gabby Douglas are 2 names I'll throw in there.
They
Oh,
are
really? Okay.
just outside the top 20.
Yeah.
Gabby is 22. Lisa Leslie is 24.
I go to the track thinking FloJo and Michael Johnson.
Okay. I think Carl Lewis,
Yeah.
FloJo, Michael Johnson. I also think Allison Felix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Allison
Jackie
Felix
Joyner
is a
Kersey.
great one.
You might be mad about Allison Felix's rank.
Really?
She is number 18.
She has like 7.
Yeah,
on the
she's been
list.
doing this for a minute.
She has 7 gold medals.
And she became a mom and
She's
still
got
at
like a
it.
shoe business.
Yeah, she's cooking.
So she is number 18. You said Michael Johnson, number 11.
Nice.
Of the greatest summer Olympians for the United States.
You know he's great because
of all time.
we decided to stop for that short period of time, stop viewing the 100 meters, what determined the fastest man in
watch
the
the
world. 'cause we were
200.
like,
Yeah.
he's doing a 200.
And the
That's
400.
the fastest dude. What are we talking about?
And I made him fall over laughing once.
That is true. And Reggie, I'm going to tell you, I think I'm personally offended at somebody you haven't named so far. Number 4, Jackie Joyner Kersey.
That's right.
And number 3, Carl Lewis.
Carl
So,
Lewis was phenomenal.
Hitting
dude.
some of the high points
Not at singing.
for track and field. That is true. But you guys have not gotten number 1
Is
or
it
number 2.
a tennis player that you're looking at?
Nope.
For me? No. I'm more worried about who you're offended that I have not named.
Well, who's the greatest swimmer of all time?
Are you talking about Simone?
Wrong. Simone Biles.
Well, that was a given. I thought we were working our way up there.
Number 5
Oh, we're in the top 5
on
now. Gotcha.
the list.
Number 5, huh?
Number 5.
Well, I guess, yeah, she basically has had, one Olympics? Because kind of dipped out on the last one.
She did the one before as well.
Oh,
So
yeah,
she
okay.
did 16 and
4 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze.
All right, you guys have still not gotten the top 2. Somebody said?
Well, the top one is probably you.
This is interesting.
We'll see.
The top 2 are interesting to me.
Do you think Ledecky's already in that space?
No.
Because she'd be out there.
Katie,
torching
a
folks.
couple of people said Katie Ledecky. She is number 8 on the list.
Okay.
Another person who I like when I was a kid and watched, I thought he was the most famous person in the world, is Greg Louganis. Because in the 88 Olympics, he had already hit his head on like a platform. I think it was platform first and then the diving board. And when it happened, then they showed the other one. I was like, oh no. As a kid, I was devastated for him.
Avery was asking me, my oldest son last night was asking me, hey dad, like what Olympic sport kind of encapsulates the best? And I was like, I guess it's the decathlon where you have to do 10 different things. And if you win and all that. Then I was like, dude, you should have seen the marketing around Dan and Dave and Reebok whenever we were kids.
And then they flamed out and people got fired. Somebody said Carrie Strug. I don't think she is on this list. And Mary Lou Retton is number 13.
Clearly, number 1 on this list is going to be local. Nastia Luke. No, I'm just playing. Everybody goes Michael Phelps. Like, that's obvious.
Michael Phelps is number 2 on the list. So the top 10, I'll leave out number 1, goes like this. Michael Phelps, Carl Lewis, Jackie Joyner-Kersee, Simone Biles, Mark Spitz, Wilma Rudolph, Katie Ledecky, Al Order. I have to admit, I'm not familiar with him. He was a discus thrower.
Played like forward and center for the Celtics.
No. Is that Al Horford that you're referencing?
That's right.
That was a
Just beat Mavs in the finals.
He was a discus thrower in the 50s and 60s. And then Greg Louganis. So the question becomes, who is the number 1?
He better have more than 23 gold medals because that's what
Spoiler
Michael
alert,
Phelps had.
He doesn't.
He better have at least 20 then.
Hey, no.
Yeah, but again, I've already established that swimming is a little different. You can get like 37 medals in one cycle somehow.
That is true. It is staggering, though, that Michael Phelps has 23 gold medals.
I don't know why it took me this long to figure it out. Steve DeBerg!
Hell yeah, it's Steve DeBerg. Say his name.
I'm going to blame myself for thinking you were about to give the correct answer. I really thought you would. You did not.
Is it because he was up there looking at Hitler in his face?
That's right.
Jesse
from
Owens.
Reggie and from the 909-972-903, Jesse Owens in the 940. This is the equation that I said because Corey said
23 gold medals.
23 gold medals to 4. And I was like, but don't forget, Jesse Owens essentially gave Hitler the finger.
Yeah.
How many gold medals is that worth? Probably a lot.
All of them.
He was in the Olympics in 1936, and he won 4 gold medals in the 100, 200, 400 relay, and long jump, and took Hitler's stupid white supremacy idea and smashed it into the ground. So I don't know how you quantify that in terms of additional medals.
73 medals for that, at least.
So
at least.
The Sporting News has said with 77 medals, 73 for flipping off Hitler, 4 for the actual Olympics in Berlin, that he is number 1. Michael Phelps is number 2. So
here's a line from that story, Kevin. He is the American Olympian.
I could see
It's
that.
a damn good line right there.
I mean, and I know there are other very iconic moments, but this felt like, the very iconic
Oh, yeah.
moment
When it
at
hit my
the
Twitter feed, I was just like, what is going on?
We're the KNC masterpiece.
So, we learned about it in school, dude.
Right
Like, that
here
was-
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, our first
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Simeon short lead at third with DeYoung right next to the bag. And there's a swing, and there's a drive hit well to right field. Into the corner goes Sheets, and the ball falls in fair territory. Simeon scores. Josh Smith goes to second with a double. And the Rangers lead at 3-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Awesome, Heggie. How about you?
I'm doing great because Olympic soccer has already begun. Morocco defeated Argentina 2-1 thanks to a VAR review, and also fans ran on the field at one point.
Yeah, I guess they were throwing stuff at the Argentinian players as they were preparing to leave. So that's unfortunate. I mean, the entire Olympic soccer thing is weird because it's just 23 and under.
Yeah, that is kind of strange. And then also of note in the football world, defensive end for the Eagles, Brandon Graham, said this will be his final season. So,
how many years has he played?
14.
Wow, what a run!
I could say, yeah, that sounds.
He kind of was a late bloomer too. It felt like I don't think he had his first double-digit sack season until their Super Bowl year in 2017, and I think he was in the 2010 draft class.
Even in 2017, they have him down at 9.5
there
sacks.
you go.
And so it was just a couple of years ago where he picked up 11. But before that, kind of hovering in that same area. Now, Corey, I asked you first about this. I was curious if you guys have any do's and don'ts for pool etiquette, because there's this Massachusetts pool that is mad at a couple because they brought a glass jar of salsa out by the pool. They dropped it. Pieces of the glass got into the pool, and they said they had to drain 200,000 gallons out of the tank, and it's caused $20,000 worth of damage. I assume you're booted out of that pool. If not, they're trying to get the money from you.
No glass at the pool. All right, that is a rule. And I learned this in the restaurant business because one night during a Friday night shift, I dropped a glass into the ice, and I had to melt all the ice down. Drain the whole thing, take all the glass out, and then I was able to do it again. And once we got the pool, I was like, no glass around the pool. And I'm always shocked when somebody's like, hey, you want a beer? And I'm like, I know that cooler only has Corona bottles in it. Like, are you okay with that? Because it might, if that's a problem, man, it gets in the bottom of the pool, you're done.
I don't allow glass on fishing boats.
Okay.
Because I will fish barefooted.
Okay.
Yeah. And so at times, if you drop a glass bottle on a fishing boat, that's another thing it gets in.
Okay, so we're
all cans.
We're all pretty much in agreement. Glass
free
might be
environment.
the #1
glass.
no-no right there.
It's
What
great.
an insane amount of damage for one jar of salsa.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what though,
Salsa.
Glass bottle of beer though is outstanding though. I mean,
it tastes better, doesn't it?
It does. It tastes so much better.
Coke. Yeah, it's like the Mexican Cokes.
Yeah.
Yep, those taste better too. I think no poop as well.
No poop?
Yeah. They'll close the pools with the fecal matter.
Yeah,
I had a friend
don't
once-
poo in the pool, Corey.
I had a friend once who thought somebody pooped in the pool, and then he took a bite out of it.
What?
And it was a baby.
No, it's from a movie.
That was Caddy Day.
That was Caddyshack.
Caddy Day. Gosh, I need to be less gullible. You got me.
I looked
like that's disgusting.
And that's why I looked at you two in particular. I was like, if I got a shot at pulling this off, it's going to be the
I have
nosebleed
seen
seats
Caddyshack, but
most
it's been a long
likely to go along with.
What about
this.
like eating in the pool? Like if you see somebody, you're at the cookout, and then somebody's got like a paper plate, and
I
they're
don't even
eating.
understand your question. You're not supposed to go into the pool for 30 minutes until after you.
You abide by that?
Hell no.
No,
such a myth.
You might
Thank
die.
you. Do you make your kids abide by that?
No.
Cool.
I'll say this: if there's beer drinking involved, and everybody should have to get out of the pool for 30 minutes and go to the restroom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't need you sitting there drinking beer all day and peeing in the pool. You know,
You just kind of hope they don't.
There
but-
should be, they blow a horn. Everybody
go.
gets out of the
Whatever.
pool. You go to the bathroom, get your fresh beer, come back. But you should not be allowed just to sit there all day and never get out of the water.
Okay,
Yeah, but-
how do you? I have a specific kid-based question, so I know it's different than what you were saying. Let's say theoretically you have, I don't know, a brother-in-law and a couple of nieces, and they're pretty young.
Get out of the pool.
And if they say they're in the lake and they
okay.
say they need to use the bathroom, do you go all the way back up to the house, or do you maybe
Lake.
theoretically
In a lake?
Lake is
do what
yeah.
your brother-in-law
No,
says
lake
and just
is-
hop in the
You
lake?
take care of your
Going
business
for
in the
it.
lake.
Yeah, lake.
I
Go
used to
ahead.
be a big fight against the peeing in the pool person. As I've gotten older, I give 0 Fs anymore. Everyone I think is just naturally doing it. They don't say they're doing it. So now I stop the fight. It's not worth it.
As
And
well
I've
spitting
joined
out
in.
water of your pee water.
Walter
and
gives
all
no
that.
F's about the pee. That's my approach to a lot of pool rules because I feel like I was traumatized as a kid with the no running and the waiting the 30 minutes and
The
no
no
food
running.
in there. I'm like, man, I'm a kid. I'm having fun. If anything happens, it'll be fine. You know, as long as you have a good slip resistant patio around your pool. You know, if it is like basically a slip and slide, I get the no running rule. But if you got like paver stones or good like textured concrete and you're still laying that law down as your kid's running 4 miles an hour, I think you're just infringing on the fun too much.
Nothing worse than that fractured arm as you're like flipping those burgers as a
Part
kid
of growing
goes
up.
spilling around the corner there.
The moment I knew
the fractured arm ruins the party every time. Then you have to like draw straws to see it's your kid.
Drawing straws?
No, it's your kid taking.
It's your kid. Take them, you know, and whatever.
But I'm too drunk.
Yeah, well,
I'm
I'm
damn
sorry.
sure not going to spend 16 years yelling at that kid.
I will
you know?
say this:
break your arm once, never run again. You got to figure it out.
We've had situations where we've had like lacerations of like head wounds at the pool.
Oh no!
And then too drunk to get stitched up. Like we
Let's
can't
let it bleed out.
Yeah, we can't. I'm sorry, we can't give him the pain medicine because he's so drunk.
Yeah,
that's a horrible place
it
to
won't
be.
coagulate.
So you just kind of just put pressure on it, you know.
Damn coagulation, man.
Listen to Dr. Majors over here. I like it.
I learned in high school. The moment I knew, though, that my middle son, Carter, was the one where I was like, crap, I got to deal with him, was we were at the pool in Plano, and it was Liberty, and they'd whistled at him 3 times to not run around the pool. And so he stopped and looked at him and goes, they didn't say anything about skipping, and skipped around the pool, and I was just like, we're in trouble.
Wow.
So
he's too smart for his own good.
Yeah, he is, man.
That is awesome.
I will say this,
coagulating in the
red
pool either.
trunks and a whistle gives you a lot of leeway.
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
Because running is the worst atrocity that has ever existed. Stop running! And it looks like they're like, I will kill you and everyone you know if you run one more time. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Everything breaking with the Cowboys right out of the gates here as we fly off to Oxnard tonight. We'll see you boys out there tomorrow afternoon after the Ranger game. But it's a birthday day for Wolchuk, and Chiafala will present his roast at 3:40.
Oh, looking forward to that.
Yes.
I have another suggestion if you want another person to do it. Roll home with the G-Mag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Remember, we'll lead into Rangers, so 10 to 1 Central Time right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say happy birthday to Zach, Kevin.
Happy birthday, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40. Right.
hitting, 7 2/3, gave up 4 hits, no walks, struck out 5 guys. John Gray has been on fire in the month of July. Josh Smith, maybe the player of the game, though, stole home early, and then had what ended up being the game-winning ribby there in the 8th inning, right before the Benintendi home run made it 3-2. So mindset-wise, where are you? Maybe the same place as yesterday. We're hoping to see signs of dominance, but to me, this is just, what we need for them to not be sellers. Buy yourself a little bit more time until you get the reinforcements that I believe are going to set this thing off. This time next month, guys, we're going to be in a full-on Rangers paradise. And right now, we're just buying ourselves a little bit of time and maybe calming the concerns of those in the front office or the ownership group that want to sell and think long-term. That's where I'm at right now, and this is a blessing that it's happened. You could definitely gnash your teeth over back-to-back one-run games and only, 7 combined runs in 2 games against the White Sox. But this isn't the real Rangers. The real Rangers will be here soon, Wolchuk.
I love the positivity. And you know what? You're just being battle-tested here, finding a way to win one-run games. I remember a few years back, that was a kryptonite for the Texas Rangers. Here they are, 3 straight wins, all by 1 run. And they're doing it against the best pitchers that the White Sox have to offer and a couple of guys that are probably going to be moved here at the deadline to contending teams. So it's not like you're struggling to hit against just average pitching. The White Sox pitching's been really good. They've been much like Seattle this year. They just haven't had any offense, but the Rangers finding a way to get it done, and you got help from your division mates. Now you are just 3 games back of the AL West in first place. This thing is in striking distance. It is in sight. You're halfway to a sweep. Let's get optimistic, boys.
At 877-881-1053, the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you. What do you think about the hypothesis that this is just going to be the reverse of last year? You start slow, you struggle all year, then you finish strong in August and September, go flying into the playoffs that way. Brian, what do you think?
I like what you're going with there. I liked what John Gray had working with the location of his ball last night with the slider especially.
You texted me. You're like, that ball location on Gray is just ridiculous tonight.
He had it hang him in there, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He was hanging those balls in there. And
it's an everyday thing.
Everyday thing.
Hey, and the stamina to do it for what? How long was he? How long was he out there?
It was one of his longer
7-2.
He was a horse last night. He was a full-on horse.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I've just believed this with this division, that it was going to be, there was going to be some problems that with the Mariners and their inability to hit. The Astros are kind of dealing with injuries like you, and you played them well in that series. That gave me a lot of hope. So yeah, this I don't know if it'll be a turnaround, but at least they're going the right way. You got to, you can't go out and lose these games. I mean, we had Jared on the other day and talking about they had a chance to go beat the Rockies. Rockies had only won 9 games, and here they are. They get swept by the Rockies, but you couldn't have that against the White Sox. And they've done their part. Get a win tonight, take a day game tomorrow, and then go to Toronto and kind of figure some things out there as well. And
another bad baseball team.
Yeah, another team that's kind of struggling a little bit. So yeah,
definitely a seller.
Go for it. And they just need to put a bunch of games together, get this thing above 500. And then start to, think about, okay, now where are we going to go and get somebody? I think they're going to get a bat. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be a huge move. I think they're going to go get a bat, but they'll probably sell one of their pitchers though too. And I don't know if
hey, just stay away from the bullpen. We're good.
I don't know if they'll coincide with each other, but I just have a feeling that he's not going to sit. He's not going to sit pat. And if somebody wants one of their pitchers and is willing to overpay for it, I think he'll look at it.
817 says, I've been thinking reverse of last year leading into the All-Star break, and I'm starting to see it now. Maybe I'm a little bit late to the party, but I think in this scenario, you win all your home games. You go 11-0 at home in your journey to winning the World Series. Maybe you split your road games this time around if the reverse is in order, of course.
Hell of a storyline, man. I'm here for that.
972, hey, Wolchuk, it's my birthday, too. I'm a 70-year-old, and I'm a Tolo. I deliver Meals on Wheels, so I listen all day. Salute
Happy
to
birthday to you. Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome.
A lot of birthdays
Meals
today.
on wheels.
Can we get a Stone Mardi Gras brought us in California? It is legal there, after all, asks the 817. Maybe last 90 minutes of the show or something?
Yeah, maybe a practice. I just go out there and just be completely baked and try and describe what's going on. Live mic situation.
3 high mics.
I wonder, yeah, 3
high mics.
That
just,
could be something
Just
good.
maybe sit in the crowd and maybe smoke while I'm in the crowd with people. Just talk about Cowboy
pass it
football.
around.
Yeah,
That would be something.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about maybe a little gummy, a little half
Oh
gummy.
no,
head out.
if it's legal, might as
Little
well go
gummy
full
and
in.
deal.
Channel the
Just-
old
maybe-
ski slope
Yeah,
days.
just maybe get a 12-pack of Miller Lite, put it in my backpack. It's about 4 turkey sandwiches and roll up a bunch and let's go.
I could just see.
I could be out the game having a good time.
I could see the Cowboys media relations staff being like, "Good God, is a fan smoking a blunt out there in the stands? Get
Well,
security over there. This is
hey,
private property.
Brian Broaddus.
Holy cow!
Let's be honest.
Is that Krusty?
What
the
the
mayor
hell's
of
going on
Oxnard.
here?
when the Raiders came to town, that crowd, there was a lot going on there.
Yeah.
A lot going on in those stands. So
I was afraid for my life a few times.
Yeah, so if we got the Rams coming through for some practice.
Rams are going to be coming through. They sure are.
Some practice time there. So
they
maybe,
love their gummies.
Maybe I could hook up with some Ram fans, kind of see what's going on there.
I hear they're pretty down.
903, I
Let's ram
believe,
it.
is Tim in Carthage. He says, "I like where your head's at, Gavin." Well, I appreciate it, Tim. He's always trying to coach me to be a little bit more positive, give the benefit of the doubt. And you'll be happy to know, Tim, I've been wearing your Carthage Bulldogs hat that you gave me.
You have been.
Yeah.
Go Dogs.
A lot of people have been asking me, "Hey, are you from Carthage? What's up with the hat?" I'm like, "Well, Tim gave it to me, and I like that. I like that Richardson trucker hat.
It's a badass hat.
It's a good build for my head."
Go Bulldogs.
What, your job doesn't drug test? Are y'all hiring? Asked the 214. No, they do. It's pretty thorough.
Gosh, and it's all the time, too.
They want to make sure we're on. No,
They're
just
peppering Wolchuk like crazy.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Just show up. Oh, here's the cup.
It's like, no, this is random. It's like, no, Wolchuk
You
had
have a couple of
dominant
good
show.
shows. They
Wolchuk
test
had
you
an-
after good shows.
Unbelievable.
Put
I've
up a
clearly
couple
not been working out. Can we chill here?
Well, just like that, Michael Gallup is done. Where did it go wrong for him? Just 28 years old, guys.
Knee.
It was the injury. Yeah, he was just never the same.
Knee was never right.
And I think a lot of
It was just an ACL tear, right?
No, it was.
Or was it a full on knee blaster? I thought it was just an ACL.
He and Britt Brown did a great job of getting that thing the best he could. The confidence in it, I don't think, was very good.
Yeah, I think the mental side of it
He was dealing
big.
with a lot of things.
He was.
A lot of off the field things, and I think that the thing with the knee, was just it. I believe it wrecked his career.
I don't know the last time I knew an ACL wrecked a career like that, though.
Yeah, well, his
was it a microfracture deal? Was it a Brandon Roy type of?
I don't think he was confident in it. That's the bigger problem.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes you get a fix and you're like, okay, I feel good. This is I can say he and Britt worked really, really hard on it, but you can't always. Sometimes players just don't have confidence in their rehab and what they did, and I think that maybe this is a case where he was dealing with a little soreness probably, and they did the best they could, but. You have to be able to be confident that when you plan it, it's not going to give.
I mean, he must be terrible if the Cowboys gave him no indication that, hey, if we get into camp and Tolbert's not good or we don't get an answer from one of these young guys, we could use you. I mean, you are.
His heart probably wasn't in it at all.
Well, and in the mind, right? I mean, there was the Giants Monday night game, and
I think he did
was
not want to
cleared.
play on that turf.
Yeah, and he tested it out. He didn't mentally feel ready to go. So I think that clearly the injury impacted him, and it's a bummer because there were few players that we've seen be able to work the boundary as well as Michael Gallup prior to that injury.
Well, hopefully this is the end of the Cowboys giving you a contract after you have a catastrophic injury to be loyal to you. I think it's one of the weakest things that they do. You ask players all the time, do you want to do a deal early? And they say no, and they say no to the Cowboys, maybe more than any other team because they know they will cave in the end. It's the unfortunate reality. You want your front office to be shrewd, and being shrewd in this context is like, no, you're good. You're betting on yourself to stay healthy. But if you get hurt, don't come crying to us. Some other team is going to pay you. What is it? Terrence Steele. I mean, you lost a year watching him try to rehabilitate and get back into the player that he was while he was injured. Michael Gallup is one. You could argue Dak is another one. And they're,
Jalen Smith.
Oh, Jalen Smith was, perhaps the worst signing in NFL history. Okay, Michael Irvin questioning the unity of Cowboys star players. We'll get into this a little bit more in the C-note a little bit later on, the Cowboys news of the evening. I have no doubts that it's questionable right now. You know, we've seen finger pointing and talking and doubting. And, you know, I think some folks don't, you know, necessarily believe Micah Parsons is a leader or, you know, committed to doing everything. You're installing a new defense. He's not there. I mean, you open yourself up to criticism there, and certainly he's been critical. So I think especially on the defensive side of the ball, you know, I'm wondering if, you know, what we saw immediately after the season, the DeMarcus Lawrence interview, then we had on Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks, and it's, you know, been, I think, maybe one of the underlying stories of the offseason is this defense going to get back on the same page. Do you see the same thing, Brian?
Well, I'm going to ask you guys this question. Do you think the front office has created this by the way they've handled these contracts?
No, I think this is, you know, the toxicity of losing.
There's like the toxicity of losing the Green Bay game.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of questions about, you know, your best players not getting paid, you know, and then all of a sudden you have a team looking at it like, damn, if they're not paying our best players, you know, where are we at here?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that I think the front office, they've created a lot of 1-year deals, a lot of uncertainty. You know, I mean, tell me something that's stable in this organization right now. You know, they don't have it. They just don't have it. There's not stability in the coaching staff. You know, that guy's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
He's won 36 some odd games, you know? There's not stability at quarterback right now. Yeah, he's going to play probably for you, but does he have a long-term contract here? No. Best wide receiver? Stability there? No. Bunch of question marks behind him. You know, one of the best defensive players in the league. You got that one tied up for a couple of years you don't have to worry about, but
yeah,
where's the stability, you know?
I could see it. You're waiting to get paid, and guys that have gotten paid are letting the team down or not doing their part.
How do you think Tyler Smith feels? You know, he's one of their better young players. I mean, he's looking at it like, okay, what?
He's 2 years in, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's going into year 3. Yeah, I mean, he's up the pipe. I mean, like I understand, and these guys weren't here when Zeke got paid.
Yeah,
you know, so like the Cowboys have paid their guys previously, but this is kind of a "what have you done for me lately" thing.
There's no stability. There's no
plan.
There's no reason to buy in if the unknown is, hey, this could be, you know, all this could be blown up after this season. Where's the buy-in?
Yeah, and the finger pointing did start as soon as they lost to the Packers. I mean, you had the DeMarcus Lawrence comments. Micah commented on that.
Got the hell out of here fast.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked with Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. There did seem like there were some cracks and frustration that probably needed to be aired out amongst teammates.
Yeah, I think so. No doubt about it. And maybe that could be a good thing, you know, if you you know, come together. And yeah, but I think the biggest thing is Mike Zimmer working with this talent. Will it be better or worse than what Dan Quinn did with it? And I think there's a pretty good chance it's better. Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham's retiring. He says, it's going to be my last year. I'm just trying to soak it all in, trying to enjoy every day, trying to give everything, no stone left unturned. But one of the best pass rushers in the NFL for over a decade now, and he's just amongst the Eagles team leaders from that Super Bowl team that are, you know, moving on, either already have or will be shortly. Kyle Shanahan said in an interview that he offered Bill Belichick a spot on his team, but Bill was not interested. We'll have more on that coming up in the NFL News Today a little bit later on. And Knicks coach Tom Thibodeau has agreed on a 3-year contract extension that'll take him through the 27-28 season, sources telling ESPN on Wednesday. I think that's great news for them. You know, I even though they were the 2 seed, watching them play in the playoffs, I did not have a lot of belief that it was a championship team. But the contract thing Jalen Brunson did, it appears that, you know, Tom Thibodeau has not grinded them down and made them demand a new coach. So I would be surprised if there's another contract on the backside of that one. But look out for the Knicks in the East. Okay, where does this U.S. Olympian like to eat when she's in Dallas? That's coming up next. Then we have the G-Bag of the day at 2:30 right here. On your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, pregame tonight, 6:30 here on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
La 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 la.
Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how you doing?
Doing great, babe. Upgrading the vehicles your business needs to succeed just got a whole lot more affordable.
Okay, you got my attention. How is that?
As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, we can't hold on to fleet and commercial.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, you're...
Alba Limos, Big Tolos for their transportation to the airport today. Be sure to support them at albalimos.com for your transportation needs. Segment is presented by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. If you or a loved one is hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, Sha'Carri Richardson and the U.S. Olympic track team, of course, in Paris, France. But article here in the Morning News, where does Sha'Carri Richardson prefer to eat when home in Dallas? Okay, a couple of things maybe to put on your list of tours here. For burgers, now this is one that I did not, do on my Another Day, Another Burger challenge over a decade ago. I think I need to update the tour. Richardson heads to Blackjack Pizza for the best burgers, and I was immediately thinking, okay, but the Dallas Observer called it one of the most slept-on burgers in Dallas. Plus, most of the burgers are less than $10, making it a great bang for your buck. Slept-on burger, Brian. Is there anything that comes to mind for you here in DFW that you think's a must-try?
I've always liked the old school. If you really want to, like I say, go old school, I love Keller's. The drive-through, the car hop.
Mm-hmm. I love the novelty of drinking a beer there.
Yeah, you're drinking a beer,
lot.
sitting in the parking lot waiting for your food, but it's really inexpensive. The tater tots are good. The onion rings are good. The burger it's got the sesame, the bun, the black sesame, that kind of thing, and sesame seeds. And so, yeah, it's just really, really, really good. That's kind of one I would go to.
I prefer a very small local chain or just one of them. I think that's where you're going to get your best burgers. I tend to, like them for their uniqueness. Woolchuck, Chiafalo, I know you're a beef master.
I do.
Where's the most slept-on burger in DFW?
Oh, my gosh. It's a good question. Slept on might be a place like Keller's. I think Rodeo Goat's amazing. If I'm starting to cherry pick like some of the best ones, it would be Rodeo Goat. And then I got to figure out the name of the gas station one. I'm looking it up right now. There's a gas station burger spot like in Newark that is pretty dang unbelievable. Right just before you get to the meth stuff. Like you get to the burger before the meth. So you're like,
burger then meth.
Yeah.
That's the order of operations. And you probably do want to eat before you have a meth bender, because then you're probably not eating.
No, it's the beauty of it is you get to the burger and you don't have to go through the meth to get there.
Okay, so you can just double
turn around after the burger.
You can just dodge the meth. That's probably the play anyway. The two spots for me, I've talked about Frosty's in Denton, Mr. Frosty's, outstanding. They are delicious. And then Country Burger in Plano. Grew up with them. I think we actually got a text in about Country Burger. But Mr. Frosty's, I know their hours can be a little bit different. But if you're ever driving through, let's say you're going to Oklahoma, you're going up 35, take a little stop there in Denton, go check out Mr. Frosty's. They're delicious. And then Country Burger has 2 locations in Plano. Outstanding.
There's just something magical about a restaurant at a gas station. If you have amazing barbecue and it's at a gas station, I think I'm going to bump you up at least a half point.
Okay, Giant Burger. Okay. I guess it's actually technically Rome. I thought it was Newark, but it's technically Rome, but that's in a gas station, and that is freaking 10 out of 10.
Let's go. Now, speaking of gas stations, Sha'Carri says the Fuel City Tacos are one of the staples of Texas cuisine. The 24-hour spot opened just south of downtown in 95 has since expanded to seven different DFW area locations. I have a confession. I don't know if I've had a Fuel City taco.
I don't think I ever have either.
Really? Guys, that would be that'd be fun. We should, because it's always a party going on at Fuel City, especially if you go at night.
Yeah.
You just go in there and it's delicious. Fuel City lives up to the hype, man. Their carne asada tacos are delicious.
Okay, she shouts out a Big T Pizza in Oak Cliff and added, if you know Dallas. Okay, so a Big T Pizza, salute to you guys. And then for chicken tenders, I saved this one for last. I thought it could have been a little bit controversial. I'm with her, though. She prefers Golden Chick.
Golden Chick tenders are delicious,
dude. Golden Chick tenders, they are phenomenal.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
You can go half and half. You can go spicy. You can go regular. Their gravy's good. The honey mustard and barbecue is good. Corn nuggets, sign me up.
And the roll, that yeast roll they do at Golden Chick.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I still love me some Chicken Express.
You go chicken express over Golden Chick.
Honestly,
both very comparable.
It's probably more nostalgic because Chicken E has just been like that's been a staple since elementary school, I would say. But Golden Chick gets it done in a huge way. They're fantastic. I think it's better than. Well, I got to be careful. The C word place.
Different.
The one word rhymes with schmains.
But you're not going to go the sandwich there.
You're not a big fan?
It's just like the tender itself. If you're just grading on the tender, I think schmains gets a lot of love for their sauce.
Okay.
And then also their toast.
Right.
And I think that
I agree with
I
toast
think
is
that
good.
is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for what maybe just average tenders.
It's not very
borderline
seasoned.
flavorless tenders. Yeah, there you go.
I was listening to
It's
a
not very
podcast.
It wants some serendipity.
A dude had come in for a little bit of raisin, and he said these might be the best chicken tenders I've ever had, even considering sit-down spots. For me, they're a little bit hot, when they present them to you. Like, that grease is damn near still boiling in there. And the chicken's a little too thick. I like more of a breading to chicken ratio than than they deliver. But it's very popular in the house now. 469 says, "Quit lying. Fuel City tacos are straight up ASS."
Oh man, I really enjoyed Fuel City.
He's calling out an Olympian. Dave.
Now I do think
and an institution.
The original location is the best. Now they've opened up multiple locations. Maybe all of them don't quite hold up to the OG location.
Williams Chicken says the 214. I'm just fascinated, I think, by Shikari's career because it's been peaks and valleys. Like, if you're fast, I imagine you're running within like a tenth of a second, but there's a pretty significant range. Like, hey, I'm a world champion, failing to qualify here, but she's pretty confident that she is on her A game going into Paris. It'll be fun to cheer on, one of DFW's finest. I deliver the bread to toast to Canes. It's definitely yummy. Mike's Chicken is the best chicken tenders or fried chicken in DFW. You have to put that. The spicy tenders at Popeyes. I do like how they get the spiciness inside there.
Yeah, Popeyes tenders should not be slept on. They are delicious.
All righty. It is time now to head into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has the best audio with the G-Bag of the day.
Hey. Happy birthday, Woolchuck.
Thanks,
Happy
man.
birthday, sir. Blackjack Pizza's amazing, bro. It's not too far from the fairgrounds. I've talked about this once before. That whole menu is fantastic. Burgers are great. Chicken wings are great. Pizza is good. They give you a lot of pizza. It's a whole lot to work with.
It's good bang for your buck.
Wow. Yeah,
I think you've talked about the wings are really good.
Yeah. Brody said he's going to pull some up over here before.
Yeah, I did. I did say that, and I'm thinking, wow. I all of a sudden it came back to me that I was going to go get some of that stuff, and exactly.
You already eating gummies?
Yeah, so it's Blackjack, and it's over by the Fair Park.
Yeah, it's not too far from the fairgrounds.
Right.
It's good stuff.
When
man.
I get back from California, we're getting that done.
I'll pull up on like a Saturday afternoon sometimes.
All right.
Because they're closed too. They got those weird hours.
Oh, they got funny hours because they realize
they're really good.
They're really good.
That's the best spots too.
You got it made at that point.
Yeah, and shout out to Shikara. She said Big T Pizza. The pizza at Big T. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. All right, our winner right here. The Gators got a hold of Ross. Ross was holding down a Pimp Cup for me on Friday. I was out at Globe Life Field with the boys. I'll probably never be able to go outside again and play, but that's all good. I like being in the studio anyway. But Eric talked him through it. He was drowning.
Hopefully there's still a pulse on Ross if he gets the opportunity to throw it to break here. He's having everything's spinning. I would imagine. That's why we love live radio. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta power through, and we will get back to the G-Bag of the day potentially.
Expert vamping there, by the way.
No
Thank
you.
Unbelievable.
Mail it in Friday. That was a historical G-Bag of the day here. Appreciate you rocking with us live at Globe Life Field. It is the G-Bag Nation. Brian Broaddus is going to give us a Krusty's Corner for the ages coming up next.
Guys, coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Rangers start off the second half of their season against Baltimore, and a Josh Abbott Band ticket giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Monday morning with Sean and RJ.
Somebody got to read?
What?
We good, Ross?
I'm sorry.
What? We good? Like the genuine confusion and fear. We good, Ross? I'm sorry.
Ross, we good? Ross.
You could not draw it up to make a bigger mess of it than he did.
Gosh, that's incredible.
couldn't try to do it worse.
Oh man, that was legendary, dude.
What you mean you can't hear that?
I'm playing the audio.
What you mean you can't hear it? What do you mean you can't hear it? All right, let's see what else I got for you boys. Shout out to Woolchuck for this one. You know my taste. I like arguments and awkward situations.
The cringe factor.
That's me. Arguments and awkward situations. They will definitely get played on G back in the day if that's what I receive. Here's UCLA's coach, Deshaun Foster, which when I looked at the video, I thought this was dude from De La Soul. I didn't think it was an actual coach.
Yeah. He looks like he can still play.
He looks like the dude from De La Soul. But yeah, man, here's how his Big Ten Media Day went.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA.
We're in LA.
Southern California.
It's us and USC.
And down the street from Beverly Hills.
Hold on. We
got legal weed there, if you haven't noticed.
Oh no. I'm just basically excited, really.
There you
That's
go.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Galvanizer.
We're in LA. Us and USC. Excited.
I think he just put himself on the preseason hot seat list.
Is there any birthdays in the house tonight?
Yeah.
Any couples? Any couples in here tonight?
This thing on?
Yeah, sure am thirsty. God.
Crickets.
They said there would be water up here at the podium. Damn.
Tough crowd.
Tough crowd, man. That was amazing. I really like that. Hey, Fox News. This is not one.
Okay.
But Fox News is wild. They do be Fox News, and just like Murdoch said, he said it. Go watch the documentary on HBO. I didn't make this up. This is what he wanted. And they're coming in hot on Fox News.
Yeah, and then there's the DEI press secretary telling you that the DEI vice president is the future of the party here. And so the future looks kind of dim for the Democrats here, but this is no shocker either. Kamala Harris, she's the original Haktua girl. That's the way she got where she is. Ooh. And the party's going downhill if it's in her hands.
That was tough. That was hard.
Look, if they say that's harsh on Fox, you went too far. Hey, whoa.
Yeah.
Not on the Hannity time, bro. No, absolutely not.
Do that here.
Not on the Hannity show. Absolutely not. Take that to Tucker.
And there's been a chorus of dog whistles all week.
I mean, you can vote for it if you want to vote for it. You can do that if you want to.
You can do it.
I did put it out there because it is toxic. And like I just said, I like awkward moments and arguments. I do.
Nailing it.
I do. You guys were talking about the burger situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Passion Cafe in Grand Prairie. The best burger I've had since I was about in eighth grade.
Passion Cafe.
Passion Cafe. Right now, they're in transition to find another location because they too were in a gas station, but they outgrew the gas station.
Okay.
So I wait for you to find a home base, Mr. Passion Cafe. I'm looking for you, bro. That burger was fantastic. I've been counting my microbes and my carbs and all the other stuff so I can make room for that burger. I figured it out.
It's worth doing math.
Yeah, I figured
to
it
eat
out.
your burger, sir. That's the highest compliment I can
weigh
pay.
this, my body fat is this, my calorie intake, MBD caloric right here. Okay, bacon cheeseburger at 3.
Let's go. That bacon adds so many calories. You're like, dang it, really? Just 2 strips of bacon's gonna go that many calories? I'll take 4 of them.
Man.
Yeah. I'll take 15. Thank you.
Well, I mean, we need calories, right?
Yeah, it's good fuel.
Yeah. All right. What do I want to do? Cal Shanahan? No, you guys got that in the tuck too, so I just do this one. Hampton Roads VA stand up 757. My son was born in Hampton, Virginia. We got an independent reporter. Her name is Rhoda Young. She's been having a little problem with the trolls. She's got a camera set up at a courthouse, And people have been like just giving her a hard time, maybe stepping in front of her shot and everything, maybe threatened to some violence on her or whatnot. So she just puts a little warning out there.
Guys, I want you to understand this, and it's not to be disrespectful to no one, but anybody can come up this courtroom today, put their hands on my camel, put their hands on me, can get this today. I'm telling you, I'm whooping ass today. Straight up throwing blows to anybody that put their hands on me, and that's on guard. I'm going to this whole up if anybody put their hands on me. So with that being said, because I'm not in the mood, white, black, purple, or green, I'm telling you, you can get it. So everybody keep your mother hands to yourself, and everybody gonna be happy out this bitch. Or everybody go to jail. It's not like the song say, Lil Boosie say, love your family, or we all going to court. That's what the hell it meant. We all gonna go to court because I'm throwing blows out this bitch today. If anybody put their hands up on me, and it's just like that. And it's not a threat, it's a damn promise. With that being said, here in Hampton, Virginia, guys.
Back to you in the studio.
Welcome. It's a beautiful blessed day.
Yeah. Man, it's going to be tough to narrow it down. That's a hell of a report out of Hampton, Virginia. Is it Ross trying to execute the G-bag of the day? He actually ended up executing it. He did. He killed it. UCLA coach Deshaun Foster is happy to be here.
I like how he threw it up. Like, he laid it up and everything. He gave us all the context of the video, and then there was no audio. What you guys don't hear that?
Why didn't I hear that?
Hold on. Treated G-bag of the day like that guy treated that seagull the other day. Just ripped its head off.
Welcome to Radio Moment there for Ross, and for that he's a two-time champ. You got the UCLA coach Deshaun Foster. Fox News was Fox Newsing, and the Hampton Independent reporter getting trolled. Yeah, right?
I know, this is tough.
This is a beating.
Brian, do you know who you want to vote for?
Yeah, I'm going to vote.
Tooling.
Yeah, I'm
on brand.
That's just one of my principles.
Yeah, let's go with Fox News. What do you say?
All righty. Wilczek?
I think I'm going to go with the Hampton lady.
All righty. Lucius?
Harris, she's the original Hawk Tour girl.
Let me see. Where do I want to go? I should have thought about this before I even played them all, huh? I'm going to go with the UCLA head coach.
We're tied at 1, Chief.
I'm going with Ross.
He just didn't have a tight. All he needed was a tight 3 minutes.
I know.
Some bullet points, coach.
Also, correction. Wayback Burger, not Giant Burger.
Wayback Burger. A lot of people were
Giant
texting
Burger.
that game.
Yeah, Wayback Burger's the spot.
Wow, you left it to me.
We're tied up.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't know it was that close.
Push up.
By a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's UCLA coach Deshaun.
Let's go. Should we make Ross honorary?
Ross is like, thank God.
I think they should all be honorary.
I mean, all those are
awesome,
strong,
dude.
Yeah, we could do honorary 5-time nominee for Ross just so we can bring it back for the season ending.
I want to hear the Hampton lady, too.
G-Bag of the year. Yeah,
that was a great rant.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking it, Betty?
Yeah, as we get ready to go to camp, I've got some more questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation, the star of window replacement, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Window Nation, they want to fill your house this season with savings. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free.
I mean, like, this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station to cover every day of Cowboys training camp and all 3 preseason games. Cam coverage is brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. Solos know nobody has you covered in Oxnard beginning this week. Like 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner with your main man, Brian Broaddus. And it is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you to Reliant as well. Look forward to having them on board at camp. And then also thank you to Alba Limos, who's they're going to give us a ride out to the airport tonight. And I just checked our flight. By the way, we're 45 minutes delayed.
Okay.
Coming out of there. So maybe we could celebrate Wooly Bully's birthday. We can have some cocktails.
Yeah, well, we can booze cruise this thing.
We could
I'm down for that.
Yeah, we can do that. We've done that before, right?
Yeah, it's been a good time.
We've had some fun doing that.
So what time do we take off now?
9:30. We board at 8:55. So
perfect.
Anyway, but yeah. So hopefully, American, they don't have the problems like Delta has the problems with the computers, right? And that
I think Delta's the one that's getting hammered pretty bad. I see a bunch of videos of people that are like, "Oh, we're now on day 5 living in the airport."
What? 5?
Yes,
oh,
yes.
No.
And it's just people stacked on top of each other throughout the hallways of the airport. That's what I've seen just clips of on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, well, let's not let that happen. We need to get out there and get going. All right, I said I got some questions for you guys.
Fire when ready.
Chief, I'll start with you on this one. No, I'll start with Wolchuk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or it was a pivot.
Yeah. Yeah. How much rope are you giving Mozzie Smith in training camp? How much rope are you giving Mozzie Smith in training camp? Do you have a plan of what you would like to see?
I mean, I need Mozzie to just be able to stand your ground at times. Just show that your get off is not consistently the slowest at the line of scrimmage.
Sure.
You're a one tech. You're right in front of the football.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be so hesitant. I want to see him just play a little bit more freely. And I think a lot of that will be, hey, the get-off's a little bit better here. But can you how is he doing 1v1 against Tyler Smith, against Brock Hoffman, against Cooper Beebe, against TJ Bass? I mean, really, I think maybe that's the better assessment. How's he doing against Hoffman, Bass, Beebe? Right, because Tyler Smith's probably going to kick his ass. Tyler Smith's an all-pro. So is Zach Martin. So how's he doing against these next couple of guys? If he is just completely getting worked, I am going to be extremely nervous that, oh my goodness, I think we have a first-round bust on our hands.
If he's getting worked by Smith and Martin.
Not as much.
Not much.
Not as much. But you do need to see, like, some of these guys will get worked, and we've seen it before. You come back with a positive rep. Right? I want to see some battle here. I want to see some heart from you. Where's the fight back?
Right.
So it's okay if you get planted on a rep. Do you come back and battle and work your way back the next time? Do we see corrections from him over the course of practice? Improvement. Just areas that we can say, okay, this guy's getting better at all in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think by the time we get to the first preseason game, I'm looking for encouraging signs on the field. I'm hoping to hear good reports from you as far as, how he's holding his ground and stuff like that. But I would say a week. And if it's not significantly better than last year, then all of my hope that being, getting back to his normal size and playing the scheme or the style that he was successful with in college, that's all going to go out the window. I'll give it a week, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, by the time we leave there, I'm going to have some feelings about him. So hopefully it's at least showing respectful reps versus the guys that you think you should. Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, they may handle you a little bit. Would love to see a flash or two against those guys, though, to be like, okay, this is like the strength and stuff. I kind of want to see, I want to be able to see him hold his ground and really get some type of tossing dudes around a little bit, because he was supposed to be the super freak strong dude.
Yeah.
And let's see if he can still be that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get, I'm trying to grab how much he weighs right now. I'm reaching out to a couple different people and see, with the physicals and stuff, they weigh these guys.
There you go.
So I was trying to
Is today conditioning test day?
Yeah, today would be that day. We're practicing tomorrow. So I just was curious of what.
Hope that asthma field's ready.
Yeah. Just curious how much he weighs. Hopefully it's gone up. I don't know if he's 329 pounds like he once was, but.
What are you hoping for? What would you, like, if he was 310, you'd be like, okay, we're good here? Or do you want to.
314. 314.
That's what we want.
314.
Give me 314, and then that way I could find a way to kind of work on some things. But he does not need to be 303 or 293.
Is 314 a magic number for you?
I just feel like the stoutness of him at 314 would probably be better, because that would be a 15-pound weight difference from where he was at Michigan when we saw him play at a very high level. Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a position that you might go long at? And I mean long as having extra guys. Is there a position you're saying, man, I can't cut all these guys. I might go a little long at. Is there a position you got in mind?
I mean, in terms of like good players that you would hate to see go, I think maybe the safety position could ignite some of that.
Sure.
And they're all like on a similar playing field, just with different strengths and stuff. So I think that would be one that would jump to mind first.
Safeties.
Dawson,
do you have a position that you're kind of thinking, man, they've got several pretty good guys at this spot. I'm not very interested in moving on from, so I might go a little long.
I was thinking the defensive backs, but I'm going to say runner, because I think it's just a hodgepodge of guys. And you probably want to give as many of those dudes an opportunity throughout the season to get them some game action and see if you actually have a gamer in there.
I think it is safety with Wilson, Hooker, Wanye Thomas, Bell, Izzy Mukwamu is a guy that's going to get mixed in there. But otherwise, I think it's probably the offensive line with the uncertainty at who's going to start at center, right? Hoffman and Beebe. You're going to have TJ Bass. Awesome Richards is a guy I don't think they're going to want to cut. They just drafted Nate Thomas, who I think is a guy that they're probably going to want to keep around as well. And then we've talked about Matt Waletzko.
Yeah.
Do they decide, hey, we're going to move on from Matt Waletzko? Is there? I don't know if he's got eligibility to be a practice squad guy.
Sure.
So it might end up being offensive line. They look at, man, I don't know that we want to part with any of these dudes.
It's hard when you're in this business to get rid of offense and defensive linemen, because you can't find them during the season. You just can't. So you might go 9 or 10 at those spots, and then go for there. Okay, my final question for you guys is, Todd Archer had Willie Harvey. He did his 53-man projection. He had Willie Harvey linebacker on his final 53. Who the hell is Willie Harvey?
That's the UFL guy that they signed that they seem to like quite a bit. Now, he's undersized, right? I mean, you gave us a really good scouting report on him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm
but
saying
he was a big tackle for loss guy, lived in the backfield at the UFL. They've hit on some of these players going back to, of course, Brandon Aubrey last year, Kevontae Turpin, and they need some athleticism and instincts at the position.
Right.
So Eric Kendricks is probably a 1-year plug and play. We'll see if he's got more than that. You've got Overshown coming off the injury. We're hopeful that he's going to be good. Damone Clark, there's question marks there. Does he get better next to an Eric Kendricks? I think so. But Willie Harvey's a guy that, he's going to have every opportunity to make this team.
Yeah, maybe that's.
And a special teams guy.
You start to talk about positions, they might go a little long. Maybe the linebacker might be the crew.
28-year-old guy, all UFL, played with the Cleveland Browns a little bit.
Yeah, he did. He played. He like you said, he's a little bit of a shorter guy, and I say that with tongue in cheek,
but heavy still.
Yeah, but
he's thick.
He is a guy that's got some instincts though, and can run and tackle. Is all those things you want in this guy. So I see what Archer's doing there, but I threw that out there as like, keep an eye on Willie Harvey.
Text coming in strong to go long at tight end, which is probably where I change my answer to now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a good competition.
I just got word that like guys like Schoonmaker's definitely going to practice. I'm going to keep an eye on him.
Okay, the corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon, 2:40. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
NFL news of the day coming up next. We'll check what's in store.
Cowboys aren't the only team with some contract issues. We got under-the-radar players and some good old football hate. That's next.
If you're getting up there and you're thinking, man, do I have health issues? I got something amazing for you. It's Advanced Body Scan. Not all body scans are the same, so you want the absolute best, and that is available for you if you call them 214-214-SCAN. Yeah, heart disease and cancer, the two biggest killers in Texas. If you have anxiety about it, you want to be around as long as possible for your family. Cancer doesn't care who you are. If you're a villain or a Boy Scout,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Off to Oxnard tonight, thanks to Alba Limos. Big Tolos, they're going to provide transportation to the airport. Be sure to support them at albalimos.com for your transportation needs. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Do you want the Cowboys to have moved on from last year's playoff loss and really just the playoff misery of the last 3 seasons and much of the core that is going to training camp right now that's there in Oxnard that we're going to go see have been a part of that? Apparently, they're not letting those playoff ghosts linger. Jordan Lewis talking to reporters yesterday said the loss of the Packers didn't linger this offseason and that this is a different team, and he's 100% right. Maybe that is the best way to mentally go about it. But there are other ways where maybe that can be used as motivation and fuel, and you don't want to run away from the past. We have not achieved our goals. And I could see where you talk to guys like Michael Irvin. We played that cut yesterday, the advice he gave to Travis Kelce. The one that keeps him up at night is that 94 playoff loss to the 49ers. Those losses fuel you. I'll never forget hearing the story. Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith, they lose to the Detroit Lions. 91 divisional playoff game before they end up winning a Super Bowl. And the day that they lost that game, they're driving home, team split up, and they're already talking about next year and how much that one hurt. Is it the best thing to just flip the page, or can you use those ghosts of the past to help you go ahead and conquer them in the future?
I think it's human nature, and I think that's the glory of being a desperate team. You can try to get focused and try your hardest, but for, I would say, 95% of individuals, nothing is going to motivate you like failure and fear of failing again.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think if I was a coach, I think I would want to, we're not going to hide from this. This is the situation, and you need to understand the situation that you're in. We're not going to try and act like it doesn't exist here.
You can't hide from it, right?
Can't hide from it.
It's going to creep right back around. They make it to the playoffs in January. What are we talking about?
Yes.
And the Cowboys tried it last year. Remember how much they were talking about? We just want to remember that feeling when we were walking off the field against the Niners.
Yeah, and you see, and everybody's a little bit different in these ways, but I think if I was leading a football team, I would want to make it very clear, this is sort of what's at stake, this is what you've done, and this is what we've done, and this is what we have to overcome.
Kind of feel like that Mike McCarthy's the type of guy that he's not going to dwell on anything. He's not going to go back and, that game was then, and this is
at some point it becomes, toxic. If you go back to that well.
He's to me, he's very much what I've learned watching him handle tough situations is that he just moves on.
Turn the page and on to the next thing.
Yeah, he just, it's not he's going to look at it. Probably they watch the tape. Hell, they might not even watch the tape. After the last game like that, you might not. You might be curious and sit down, but he's going to keep the attitude or take the attitude. There's nothing I can do about it now, and just move forward. So I kind of feel like, though, that they try to move forward, but you guys are all right. When it comes down to if they get in the playoffs, that's all we're going to be talking about is their his inability to get the team ready for a game that could, for them to move on. That's going to be the question mark.
Yeah, I think you got to tap into, this is your really last chance. We're not as good as we were last year, which means we're going to have to execute better. We're going to have to practice harder. We're going to have to be more focused, more urgent. And, frankly, this entire organization has lost focus. So we're not going to get it from the front office. Nobody's going to come in here and save you and say, hey, guys, Superman is here to do everything.
Yeah.
It's up to you deciding that everybody is going to be better and holding each other accountable.
Could you see a situation where, this sounds crazy, where Mike McCarthy has a meeting with the players and just says, it's us and we can't worry about our front office?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if I'm Mike McCarthy, I might stand up there and say, listen, they don't think very much of me right now either, guys. A lot of you are sitting out there and you're kind of wondering, and I'm like you guys. I'm in the same boat.
It's like that old us against the world type of mentality.
I'm fighting just like you guys are because I don't have stability, or I don't have a job. I'm not assured of anything right now.
Yeah, it's hard for all of us.
Yeah, it's difficult, and maybe he could use that as a rallying cry. I don't know if he wants to say it's us against the front office, but he could sure plant that card of like, listen, there's a lot of uncertainty out here. Dak, uncertainty about your contract. He could just, Micah, some uncertainty about what's going on with you right now. Tyler Smith in maybe a couple of years, going to be uncertainty about you probably. He could play that uncertainty card and include himself in it.
I like that. It might be the way to go.
That, hey, if they don't believe in, if they don't believe in you, they sure don't believe in me, because I've tried my best to get an extension here and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could play that card, but I would sure try.
Wouldn't be a bad one to use. Now, Aaron Shots on ESPN ranked the best under-the-radar players in the National Football League. Most of these are young guys. The top of the list is Devon Achane of the Dolphins, Tank Dell of the Texans, who really kind of exploded last year. But he does have a couple of Cowboys listed towards the end of the list. Brock Hoffman, Cowboys center, who's going to be battling for the starting center gig. Maybe he ends up being the starting center. And DeMarvion Overshown, also both on here as a couple under-the-radar guys. Maybe they end up being big impact players for the Cowboys this year. I think we're all damn well hopeful that Overshown is. Will be interesting to see Brock Hoffman, who did play well in the 2 games he got to play last year, Arizona and Washington, especially in a pinch there. Wasn't expecting to play against Washington. Came in and say it was against some backup defensive linemen. Deron Payne was in there. That's not an easy task. So we'll see how Brock Hoffman looks and if he wins that battle at camp.
We need great center play, and the best chance of great center play is a guy who is a great center in college coming to this level and, not needing much time to transition. Like Brock Hoffman making a big jump after already being in the NFL, I think that's unlikely. So if he's the starter, I'm like, crap, it's going to take some time for BB, or it was a misevaluation.
I think my hope is that Brock Hoffman is my Terrence Steele. I threw a lot of dirt on Terrence Steele. But man, they showed us that, there was some concerns at center. And they started talking about, you're going to lose Biotish. Great. Going to draft a center. And all of a sudden now it's like, wait, we're talking about Brock Hoffman being the starter at center? Front office once again said, hey, we probably need to do a little bit better at center here.
Yeah.
And they went out and they got that extra pick. They traded back. They took that third-round pick, and they went and got a guy at the time, physical, veteran, small learning curve offensive lineman that could probably be a damn good center. But here we are. Now we're talking about guys that can make the jump, Brock Hoffman. Well, if that's the case, I hope I'm wrong about Brock Hoffman, because I think that Cooper Beebe is a better player.
I do too. Yeah. But I'm hopeful that, maybe Brock just outplays him, and now Cooper Beebe can play guard. And he's a damn good guard, because that's what he did at K-State. The center thing is, I have no doubt he can do that. I think that he's smart enough to do it.
If this turns into left tackle questions and center questions, and they try to address both of them in the draft, and you go back and you're
that's gonna be a mess.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's gonna be gross.
And Chuma Edoga is getting snaps with the ones right off the jump.
And that's probably gonna happen.
See, that's the thing about, to me, I'm like going, wait a minute, we addressed this. We thought we weren't very good at left tackle because we moved on from Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about starting Chuma Edoga, and we're talking about Brock Hoffman.
That thing's
why
weird
did we
to me.
draft? Why did we draft both these players then?
They did the same thing with Tyler Smith, though, and they kept on playing like we're going to go with Connor McGovern, and then they ended up having to start Tyler Smith. So maybe that's just their way of easing rookies into it, but I'm with you, man. You don't draft Tyler Guyton in the first round, especially now that you lost Tyron and you saw Chuma Edoga play, and quite frankly, you lost a game due to him in Miami.
Yeah.
You're not playing that guy over the rookie tackle who you drafted in the first round. You're playing the rookie.
Yeah. I believe that you would. I always talk about this team being plug and play, with their first round offensive linemen, and I understand there's going to be a learning curve with
and we'll take those lumps.
Yeah, but man, if you're going to tell me that they're going to roll out there and Edoga, and Hoffman are going to be like Bobby thinks that Edoga is going to start the Cleveland game.
That would really be upsetting.
I mean, he's throwing it out there. I mean,
I think we're going to see him out there starting at practice, but I hope that that's not the week one scenario. That's not going to be a good situation, especially against that front seven. Cooper DeJean is starting on the NFI list for the Eagles. He's going to be out at least 3 weeks. He's battling an injury. So we're going to have to monitor that. I mean, that's big for them. They drafted Quinyon Mitchell. They drafted DeJean in the second round. They're trying to revamp that secondary. If he's not able to go, how good will that secondary be? And then the 49ers are dealing with some holdout issues of their own. We knew about Brandon Ayuk. He's there. He's doing the hold-in deal, just not practicing. But Kyle Shanahan told reporters today that Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams not practicing for contract reasons. He's not even there. And they also have, as I mentioned, Brandon Ayuk. Now, Williams, 3 years, $77.25 left on his contract. He wants what Zach Martin wanted last year.
Yeah.
It's the fully guaranteed stuff.
Right.
He just doesn't have a lot of guarantees left. So he's seeking stronger security when it comes to that. So you got Trent Williams who's holding out. You've got Brandon Ayuk who's holding out. So there's issues there in San Francisco.
Love to see it.
You do. Now, this was a funny moment when it came to cringe and awkwardness with reporters, and I love some good old football hate. But there's this guy, Grant Cohn, and he's with Sports Illustrated, covers the Niners there. Now, a couple of years ago, we actually played some of this audio. He had a back-and-forth confrontation with Javon Kinlaw, their defensive tackle. And this was still, they were doing some Zoom stuff. So here was Cohn back in 2022 talking about his run-in with Javon Kinlaw, who was threatening him on the practice field. They'd almost got physical. It didn't. Here's a contender for Bleep Hole of the Week at that time.
Hard on you, zero scared. Because, look, my dad was in the industry. He put me up on game when I was very young. Because, honestly, if you touched me, if you pushed me, dude, I could have retired today. That's what went through my mind. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm about to retire.
Yeah.
I'm about to be out of the game. I'm about to be a multimillionaire thanks to Javon Kinlaw. But, no, I got to keep working. Oh, well.
So he asks a question about Brandon Ayuk's contract.
It's the last guy you want in your locker room. Holy hell.
This guy sounds like a bleep hole.
He needs to be banned.
I'm surprised he
hasn't
hasn't
his
been.
credential now.
So this is 2 years later. This is the training camp opening presser. It's Kyle Shanahan. It's John Lynch. And here's Grant again asking Kyle a question.
Kyle, when Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago, you were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Ayuk if things get bumpy?
I mean, I don't remember exactly. And knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that. But I don't remember. But, I have a personal relationship with all our players. And you like to be able to talk with those guys. And usually when it does get close, it can work out. And I would feel the same with Brandon. I've known Brandon here for 4 years. I'm going in our 5th year together and got a lot of love for BA. I think I'm close with them, and hopefully that can help, but it only can help so much. There's also business side to it, but when you do have relationships with people, it helps.
I love it, Kyle. Go get him. Get after that dude's ass.
Wow, so it's like right there in the beginning he said, like, since it's coming from you, I can't really trust it or something?
I might not have even said that. Who knows? Yeah. Since it's coming from you. You're not a very reliable source when it comes to this, you old bleep hole. Then we've got the NFL Top 100 that's slowly being released, and the NFL put out a clip of Jamar Chase getting interviewed, and they asked him who the number 1 overall player should be, and Jamar Chase just couldn't say that one guy's name.
And who's the number 1 player on the top 100 this year?
On the what?
Top 100.
I'm not saying him. I give credit when it's due, but I'm not saying his name.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. I'm not saying his name, brother. I'm sorry. Joe Burrow. I'm not saying that guy's name. He's good. He's amazing. He's good. Not gonna lie. I'm salty, though. a little salty. 2 years in a row. But I'm putting Burrow first.
That Bengals-Chiefs rivalry, and I love this.
Perfect answer.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Because we see these guys, and it's fun. Like, this is a new age sports world we're playing in. Like, we're exchanging jerseys afterwards. We're all friendly. But I do love a little bit of this hate, passion. Like, bleep that guy. Like, he's awesome. He's great. I'll give him his props. He's in our way. They're the best team. They're back-to-back Super Bowl champs. We got to go through them. We want to achieve our goal. I like that stuff.
They're the one team that I feel like that kind of has their number, though.
Yeah, hell yeah, they do.
Because they got winners, you know?
Yeah.
And Burrow's been there, done that in their building.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that. I feel like that there's a reason for the Bengals to be salty.
Yeah.
But they're the one team I think they handle Kansas City.
I feel like,
they're not afraid to play them.
The Bills should be more salty.
Yeah.
They just
Jamar
can't.
Chase is like, yeah,
They
that's
can't
fine.
do it.
Our guy's better. When he was healthy, we went into their house and we beat him. That's what we did. That's what we do. That's what we're going to continue to do. His name's Pat Mahomes, and he's not going to be the Super Bowl champion this year.
Mm-hmm. And he's not.
Yeah, you got your best players leading with that kind of a mindset.
I love it, man.
That's
it's
terrific.
different. That's the edge that you need there.
NFL News of the Day, every day, 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. It's a crazy world we live in where the Bengals are more likely to win the Super Bowl by the Cowboys, not even close. And maybe, we think the chances of them beating the Chiefs at Arrowhead in the playoffs is significant. I think that's the kind of dominant, personality and leadership the Cowboys are going to have to find to break through this culture that they've, established now for 3 decades. Okay, Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going?
College football news featuring Liar of the Day, plus the most impressive useless talent at our entire station next year on The Fan.
Home team's looking for 4 in a row tonight. Getting there, watch some baseball at Twin Peaks. It's your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Always follow the speed limit, and if there's bad weather, heavy traffic, or road construction ahead, slow down. Be safe, drive smart. A message from TxDOT.
Welcome back, nation. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30 as they look for 4 in a row. The post-All-Star break surge is on here on your home of the champs, and we're fired up. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, just call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Chief of the Sports Hodgepodge.
Yes, got some college football for you. We'll crown Liar of the Sports Day in college football as well. Friendly reminder, August 10th, that's a Saturday, Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. And 2024 Fan Bowl collision course, 1053thefan.com/events. If you want to get in the mix here, $3,000 worth of prize money. Or you could just show up and hang out if you want. If you don't want to get in the mix on the actual Fan Bowl tournament. But the best barbecue, beers, and fantastic Tolo fellowship. So looking forward to that on August 10th. That's going to be a great Saturday afternoon. What you got over there, Broadus?
I was just laughing at Dawson, trying to remember if he was at the dinner last year that we were at.
Spencer McKenzie's.
Hell
of a spot. He was like, yeah, I'm going to have to try Spencer McKenzie's
He's
this
like,
year.
yeah, I need to try it this year. And I'm like,
You were shoveling shrimp tacos into your face right in front of me.
He goes, oh yeah.
I did forget we went there on the
Still
way
don't
out.
remember it.
And that's why I had to drive on the way back.
Yeah. Pre-flight preparations were already underway.
We do have to get to the college football,
You
but
guys,
my
by the way,
gosh.
getting still emails from those people?
Emails from?
Oh, the texts?
Oh, the email.
Oh, like dispensary tech for medicinals?
Yeah.
I didn't get to go to the
do.
spot you guys went to last year.
Yeah,
so
they got the
they're-
lounges over there. It's like comfy couches and TVs and snacks.
I was
and
waiting
stuff.
outside.
Is it 24 hours?
And then it's not 24 hours now. These
Gosh,
places
darn
actually
it.
close relatively early.
Why are they closing?
You guys left me in the car. It's like, remember you guys went
next
in there?
time, come on in.
I could see
Like,
that, but I think
Broadus,
this year
Broadus, you hang out here and watch the car. We're illegally parked.
Broadus keeps hinting at wanting to, get in the mix on some Chiba. So I think it's going to happen. I think this is the trip.
I think three high mics is.
I'll tell you, I got
three high mics.
Super uncomfortable this morning with Choppy talking about his Blue Chew. Hey,
Those spots are hilarious.
he's like, hey,
Yeah.
the missus is coming along. Got to get some Blue Chew. Got to make her happy.
Yeah, he's like,
we're going to be in Oxnard, and I'm going to use some Blue Chew.
Got to give her the good stuff.
Can't have her walking away.
Wanting more.
Yeah, I'm like, man, bro.
Can't send her back to Dallas wanting
exactly
more.
like, yeah, what's going on, Chop? All right,
We're
Blue
actually
Chew it up.
We're
Here
gonna
we go.
We're gonna hear from Choppy here in just a minute. Brian Dable, the O in Dable is apparently stands for Ozempic. Have you seen this dude walking around Giants camp?
Tiny man.
Yes.
We saw some photos of him and his wife a few weeks ago, but
Yeah.
now we're seeing him walk around at camp. He looks like a completely different person with the Giants there. So salute to him.
He lose a fifth grader off his body?
At least, dude. At least.
He had a fifth grader hanging around his
He
neck.
lost to Bryce Young, is what he did.
Yeah, the photos of Bryce Young walking into
Hilarious.
the facilities.
He does look
Man,
like a
he
middle
looks-
school kid.
He
with
does.
his big
He
cheap
really
tablet
does.
and the pencils.
Okay, Pat McAfee has announced he's going to be back on College Game Day. There were some There were some whispers of him maybe not wanting to be involved there again. It didn't feel like he got the warmest of receptions from the college game day community, at least from a fan standpoint.
A lot of people like David Pollock.
Yeah,
that was a lot of people.
Oh, because he got booed. David Pollock was one of the ESPN cuts.
Yeah, David Pollock was the guy that was involved with that, and then they sent him packing.
Yeah, which I mean, ultimately, that's an upgrade. I like Pollock too, but McAfee's the man. I was certainly in the community that loves what he does, and I think his presence on game day is fantastic. So I am happy to hear that McAfee's back on the game day set.
A lot of crusties are disappointed.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
want their Lee Corso and, the way that it's been and, youngest guy on set's 60 years old. So that show needed a significant refresh.
What?
Yeah, nothing against it, but it just needs balance.
Broadus, it wasn't, I mean.
Oh, no. I totally, Lee Corso, they need to bring him on at the very end and let him put on the
mascot.
The mascot, yeah. That would be fantastic.
I have
for
no,
everyone.
I feel bad for Herb Street and those guys having to kind of carry him through the show, and good for them. I would never want to be the point, and maybe I'm getting close to that, where you're getting carried through a show because you're not good enough at
how about the fact that Lee Corso started trending just hours after Biden announced that he was stepping down?
Yeah.
And it was like, Lee Corso, maybe you take the hit next.
No.
That's what the Twitter trend.
They're gonna have to carry him off on the shield.
Lee's not doing it. He wants to keep going.
Yeah, no, respect to him, man. One of the great ones.
Didn't stop the Democratic Party.
That's true.
And somebody at ESPN needs to step up here and have a coup or something.
You think they're scared? Do you think they're scared of Kurt Herbstreit then? You think they're scared?
Herbie loves Lee?
Yeah. You think they're scared of losing Kurt Herbstreit? That like all of a sudden you dump Corso, now Herbstreit starts looking at what's going on with Big Noon Kickoff, or what's going on with Big Ten football thing, or what's
I wouldn't want it to happen, but if Kirk is so tied to Corso that
really
he's going
is.
to threaten to leave if
He
we let
really
him
is.
go, then I'm going to say you don't have the best interest of the show in mind anymore.
No.
And I think you've become a little bit distracted with your duties as well, so maybe we'll just do a complete overhaul.
Kirk will probably be down to do a player swap, Corso for his dog.
I knew this was coming.
Get the pup on the set.
There's never a Kurt Herbstreit story where you can ever not talk about the dog.
Hate to see Lee go.
That dog's
Coach
big
Corso.
now, man.
Maybe they need to
Grown
give that.
up.
Really is what it looked like.
Yeah, just terrible. After a sweaty beast was riding on that bike seat, just mushroom stamped it. And Lincoln Riley's being asked about it now, and he says, I actually needed just to improve on my photography skills, not my barbecue skills.
Oh,
So he's still claiming that brisket that he tweeted out for all of the world to see is actually a delicious brisket, and it's just his photography skills that need some work.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness, if that's not as big of a lie, the sports day, I don't know what is.
Well, it's probably what all the Californias that he cooked for told him, because they don't know any better. They're like, oh, man, this is brisket. This is great.
That's true. Everything's graded on a curve over there when it comes to the barbecues. And then we also have our guy Rhett Lashley, head coach of SMU.
I'll tell you what, man, the Ponies they're going the right direction over there.
Sure
now.
are.
They are. They're finally getting some big time players.
Got a lot of money too.
They've got big time players before, but they're starting to recruit now big time players, and they're coming to school here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ACC party now for Rhett Lashley and SMU, and he has issued a challenge to defending ACC champion head coach Mike Norvell of FSU. Instead of a coin toss for their upcoming matchup, the kickoff should be decided by the head coaches playing each other on EA College Football 25.
Does Norvell play?
I have no idea. I can't imagine that Norvell's playing. Rhett Lashley, I guess, is still maybe young enough in the demographic to.
Yeah.
Norvell's
I don't know how
still a
any of
pretty
these
young
guys
guy
would have
recently.
the time for it.
Yeah,
but
Norvell's not super
it's
old.
like the game leading up to the game. You stream it the night before. You have the two coaches with their own teams going head to head on the game, and then that decides who has the who gets the kickoff.
Yeah, instead
wins
of the coin toss, we're just playing.
Yeah.
And I like it. College Football 25 to decide.
Just brings another element of entertainment, really.
Yeah.
Leading up to these games Friday night, imagine just like a big network going on where you can change the channel and you're watching these coaches go head to head with each other on college football with their own teams.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness.
We get to see the whole game plan.
I'm
ready.
I love it, and maybe if a coach can't go, you could choose a champion, off your roster. Maybe you got somebody who's really good. A crossover real life sports and esports. I think it's a little bit far-fetched, but in my perspective, I would love it.
Yeah, me too. I think it'd be fantastic. I think it's a great idea by Rhett Lashley. Okay, now here's some sound of Choppy. I was going to play this yesterday, but didn't get
this
a chance
morning
to.
Stuff, the Blue Chew?
No, I didn't pull the Blue Chew.
Seriously, it is the most
from
uncomfortable
today.
thing you'll ever hear in your life. It's hilarious and uncomfortable all at the same time.
I feel like it might be an FCC violation.
The way he describes it, it's like, "Hey, baby, got some Blue Chew, bringing it along. Got to make her satisfied." And I'm like going, "Damn,
You're
Chop."
wondering, man, I should put an order in for some of this stuff.
I'm like, he is like excited about having the Blue Chew.
He's selling the hell out of it.
He's selling the hell out of it. He really is.
I thought you requested to get your room right next to his Broadus at the hotel.
Oh man, we're all good.
Here's
I roomed with Choppy one time at a training camp when we were at ESPN together. My man's a great roommate because he doesn't when like I would be at home, he would be gone all night.
Oh, so you just never
and
saw
then he'd
each
come
other.
back. I'd be going to practice, and then he'd be coming in from being out all night.
Yeah,
So
young
he was
Choppy.
a great roommate. Yeah.
Well, here he is telling you what his useless secret talent is.
For me, it's the alphabet backwards.
You cannot do it backwards.
ZYXWBUTSRQPONMLKJIHGFEDCBA.
That's pretty good.
Dude,
I
that's
can't fact check him, but
That sounded
It sounded good.
That's
Holy
crazy.
crap.
That was very. That was very
I've
good.
been prepping for that DUI for a long time, Sean. Okay. Wow.
Holy
Pretty
hell.
dang impressive
That is,
right there,
that is
dude.
amazing because I could never do that.
No, not at all. Maybe 5 or 6 letters is about as far as I could get. I mean, it was just a couple of years ago that Broadus figured out that there were 26 letters in the alphabet.
That's true. You thought it was 28.
The fact that Choppy can do that, very, very impressive.
Damn.
Indeed.
All right. That'll be it for the Hodge.
Thank
Welcome
you,
to the
Chief.
show.
Sports Hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo and the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we come back, it is time now for an annual tradition here in the G-Bag Nation. It's somebody's birthday. What do we got, Chief?
We have the all-time really lowlights and bloopers of the Wooly Bullies career with a new addition this year, a brand new Wolchuk flub to kick off year number...
What's this, 5, 4?
Well, I was going to say 32 in your life, right?
How old are you?
33.
I forgot, honestly.
It's his Tony Dorsett year,
It
folks.
is.
And you can roast him on the text at 877-881-1053, next in the nation.
But one people or person or really organization you don't want to roast. It's my friends over at Hiley Mazda. They're the best. Their Tolo's just like
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
$1,000 in prize money on the line thanks to TolbertGarageDoor.com. We'll have an air-conditioned tent, delicious Hurtado barbecue, and of course we'll party all night with you. It's Fan Bowl 2024, August 10th. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Gentlemen, I have some breaking news that might be a disappointment. Then we're going to get to the roast to Wolchuk. The NBA ruled the TNT bid did not match Amazon's. And the league will be moving forward with Amazon's proposal, so TNT's final season is now officially the upcoming season. Okay, so enjoy it while you can.
Damn it.
It is time now
Who
for
reported that, by
an
the way?
annual tradition.
You watchdogging them or what?
Yes.
I think I'm getting.
Think we're getting ball sack?
It was NBA Communications. Chris Haynes has put it out.
No, I'm saying
Pompliano.
who initially said they matched?
Andrew Marchand.
Was it Marchand?
Yeah, he wrote a whole article about it.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe they did try to match, but
okay.
The negotiations are now final, and the NBA's new home is going to be on Amazon after the season. Here's Chiafalo with the roast.
Happy 33 to the bully, ladies and gentlemen. This is a
Thank you.
huge day. Such a short career, but so many mistakes to relive. And it starts right now with a world champion general manager, Chris Young.
Son of a B.
Giving some of his professional time to us so that we can garner insight and do our jobs better. And in the midst of that, Wolchuk decided to disrespect him. And this is how it sounded.
Team's still not healthy. We saw Josh Young earlier on MLB Network, and then there's Evaldi. What kind of updates do you have, and what kind of an impact could those guys have when they return?
Josh is probably a little further behind, simply just based on the timeline with the surgery. I think we're looking at really the last, 10 days, maybe week of the season. And Nate is making progress. We thought we were pretty close with Nate. He had a little bit of a side tightness after his last live batting practice, and but that's calmed down in the last day or two. So we're going to continue to build him up, and hopefully he'll be back, here at the beginning of September or shortly thereafter. And those will be two huge additions for us, hopefully at a time where we need them most and help propel us for a strong finish.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Eovaldi?
Well, that was the update on Eovaldi, is that he's he had a little side tightness, and he's coming back and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY. I heard Josh Young, and I thought that was a Josh Young focused question.
There was a day I would have called you out on that.
Nope. I'll call myself out.
I would have called you out on that.
That's
like,
on me. That's on me right there.
I think the pressure got to Zach a little bit.
Yeah,
man. The big interview for us.
It's been tough on all of us.
Wow. Oh, man.
That one hurts. Is that your one seed? As far as regretful?
That one was bad. Yeah.
You can ask it at the end of this.
There's probably a lot.
Because there's
probably a lot.
So many mistakes, but that one's a good one. That one is really good, and that's the newest addition to the Walchuk birthday roast. Now here is from a few years ago. We were in the nosebleed seats, and we were promoting what is a station staple, a show staple. And, of course, it's Flagtober.
No,
but Walchuk ran into a bit of a Tom Brenneman situation.
No. Just go to 105throughthefan.com/Tober.
You can hear the emphasis on Tober after he says the initial flub, because he wants to make it just very clear and just move on seamlessly as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So that one was one that hurt.
Was that a Tito's night?
That was I don't think so. That was in studio.
So. I don't know.
Some of these you can hear the booze in his voice, and it has to do with the fact that we were COVID broadcasting from our parents' houses.
Yeah.
And so
Good living.
on this particular occasion here, when Walchuk, we had probably just had a great show, and then he's trying to just get us out of the show and probably into the weekend, and unfortunately he stumbled on the dismount.
We will be back on Monday post Rangers. It'll be 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Until then, hugs and ham pounds. Ham pounds? I don't know what the hell I was saying there.
Pound pans?
That's drunk. That's drunk Walchuk, I believe.
I was slurring my words.
This next one is Walchuk, very excited for the what was the newest Borat at the time. And he was doing his best to read what is supposed to be sort of the synopsis and the little teaser for what the movie's going to be.
Gift of pornographic monkey to Vice Premier Mikhail Pence to make benefit recently diminished nation of Kazakhstan. Chef's kiss.
Everything about
Chef's
Walchuk
kiss.
reading that is chef's kiss. I do believe it's supposed to be vice president, but Walchuk read it as vice premier. But that's neither here nor there. We used to have big time arguments with our lovely producer, former producer Zero.
Yeah, gosh, I love you, Zero.
Walchuk, you know how Walchuk gets very passionate and serious about his top 10 lists. Well, Zero was poking, and he poked the bear, and it was not the time to do it.
Their onion rings are fire too. We've talked about this before, but I love their onion
rings. Got to be on here.
And that's why I don't understand. Everybody wants to poo on
What?
Sonic. I'm like,
Zero, can I just get into the list before you start bitching at it all? I mean, you just do this. Let me just bitch about it. Number 9, chicken fried steak. Is that acceptable to you, Zero, or let's complain about it some more?
a very serious, what I believe to be fast food top 10. Walchuk takes his food, especially his fast food, very seriously. You combine that with his
get into the list
with his very serious top 10, and all of a sudden, Walchuk is he can be a bit on edge at times.
Very serious business there. No room for improvising.
I mean, between the onion rings and the chicken fried steaks, Walchuk was in the freaking zone.
I want to know what list that was.
But the height of his powers, Walchuk, was when he was able to accept the opportunity to finally grace the cover of Playboy.
Honestly, I was just so happy. I couldn't believe they chose me. I've been modeling for so long, so to be part of Playboy is just incredible. It's just such an iconic magazine and so important to our culture.
It is, Walchuk, and it was never more important than the time that you got to grace that cover. I'll never forget that centerfold.
Collector's item.
Just the largest centerfold of all time.
Hell yeah, it was, and the hairiest.
Walchuk went from being a Playboy model, gracing the cover, to then trying to sneak a fart past us in the studio, but his voice wouldn't allow him to sneak it by.
So did Jared Leto.
I mean, if that's not the most obvious. And then from time to time, Wolchuk will screw up days and times and dates and stuff.
Well, this Hump Night 69 party, because it is June the 9th, 6th month of the year, 9th month of the day.
Exactly.
Who the hell are we? Where are we?
Obviously, it's 69
Squirrel.
Here's why.
Is it the 9th month of the day?
Who the hell knows? I don't know what was going on there. That was probably a booze night.
That was definitely a booze night, dude. This next one, Wolchuk was very, very sober, and he revealed something about his relationship status that was extremely uncomfortable.
Eric is married with the baby.
Yep.
I just have the 3.5-year-old girlfriend, but I'm also still living at mom and dad's house.
3.5 years
Just the
girlfriend.
You're still not saying it right. You'd been dating her for 3.5 years.
Yeah, she'd been my girlfriend for 3.5 years.
And then Wolchuk can be, he can start to threaten you. And we saw that with Zero a little bit, but here's just another installment.
I will kill your entire family. Everyone you love will soon cease. I will enter your home while you sleep and sever your neck open.
That is terrible.
I have no idea.
Why did Zero keep
why
that?
you got so dark that night.
I was reading an article.
You were being very, very introspective about the desires that you have as a violent person.
No.
Sounded like he was recapping a Mike Tyson interview from the late 90s.
That's exactly what it was.
Oh, look, another Wolchuk failed dismount.
As this Friday night comes ever so evening.
Wow.
Just I have no idea. And then he fails upward into afternoon drive with the G-Bag Nation. We all wonder, how is this even possible?
You fake it till you make it, baby.
Oh,
that
man.
sounds like a crossfade situation. That's what you call it, right?
Yeah, he was definitely half buzzed out.
Ever so evening.
And then Wolchuk revealing his love for the king.
LeBron's got that yummy yum, y'all.
A couple of times, Wolchuk.
That was a text that I read.
This was the night where I thought he was going to go full Brian Broaddus and just punt on reading the text because the 214 had him just completely beside himself.
214 troll trash idiots that text in here.
That's just a little teaser of what it was. He was extremely, extremely upset. It was probably Cowboys related.
Was it?
It's probably Cowboys fandom related. Somebody was poking you about how they shouldn't have any hope. Wolchuk still being optimistic, glass half full guy.
Yeah.
And then they reveal something to him that's like, wow, I can't really dispute anything you're saying about how there's no chance of a championship with this team. And now he's going to start lashing out and calling them troll trash idiots.
Yeah, they were probably style pointing a 3-point win over Washington. And Zach was like, it's hard to win in the NFL.
Go after yourself, you troll trash idiot.
Here's Wolchuk trying to recite the fan text number.
877-881-1053.
There's a lot of additional 8s in there. There's only 3 total.
Several 8s. Okay.
I've been there.
Now, here's
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That'll get you.
After this one, I want you guys to decide once and for all which one of us worked in the car business. One of us worked at Chick-fil-A. The other one of us worked in the car business. Here's Wolchuk reading a text.
The toilet overflowed. My sister tested positive for the Rona, and someone backed into my brand new Camaro. Can y'all give me a shout out and make my day better?
Camaro.
I'm thinking Alvin Kamara.
Oh my God.
Camaro.
Are you being serious
Gosh,
right now?
that's how we say it overseas.
And then sometimes
That makes me feel old. These kids don't even know how to say Camaro, Brian.
Wow.
One of the classic American muscle cars.
It's pretty. It is. That one was. That one hurt a little bit. Here is Wolchuk. Sometimes he uses the microphone to just like get things off his chest a little bit, and even if it could be damning for him, and probably fill himself with regret just moments later.
I haven't had sex in a year.
And that's just a
little bit of a dry spell.
And counting. I think that ended up reaching 3.5 years.
I think so too.
Boy, that
the
changed
entire relationship that he was dating that 3.5-year-old.
Oh, that was mid-relationship. That'd be a good reason to cut it off. I don't blame you, Wolchuk.
I think he dipped his toe back into the virgin waters.
I don't know how it all works, Zero. I'm a virgin.
See, there you go. But then the guy who doesn't know about Camaros, he stumbles when talking about rival baseball teams as well.
We've seen the Rangers make some trades with the eights with the eights previously. I think I said it twice, with the eights and with the eights.
I'm surprised that doesn't have that mistake. Like, I'm surprised we don't get, like the bulging disc one that, like, from time to time just pops up, rears its ugly head in the media. I'm surprised the Oakland AIDS thing doesn't accidentally get said at least once a season.
Hell of a great trade there with the AIDS.
You were going full Donald Sterling there. When he got those AIDS.
Big Magic Johnson. What's he done?
All right. Here is Wolchuk reading a text. Again, the text was coming after Wolchuk, and here was Wolchuk reading it.
Wolchuk, why you mad? Because your girl choosing.
I think Wolchuk was sharing a story about his girlfriend doing something that he thought might have been questionable, and then people started saying your girlfriend sucks, and then Wolchuk started lashing out at the text. It's just sort of a cycle that way. We can close it down. I have a couple more, but here's
my
Wolchuk.
fastball, personally.
This is Wolchuk in the recliner of the bedroom that he grew up in at his parents' house, hosting a night show well into the wee hours of the morning. And he is eating but he's trying to disguise the fact that he's eating while he's supposed to be broadcasting and bringing us back onto the air.
Oh, yes. It's about that time for the Nosebleed Seats Power Hour.
Gosh.
The final hour.
We're eating a
Thursday,
burger?
Thursday edition.
It's a mouthful.
Here on the show, everybody
It's very savory.
can afford to listen to Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. Oh, and we got 0.
Oh, we got 0. Yeah, it was steak. And if you're watching on the thing, you can see it. I mean, you can see what's going on.
It was incredible,
Oh, man. I went full Marshall Falk there.
That was, yes.
intro.
That was Marshall Falk.
The greatest steak eating moment in show history.
I don't know, it
That's
feels
right.
so good when he jokes.
We got a couple more. Maybe we'll do it in the finest.
I love it, man. I love a good birthday roast to Wolchuk, and happy birthday to you, brother.
Thanks, man.
I got you something. It's called Broadcast Responsibilities on the C note. Right?
Okay, great.
What's cooking with the Cowboys?
Don't ask me to do it, Tease. We'll figure that out next on the fan here.
All right, I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do that, though, because if you need a new vehicle, you're
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the nation, and now under 2.5 hours to Rangers pregame. There's going to be day baseball tomorrow. We'll be on live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, when it goes final. Looking for their 4th in a row tonight. Could we be talking about a sweep tomorrow? Don't want to get too greedy. These have been close games, but Rangers figuring out how to get it done, Brian.
Yeah, and the Angels and Mariners are, I think, in the top of the 5th now. It's 1-0 the Mariners, and great. I mean, just a great double play for the Angels to get out of the inning. So, hopefully, I think I saw earlier too that the A's and the Stros were tied 1-1, but that was very early as well. So
it looks like it's 4-1 now. Houston up in the
okay. I didn't
top
check.
of the
I've been watching.
But hey, I mean, still within striking distance. There,
Yeah.
we got more good Rangers news. Josh Young is going to start a rehab assignment on Friday in Frisco.
They're
and
back.
Bruce Bochy saying Evan Carter about a week behind Josh Young in
They're
terms
back.
of his rehab timeline.
Let's go Rangers. And let's go Cowboys. Our training camp coverage underway tomorrow afternoon. Salute to our sponsors, Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the Guardian Caps, folks. Here's Wolchuk with a C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening.
Well, how about our friend Jane Slater? We'll see Slater out in Oxnard. She is getting ready to fly out there. She said she actually ran into a large gentle giant on her way. It's Travis Frederick on the way to go to training camp as well, go visit his old team. Looks like he can still play, says Jane. He's rocking a man pony as well.
Wow.
So we'll have to get the grade there.
What about the beard? Yeah, we're going to have to take a look. I can't wait to. I need to get a glimpse of those Warlocks.
But I hope we get to see Travis Frederick. Maybe we can try and pop him on the show.
Dude,
Be
we
fun
got
to catch up with him.
I think that's perfect because that's the type of guy you want coaching up your man BB.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's BB's personal guy so that he can outduel Hoffman so that Walchuk's favorite, draft pick isn't sitting on the bench to start. He's like, I think that's my favorite camp battle coming up is Walchuk's internal battle fighting his BB bias over Hoffman. He's going to see Hoffman. He's going to see Hoffman pancake somebody, and he's going to find something to be like, "Yeah, it wasn't that good though." Like Hoffman, he pancaked him, but
I'm not
going to
downgrade Brock Hoffman for good things.
Did you see the way BB pulled against no defense on that one drill?
Looks good in air.
It was a damn
boy.
He was good in space.
Tell you what, that mock game, Cooper Beebe dominated. I think he lined up beautifully.
Gosh, the way that guy walks through.
You hear him barking out the orders there? Huh? Come on. Those snaps were looking good for my guy, Cooper Beebe. Well, speaking of the offensive line, Tyler Smith was one of the first players to talk to the media yesterday once the team got off the buses there
Drew the short
at
stick.
the facility. Well, he's now preparing for a larger leadership role. Going into year 3 is Tyler Smith.
He's a good talker.
He is, and he has been ever since his rookie year. I mean, he was really, really intelligent guy, well-spoken, loves the game, and he said, it's huge for me stepping into that leadership role. Mike Solari has high expectations. His philosophy, just bringing the younger guys like Tyler Guyton, Nate Thomas up to speed on that, just being that leader for them and showing them the ropes. He said, being in the O-line room, being around the great guys that I've been around, they imparted on me a lot of knowledge. So it's my job to pass that knowledge on and continue to make sure that the standard of our room is held long after I'm gone, and especially while I'm here. And he got to learn from Tyron Smith. Travis Frederick was gone. Zach Martin's still there. And now he's stepping up and being this guy for Cooper Beebe, my dude, Brock Hoffman, who's a young player. And, of course, the rookie Tyler Guyton. So we'll see. I mean, I hope we get to catch up with Tyler. I think he's a great interview.
He is. And I love that, maybe they're pushing him forward as a leader because I think he's got everything that you would want. Great player, good voice, well thought out with everything that he does. So, I would definitely look to Tyler as, the next generation of leaders, at least on the offensive side of the ball.
I'm hoping to bump into him on the off-day movie theater situation like we did last year. Remember, he was going Oppenheimer with us.
He did. He went and saw Oppenheimer at the same theater.
Maybe we'll go see Deadpool and Wolverine with him, get one of those cool novelty popcorn buckets.
I'm in.
A Wolverine bucket, Try to get that back on the plane.
Yeah, I know. Our office ace, Tim Collins, was like, guys, Twister. Let's all go.
Twister, if you had to see one movie in Oxnard this week. Deadpool or Twister, it's a no-brainer. Deadpool.
Yeah,
I think I'm with
Deadpool.
you. I think I'm with you.
I mean, I'm sorry, Tim, but come on. We're going to see Deadpool.
Sorry, Glenn Powell.
You ready to start watchdogging some other teams' rosters, Brian?
Always.
We doing poaching?
Let's poach.
Yep.
Ooh. You guys want to poach?
Pro Scout.
Shop.
Roster bubble players on other teams Cowboys could be monitoring, courtesy of Blogging the Boys. And a couple of these names I brought up in the past. But we got running back Javonte Williams, Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Good player, coming off some injuries, but when he plays, very good player. Traylon Burks, wide receiver, Tennessee Titans. Got a crowded room there.
That's a Razorback, too.
That's a Razorback. Cowboys liked him coming out of the draft class. DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd are there. So now Traylon Burks, number 4 on the depth chart. That's a crowded room. All of a sudden, maybe Tolbert's not looking so good. We're hoping Jalen Brooks steps up. Does he? Flournoy, the rookie, if you're not loving what you're seeing with the receiver room, maybe Burks becomes available.
I don't know how he's been a bust so far. The physical tools, just get him the ball. He's a monster. So I would be willing to take a shot on change of scenery for Traylon Burks, considering you really only have 2 wide receivers.
Now we got offensive lineman Jackson Carman of the Cincinnati Bengals. He was Trevor Lawrence's blindside protector during their time together at Clemson. Hasn't settled in as a starting caliber offensive tackle with the Bengals. So now they're kicking him inside to guard. So he's got that position flexibility. Do the Cowboys want to go ahead and add another offensive lineman? I don't know. This one to me sounds like maybe not a guy that they'd be poaching.
They're going to look at those offensive tackles. Like they're better offensive linemen are all inside.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, if he hasn't made it as a tackle, I don't think they're going to look at a guard. Yeah. I think they're pretty okay at guard.
Defense. Because of BB.
Yeah, because BB, are you kidding me? He can play center or guard.
Yeah, I feel like he's the rare breed that could simultaneously be your guard and center. You run out 4 guys.
You give me 11 Cooper Beebes. We're not having a Super Bowl drought anymore, all right? Yeah. Levi Onwuzurike, defensive tackle of the Detroit Lions, 2021 second-round pick. He's battled injuries, inconsistent in his first few years in the NFL. Lions are deep at defensive tackle, so you need help here. Now, I'm not sure size-wise he looks more of a 3 versus a 1, Brian.
Sure.
But maybe he's a guy that right now I don't know that you have anything that's proven behind Osa Odighizuwa. So could Onwuzurike end up giving you some depth? And then here's a very interesting name. Remember Peyton Turner, edge rusher?
Yeah.
Believe out of Houston.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up being a high first-round pick in 2021. I think the Saints moved up to go get him. Now, he's entering a make-or-break year. He's had injury issues. He's only played in 15 games in 3 years, has not had a sack since 2022. So the Saints might be ready to move on, but that's a guy that you look at traits, former first-round pick. Cowboys do have a history of bringing in guys that were former first-rounders, try and revitalize their career. These are some names maybe you try and pay attention to in preseason when the NFL Network, you're sitting around, you're watching them. Maybe see how these guys are looking, could be poach candidates for your Dallas Cowboys potentially. Any of those names you don't like, you'll actually pay attention to, you don't think so? And I thought 469 Levi was from Allen. So he is, local kid.
Yeah, the thing with Ozarike is that, man, I thought coming out of Washington, man, the quickness, the upfield, his ability to attack, play on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And with Detroit, it just hasn't. You mentioned the injuries and stuff like that. I mean, Dallas might not have a backup three behind. I mean, depending on what you think of Golston, I'm sure they're going to try and get Fehoko involved in that. We'll see what happens with, our rookie. Will he play edge or will he play inside? Maybe they're going to be a little bit more. I think the one techniques are the ones they're hunting. I think the threes, they feel like they're going to probably be okay there.
I'm hoping for a running back. You mentioned Javonte Williams, and when healthy, I think his first year it was around 4.5 an attempt. Apparently, he's getting all the first team reps in Denver right now. So.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, he's a guy but the injuries there. They drafted our Notre Dame guy, Audric Estime, as well. So we'll see. Javonte Williams, he might not be a guy that ends up getting cut.
Yeah, the running back is the one that I think is probably first on the list of most likely to snag somebody at some point after cuts and things, because there's plenty of solid young dudes that can get out there and do a little something for you.
And then another one tech that's a free agent that's still out there, Mike Purcell of the Broncos.
There's the name.
Started 10 games a year ago, 6'3", 338 pounds. Has the size that you want there as a space-eating defensive tackle. So maybe that's a name that's still a free agent. We see a lot of these veterans end up getting signed. It happened with Anthony Barr when we were out there earlier. So that's another name to kind of keep an eye on if you're the Cowboys. We are going out there to Oxnard. We'll be there tomorrow. We're flying out tonight. So we got some storylines that we're going to be looking at. One of these we talked about earlier, and it's interesting to me, like, who's going to be the team starting left tackle. If it ends up being Chuma Edoga, are we just like, how much of a world of trouble are we going to be in? And I don't want to just completely put a pile of dirt on Chuma Edoga. I thought he played well inside at guard. It just didn't seem like the footwork, the quickness to be able to play left tackle was quite there. They like him, and hey, they know better in that building than me. But my goodness gracious, you took Tyler Guyton. I'm expecting to see Edoga getting first-team reps. I think that's just kind of how they do these things at training camp. But if we're lining up week one against the Cleveland Browns with Myles Garrett and Warren Sharp just had them as the best front seven in all of football, and it's hard to argue. And I understand, you got a rookie left tackle. There might be some growing pains there. Maybe Tyler Guyton doesn't look too good, but I can live with that. You're growing, you're learning, you're improving. I can't live with getting my ass kicked by a journeyman veteran in Chuma Edoga in that game.
Yeah, I think it's tough. You got a coaching staff maybe playing for their jobs and a front office that just wants to be in the playoff picture until the end of the season for those good TV ratings. So I'm with you, though, Wolchuk. Hopefully, Tyler Guyton is close enough. I think the takeaway would be, holy crap, our rookie first rounder, they might have actually missed on an offensive lineman, because if he's worse than Edoga right now, then the distance to being a good NFL player is a long way away.
Watching Edoga be a turnstile is one of the more egregious. I mean, that single-handedly lost you the Dolphins game, it feels like.
It did, yeah.
So that one, Tyler Guyton would have to be playing terrible throughout camp and preseason for him not to be my week one starter.
But I guess that's been also Bobby's point, what you just said there. And you know this, Brian, because Love of the Star, and go check it out. You guys have a new episode out. It's awesome listening to you guys basically every other day. But I guess that's been the argument Bobby's trying to make. Do coaches now, and Mike McCarthy said, hey, we're on a one-year deal here. We're coaching for our jobs. Do they trust putting out a rookie in Tyler Guyton and maybe a rookie in Cooper Beebe, and do they just go with the veterans in Hoffman and Edoga, and we'll see how it goes? If we need to make an adjustment, we do. To me, I mean, it's scared coaching, and I think you're going to end up you fail miserably, and you're going to be out of here anyway if that's the way you're going to go about it.
I think the bigger problem here, guys, is we're probably focusing on the wrong thing. What we should be focused on the fact that Ball, let's go, Awesome Richards, none of those guys were good enough to beat Adoga out.
Yeah.
To me, that's a problem because now any type of there's no safety net for you there. You know, if one of those guys were able to show you something, if Awesome Richards was to show you something, or Ball, let's go, they were showing you something, then maybe you feel like, okay, if we have the learning curve, I'm playing the kid and going for it. I'm not, with the Doga, but it says a lot about the depth of their offensive line, and maybe they don't have any at tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Because every one of those guys I named was not good enough to beat Adoga out. And I think that tells you a lot right there.
They've had a lot of fails outside of the first round with their offensive lineman draft picks.
Sure have.
Those are like fourth, fifth round guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Richards is the one we still have a little hope in.
Like, you should hit on one of them every now and then.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that none of these guys were good enough to make Adoga have to sit on the bench.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. There's a C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, and we'll have plenty of Cowboys takeaways for you tomorrow when our show starts at 2 o'clock. The Rangers will still be playing, but almost every other day of camp, we're going to be on the practice field reporting what we see and passing the very latest along to you. It's a fan base that desperately needs something to get fired up about, and that's something Todd Archer wrote about today for ESPN, one of our favorite Cowboys writers. We'll talk about that coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. The top 10, though, at 4:20 is next. Chuck, what's the subject matter today?
Well, let's hear from our old friend Austin Hedges, but it's National Drive-Thru Day. The top 10 best drive-thru chains. What's the one you frequent the most? That's next in the nation.
Let me tell you about a friend of mine, though. It's Men's Tea Clinic, and everything they've done for Tolos here in North Texas over the years is fantastic. They give us our edge back and help us get back to being us. And they've been doing this for over 10 years now. Men'sTeaClinic.com, 972-GO Men's Tea. Listen, we're midsummer. There's still plenty of time to look and feel your best.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical.
Bubba Thurman here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. Having issues with your water heater? Save $300 on a new American Tank water heater. Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Shoot, yeah, boy. Here it is. Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 every afternoon at this time. Have a lot of Cowboys content here for you. And coming up at 5 o'clock, the roast of the birthday boy will continue with Zach and I's greatest fight ever. That's coming up at 5 o'clock. The Top 10 at 420 brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. And here he is, without further ado, your woolly bully, Zach McNage.
Thank you very much. We're going to have to get to a very controversial list. Thank you to Eric, who put me on this. USA Today has just put out the best fast food restaurants in the United States. It's their new top 10. It's National Drive-Thru Day. What's your top drive-thru spot? Before we get to that, though, if we remember our good buddy Austin Hedges, champion, member of the reigning world champ Texas Rangers. He's now with the Cleveland Guardians.
Clubhouse guy, all time.
And we were always asking,
level.
Hey, what's that number left on that ass, Hedgie? And he talked about wearing the assless chaps at the parade, but his mom said, no, I don't want you to do that, son. I don't want you to be showing that off to the world. Well, apparently he did a little video for the Cleveland Guardians, and this was to try and promote several of their players getting the All-Star game, and they went ahead and just photoshopped the tushless chaps. It wasn't actually him showing off the bum. And he had a fun exchange with Chris Rose on Chris Rose Sports about the whole Cleveland Guardians plan here.
You were probably the biggest reason why Cleveland was able to have two starters in the American League starting lineup.
The only thing better than this outfit I'm wearing right now is Jose Ramirez at baseball. Okay, it's the heart and soul of our team. He deserves to start in the All-Star game.
I suppose the good news is they finally made an appearance.
They did. They had to Photoshop the assless part. Obviously, something worked, right? We got a couple guys in there.
You didn't go to them with the idea?
No. They came to me. They said, "Hey, man, we got an idea, trying to get some of the guys into the All-Star game." And I was like, "Absolutely, whatever you guys got, I'll go do something to try and get these guys some votes."
We did talk to Stephen Kwan. I said, "Boy, Hedgie probably really has a real hairy ass too." He's like, "Yeah." Yeah, it is out there. So we would have had to shave that thing down if it had.
I don't have a hairy ass. I actually don't.
Really?
No, not a single hair in my butt. He told the universe that. I have hairy front, no hairy back. Backside, great. It's God-given. And I'm probably going to have to drown Steven in the cold tub when I get to the field today.
I have a hairy front. Nothing on the back at all. I don't even have hair back there.
Generally, if you have a hairy back, does that go all the way down to the cheeks?
I can't see.
So you don't know whether or not you have a hairy cheek?
I've probably got some hairy cheeks, dude.
Probably.
It's woolly for a reason.
Right. No,
Okay.
I think that would be one of the bigger upsets in
that would be
fan history. If you had a smooth ass.
I'd be surprised if it's smooth. Shocked, probably.
Yeah,
I'm
bordering on
about
shocked.
100 to 1 right now.
If he showed me a smooth ass right now, I would say he's ball sacking us.
Well, don't be asking.
What'd you do with the real Wolchuk?
He subbed it out. I'm AI, baby. I'm AI.
I can't believe they let this guy go, though. You can just tell he creates immaculate vibes.
He's so much
and
fun.
When
Minister
you're
of
dealing with the
Culture.
roster of 26 people, who cares if one guy can't really play that good?
Man. Great defenseman, just can't hit. But hey,
Guy can frame a pitch.
You can see the impact that he's had now on the Guardians. I mean, first place. I mean, they had the best record in the American League at the All-Star break. I mean, just kicking butt and taking names. By the way, baseball coverage on the Fan. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's get to this list. This is courtesy of the USA Today, 877-881-1053. What's your favorite drive-through fast food restaurant? We do have some In-N-Out love on the text. And I will say, I think the In-N-Out is better when we go to California. We did sample
Man, it is so good. In a second only to Whataburger.
So I'm not an In-N-Out hater. I think their lines are pretty long for good reason. But nobody beats the King. You know how I feel about that, Chuck.
I know you do love yourself some Burger King.
Ooh, 682 is alleging that he believes Broadus has super smooth cheeks.
Smooth cheeks.
Can you confirm?
No.
You don't?
You can't confirm, or
no, I don't.
Okay, you don't have smooth.
I think it's probably just like light hairs.
No.
Well, because a lot of times bald guys,
I have no
a lot
rear.
of their hair is actually on their cheeks.
I have no rear. That's the problem.
We got the Woodhauler's ass.
Yeah, I got Woodhauler's ass. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Likewise.
But if you had an ass, it would be probably pretty hairy.
Maybe so.
Eric, are you still going with the Pollo Reggio?
For the fast food or the drive-through stuff?
That's your number one seed?
Yeah. No, I mean,
you went through a hell of a run.
I did, man.
I mean, that
did.
green salsa that they had was pretty damn delicious.
Punished a lot of that chicken. Somebody texted in that their burgers are good. I didn't even realize they had burgers.
Didn't know
there,
they
so
had
I might
them.
have to get in the mix on those. But I mean, it's still Whataburger. I mean, ultimately, my fast food consumption has decreased tremendously.
Don't lie to me.
But when I get that hankering, I was at a Sonic earlier today,
That's
so I
right.
need to take
There's
some of
my
that
guy.
back. But Whataburger is the one.
Whataburger's the guy.
It's the one.
The lady.
By a mile. In-N-Out's in the mix.
Yeah, and I'm just talking, pure fast food with the drive-through.
Yeah.
Around $10. But if we branched out just a little bit, I think Cowboy Chicken is one of my favorite places to go to eat.
Dude, Cowboy Chicken is freaking phenomenal.
Cowboy
Got
chicken
some
is
good brisket
slept on.
options.
Phenomenal. I didn't
A
know
lot of
about
good
the
stuff.
brisket.
Yep.
Well, the
I know,
brisket,
dude. There's little
brisket.
chicken enchiladas. That's like one of those.
They've got chicken
you're
enchiladas?
Like, whoa, the chicken enchiladas are on point.
Well, all right. Ryan, drive-through Taco Bell?
Yeah, Jack in the Box.
Okay.
I just for the
I was thinking
variety.
tacos. I know you're a big Jack in the Box guy.
Just the
Broadus loves gas or fast food egg rolls and stuff.
Those are solid egg rolls. They're
the
actually
variety
Jack in the
that you can order off that menu is you can't beat it.
I don't know. Smoothie King has a drive-through it can count 214. I don't know
Some
if
of
it
them
does.
do. Some of them do.
So,
the one
then
I
yes.
originally worked at, the original Smoothie Kings are.
How long
not
did you
drive-through.
last there again?
I was I
Couple
put in a
weeks?
good 3. No, I put in a good 3 years.
People started
man.
complaining
really?
because you gave him diarrhea.
Two years in high school, and then one.
I thought you were just like a
little bit
3-week
in-
guy.
No, I was grinding, dude. And I did throw a little additional fiber in there.
I know you did.
Maybe unconsensually to the customers that were bleep holes.
Arby's, Lucius?
Arby's is fantastic, but if I had to be honest, man, there's a place that does not exist the same way it used to. It's called The Freeze now, but back in the day, it used to be called Tasty Freeze.
Tasty Freeze.
Yeah, man, it's like a real classic burger joint.
Yeah.
You can get coney dogs there, ice cream there. You can get all types of shrimp. The menu was fantastic, and you pulled up in your car and got it done. You walk in, you can hear and people talking. Oh, can I get the number 4?
Yeah.
Man, it was so good. Yeah,
good
nostalgic too, man. Every time we was in Tulsa, we had to fly through Tasty Freeze, dog. That was the spot,
the
bro.
go-to spot, the Tasty Freeze. Shout out to R-Dub in Argyle. He said he can confirm that I've got a hairy tush because he was at the Southern Leisure when I did the Speedo bet payoff. That's true. Probably did get to a sample and check that out.
R-Dub's a lean mean machine. I don't think that guy's doing much fast fooding.
No, he's probably not. Okay, here's the new USA Today list. 214 already texted and said, this list already sucks. Well, you're a troll trash idiot, 214, so
There you
shut
go.
your damn
There you
mouth.
go.
That's it.
But I kind of agree with him. I think the USA Today has butchered this. Number 10 is indeed Arby's. And that's okay. I will be somebody.
Their hamburger actually is pretty good on these commercials now.
Dude, my dad got it once, said it was delicious.
Really?
So,
Okay.
and it was a pretty good sized burger.
Yeah.
So Arby's, I don't think gets enough love. I think Arby's is very, very good.
For the
I'm with
curly
you.
fries alone, they belong in the top 10.
Yes. Number 9, and I can't say I've been here, is Zaxby's.
I have
That's a
one
North
time,
Carolina place.
One time, and it actually underwhelmed me.
Okay.
It did.
Is that it's chicken, right?
I got their chicken sandwich, but the chicken sandwich craze, and so I was going, and I was like, okay, let's
they
try this
sponsor
one.
NASCAR. I think they're North Carolina.
So it's like Cane's, right? But it's got a more of a variety on the menu.
I think they have a menu,
Yeah,
actually.
a
I don't
little
think
bit more.
Cane's doesn't have a menu.
No, Cane's is just the chicken, and then if you want the sandwich, it's chicken strips on the bun.
Yeah. No, this place you can actually get like some bone-in chicken wings if you want, chicken
Okay.
sandos, and then tenders as well.
Oh,
they
so they
got a
even have
good
salad.
sauce. But I had their chicken sandwich, and I was like, man, I should have gone to Popeyes.
Well, number 8, Popeyes.
Popeyes is pretty good.
Yeah, but there's definitely a place for it. I would push it closer to 5 than 10.
I think it should be higher than this. We
at
talked
least
about
it's
the
here.
sandwich. The chicken strips are very, very good. The bone-in chicken's very good.
I love the fries, too, and I love the mashed potatoes.
Yes.
With the brown gravy.
Oh, it's a little spicy because of the
Got a little
Cajun
kick.
kick. The red beans and rice as well. Number 7 is Taco Bell. Late night favorite. Hits.
Cheesy Gordita Crunch is going to keep
Hadn't
you
been in a
alive
while.
forever.
All I can do now is the basic taco there. I don't want to get complicated. I don't.
You don't want to get constipated.
You got to cheesy gordita that thing, bro.
I think it's the opposite of constipation there. I think that's going to really
I
clear
was
you
just
out.
saying, I was trying to put the words together there for
No,
you.
but I think for Dawson, remember, I mean,
He does get backed up.
Metamucil guy.
You're right. Number 7, Taco
Packed
Bell.
a fresh box in the luggage, by the way.
Oh, you packed bags?
Attaboy.
Trip. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Popeyes, I know what you'll be when it comes to dinner time.
Oh my gosh, how many over/under on the amount of tackle boxes that Dawson consumed?
I would set it at 2.5. You know,
2.5?
I'm pounding the over.
I'm going on the over too. Number 6.
Guys, give me the car.
Can't say I've been here either, but I know my Baskey's been talking a lot of Long John Silver's. I guess this is
I'll tell you what.
the knockoff. It's Captain D's.
Okay, I've been to Captain D's.
Wait,
Long
what?
John Silver's is good.
Captain D's.
Yes, quality seafood meal. Captain D's has what you desire. They've got platters of fried catfish or
Whoa.
white fish, grilled salmon, blackened tilapia, fried shrimp, served with
Tilapia.
Southern style sides like okra and corn.
you're looking at frozen food fish sticks. You know, I'm totally out on any
Mrs. Paul's.
fast seafood,
Yeah.
except the tackle box of Popeyes.
And there's
Okay.
There is a Captain D's in Plano. I've just never been to it.
I have never heard of Captain D's.
So
dude.
Captain D's is sitting above Popeyes on this
Sitting
list.
at 6.
Wolchuk.
I'm telling you, USA Today's butchered this.
Little vetting would go a long way.
Number 5 is Hardee's,
It's a Hardee's party.
which I guess is like Hardee's Carl's Jr. Are they the same damn thing?
Yeah.
I think Hardee's is kind of a kind
It's
of a
regional.
kind of a North Carolina, South Carolina area.
Usually sitting right next to a Mr. D's. They like to combo those up.
4 is In-N-Out.
4 is In-N-Out.
Respectable.
I think that's it's a Mount Rushmore.
Is that the thing with like the root beer and the Kentucky Fried Chicken? Those are all Yum
A&W.
Those
Yum
were awesome.
brands. That's
Yeah,
a Yum
A&W.
brand. Yeah, but isn't it funny how they're all kind of right there?
Yeah.
They'll do 2 for 1 sometimes.
Like, hey, come on and get some
Save on the
chicken.
real
KFC
estate.
and Taco Bell together.
I was super bummed when the one in Watauga got canned. But the A&W and Long John Silver's
What is-
in Watauga
what
is
is-
still standing.
What is
I don't know how
A&W?
that place
Are
still
they
has a
any
pulse.
good? Is
I've never
A&W
had
any
it.
good?
I haven't had it since I was in elementary school. I really couldn't tell you. I drive by it every so often, and I just
I mean,
wonder how it's
A&W
still
root beer is good,
alive.
but what else do they have?
Yeah, it's
Roast
just basic.
817 worked at Captain D's in high school. They hand batter every piece of fish. It's not frozen, you bleep hole.
Okay.
Okay, we got some.
All right.
Jeez, I'm so sorry that.
I mean, Captain D's, looking at the pictures and stuff, it doesn't pass the eye test.
469. Captain D's has been around forever. Damn, guys, be better. I'm being educated.
We're just being honest.
I'm not
If
saying.
you said Long John Silver's, yes, around forever, been
Captain
part of
D's,
that.
all right?
I don't know what Captain D's is. I'm sorry. I've Long John Silver's. If there's a spinoff or a whatever, I've been.
Big upset. First time this hasn't been number 1 on this list in many a moons. Chick-fil-A comes in at number 3.
Wow, upset alert. They have been dethroned.
They've been dethroned.
For the
Wolchuk
first time
leaving. I think that's a big part of that.
For the first time
I
in
think you're right. I think it's gone downhill since I left.
Yeah.
Presence of Wolchuk and the Chick-fil-A
When he headed in the
industry.
red apron, said, I've had enough.
Man.
Dude, they've been unseated?
It's well, in the top 2 ahead of it, guys, are we serious?
Captain D's.
Number 2 is
Been around
KFC.
Ooh,
No.
Finger licking good.
KFC better than Chick-fil-A?
Yum brands.
Number
Not even better than
1
Popeyes.
No, agreed. Number 1 is Del Taco.
Whoa.
Zeke would love that.
Zeke would be excited about some Del Taco.
Oh,
That's
that was
soft
his
chicken
deal,
taco.
wasn't it?
What's the
Yeah.
I
best?
bet Zeke's tearing into like a dozen tacos right now from Del Taco.
He's probably single-handedly pushing those numbers up.
He's
why he came
padding
back
up
to
for
the
that
Cowboys.
center battle.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Del Taco's getting it done more than
That is-
Chick-fil-A is
I mean,
right now?
it's
If we
just
see one in
shocking.
California, we have to stop.
I
Give it a
guess
go.
so. I mean,
Give it
what
a
the
go.
hell's going on here?
They're gonna. I've had Del Taco. It's like Jack in the Box tacos, and
Come on, man. Nothing wrong with
Well,
those.
that's
disrespect.
Bryce's one seed.
Gosh, it's my one
but,
seed.
But it's like a non-taco spot did tacos.
right.
You're like the crispy shell hasn't been warmed up at all. You know, there's just nothing good going on with it.
817 says brand new Captain D's in Euless. Ate it this week. Pretty good. Better than Long John.
Okay.
So it's like Captain D
There's
versus
a lot
Long
of
John.
Captain D's feedback. And I agree at 1-7. I thought that list was pretty rough.
Okay, what does Mike McCarthy think about going into his final season under
Del Taco.
contract, and why even his biggest doubters are now hoping it's not his last year? That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I have to chat with you about our friends in the diamond business, Diamonds Direct.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Cowboys training camp and all 3 preseason games. Cam coverage is brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. Solos know nobody has you covered in Oxnard beginning this week. Like 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. Salute to the KMC Masterpiece. I see him sitting here on the airplane. They're heading to Oxnard. We will be there tonight and ready to begin our camp coverage with you tomorrow. It's brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. And salute to Alba Limos. They're huge tolos, and they're going to take us to the airport this evening. Be sure to support them at albalimos.com. Guys, this Mike McCarthy story, I think, is one that is being slept on. I know that everybody is not satisfied or excited about what this team is capable of, but this is a big story to me with him going into the final year of his deal, not because he's a lame duck coach. I think that storyline, you know, I can take it or leave it. I kind of agree with Jerry Jones that, you know, when you're up against the wall, you got to do your absolute best. And, you know, McCarthy in this story today, he said it's a challenge. And he points out that, you know, challenges are what coaches and players in the NFL are paid to overcome. So, you know, he's not going to let it be a distraction for him or make him any less a version of the coach that he is. He says you pour energy into yourself and bet on yourself, and the odds tilt in your favor. It's something he did when he took the job in Green Bay. The Packers wanted to give him a 4-year deal. He was like, no, I want a 3-year deal so I can get back to the bargaining table. And he bet on himself there. And, you know, so he's familiar with being in this situation. But I just think McCarthy's done a great job. And I was a guy 4 years ago who was disappointed in the hire. I thought the Cowboys rushed into it, didn't do their due diligence. And he's, you know, by far not a great coach. But I think he is the best guy we could hope that the Joneses hire. You know, you turn them loose and have them look back into it. I don't think they're going to get as lucky that a guy like Mike McCarthy was just out there because of the negative image that had been generated by the end of the Aaron Rodgers saga. What we've seen here is a guy who, you know, keeps the roster relatively happy, keeps them healthy, and, you know, has a good offensive acumen. If you look at the things they've dealt with offensively, going 4-1 with Cooper Rush, you know, being top 5 in a lot of metrics during the regular season. To me, the only thing he needs is a great run game coordinator. You know, is there another Shanahan on the way? Can you bring back a Callahan? But, you know, that's the weakness that I see. And, you know, I don't want to lose all of the strengths because in a clear rebuilding year, they don't make the playoffs, or you're concerned that he's not the perfect coach. Hell, Shanahan's never won a big one. You know, every coach, you stick around for a long time, and unless you're stacking Super Bowls, there's going to be a knock or two on you. I can live with McCarthy's. The idea of Jerry leading a coaching search, I think, is terrifying and could set this organization back significantly.
I'm not sure why more coaches don't call up Mike Shanahan and have him come in and do a little workshop with him about the run game. Because if you look at all
that would require work and effort,
you're right,
and changing your philosophies.
And that's probably the answer there, right? These coaches are so stuck in their ways. But really, all these successful run games, starting with his son Kyle, Matt LaFleur was on the staff with him at Washington. So was Sean McVay. So was Mike McDaniel. Bobby Slowick under there. Like, it's all derived from his run foundation.
You just said it. His son's still a coach. His son's still a coach. If his son wasn't in the league, you'd absolutely call him up and talk about run game stuff with him. I mean, that would be a no-brainer. But, you know,
so it's like Kyle's got dibs on his dad.
Well, yeah, he's got the dibs. But do you want Mike Shanahan coming into your organization and looking over everything and watching you and looking how you prepped and all that stuff like that.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Well, I mean, it's just specifically like, hey, what did you do with the
yeah,
run game?
what do you
You don't have to look at my stuff. I just want to pick your brain on running
I agree with you, but all of a sudden he's going to come in and say, well, how do you guys run the ball? And he's going to sit down and he's going to look at your scheme and he's going to tell you, you don't have the personnel to do this. You don't have the guards. You don't have the tackle. You don't have the athletic center. You're directly competing against Kyle Shanahan. I would not want him anywhere near my building, to be honest with you. But your idea is not wrong. If Kyle was no longer in the league, hell yeah, bring him in.
That makes sense.
But the fact he's in the league, head coach of your main competition,
The thing that really stinks is a new meta of running the ball has been established for probably 8 years now. Was it 2016 with the Rams where it really rocket fired out of there? And whether it's a Mike Shanahan or a Bobby Slowick or a McVay, if he ever leaves the Rams, the biggest issue is that the front office doesn't understand it's a problem and Mike McCarthy doesn't understand it's a problem. They're like, wow, we just need our guys to block better. We got good schemes. They're tried and true. I've been coaching this game a long time, but you need to be thinking differently, not only from the coaching perspective, but to hear Brian say it, you need different kinds of offensive linemen to run that. When they tried to use motion last year, it wasn't working. So here we have almost a decade into, hey, if you don't have great personnel, here's something that you can do to run the ball, and the Cowboys are still out to lunch on it. And to me, that is the reason why you don't want to move on from McCarthy. Is it a 10 out of 10? No. I call it a 7.5 out of 10. I mean, 3 straight 12-win seasons. You saw what Jason Garrett could do.
Yeah.
Overcoming injuries, sure. The game plan against Green Bay was bad. But I feel like right now we're close. And all you need is an assistant coach to turn that light bulb on for somebody. You need a scout that's like, hey, guys, let me make a presentation for you if you want to look at why some teams are managing to have success. We need to be thinking much more like a college team who's trying to compete against the blue chip D1 programs. And it worked for years. And for some reason in football, we got the idea that only the talent deficient team should be doing that. But it's taken hold in the NFL. And, if somebody can turn that light on, then I think you have a really nice coaching staff. But sitting around hoping that passing game guru guys can be like, hey, we need to spend a lot of time on the run game. That's not what they've mastered. And I think that's, to me, the biggest thing holding this team back is just a fundamental understanding of that. And maybe I should be willing to take that leap of faith. But hell, I feel like Jerry's going to, pull out his Rolodex, call some old guys, and the first couple of guys that make sense that he likes. I mean, his quote here in the story, I don't worry about contracts and incentives over in the coaching ranks. That day he said any number of 500 coaches could have won the Super Bowl. That was a window into his mindset that he thinks the coaching staff is overrated. And, you just give him enough good players and then the magic happens. But I look at, GM and coach like these got to be the smartest football guys, totally tuned to the modern trends, in order to get the great difference-making advantage. You need players, you need plays, and you need that front office that can constantly execute and replenish those guys if you want to stay on top. And, right now I think it's Kansas City and San Francisco and everybody else playing catch-up. Okay, in addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking it?
We will crank up the Oxnard vibes, ladies and gentlemen, next in the nation. But first, let's get you on over to the number one Ford dealership in all of North Texas. Of course, that is Gilchrist Automotive's Platinum Ford store in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80. It's located just minutes from the Metroplex, and trust me, it is worth a short drive to Terrell because you're going to be saving a lot more every time you go looking for that brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Don't go buying that Ford anywhere else. Trust me, I was in the car business for a couple of years.
sports station.
Get those Oxnard vibes going.
Where
Now
are we going?
it is Wolchuk's birthday, and it is year 33 for the Bullies in his Tony Dorsett year. But when he turned, I believe, 30 years old, we got the epic birthday cameo love from then Maverick, live from the bubble. Boban showing his love to the birthday bully.
What's up, Zach? What's up, Zach? What's up, Zach, my friend? How are you? Or I can say bully bully. Bully bully. I hope I say it right. Yeah, Zach, look at this. I know you work on radio, and amazing thing. It's for sure you will do that better than me. Like 100 times better. But we are here because me want to wish you happy birthday, my friend. All best, all best. Do the best. You have that a radio, amazing voice, and sky's limit. And you guys have wonderful, wonderful, wonderful birthday, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Enjoying every moment spending in this beautiful life. And la la from me, guys. Take care, bully bully. And Zach, my friend. Hey, look, let's go sing for Zach. Zach, sing one more song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Zach. From Boban. Happy birthday to you guys. Bye-bye.
I love you, Bobby.
Gosh, that was awesome, dude. I don't know how cameos get better than that, but it just brings joy to my heart and a smile to my face whenever I hear that sound. Happy birthday, Wolchuk. We continue to make fun of him, and then we have some, we have to relive a couple of those fights from last year in Oxnard.
Oh no.
Yeah, Dawson versus Wolchuk, and then it was myself versus Broadus.
Oh, God.
Was that in Oxnard?
That was in Oxnard.
It was all within the same week.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was just a few days apart, man. But first, we just had Boban paying respects to Wolchuk. Here's Wolchuk paying disrespects to a now deceased Cowboy legend.
Now, off, Gillibrand.
It's a little disrespectful. Wow. It was disrespectful at the time, and it feels even more disrespectful now. But
I love you, Gil.
The disrespect continues here. That's on the air. Wolchuk just F you, Gil Brandt, right there on the Dallas home of the Dallas Cowboys.
That was not
incredible.
it
was Wolchuk. It was probably on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Absolutely not.
Might have been during a post game.
Maybe it was. I mean, you go ahead and put Emmett Smith higher on your list, bro.
That was a great thing about Gil Brandt. Even as his age got up there, he'd still fire takes. Tell you how it is.
Heck yeah.
He's probably right.
Wrong.
He's probably telling you what you didn't want to hear.
Hey, I mean, he's definitely seen more football than I have, but to have Emmitt Smith, the all-time leading rusher, outside of your top 10 all-time running backs.
Oh, that's what it was.
Pretty rough take.
That's what drew
pretty rough, Gil.
Wolchuk off
What are we doing
that day?
What are we doing?
That'll get the fangs shown from the bully.
Now, this is one that makes Wolchuk really uncomfortable because this was us a couple of years ago before we're getting ready to take off this is like 2 years to the day. We're getting ready to take off to Oxnard, and it's our first time. And we are cross-talking with the Get Right, Reggie, and at the time KG, and Wolchuk was sort of just trying to make conversation, and then he realized the more he kept talking, the more he sounded like an a-hole.
Are you guys, and I say this, and I feel for you because I was in the same position along with Eric, but I heard you guys teasing the training camp coverage. You're like, oh, all the shows are going to be out there for training camp in Oxnard. And then it's, the Get Right's not there in Oxnard. So we lived that. It's kind of like the nightly baton. You take that, and the night show doesn't get to go. And are you guys doing okay?
So where are we going with this here?
With that?
Where are we going with it?
Oh my gosh! I know you were trying to be nice. You're trying to
I think the night show should be sent there.
You're trying to
I think the night show should get to go,
and that would have been better, more efficient, less bleep holy. But you went down the rabbit hole. That's one that I
Did you feel
love.
it getting worse as you?
Yeah,
you can tell.
I was trying to talk myself out of.
You got to go scorched earth there, though. Just let him have it.
I probably should have.
There's nothing better than that evening show frustration to forge into greatness. It's happening, currently.
Yeah. I should have really gone.
Yeah, we understand.
Gone after that.
Yeah,
should have been a little strong, especially knowing what I know now.
Call people out.
Yeah, that's right, Wolchuk. Hindsight tells you should have gone harder with the disrespect there.
Yeah, really should have just let him have
KG calling you out though.
That's
that's probably what made you more disappointed.
We know he's got opinions.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of opinions, Wolchuk and Dawson had a Dak opinion off last year, live from the tents in Oxnard, California. Let's hope it doesn't get this testy, or maybe we hope it does. Yeah, take it away, boys.
if Dak Prescott is going to dink and dunk the football, like it sounds like you want him to do, Gavin, then you're going to bitch about it come Thanksgiving and say, why does this team have no big plays? Where's the vertical passing game? Because you want him to just play in a 15-yard box. He can't win. That's the problem with the criticism of Dak. And statistically, he's one of the best deep ball passers in the NFL. So it's not like he can't do it.
Correct.
Man, he's Mahomes. This guy's Aaron Rodgers. It's
No,
just
you're
Mahomes with a great team that this squad has put. Can't win playoff games. It's unlucky every time, I guess. Yeah. Man, he's right up there. He's one of the best statistically at damn near everything in quarterback. They have an incredible defense, skill players everywhere. He came into a team with the best offensive line in football, and it's just, man, you get to the playoffs and
you sound like a Twitter troll. Keep doing it.
Well, you sound like a Stan right now, buddy.
Okay, that's fine. I point out when Dak has
hold
bad,
on now.
bad
I'm
moments.
talking. I thought last year at the divisional round, you had decided you weren't going to do this anymore.
What am I doing?
You turned a page.
I'm not trying to pretend Dak Prescott is a top 5 quarterback, but I don't want my quarterback being scared to push the ball down the field.
I didn't want that either.
You just said you do. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth now, Gavin. You don't know what you think.
Run
That's
the
problem.
tape back, Wolchuk.
Right,
when did I say I don't want him
back.
pushing the ball down the field? I said I don't want him throwing 50-50s downfield in situations that's not complete desperation. It's a good one.
Man, I hadn't listened to that back.
Yeah,
it wasn't as bad
not.
as I thought it would be.
Of course not. Really? Okay.
No. I felt like that was pretty good. That was a good back and forth.
It was.
Yeah. I'm ready for round 2, man.
Let's go.
It's like Apollo and Rocky.
Towards the end.
There's going to be no rematch.
Dawson slips in a buddy towards the end. I thought that was pretty good.
He's Mahomes.
Hold on now.
He's Pat Mahomes.
Run the tape back. Run the tape back.
Yeah, that's the one.
I was about to get Mickey Spagnola.
I don't think we have time to even play me and Broadus's. It would just be, right, Broadus? You don't want to hear it. Right?
Come on. Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
I was made uncomfortable whenever I heard it last night as I was putting this together. I was like, oh my gosh, this does suck. This is a 2-parter. Here's the first.
It's a 2-parter.
Yeah. Because this was like a full segment fight.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I would say at least like 7 or 8 minutes worth of a segment was dedicated to this.
Yeah.
One quick thing, though, Wolchuk. Mahomes had 27 touchdowns and 14 picks last year in the regular season. Not even a 2-to-1 ratio.
Well, we know Dak's good in the regular season, but that's the difference between the two. In the playoffs, one elevates.
I think Dak might be better than Mahomes, actually. Back to you, Chief. Sorry to cut you off.
So this was after we had Sean Payton, Broadus's old buddy with the Cowboys and the Eagles.
Yeah, actually, Sean and I worked together. Yeah, 2 places: Eagles first, and then Cowboys second. Yeah.
So Sean Payton becomes the head coach of the Denver Broncos. He replaces Nathaniel Hackett, who we know to be, having had one of the worst tenures as any head coach in football history. Patently terrible. And Sean Payton sort of went scorched earth in USA Today about how bad Nathaniel Hackett and his crew were that Sean was now replacing. So here is clip 1. I was like, dude, Sean Payton shouldn't be doing this. Shouldn't be throwing Nathaniel Hackett under the bus like that. Broadus felt differently. Here's part 1 of the fight.
I went back and read the transcript. He said, I read the interview. He said, I don't know Nathaniel Hackett. That's the only time I saw Nathaniel Hackett's name mentioned in the whole article.
He did call it one of the worst, maybe the worst coaching job in NFL history. I mean, so that's immediately to the head coach. No, it is true for sure, but we've never seen anybody. Well, there's been a lot of bad coaches in this league. Teams going 0-17, 1-15, whatever it is. You don't hear the next guy come in and say this. There's a lot of things that are honest, and just by being honest doesn't mean that you were right to be honest in that moment. There's no way you can defend Sean Payton and say he should have done what he did. He was an absolute bleep hole. Of course he was, and everybody knows he's talking about Nathaniel Hackett, and he's the first coach in NFL history to do what he did.
For you to defend that guy for that job? I can't trust you about the evaluation of a team that's either good or bad.
Well, that's an understanding comprehension problem, because I'm not defending Nathaniel Hackett for the job he did. I'm calling out Sean Payton for getting onto
You called him a bleep hole. I mean, he just he's working for a team.
Come on.
He was brought in for a job that a guy totally effed up, and he's saying that. I'm here now because of that. Man, don't get out of here. Get out of here on that.
Get out of here. You called him a bleep hole.
Broadus, how do you feel part 1 here? Are you made as uncomfortable as I am having listened back?
Oh, no, man. I have my loyalty to guys that I was with that you saw it full.
Yeah,
it's
full
that
throat.
loyalty is thick.
Yeah,
bunch of C's.
As soon as you call them a bleepo, it was over.
Yeah.
Now you can
don't
go,
call my friend a bleepo.
You go after yourself now, okay? Because that guy
coffee in
sucked.
Philadelphia.
Yeah. No, actually, I can say that's I'll always defend my friends.
Yeah,
always
you will
that way. Yeah.
Sorry, even Gruden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
John
wow.
John says some crazy ass stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, no, hey, I'm just saying that there's a lot of these guys I grew up with, in the league, and they have their faults, but that was me defending him.
Yeah.
Full on.
Well, that was half number one of you defending him. Let's get into the third quarter.
And somebody had the respect to not get on a microphone and call you out by name.
You know
and
what?
you can act like you're fine with it. I guarantee you, when you have a poor segment, which you're going to have very soon, I'll call you out. That segment sucked ass, Broadus. Does that feel good? Does that feel good?
You know what?
No, but you deserved it because it's true.
Well,
right? So whatever is true, whenever
as
you
many-
suck ass at something, that's fine. That's fine.
Fine. Call me out on it. You know why?
Why?
Because I could live with it. I'm not like you and coddle everybody,
Okay.
and everything's
All
all
right.
good and fine and dandy.
Good. Then I'm excited. I'm looking
Please.
forward to your next piss poor segment.
Hey.
In about 5 minutes, we'll get the call out.
Yeah. Fine.
Pisses me off to no end.
Fine.
You might have to wait about 23 hours and 5 minutes.
That's a good point.
Krusty's Corner.
That's a good point.
You are sticking around, right? You're not going anywhere?
I'm
He
not-
did ask you to leave.
I don't even remember hearing that.
Okay.
Did I?
I was so baffled
Well, you
by the
said get the
stupidity
bleep
he was
outta
throwing
here.
my way, I couldn't hear half of it.
That's NFL News of the Day.
It's amazing you haven't ever lived any of this. You
Why
know
is he
what?
still potted up, Lucius?
When you live this, you'll understand. You haven't ever lived this.
Oh.
You don't understand. You don't get it.
We're back.
You really don't.
I have no idea what it's like to tank an entire franchise for a few years.
That's
You're
what
right.
I'm saying, and we deserve
Oh, no.
every bit of crap we got for it. But feel free. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Because if I know if I do a good job, I know it. If I do a bad job, I accept it. When I miss players, I call it out. I don't hide from stuff.
It's not about you calling it out.
It's fine.
It's about somebody else
here we
calling
go.
it out on your behalf.
But
Saying
you know what? I don't
sucked, bro.
care.
It's not you telling yourself you suck.
I've said a bunch of times I've sucked at this thing. I've said it a bunch.
You don't suck.
Well, I love you both. I think, honestly, Sean Payton was just in media. He
Get
comes
away
back
from
into the
me.
NFL, and it's one of those things where, hey, I was just in media. I'm able to talk
too,
about
Chief.
this.
Thank you. You're my guy.
And he
You're my
did.
guy.
He went unfiltered. But in the coaching world, I guess they didn't love that.
No, we've never seen it before.
Here we are.
Broadus is the one person in the world who wants to be called out for his mistakes.
If you do,
In front of a microphone and for USA
if
Today.
you do poorly,
and
you
for
deserve
everybody
it.
to talk about
If
it.
you do poorly, you
Okay.
deserve it.
That's good.
Here we are, all
That's
back
good.
on the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, reunited, and it feels so good, doesn't it, Wolchuk?
Dude, I missed you so much.
My gosh.
Yeah,
I
Wolchuk
should've
and
pulled-
Lucius have been in Vegas.
Yeah, I should have
Oh,
pulled
man.
what I did to Rob Phillips. The time that Mickey and I went after each other.
Yeah, you told him to.
And I told Rob Phillips, like, guys. I go, you shut the F up. And Rob just looked at me and like put his hands up and backed
No
up.
arbiters, no
Yeah,
referees.
yeah.
Who would you have said that
knuckle.
to? Would you have said that to me?
No, I would said it to like Wolchuk
Wolchuk.
jumped in and was like kind of like trying to massage things, I think. I guess.
Well,
But-
he has a way with
Actually,
those
I think I
sausage
was
fingers.
rubbing your shoulders.
Oh, yeah. You made contact. Yeah, and then
You
Broadus
shut
was
the
not
F
in
up.
Yeah.
He was in a don't touch me mode at that point. Okay, speaking of not touching things, I do want to talk about a couple of, we're getting ready to go to a hotel.
Yeah.
And there, I have a couple of things that, according to a longtime hotel employee, you should never do when you stay at a hotel. Now, a couple of these things surprised me. The first of which, she says, I would never use the remote control without wiping it down first with my own Clorox wipe.
Oh,
Okay?
that's a good one.
Oh, okay.
So like that, I'd never once considered that. I mean, how much ridiculous crap is all over those remote controls? They probably never get washed, right? I mean, obviously not being washed, but even just like wiped down. I don't know.
It's disgusting now that I think about
Now
it.
that you think about it, like how many fingers
I
are
never
on
watched
that
the
remote?
TV in the room.
Really?
I never watched the TV in the room.
Wow.
I watch like YouTube. I like get my computer and I do my YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you do entertain yourself.
Yeah, but I don't watch the TV.
Gotcha. Okay. So this is not something that you would necessarily have to
No.
worry about, but I mean, honestly, Lucius, I could imagine you being somebody. Do you walk in?
Yeah, I wipe down everything.
Yep.
Yeah. I wipe down everything when I go to the kickback. Like if I chill on somebody's patio, if it's at a bar, I wipe it down. I'm wiping down the area, bro. Care less.
That's fantastic. Do you do that on the airplane too? You
Yeah,
just kinda
100%.
get in the area.
Wipe down everything, dog.
I love that.
People are nasty.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's very true, and especially a remote control. Everybody's hands are touching it. I will be efforting to try and
How about
wipe
the
mine
comfort,
down before I touch it
comforter
now.
thing on top of the bed?
The comforter one. That was the one. That was the one that really.
They don't
shocked
wash
me.
that at all.
They don't wash that top layer bedspread.
Not at all.
What? Can
Not
you
at all.
imagine?
No. Not
So
at
she
all.
says she's like, I would never sit on the bedspread. I would never make myself comfortable on the bedspread
Yeah.
at all. I wouldn't sit on it. I wouldn't touch it. She says the first thing she does when she walks into any hotel room
Take it off.
is yank that thing off the bed and just
Right.
just distance yourself from it. You
Yeah.
don't want to be wallowing in that particular comforter because unlike the sheets and the
There's
pillow
the top
covers and
sheet.
stuff,
Yeah, they'll wash all that stuff.
right? But you're not getting that comforter wash, but
Yeah.
maybe every quarter, every couple months or something.
Oh, that's terrible.
So that she
shouldn't
says,
be legal.
It should be legal.
Yeah.
No,
I
how
agree.
are we doing that?
Yeah, yeah. So
And it was worse during the pandemic because they weren't doing your rooms every day.
Yeah.
They'll tell you hey, every fourth day we're coming in here to clean up for you.
People sitting around farting on that thing.
oh my gosh, yeah, bare naked cheeks. I mean, how many people get out of the shower, dry off, they mosey on over to the bed, plop bare naked down onto the bedspread, and they start putting the socks on.
How many people doing it on top of the comforter thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I can think of a ton.
Yeah.
And the
Including
pay-per-view
yourself.
TV channels, back to the remotes.
Yeah, just a disgust fest, dude. So there's just a couple of tricks of the hotel trade. Sorry to.
Well, thank you for
disgust
that,
you.
though.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
what
good. Now we're
do
in
I have to
pro
bring my
tips.
own comforter? That's going to require another a suitcase. And on Frontier, that's about $150 extra.
Might be worth running down to the old Bed
Yikes.
Bath and Beyond and snagging you one for the week.
Yeah, good stuff. Appreciate that. We got the Expressway coming up next. Thanks to Alba Limo. They're taking us to the airport tonight. We'll be in Oxnard tomorrow. Does the lack of clarity at the trade deadline make managing the club more difficult for Bruce Bochy? We have holdouts inside the conference and why it's all in or else for the Dallas Cowboys here going into 2024. That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, can I chat with you about D&M Leasing? How about nothing down and nothing due for 60 days? You want a new vehicle, just what make and model?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?